Chapter 1 I'm an 8th grade oboe. Thanks. It's a breezy day with no clouds. Ouch. Chen Jian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and along with his brain, he started to feel faint. It wasn't until half an hour later that it felt slightly more comfortable. What was the situation? Could it be that he was tired from staying up until too late yesterday? But when he looked at his newly bought laptop again, his face was full of incredulity, because at this moment above the notebook, there was an additional virtual red wave diagram. The horizontal axis was time, and the vertical axis was the price. This was the price fluctuation curve of his laptop for the next 3 years? Could it be that he had awakened his eye-psychic ability? Only when he looked closely, he realized that something was wrong. The current price of his own laptop was 4,800, 2,400 after 3 months, and only 1,200 after half a year. Did the price drop that much? I have to say, this kind of electronic junk is a real pit. Chen Jian mentally spat out 2 sentences and looked at the canned fruit next to him. Now a bottle of 15. 3 days later a bottle of 18. Got it. Canned fruit is going up in price. Wait a minute. Why after half a month its price is 0? Canned fruit shelf life is not 6 months? What he bought is not expiration date food, right? Unintentionally, he glanced at the socks he was wearing on his feet again. Now a pair is $5. After 1 day it becomes $3. After 5 days the price is 0. The price is 0. So these socks will be worn out in 5 days? But these socks are new to me, so it's hard to be fooled again? Fortunately, Chen Jian had a good mindset, and after recovering briefly, he began to think about what this ability was useful for. As a result, he didn't have a clue even after thinking for half a day. Not good. He suddenly slapped his head, almost forgetting that he had an interview today. Rushing downstairs in 3 or 2 steps, his cell phone swept a shared battery car, and Chen Jian turned on full speed ahead mode. Finally, 20 minutes later, he arrived at the Zhengzhou Ancient Rhythm Auction House. That's right, this was the company that Chen Jian was interviewing for today. Zhengzhou Ancient Rhythm Auction House is the largest auction house in Zhengzhou, with high wages, good treatment, and an 8-hour workday. The key is also to pay 5 insurance and 1 gold. Is all the young people in Central State dream workplace, including Jian Chen. Hello, I'm here for the interview. Looking at the welcoming lady, Chen Jian pulled out his resume, his face covered in an incomparably polite smile. The welcoming young lady took out the form to check. Are you Jian Chen, Master Chen? Chen Jian froze. Master? Truly, this was the first time he had heard someone address himself this way. Master wouldn't dare to be. Just call me Little Chen. Regardless, he was only 20 years old. Calling himself a master was indeed a bit old. The welcoming young lady's smile remained unchanged. Master Chen is too polite. Please follow me. Chen Jian followed the other party into a conference room, where several people were already seated at the moment. Smiling at a few people, Chen Jian found a place to sit. Being able to see Chen Jian, an almost 70-year-old gentleman with a head full of white hair smiled and asked, "What's your name, little brother?" Chen Jian hurriedly said, "Noble surname Chen. You can call me Xiao Chun. Is that so? Then I do not know who you learn from. Belonging to the southern or northern school?" Chen Jian froze. South school? Northern school? Are you referring to tomb raiding? The old man's face instantly darkened. What tomb raiding? That's a novel written to deceive people. At this time, a crisp voice next to him laughed. Could it be that you, this little brother, are also from the academy school? This is Master Jiang Jingtian Jiang, a member of the Jiang family of the 4 great families, and an appraisal expert that Governor Wang specially invited over. The one who spoke was a young woman, combing her bangs in a small red suit, both lean and pretty. Jiang family? Jiang Jing, Tian? Chen Jian was even more confused. He couldn't help but think of the 4 great families that had once existed, and then was tempted to ask, "Old sir, isn't your old man's hair a bit much?" But in the end, he still didn't have the heart to open his mouth. The woman was very talkative and introduced a few more people. This is Liang Chunhua, a famous sculptor from Guangdong province. This is He Zhishan, the appraiser of the Chen family in Lu province. Chen Jian listened to the other party for half a day before he came to a realization. Emotionally, these people were all here for the interview just like himself, including that 70-something Jiang Jingtian. He couldn't help but spit in his mind. Why don't you just stay at home and take care of yourself, and come to steal jobs from us young people? He asked the woman who spoke. What about you? Just now you seemed to say that you are an academician? Speaking of herself, the woman was suddenly a little embarrassed. My name is Xiao Huiyan. I studied oracle bone inscriptions at the College of Ancient Languages and Bibliography at Peking University. Then I studied ancient civilization and cultural heritage protection at Harvard for a few years. Although I've learned some theoretical knowledge, I don't have much practical experience, so I still have to learn from your seniors. After saying that, he asked Chen Jian, "Handsome, can you introduce yourself as well?" Chen Jian glanced at the other party and was suddenly a bit embarrassed. I don't seem to be the same as you guys. My name is Chen. I graduated from Mountain River Sports University, and I'm barely considered an academician. Mountain River Sports University? Xiao Huiyan was a bit confused. What kind of school is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Mountain River Sports University is at the junction of Jin, Yu, Lu and Hebei. Our school is very beautiful. There are mountains and water, forests and trees, known as the most beautiful university in the country. Wait, isn't Jin Yu Lu Ji the 4 provinces of Mountain River? What major did you study? Hairdressing. Ha? Xiao Huiyan was dumbfounded. This school wouldn't be a junior college, right? Jian Chen hastily shook his head. How could it be? Mountain River University is a standard undergraduate with a bachelor's degree, and I'm also a double degree, majoring in beauty salon and minoring in vocal arts. Vocal arts? I remember. It seems like there is indeed such a major, but this major should major in a musical instrument. What's the instrument you're practicing? Jian Chen hemmed and hawed. The swana. Swana? Looking at Xiao Huiyan with an odd expression, Jian Chen explained. Yes, don't underestimate this instrument. The oboe has a very high gold content. As the saying goes, of the 100 kinds of musical instruments, the swana is the king, either ascending to heaven or worshipping. 1,000 years of pipa, 10,000 years of zhang, a handful of arrow pull a lifetime. Swana a sound of the whole drama end. Finished. Also looked at Jiang Jingtian. I swana 8th grade. The whole school first. There is a need at any time you can look for me. Their own discount can be completely hit to the fracture. When these words came out, everyone subconsciously took a step back. Xiao Huiyan also lost the familiar politeness just now. You study beauty salon. How come you will come here to interview? She was very puzzled. The Zhangzhou Ancient Rhythm Auction House had always only recruited people from the industry, and even academics like herself had to make some connections. Looking at Jian Chen again, he belonged to the standard know-nothing category, and didn't know anyone else at the scene, so he was definitely an outsider. So why would Governor Wang invite him? Not to mention Xiao Huiyan wondered. Jian Chen himself even more wondered. Yesterday, when he submitted his resume, he found that the recruitment criteria for the Zhangzhou Ancient Rhythm Auction House was age 1845, as long as they were interested in auctions and rare items. He himself completely met the requirements, so he slipped his hand and gave it a try. Anyway, it doesn't cost any money to try. He had been submitting resumes for the past half month, and his cheeks had long been worked out. He didn't expect to receive an invitation for an interview. He had thought that although the Zhangzhou Ancient Rhythm Auction House was a large family, it didn't require much in the way of staff ability. Now looking at this formation, it should be that he had overthought it. After a moment of contemplation, Jian Chen said, perhaps it's that bank president of yours, Mr. Wang, who wanted to change his hairstyle to a more handsome one but couldn't afford to shell out the money for a haircut. So he invited me over to prepare for one talent? Chapter 2, so easy? I'll go on me too. Hearing Jian Chen's words, Jiang Jingtian snorted coldly. Yellow-haired child, you don't know what you're talking about. What kind of place do you think the Zhangzhou Ancient Rhythm Auction House is? Is it a place where any cat or dog can come? I advise you to leave quickly while the main family hasn't ousted anyone, or else everyone's face won't look good when the time comes. Jian Chen was instantly displeased. What did this old man mean? And also, yellow-haired child, main family. Now is a modern society. Everyone is civilized, doing civilized things. It's only old-fashioned people like you who would say such feudalistic things. Besides, the one who invited me is the bank president Wang, not you. The other party didn't kick me out, so who are you to kick me out? Although Jian Chen wasn't very capable, he had never suffered a loss of words. Master Jiang, what I just said is true. My swana is really good. If you want to book it, I'll give you a 50% discount directly. You, Jiang Jingtian instantly wiggled his white eyebrows in anger. Just as the two were about to stage a real-life all-out martial arts fight, a voice suddenly said, everyone, sorry to keep you waiting, only to see a man in his 50s walk over. He was slightly chubby and smiled before he spoke, and anyone who saw him felt like they were in the spring breeze. It was none other than Wang Diqiu, the president of the Zhangzhou Ancient Rhythm Auction House. Jiang Jingtian immediately said, Little Wang, what's with this kid? Your auction house is too careless in recruiting people nowadays, isn't it? Wang Diqiu was somewhat helpless. He had listened to the entire conversation between Jian Chen and Jiang Jingtian just now, and the reason why he had interrupted at the critical moment was to prevent things from getting too big. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jingtian remained unforgiving. As for inviting Jian Chen, this matter was actually a mistake on his part. The Zhangzhou Ancient Rhythm Auction House had planned to recruit a new batch of talents due to business needs. As a result, he had accidentally clicked the wrong spot when sending out the interview application, and by the time he realized it was already this morning. Wang Diqiu did not care. This is an interview, not admission. Coupled with the businessman to talk about peace and prosperity, when the other side can be eliminated quietly. God knows what. But I did not expect this young man called Chen Jian, up in Jiang Jingtian just head on, a kind of old man who do not serve the posture. Of course, this could not be blamed on Jian Chen. Although Jiang Jingtian's vision was old-fashioned, he was a notorious curmudgeon in the industry. He would come here because he had offended too many people in the Jiang family and couldn't hang around. He had no choice but to continue laughing. Don't be so hasty, you two. As the saying goes, harmony breeds wealth. One of you two is a famous senior and the other is a young talent. So maybe you'll still be colleagues in the future. Let's each give up a step, shall we? Jiang Jingtian glanced at Wang Diqiu and nodded. Is that so? Then I'll sell Governor Wang a face. Jian Chen smiled faintly and also said that it was fine. Wang Diqiu said, in that case, everyone, please follow me. The group left the parlor and went straight up to the third floor, finally arriving at a room that resembled a private club. Jian Chen instantly sucked in a breath of cool air when he entered. He stared blankly at the chairs placed against the wall on the left side of the room, or rather the price graph above the chairs. The goldenrod chairs, now priced at 5,600, would still be 5,600 a year later, although the price hadn't changed. But this was too extravagant, right? Keep in mind that this was just one chair, and there were 12 similar chairs in this room. However, when he looked at a palm-sized green porcelain vase in the glass display case, his eyes almost protruded out. Yuan blue and white Xiaoyi chasing Han Xian under the moon vase. The current price of 2,842,518 yuan. A year later 3,157,729 yuan. How many digits is that? 284 million? And in a year it'll be $3.15 million? So he just buy it and put it a year. You can net 400,000 yuan? He wanted to ask Wang Diqiu if this thing is for sale, but in the end did not ask. It's not that he's shy or that the occasion is wrong, but he doesn't have 284 million. In addition to the golden Nanmu chair and this Xiao he chased Han Xian under the moon vase. The other items in this room are also worth a lot of money. For example, the 800,000 yuan painting on the wall. Jian Chen roughly calculated that the things in this room are worth close to $10 million. Previously, he had only thought that the Zhangzhou ancient rhythm auction house was very trenchant, but now he realized just how trenchant it was. The others naturally noticed this scene as well. They were all knowledgeable and knew the value of these things as well. So luxurious. If they could work here in the future, it would simply not be too good. For a while everyone was a bit fluttery. Seeing this, Wang Diqiu couldn't help but smile slightly. This was also the purpose of him bringing everyone here. When everyone was almost done appreciating, Wang Diqiu said, well, thank you all for coming to the job recruitment for the Zhangzhou Ancient Rhythm Auction House after a busy schedule. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. I'm a relatively straight person. Let's start with the treatment. The auction house plans to recruit 2 appraisers, an appraisal master, appraiser internship base salary of 8,000, time 1 month, after the transfer of 18,000, appraisal master internship base salary 15,000, time 1 month, after the corrected 30,000. Jian Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air upon hearing this. This treatment was bullish. He participated in several interviews during this time. More than 6,000 or 7,000, less only 3,000 or 4,000. Not as good as a fraction of the ancient rhyme auction house. Who knows, Wang Diqiu added, I just said as the base salary, identification and commission, specifically depending on the situation, but at least not less than 5% of the total profit of the auction house, and more can even reach 40%. Of course, high treatment requirements are naturally high. I want is really capable of talent. After Wang Diqiu finished his words, a round of applause immediately rang out. Obviously Jian Chen was not the only one who was excited. Jiang Jingtian laughed. Governor Wang, cut the crap. As the saying goes, a mule is a horse that comes out for a walk, and you can't do porcelain work without a diamond drill. Making money based on ability. This is something a 3-year-old child knows. The atmosphere of the scene loosened, and Wang Diqiu nodded. In that case, I will not be polite. He waved his hand and his assistant brought out a tray. On the tray was a fist-sized golden treasure, with the word longevity in traditional Chinese above it. The color of the gold dollar was dark red, and it was very old at first glance. Wang Diqiu said, this life character gold dollar is the Qing dynasty down. Some people want to put into the auction house auction. Who will appraise it now? As soon as his words fell, he heard Jiang Jingtian say, I'll do it. He walked over smilingly and took the gold dollar in his hands and weighed it. If I'm not mistaken, the purity of this gold ingot is at least 98%. The fact that it has a reddish surface, rather than the classic golden metallic luster, is the result of being oxidized after being exposed to the air for a long period of time. Of course, as the saying goes, true gold is not afraid of fire, and the simplest way to appraise gold is to burn it with fire. After saying that, he took out a flame gun from the tools provided by Wang Diqiu, and was about to point it at the gold dollar treasure right in the middle, but with a change of mind, it turned into a small corner of the burnt gold dollar treasure. Under the high temperature baking, the originally reddish surface slowly took on a dazzling golden color. Of course, because of the angle, the area that turned golden was very small. Zhang Jingtian smiled smugly. Everyone see? There's no problem with this golden dollar. After saying that, he looked at Wang Diqiu, signaling him to comment. Wang Diqiu undeniably turned his head and asked the others, who has other identification methods? This time it was Xiao Huiyan who stepped forward. I have a way. She also stepped out, her pretty figure adding a few points to the pleasant scenery. There are many ways to identify gold. For example, the mass of this gold dollar is 108 grams. Xiao Huiyan first used the balance to weigh the mass, and then put it into a beaker full of water. Its volume is 5.6 milliliters, calculated the density of 19.29 g/cubic centimeter, and the density of gold is 19.3 g/cm3. After ignoring the error, the two just about match, combined with the color. I think this is indeed a gold yuanbao with the character of longevity from the Qing dynasty. Her gentle tone and confident demeanor immediately drew a round of applause. Jian Chen, however, looked stunned. After Wang Diqiu stated the salary of the appraiser at the Zhengzhou Ancient Rhythm Auction House, although he was immensely moved, he was self-aware. What people want is an appraiser who knows the technology, not something that an industry novice like himself can hope for. But after watching the demonstration of the two, Chen Jian's first reaction was, This is so simple. I'm on. I can also do Chapter 3, which is the best at pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? I can't blame Jian Chen for thinking so. That said, it seems like everyone knows that true gold is not afraid of fire, right? And looking at Zhang Jingtian's smug look, those who didn't know would have thought it was some ancient secret, especially when he spoke. That tone of "you all follow and learn well" was really old and shameless. Xiao Huiyan is a little better. But the problem is, this method of yours seems to be used by other people besides elementary school students, right? Wang Diqiu nodded towards Xiao Huiyan and looked at everyone again. Does anyone else have any other methods? Jian Chen immediately raised his hand. I do. Such a simple thing. One would simply apologize for not going up and showing it off. Everyone was a bit surprised. Only Wang Diqiu looked calm. Is that so? Then please show Mr. Chen. Jian Chen slowly walked up and placed the longevity character golden dollar in his hand and waited, then took out a small steel guillotine. He put the Shou Zi Jin Yuan Bao into the opening of the guillotine, and then exerted his strength to slice it down. However, he heard Zhang Jingtian shout, Stop! What are you doing? Jian Chen looked at the other party in surprise. Of course I'm cutting it to see. Why? Is there a problem? Zhang Jingtian's eyes glared. Nonsense. Of course there's a problem. Know what this is? Qing Dynasty longevity character gold dollar. And it's a 108 grams of shoji pattern foot gold yuanbao. Ordinary gold a gram calculated at 480 yuan. A gold yuan treasure is just more than 50,000 points. But this kind of gold yuanbao is priced between $3, $8 and $5.8 million, with the highest price even reaching $5.87 million. Cutting it in half. Can you afford to pay for it? Hearing the other party's words, Jian Chen was startled. No way. This thing is that expensive? Nonsense. This is Qing Dynasty foot gold, very valuable for research. Jian Chen looked towards Wang Diqiu, his smile suddenly meaningful. Governor Wang, I shouldn't have to pay for it after I cut it open, right? Wang Diqiu, however, was non-committal. Mr. Chen can just appraise it as he sees fit. Jian Chen nodded. Understood. After saying this, his arm exerted a fierce force, and he heard a click as the gold dollar directly snapped into two. Why are you like this? Didn't I say for you to stop? Zhang Jingtian ran over and picked up the disconnected yuanbao as fast as lightning, and was about to get angry, when suddenly his eyes widened. This is fake? His face was full of disbelief, only to see that there was a large black color in the cross-section of the golden dollar treasure that had been cut. Looking at the metallic luster it gave off, it should be lead. Of course, there was also a small circle of copper. So this gold dollar is a fake whose outer layer is gold, but the inside is a fake that has been weighted with lead and copper? Cold sweat along the forehead gurgling down has flowed to Zhang Jingtian beard, but he did not care to wipe. He was wrong? How is it possible? Personality lively Xiao Huiyan also pale. Although the idea of using the density method to measure gold is not a problem, if someone uses lead with a density greater than gold and copper with a density smaller than gold to match the weight, the same can be hidden from the world. Wang Diqiu walked to Chen Jian, a face of admiration. Mr. Chen's discerning eyes, a glance to see the problem of this Qing Dynasty shoji gold yuanbao. Awesome. I was the one who was blind before. Jian Chen hurriedly laughed. Awesome what? Just more lucky. The fact that he could tell the problem with this gold yuan bao was naturally the price fluctuation in his eye's supernatural ability. Although he didn't know the artifact value of the Qing dynasty gold yuan bao, he knew the current price of gold. A gram of gold 480, 108 grams is naturally 50,000 out, but the price fluctuation in his eyes showed less than 20,000. There must be a problem, especially when Zhang Jingtian said that this kind of Qing dynasty yuan bao at least 3.8 million guaranteed. It is even more false. Of course, although he said he was lucky, at the moment no one thought he was lucky. Zhang Jingtian, this old man, although not pleasant, but appraisal level we all know in our hearts. Even he couldn't tell, but Jian Chen was able to recognize it at a glance. Thinking about this guy's self-introduction of Mountain River Sports University just now, it was clear that he was pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. Wang Deqiu waited for everyone's emotions to calm down before explaining with a smile. Everyone, I'm not going to lie. The reason why I took this Qing dynasty show Zijin Yuan Bao out for appraisal is that when someone brought it for sale, our appraiser mistook it for a genuine Qing dynasty piece and spent $4 million to buy it, as the similar same Qing dynasty gold dollar treasure was sold for the highest $5.87 million. This object, even if a conservative estimate, can be sold for $5 million. I thought I could make a fortune with this, but it turned out that appraiser is the signature appraisal master of our ancient rhythm auction house. Because of this matter has resigned. This re-recruitment of an appraisal master is precisely to fill the position vacated by him. Everyone looked at Jian Chen once again with complicated expressions. They had originally thought that the position of appraisal master that Wang Deqiu had spoken of was purposely reserved for Zhang Jingtian. Unexpectedly, Wang Deqiu was going to say more, when suddenly, the receptionist girl who had just received Jian Chen knocked on the door in a hurry and said a few words in Wang Deqiu's ear. Wang Deqiu was first stunned, then his expression was incomparably wonderful. What you said is true. The young sister nodded. Of course, how dare I lie to you? Wang Deqiu immediately said to the crowd. Everyone, I'm sorry, everyone take a break first. I'll excuse myself for a while. After saying that, he quickly left. Seeing how he was in a hurry, something big should have happened. Jian Chen and the others had to wait patiently, while at the same time being curious in their hearts as to what had happened that would cause Wang Deqiu, who was presiding over the job fair, to leave. It wasn't until half an hour had passed that he came back again, with a middle-aged young woman by his side. The young woman's beautiful eyes were wide open, and her eyes naturally carried a three-quarter wink. Moreover, she had a plump figure, with a convex front and curved back, and her knitted brows and smile all carried three unique flavors. Looking at the crowd, Wang Deqiu suddenly looked serious and said, Everyone, I have something to ask for your help now. First of all, let me introduce to you all. This is Ms. Guan Duan, the executive president of the Cloud Real Estate Group. At these words, Xiao Huiyan couldn't help but exclaim in a small voice. So it's her. Jian Chen hurriedly asked in a small voice. You recognize this woman? Of course. Haven't you heard of Cloud Real Estate? Jian Chen shook his head. He had just graduated from university not long ago. He had never thought about buying a house and couldn't afford it, so naturally he wouldn't pay attention to this. Xiao Huiyan explained. Although Yunduan Real Estate is a local company, it is the deserved leader of real estate in Zhongzhou, especially the novel designs. Even real estate giants like Haitai and Bai Guiyuan are humbly learning from them. Jian Chen froze. Haitai and Bai Guiyuan? Aren't those two getting cold? Sorry, go ahead. Xiao Huiyan, although Yunduan Real Estate is famous, the most famous thing about it isn't its design and services, but the president, Guan Duan. Guan Duan entered the real estate at the age of 15. Fought for a whole 21 years, hard from a decoration company into a set of real estate, decoration, stores, office buildings, commercial centers in one of the large group listed companies. It is said that at the peak of the Cloud Real Estate, the assets reached $20 billion. Do you know about Genie City? Jian Chen immediately nodded his head. He had naturally heard of the great name of Genie City, which was a large-scale commerce center that was on par with Zhengzhou Erqi Square and Yinji Commerce City. Genie City is what Cloud Real Estate invested in. Awesome. More than awesome, it is said that Guan Duan is still unmarried, and the people pursuing her can line up from Bishagang to Zhongzhou Avenue. After saying this, he gave Jian Chen a very meaningful look. You also have a chance, yo. As the two men discussed in whispers, Wang Deqiu said, to tell the truth, Mr. Guan is having problems with the company's operations and is in desperate need of a large sum of money. She is ready to sell her father's collection of Ming and Qing dynasty ancient books for many years in a package, but the number of these books is large, and the manpower of the ancient rhythm auction house alone is simply not enough, so I would like to ask you all to help. Don't worry, I won't let you guys work for nothing. For every book you appraise, you can get a 5% profit commission. Chapter 4 Orphan Books from the Ming and Qing Dynasties. After hearing Wang Deqiu say that he could get a 5% profit commission for every book appraised, Jian Chen's eyes once again became different. To know the real estate sales commission is only 1%. This is still the price of the real estate agent. Need to run their own customers. Pick up the listings. In exchange for the sales department of this kind of real estate company to provide a platform for the position. Selling a suite is often only 3 per thousand. And now the auction house to provide resources. They just need to appraise it to take 5%. Simply and rob money almost. Duan waited for Wang Diqiu to finish, and bowed towards the crowd. Please everyone for a while. Thank you. Jian Chen was once again surprised. According to Xiao Huiyan's words, the other party was the owner of a large group of companies with a market capitalization of $10 billion. A towering figure. The result is that the stance is so low? Of course, this also shows that the other party lacks money. To what extent? Zhang Jingtian was the first to step forward. President Guan is too polite. I'm just doing my bit to help you. Jian Chen was once again helpless. How come it's this old bastard that gets the limelight every time? Can you die by keeping a low profile? Duan looked at the other party and thanked him once more. At this time, the door was once again pushed open, only to see a group of sturdy men in blue overalls walking and carrying a large pile of boxes. Jian Chen did a rough count and realized that there were 14 boxes. Even though the room he was in had a large amount of space, once these 14 boxes were placed, there was still a feeling of crowding. Another group of people then walked in, and unlike the blue overalls men, these people were all dressed in suits and had the appraiser's badge of the Zhengzhou Ancient Rhythm Auction House on their chests. If the guess was right, they should be the appraisers of the Ancient Rhythm Auction House. When everyone arrived, Wang Diqiu waved his hand. Alright, let's begin. After saying that, he opened a box, only to see that it was piled with books. These books looked yellow and old, and most of them were wire-bound, much like the Rulai Divine Palm secret books in martial arts novels. However, although these books were old, they were organized with great care. Not only were they neatly arranged, but the damaged areas were also repaired. Jian Chen roughly looked at them and found that the contents were varied in everything. For example, the top of the book is called Living Heart System, which should be a Chinese medical book. There is also the Tongji Decapolis Diamond Sutra. On it, in addition to drawings of Buddha statues, all kinds of Buddhist hand seals, incantations, and Buddhist verses are recorded. If it was true, as long as one studied it carefully, one might actually become a legendary Buddhist monk. When Duan saw these books, a few moments of reluctance appeared in her eyes. She sighed long and hard. My father is a researcher of ancient culture, and usually likes to collect all sorts of orphaned books. He has always valued these books as if they were his life, and he usually has to be careful even when looking through them, if not as a last resort. I really don't intend to sell them. The crowd was silent. This is not a good interjection. Still Wang Diqiu broke the awkwardness. President Guan doesn't need to be sad. Your cloud real estate group is only temporarily short of funds. As long as you get through this, you will be able to come back from the dead. At that time, you can help Mr. Guan buy these books back again. Guan nodded, both talking to Wang Diqiu and encouraging himself. Thank you, I will. Wang Diqiu then looked to the crowd. Alright, let's start the appraisal now. After saying that, he took out a stack of forms. Everyone organize these books and fill in the form for each one you appraise. Each book must pass the authenticity appraisal of at least 2 appraisers. Those worth more than 100,000 must pass the authenticity appraisal of 3 appraisers. The appraisal process was not unfamiliar to the other appraisers except for Jian Chen. Zhang Jingtian was the first to walk over and casually took out a book to watch. He put on his presbyopic glasses. The more he looked, the more excited he became, his eyes glowing. This is the Huizhou Wild History Pavilion Poetry Tablet. Ming Dynasty White Cotton Paper Topography. 25 openings and 50 sides. Ink Shoshan Sales Room Inscription and Signature. Old framed and sealed. Overall well preserved. The only drawback is that the book cover is missing a corner. But no harm done. This book I estimate 23,000 yuan. While saying this, he put his pen to record, and when he finished the process, he took out a second book. This is the Yangjitang collection of Chao Yubian of the Ming Dynasty. Chao Yubian word from Liang, Shezhou and Yi people. The Ming Dynasty only 20 years of the Jinshi. To Huayan Magistrate Levy Criminal Section left, right to the Minister. Chongjian early left Imperial Envoy. His life system line of high purity. The Win Section austere. Law enforcement, was called by the people as Shaoqing Tian. This book Ming carving Ming printing, ancient meaning, both rare collection of northern celebrities, but also rare literature of the township originally. The more he said, the more pleased he was. This Chao Yubian, although he was a scholar in the Ming Dynasty, but even historians do not know many people. This fully reflects his deep accumulation in history. Just now, he had accidentally lost to Jian Chen when appraising the Qing Dynasty Shoji Golden Dollar treasure, and although he hadn't said anything on his lips, Zhang Jingtian could have been holding a fire in his heart. Now it was the right time to return it. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Jian Chen, who was still standing motionless. Do you know Chao Yubian? Jian Chen shook his head. He knew a few people from the Ming dynasty, such as Tang Bohu, Wen Tianxiang, and Yang Shen, who wrote The Rolling Yangtze River Passes Through the East, but there was absolutely no one surnamed Chao, let alone Chao Yubian. Zhang Jingtian was even more complacent. Thank you for not knowing. Uneducated. You, put Chen Jian angry. No one or two unknown ancient people is very great. If it is not to see you old, beat you easy to be blackmailed. Believe it or not now brother let you know why the flowers are so red? Zhang Jingtian continued. This Yangjitang collection is also a Ming dynasty orphan book, valued at 18,000 yuan. Jian Chen couldn't help but sniff. Wait, how much did you say this book is worth? 18,000 yuan. Why? Is there a problem? Jian Chen's expression instantly became odd. Not only is there a problem, the problem was much bigger. It was because he had looked at both of the ancient books that Zhang Jingtian had just appraised with his eye-psychic ability. Just now, the Huizhou Wild History Pavilion Poetry Tablet was only priced at 400 renminbi, which was more than half a star away from Zhang Jingtian's valuation of 23,000. As for the Yang Jietang collection, it was even worth only 280 yuan. If only one book is wrong, it can still be recognized as an error. But if both books have problems, it can only mean that Zhang Jingtian has lost his eyes. He was about to open his mouth when he heard, "Ha, it doesn't seem right." It was Xiao Huiyan. It turned out that while Zhang Jingtian was appraising, other appraisers had also walked over to the other boxes and started observing. Hearing Xiao Huiyan's voice, everyone looked over. Wang Diqiu hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Huiyan, however, as if she had 1,000 difficult things to choose from, finally, she still said, "If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that a large part of these books Ming and Qing orphans are forgeries." This word, the whole room instantly clamor. The first to speak is still Zhang Jingtian. "Xiao girl, you cannot talk nonsense. What do you mean that half of these Ming and Qing dynasty books are forgeries?" Next to a suit-wearing appraiser also said, "Yes, I don't object if you say it's a fake, but at least look over these books first and confirm them before saying anything. Right now, you don't even look at them before assuming they're fake. Isn't that too far-fetched?" Chapter 5 Looking for meal ticket target must also be rich people. Hearing both of them refute themselves, Xiao Huiyan herself was not confident. "I just suspect. Not sure." Governor Wang Diqiu went to face grave. "Are you not fine what? It's okay, just say it." Antique appraisal who have hit the eye of the time. Look at the wrong does not matter. Learn a lesson on the good. And the truth is often in the hands of a few people. A lot of unintentional details but is right. Xiao Huiyan was relieved. She took out a book. "Look everyone. This book Ming Xuanda Buddhist scriptures written and engraved. No matter the color, style, pattern, there is no difference with the loan book, if only with the naked eye to observe. 9 times out of 10 to be fooled. The only problem is the paper it uses." Paper? Zhang Jingtian was puzzled. How could there be a problem with the paper? That's right, the paper used in these ancient books is indeed a bit sturdier. However, it would be too far-fetched to question them because of this. Our ancestors were indeed inferior to the West in the field of science and technology, but when it comes to papermaking, they are definitely the world's #1. Hard yellow paper, Shuetao paper, Chang Xin paper, Tengbai paper, Danei fine sprinkled gold 5-color powder paper, printing gold flowers 5-color paper and so on. Only you cannot think of. There is no old ancestors cannot do. The performance of these papers varies. Some are as thin as a cicada's wing, some are nearly 100 meters long, some are as tough as a bushel of silk, and some are as hard as iron. The 5-cow picture on jute paper created by Han Huang of the Tang dynasty is still well preserved after 200 years. He spoke with great confidence, but Xiao Huiyan shook her head. "You misunderstand. I'm not questioning our ancestors' papermaking techniques. Rather, the paper used for these Ming and Qing orphan books are all short pile cotton paper." Short staple cotton paper? Yes, most people don't know what short staple cotton paper is, but this kind of paper is actually unfamiliar to everyone. That's right, it's the material used to produce RMB. All the banknotes currently circulating in the market are made from this kind of paper. Short staple cotton paper is made from a mixture of short staple cotton and wood pulp, which is tough, abrasion resistant, corrosion resistant, and possesses strong resistance to acids and alkalis. There are generally very few forgeries of old books on the market for a simple reason. Fakes do old, need to be soaked with a variety of concoctions out of the potion, or a long time in a dark and humid place, but the paper is easy to rot in the water, not waiting to dye the old color, has been scrapped. But this short staple cotton paper is different, because it is mixed with a large number of short staple cotton, rather than paper. rather than cloth, used for counterfeiting, as long as the skill can be completely fake. Short-staple cotton paper is a new product developed only after the founding of the country. Throughout history there is no record of similar paper. Now that these loan books are using this kind of paper, the answer is self-evident. Is it? Zhang Jingtian looked at the Yang Jiatang collection in his hands. According to you, this book is also a fake? Xiao Huiyan walked over to look at it twice and nodded. Right. Nonsense. Zhang Jingtian grunted. Do you really think I'm stupid? This Yang Jiatang collection paper is flimsy and light. No matter the feel or thickness, it's very different from the RMB. It's completely two very different kinds of paper. Xiao Huiyan shook her head. No, this is short-staple cotton paper. The nature of short-staple cotton paper varies. The RMB with short-staple cotton paper is just a unique performance. If the ratio of short-staple cotton and wood pulp is adjusted, not only can the paper be made thinner, the paper will also become softer. Glancing at Zhang Jingtian, Xiao Huiyan said, Master Jiang, you don't have to be angry. I can recognize short-staple cotton paper because when I was a graduate student at Harvard University, I did half a year's worth of topics related to short-staple cotton quality. For this kind of paper, I don't even need to watch it. I can check it out just by touching it with my hand. Suddenly, Wang Diqiu opened his mouth. It is very simple to know whether the paper used in these ancient books is short-staple cotton paper, because the short-staple cotton has a characteristic. As long as the fluorescent powder and several kinds of medicinal water mix coated on it, the fluorescent powder and the short-staple cotton paper can be completely fused together. Any method cannot wash off. It just so happens that I know this recipe. After saying that, he began to operate, and soon dispensed a small half bottle. Using a straw, he sucked up a drop and dripped it onto the copy of the Yang Jiatang collection in Zhang Jingtian's hand. He also opened his mouth to explain. The fluorescent anti-counterfeiting on the RMB is based on this same characteristic. After putting the drop on, Wang Diqiu immediately wiped it clean with a paper towel, then turned on the ultraviolet light. Everyone froze, only to see a fluorescence on the paper, dazzling and eye-catching. If it was ordinary paper, it was absolutely impossible for this phenomenon to occur under the premise of being wiped clean. Wang Diqiu made another attempt on other Ming and Qing orphan books, and as a result, he could see eye-catching fluorescence with every drop. In the end, everyone looked at Duan, and after learning that all these Ming and Qing dynasty isolated books are suspected of being forgeries, Duan has long been pale. Wang Diqiu asked, Mr. Guan, can I ask you a question? Duan nodded. Please ask. I wonder where Elder Guan bought all these books from, collecting them all over the place from all over the world, or exchanging them with those collectors with other things? Duan shook his head. Neither. My dad was lazy and usually bought books through people at the Central Plains bookstore. He knows a sales manager, and the two of them have a particularly good relationship, and all of these books were brought over by the other party. When these words came out, even Jian Chen, who was half knowledgeable about ancient books, could see the problem. Buying books through a person, and buying a whole 14 boxes. Obviously, that sales manager had completely treated Duan's father as a long-term fat sheep. Maybe that sales manager had just started out and only wanted to sell Duan's father 1 or 2 books. As a result, he saw that he was stupid in money and good at cheating, so he sold while counterfeiting, and unknowingly saved 14 boxes. As for Xiao Huiyan can find the problem. In addition to the short-staple cotton extremely understanding, the key is that these 14 large boxes with this paper. These books from the Ming dynasty to the Qing dynasty, before and after the span of nearly 800 years, even if the old ancestors of the Ming and Qing dynasties also invented a similar short-staple cotton paper by chance, it is impossible to use this thing for the entire 800 years. After all, if this is really the case, after the founding of the country, those scientists do not need to spend a lot of effort to research again. See, Duan stood in place for half a day, did not speak. Wang Diqiu hastened to round off. Guan total first, do not be anxious. Maybe these books really have Ming and Qing dynasty books. We all help to find our auction house directly at the original price to buy. The appraisers of the Guyun auction house heard the words and began to busy. But compared to just now the speed is much faster. The ancient books that were originally treated with care were now thrown together in piles. Jian Chen also followed behind and kept flipping through them. And unlike the others who looked disgusted, he instead felt that these books were all good things. Although they were indeed fakes, they were completely high quality. And any one of them was worth $300 to $400. Some were even in the thousands. There were almost nearly 500 books in each box of these books. And even at $300 a book, there was still 150,000. 14 boxes, a full $2 million. An ordinary person struggling for a lifetime may not be able to earn this much. So he packed very carefully. And in the end, because he was afraid of getting dirty, he even placed the books neatly on the table. Just then, a sigh rang in his ears. Little brother, thank you. Jian Chen froze and realized that the one talking to him was actually Guan Duan Duan. Chapter 6, This is too much of a loser. Jian Chen was instantly a bit flustered. One must know that the other party was a big president worth tens of billions of dollars. He was a small person who could not be any smaller, and he should not have crossed paths with her. In particular, although Guan Duan Duan was quite a bit older than him, she had a more unique and mature flavor. There was also a faint fragrance emanating from her body, which was even more tantalizing. It was good that he took 2 sharp breaths. Mr. Guan is polite. I didn't do anything. Guan Duan Duan shook his head. That's still much better than them. I've been fighting in the mall for 20 years, and only today do I deeply realize what it means to see true love in times of trouble. Jian Chen raised his head and realized that the other appraisers were either incomparably perfunctory in throwing the books in the box out casually, or simply lazy and sitting on the sidelines to rest. Actually, they couldn't be blamed. Previously, Wang Diqiu said that there was a 5% commission for appraising a book. So many Ming and Qing dynasty books can earn a large sum of money casually. Now know that these books are all fakes. The heart inevitably have a gap. Natural subconscious want to vent a little, but naturally he couldn't say this. Instead he said to Guan Duan Duan, Mr. Guan, even if these books are real, they are just a drop in the bucket for you. You may be short of money right now, but you can certainly get past it by thinking of another way. What he said was genuine. According to Zhang Jingtian's previous valuation, a single copy of this kind of Ming and Qing dynasty orphan book would only be $10,000 or $20,000. A box of 500 books, a total of 14 boxes, would be worth almost $100 million. Guan Duan Duan Yun Duan Real Estate Group is a giant with a market capitalization of close to 20 billion. Even if the current devaluation is serious, more than 10 billion is still there. 100 million is an astronomical figure for himself, but for the other party is also a usual capital operation. Taking a step back, even if Cloud Real Estate Group really collapsed because of this matter, just based on the 14 boxes of fake ancient books in front of him, it was still worth $2 million. A person who was so poor that he only had $2 million left was not qualified to sympathize with himself. Guan Duan Duan looked at Jian Chen and wanted to say something, but stopped talking. Jian Chen shook his head and continued to organize these Ming and Qing orphan books. It wasn't that he wanted to please Guan Duan Duan with this. Jian Chen knew in his heart that the two sides were not all the way people at all. He was poor and short of ambition. There was no need to be a licking dog. He just wanted to organize. Ask Wang Diqiu can accept these forgeries. In any case, these ancient books worth $2 million. Open a purchase price of $1.5 million. Directly $500,000 to hand. According to the 5% commission, a total of 25,000. 1/3 of his own efforts to organize out. There are more than 8,000. He came here for an interview just to try his luck. If he can earn 8 or 9,000, the rent and living expenses for the next 3 months are there. 1 book, 2 books, 10 books, 20 books. The more Jian Chen organized, the more excited he became. After all, these could all be money. Suddenly, he froze. What was this? The Huizhou Wild Pavilion Poetry Tablet? Wasn't this one of the books Zhang Jingtian had just taken? He also remembered that the other party had valued the book at 23,000. Presumably, after learning that the book was a fake, the other party had casually tossed it aside. At the time, Jian Chen hadn't looked at it carefully, but now that he had it in front of him, a red price fluctuation chart appeared. The fluctuation chart itself is not much of a change, but at the price coordinates on the vertical axis, it says 52,084,327 yuan, 123, 8 digits. So this book is worth more than $50 million? Really? To prevent himself from reading it wrong, Jian Chen blinked hard. Only when he confirmed it 3 more times did he realize that it was the truth. Turning his head to look at Guan Duan, who was standing there with a blank stare, Jian Chen was at war with the heavens. After a long time, he walked over and handed the book to the other party. Mr. Guan, take a look at this book. Guan Duan was puzzled. What's wrong? I think this book is strange. Perhaps not as simple as it seems on the surface. Is it? Guan Duan was a bit confused as to what Jian Chen meant, but still reached out to take it. At this time, Wang Diqiu said, "Can I have a look?" Guan Duan nodded and handed the book over again. Wang Diqiu first glanced at Jian Chen and then studied the book carefully. Suddenly he let out a soft eep. The back cover of this book seems a bit thick. After saying this, he took out a pair of scissors and cut open a bit at the upper right corner, only to see a thin gap appear in the originally thick cover. He was surprised and said, "Looks like I was right. There really is a sandwich inside." The scissors continued to cut forward until they reached the bottom, and an opening was revealed. Wang Diqiu carefully removed the piece of paper from inside. The paper was stacked on top of each other, and the surface had already appeared a thicker gray-black color because it had been stored for too long. Unfolding the paper, Wang Diqiu glanced at it and laughed. It seems to have 10 poems written on it, but looking at the color of the paper, it should be authentic. Just how could that crook hide the real one in the cover compartment of the fake? Wouldn't that be a loss of money? Duan's frustrated expression was something he paid attention to at all times, and as a potential big customer of Ancient Rhythm Auction House, he should have consoled it for whatever purpose. Only now in this situation, he really couldn't think of a comforting method, so after seeing that there was a mezzanine in this book, he was busy looking for an opportunity to soothe the atmosphere. Seeing that he was silent for half a day after saying a couple of sentences, Jian Chen couldn't help but open his mouth. Governor Wang, this page shouldn't be simple. Why don't you take a closer look at it? Wang Diqiu froze and hurriedly put his eyes on the paper. Instantly his eyes widened. I didn't read it wrong, right? This seems to be a genuine copy of Wen Zhengming's West Garden poetry album pages. At these words, all the appraisers hurriedly gathered around. A moment later, it's really written by Wen Zhengming's own hand. Wancheng Mountain is east of Zicheng. Good poem. Good words. Worthy of being a Hongshan Jusher. The handwriting is ancient and atmospheric, as if it was carved by an axe and a knife. It's worth it to have the honor of seeing it in my life. The more the crowd spoke, the more excited they became, their eyes glowing. Including Jian Chen himself was surprised. Although he didn't know anything about antiques, he was no stranger to Wen Zhengming. This unfamiliarity came from a TV series called The Four Great Talents of Jiangnan. The four great talents were Tang Bohu, Zhu Xishan, Wen Zhengming and Su Jinqing. Although this TV series is a little long time ago, the specific plot cannot be remembered, but the character of Wen Zhengming still gave him a very clear impression. Wang Diqiu waited for everyone to finish reading, and busily handed the character to Guan Duan. Mr. Guan, as the saying goes, what you lose is what you gain. Wen Zhengming's West Garden poetry album page is worth a lot of money, although it still can't offset the loss of these 14 boxes of ancient book forgeries, but it's still a gain. Guan Duan took it and subconsciously asked, then how much can this piece of writing be worth? Wang Diqiu had obviously considered it long ago. If this piece of writing is put up for auction at an auction house, the sale price should be around $50 million. When these words came out, even though some people had already had a number in mind, they were still immensely shocked after hearing it. It was the first time that they had seen a piece of writing worth $50 million in such a long time working at the Guyan auction house. At the same time, everyone looked towards Jian Chen. If they remembered correctly, this guy should be the one to discover this piece of writing first. As long as he kept quiet, he had every hope of obscuring it afterward, and then he would definitely be able to eat and drink for the rest of his life. As a result, he just took it out directly like this, and could only say that it is also too defeatist. Chapter 7 An entry invitation from Ancient Rhyme Auction House. Seeing everyone's gazes all on himself, Jian Chen smiled faintly. When he had seen through his eye psychic ability that the Huizhou Wild History Pavilion poetry tablet was worth more than $50 million, he had naturally entertained the idea of keeping it for himself. But after thinking about it, he gave it up. Although everyone didn't see that there was Wen Zhengming's real handwriting in the cover of the Guizhou also Pavilion poetry steal. But regardless of whether Guan Duan would sell these fake ancient books to the Ancient Rhythm Auction House, it would be very difficult to get it for himself, because no matter what he did, it would arouse suspicion. And whether it was Wang Diqiu or Guan Duan, they were both incomparably shrewd characters. They had only failed to notice the details of this book because of the sheer number of these ancient books. Especially Wang Diqiu, who had only slightly tapped it himself. He had keenly realized that the cover was laminated. Instead of engaging in small maneuvers that would add to the embarrassment after being recognized, it was better to take the initiative to say so. This can not only win the favor of Guan Duan, but also can highlight their own ability. Can be said to be 2 in 1. Sure enough, after Guan Duan realized the true value of Wen Zhengming's calligraphy, her eyes once again became different when she looked at Jian Chen. She smiled and said, Manager Chen is not only conscientious in his work, but also has a discerning eye and high moral character. Ancient Rhyme Auction House is really very lucky to have a talent like you. Jian Chen shook his head. Mr. Guan is flattering. I just did what I had to do. Good one for doing what you should have done. Guan Duan smiled faintly and stopped dwelling on the topic. She turned her head to Wang Diqiu. Since this is Mr. Wen Zhengming's authentic handwriting, does your auction house accept it? Wang Diqiu nodded. Of course I accept it. I have 3 options. First, take this piece of writing directly to the auction house for sale. Wen Zhengming's authentic handwriting is still very popular in the antique market. Only this piece of writing is full of uncertainty due to its high value. But how much it can be auctioned instead? It could be $50 million. It could be $60 million. But it could also be $40 million. If it goes for more than $50 million before it is offered for sale, it may require many bids, and it is not unusual for it to be out for 1 or 2 years, or 2 or 3 years. Second, it will be acquired by our auction house. I give this pair of characters is valued at 50 million. But our auction house also need to make money. Coupled with the uncertainty of the price of this rare artifact, I can offer up to 45 million. Third, you can also mortgage this character to us for $50 million and redeem it within a year, but only $40 million in hand. If you don't redeem the painting and calligraphy within a year, Ancient Rhyme Auction House will regard you as voluntarily giving it up, and the calligraphy will go to Ancient Rhyme Auction House. Beside him, Jian Chen couldn't help but smack his lips secretly when he heard Wang Diqiu finish. It had to be said that this auction house was really making money. With Wen Zhengming's fame, it was by no means difficult to bid on his authentic paintings, especially since Guyun Auction House was the largest auction house in Central State. It was possible that in just a few days, the writing would be sold, as long as Duan chose to sell it to the auction house, casually changing hands $5 million directly to hand. As for mortgaging this piece of writing, you will have to pay $10 million of interest a year, with an annual interest rate as high as 25%, and this is not even counting usury, because the law stipulates that the annual interest rate of usury cannot exceed 36%. Duan pondered for a moment. I don't know anything about antiques, and I'm not interested in cultural relics, so let's sell it directly to your auction house. Wang Diqiu nodded, no problem, please follow me. The next step was to go through the relevant selling procedures. Half an hour later, looking at the extra funds on his account, Duan nodded and turned around to quickly leave. Jian Chen, who was standing at the side, looked at the other party's back and couldn't help but secretly despise it in his heart. This woman is also too stingy, right? No matter what, I at least helped you. Even if you don't send me a red packet of thanks, you didn't even say thank you. As the oldest president of Cloud Real Estate, it was impossible for Duan not to know the etiquette. This was clearly looking down on people. He was thinking nonsense when Wang Diqiu walked up to him, all smiles in his eyes. Mr. Chen's discerning eyes and rich experience are really admirable. After saying that, he couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. Unexpectedly, he had slipped up and sent the wrong interview notice before, but he had invited a great god. Jian Chen hurriedly waved his hand. Don't ever say that. I'm completely just lucky, especially for antique and cultural relics, but I don't know half of it. Then he pointed at Zhang Jingtian and Xiao Huiyan. In terms of experience, I'm not as good as this Master Jiang. In terms of degree theory, I'm not as good as this MS. Xiao. The two of them are the real talents. When these words came out, both Zhang Jingtian and Xiao Huiyan were a bit embarrassed. Xiao Huiyan was a little better. After all, she had judged that there was something wrong with these Ming and Qing dynasty ancient books. Zhang Jingtian was different. He had been immersed in cultural relics for 60 years, and had come to the ancient rhythm auction house for an interview, originally intending to just go through the motions. The result is not only the gold dollar treasure appraisal is wrong, the Ming and Qing dynasty ancient books also completely did not see the authenticity, especially that book Huizhou Wild History Pavilion Poetry Tablet. He clearly in the hands of a long time. Frozen did not find the cover has anomalies. If he is really the authentic appraiser of the ancient rhythm auction house, today the auction house must lose the bottom pants clean. Viciously glared at Jian Chen. Zhang Jingtian hummed, you kid is very good. I appraisal level is not as good as you. This is always okay? Goodbye. Then without looking back, he left in large strides. Jian Chen, on the other hand, was at a loss. What was the situation? He was clearly praising the other party just now. Why did he suddenly get angry? When he said that the other party was experienced, he was completely sincere. Although Zhang Jingtian's temper was foul and his speech was rather rigid, but regardless of the value of the Qing dynasty Shouji Jin Yuan Bao judgment, or on the Ming and Qing dynasty antique book's source of provenance of the story, have given Chen Jian a great revelation, and he was able to judge correctly, not because his vision was higher than the other party, but because he had an eye-psychic ability. He had always respected people with knowledge. Seeing this, Wang Diqiu busily said, don't mind Mr. Chen, old Mr. Jiang is this character, and by industry seniority, he is still my uncle's generation. Jian Chen nodded. I know, I quite admire him as well. That's good. You've already proved yourself with practical actions. Now, on behalf of the Zhangzhou Ancient Rhythm Auction House, I sincerely invite you to join. With your ability, you are competent enough to be an appraisal master of ancient rhyme. I wonder if you have the intention. Thinking of what Wang Diqiu had said earlier, appraisal masters were paid 15,000 for the internship period, and 30,000 when they were corrected. Jian Chen immediately nodded. Of course I'm willing. After the 2 rounds of appraisal just now, Jian Chen had already discovered part of the usage of his ice supernatural ability. He could also choose to leave and go to the antique market to Taba and make money with his ice psychic ability. But there was a big problem here. He had no money, so even if he found an antique that he could pick up, he still had the will to do so, and picking up leaks cannot be as easy as imagined. whether Jiang Jingtian or Xiao Huiyan, both in the interview just showed extraordinary strength. To find Wen Zhengming's West Garden poetry album page was pure luck. He might not necessarily have this opportunity next time. What's more, even if all these conditions are met and you found something good, a person without support, will you be able to sell it at a high price? The hardest thing to guess in this world is the human heart. When others see that he is alone, they may want to trick him and even risk their lives. But joining the Ancient Rhyme auction house is different. With Ancient Rhyme as a platform, not only will he be able to earn enough startup capital, but he will also be able to use the platform channel to make connections. In short, there are many benefits. The key ability is their own. No one can take away. Do not want to do it also can flash at any time. Seeing Jian Chen agreed, Wang Diqiu instantly laughed, then warmly welcomed Mr. Chen to join. Let's talk about your commission for helping Mr. Guan find Wen Zhengming's West Garden poetry album page. Chapter 8 Master Jian Chen, Group 4 Leader. Hearing Wang Diqiu's words, Jian Chen's spirit lifted. He had wanted to talk about this a while ago, only that the other party didn't mention it, so he didn't have the heart to open his mouth. Wang Diqiu said, Mr. Guan directly sold the Western Garden poetry album page to the Ancient Rhyme auction house. By common sense, there should be at least $3 million in profit, but this money must wait until the painting is sold before we can settle with you. However, considering that this is our first time working together, as a sign of sincerity, I can pay you $50,000 in advance as a down payment. The balance will be settled after the painting and calligraphy are sold. How's that sound? Jian Chen nodded. No problem. Everything will be arranged by Governor Wang. Alright then, give me your bank card number and I'll immediately arrange for the finance to call you. Wang Diqiu's efficiency was quick, and in the blink of an eye, Jian Chen received the money. Looking at the balance on his bank card, he smiled with his eyebrows missing. It hadn't even been 2 hours, and he had earned $50,000. For an ordinary laborer, it would almost take a small half a year of busy work, or even a year to do so. Seeing that Jian Chen was satisfied with his arrangement, Wang Diqiu let out a light sigh of relief. He had just been worried that the other party was young and impetuous and thought that he had given less than $50,000. Now it seemed that the other party was still very sensible, and this point could be very rare. He also said, right, there is another thing you need to deal with. Are you going to take these Ming and Qing dynasty ancient books away, or put them on consignment at the auction house? Jian Chen was stunned. When Guan Duan left just now, these 14 boxes of ancient books had been thrown here. He had thought that Guan Duan had packed them up and sent them to the auction house. Asking about the doubts in his heart, Wang Diqiu laughed. You're mistaken. Just now, Mr. Guan saw how much you liked these books and thought you were interested in the culture of the Ming and Qing dynasties, so he sent them all to you. Send them all to himself? Jian Chen instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. It was important to know that although these ancient Ming and Qing books were all imitations, they were too realistic and difficult to imitate, so there was a value in itself. The 7,000 to 8,000 books together had a total value of more than $2 million. If a few books were bought away by someone with poor eyesight as the real thing, they could still earn some more. Should he take them home himself and wait for the weekend to set up a stall in the antique market? Jian Chen hastily shook his head, shaking off this unrealistic idea. More than 7,000 books. If they were sold slowly one by one, even if they were sold 10 books a day, it would take more than 700 days, nearly 2 years. Counting only the weekends it would even take 7 or 8 years, and it wouldn't necessarily be sold out. The thought that he would need to squat to the antique market every day for 7 years as one day to sell old books made him shudder. It's better to put it on consignment to an auction house. Although consigning to an auction house would earn less, it was better than saving money. Wang Diqiu seemed to have guessed Jian Chen's decision. That's fine. I know quite a few scholars who specialize in Ming and Qing culture. There are also museums all over the country who should be interested in these ancient books. I believe it won't take long to get rid of them all. Jian Chen nodded. Then thank you for your trouble. After saying that, he sighed in relief and sighed that his decision to agree to stay at the Ancient Rhythm auction house was just too right. What was so difficult for himself was handed over to the Ancient Rhythm auction house in a single sentence. Wang Diqiu then asked Jian Chen when he could officially join the company. Since he had promised the other party, Jian Chen didn't make any pretense and said that he would be able to work tomorrow. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning, Jian Chen arrived at the Ancient Rhythm auction house as promised. When the front desk lady saw Jian Chen, she hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Master Chen. Despite the fact that he was now the appraisal master of the Ancient Rhyme auction house, Jian Chen was still a bit uncomfortable hearing the other party address him in such a manner. Don't call me master, he said, although I know astronomy and geography, and I'm well educated and talented, but you'll call me old if you shout like that, so please address me as Manager Chen. The receptionist lady was called Zhang Yao, and when she saw Jian Chen's serious demeanor, she snorted out a laugh. She had witnessed Jian Chen's killing spree yesterday, which ended up helping Guan Duan recover $45 million in losses. Therefore, in Zhang Yao's eyes, although Jian Chen was young, he was wise, knowledgeable, and mysterious. I don't know if it was because of her profession, but in her eyes, all competent appraisers were not very good-tempered, so much so that she was a bit trembling after meeting them. It was only now when she heard Jian Chen say this that it made her realize that the other party was a young man about the same age as herself, so she joked with the other party as well. Manager of the ancient rhythm auction house is a fixed position. You can't call it indiscriminately, not to mention that me calling you Manager Chen is likewise not affectionate enough. How about calling you Brother Chen? Jian Chen nodded. That's fine, then I'll recognize you as my sister. In the future, if there's anything you need to find me directly, brother will cover you. Zhang Yao was overjoyed. Really? Great. Unlike other companies' technical post employees, as an auction house appraiser, as long as you move your eyes, it's all money. She had already decided to bring over a few of the trinkets she had collected in the past to show Jian Chen some other day. Brother Chen, let's go. I'll take you to do the entry procedures. Zhang Yao was both a receptionist and a personnel. The entry procedures of the Zhengzhou Ancient Rhythm Auction House were similar to those of an ordinary company, but there was a confidentiality agreement. That is, all appraisers, under any condition, could not divulge information related to the client and any of their property. Once violated, the Ancient Rhythm Auction House will be held liable in accordance with the law. This is very normal. After all, the appraisers of the Ancient Rhythm Auction House usually contact with people who are not rich or wealthy, such as Guan Duan. If the information of these people was leaked, it would definitely be a big trouble. After everything was done, Zhang Yao led Jian Chen to the second floor again. She pointed at 206 and said, Brother Chen, you now belong to Appraisal Group 4. This will be your office from now on. After saying that, she opened the door, which was a suite. The large office was set over the small office and separated by a frosted glass door. There were 4 workstations in the large office, which were for the appraisers. As for the small office, it naturally belonged to Jian Chen, the appraisal master. There was a young man sitting in the big office. Seeing Zhang Yao bringing Jian Chen over, he quickly got up and said, Brother Chen, you're here? I'm Chao Jinxiang, the appraiser of our 4th group. I met you yesterday. Jian Chen nodded. He had an impression of the other party. Yesterday, when appraising those Ming and Qing dynasty antiquities, Chao Jinxiang was one of the few who performed quite diligently. Zhang Yao said at the right time, Brother Chen, you guys talk then. I won't bother you. Chao Jinxiang has been in the auction house for 2 years and is very familiar with the place. If you don't understand any aspect, just ask him directly. Jian Chen nodded. When Zhang Yao left, Jian Chen looked at the empty office and asked Chao Jinxiang, how come it's just you? Where are the others? Chao Jinxiang was a bit embarrassed. Them went to the second group. Group 2? Yes. After Master Wu resigned, the appraisers in Group 2 also left 3 people. In addition to Master Wu and I, there were originally 2 other appraisers in our group. When they heard that you were coming, the 2 of them chatted with the appraisal master of Group 2 for half a day yesterday before moving out. Speaking of this, Chao Jinxiang hurriedly explained, don't get me wrong, Brother Chen, it's not that these 2 appraisers are dissatisfied with you. It's just that the 2 of them had a good relationship with the second group's appraisal masters, and felt that it was more comfortable to work together before they left. Jian Chen nodded. That's right, he didn't care much about this kind of thing. After all, people have their own aspirations, and a melon that is twisted by force isn't sweet. Wait, Jian Chen suddenly remembered something. Since the 2 of them were dug in, what about you? Why don't you follow? With Chao Jinxiang's easygoing personality, he thought that his relationship with the appraisal master of the second group was definitely not bad. Not to mention that the second group left with 3 people. It should be 3 posts short. Chao Jinxiang immediately said with a solemn expression, I'm not the same as the 2 of them. I am loyal and faithful to the 4th group, living as a person of the 4th group, dying as a ghost of the 4th group. Jian Chen hurriedly interrupted. Alright, tell the truth directly. I'm not a fool. There's no need to fool around, and there's no impermeable wall in the world. Believe it or not, I'm going to go skulking around the second group right now and I'll know the truth? Chao Jinxiang looked a little embarrassed. This is mainly because I have been in the ancient rhyme auction house for 2 years. No matter the vision or insight, including the performance has always been the worst of all appraisers. I also went there yesterday, but the appraisal masters in the second group simply couldn't see me. Jian Chen. Chapter 9, The Closing of a Leading Real Estate Company. After Chao Jinxiang finished speaking, he saw Jian Chen looking at himself with an odd expression on his face and busily patted his chest to assure him. But don't worry, Brother Chen, those were all in the past. These past 2 years, I've just been hibernating in the ancient rhythm auction house, and in addition to my usual work, I've had to set aside at least 4 hours a day to study. Now that I've learned something, When the next time there's an item appraisal, I'll ask for the supremacy and amaze everyone. Jian Chen nodded. Not bad. In this case, since you've already accomplished something, can you lend me your study materials for a bit? Xiao Jinxiang didn't expect Jian Chen to say that, and was a bit dumbfounded. Jian Chen, what? You're able to make positive progress, but I can't follow suit. Of course I can. I'll get it for you right away. Xiao Jinxiang scrambled to find the information while Jian Chen walked into his own small office. It had to be said that the layout here was really good, although it wasn't very large. In addition to the desk, there was also a small sofa. At noon, one could lie down on it and take a nap. The chair was also an engineering gaming chair, and after sitting on it, it was nothing but comfortable. Not long after, Zhang Yao came knocking on the door again. Seeing Jian Chen, Zhang Yao smiled and said to the two behind her, "This is the place." Jian Chen was stunned, as the ones following Chen Yao were actually Zhang Jingtian and Xiao Huiyan. Why had these two come? Could it be that? Sure enough, he heard Zhang Yao introduce, "Brother Chen, you know both Master Jiang and Sister Huiyan. From now on, the two of them will be employees under you. You guys communicate more." The atmosphere was slightly stiff, especially for Jian Chen and Zhang Jingtian. This old man and young man were not on good terms yesterday, but today they met again, and Jian Chen, who was despised by Zhang Jingtian, became his immediate leader, making it even more awkward. Still, Xiao Huiyan first broke the cold, her smile like a flower. "Master Chen, from now on, my little sister will follow you. You can take care of me," Jian Chen hurriedly said. "We're all working together. There's no such thing as who hangs out with whom. Also, you can just call me by my name directly." Master Chen wouldn't dare to take it. To this returnee hegemon, Jian Chen was too embarrassed to put his stance too high. "Really? Then I won't be polite." Suddenly, Zhang Jingtian cupped his fists towards Jian Chen. "Master Chen, I was blind to the fact that I didn't recognize Tai yesterday, so I'm here to make amends to you." After saying that, he directly bent down and paid his respects. Jian Chen was stunned. Fortunately he reacted quickly and was busy sidestepping out of the way. "Don't! What are you doing?" Although Zhang Jingtian had mocked him all over the place earlier, he had punched his face back on the spot, coupled with the fact that the old man was over 70 years old, not to mention that the two of them didn't have any major grudges in the first place. Even if there was a grudge, he wouldn't dare to accept the other party's salute. However, Zhang Jingtian was exceptionally stubborn, seeing Jian Chen dodge and bow again towards where he was before saying, "Our profession has always emphasized that the one who achieves is the teacher, regardless of age. If you're not as good as me, I naturally won't look you in the eye, but you're better than me, so it's only right that I bow to you." Jian Chen's heart stirred as he realized that he seemed to have misunderstood this stubborn old man. After all, yesterday, he had come to interview for the appraiser under the names of the oboe player and Mr. Tony, and it seemed normal to be yin and yang. Xiao Huiyan spoke up at the right time. "Jian Chen, you don't know, after you left yesterday, Governor Wang Diqiu called the two of us over. He knew that you and Master Jiang had a bit of a spat, so he wanted him to enter the second group, but Master Jiang refused outright. Master Jiang said that only those who win against him are qualified to be his leaders. The second group leader doesn't have that ability." Jian Chen was busy pulling Zhang Jingtian's hand. "Master Jiang, look at your words. As for me, I was really lucky yesterday. In the future when we work together, I'll have to ask you for more guidance." The two of them looked at each other and smiled, instantly releasing their former enmity. Next, Jian Chen asked Xiao Jinxiang to tell the three of them about ancient rhyme auction house, especially the scope of work and job duties of an appraiser. The three were all newcomers and didn't know much about the specific processes, so they listened with great interest. Jian Chen looked at Xiao Jinxiang and suddenly interrupted. "Wait, you said that the business of ancient rhyme auction house only accounts for 30% of the business of cultural antiques. What we do more of is real estate, luxury cars, stocks, futures mortgage auctions, and economic operations like company acquisitions?" Xiao Jinxiang nodded. "Yes, although ancient rhythm auction house started out by buying and selling antiques, the cycle of antique operations is long and there are a lot of fakes. Whether it can make a profit depends on the appraiser's vision and experience. In addition, our auction house is now famous. The price is almost the highest in the industry. So don't look at it accounts for 30% of all business, but only on the profit, only 12% less. You can say that our antiques are more of a tool to get through to all parties. For example, yesterday, Brother Chen, you helped Guan Duan to identify that ancient character of Wen Zhengming. According to the normal bank mortgage process, even under the premise of a complete certificate of cultural relics, the mortgage amount is not more than 50% of the value of the cultural relics themselves, and the release of funds will have to wait at least half a month. direct purchase price is generally only 70% of the total value of antiques. But President Wang gave 80% of the mortgage price, and 90% of the purchase price, far beyond the rules of the trade. The reason why he did so was because he was interested in Guan Duan's personal ability, believing that she could lead the cloud real estate through difficult times, so he specifically sold the other party a favor. Jian Chen froze. He had always thought that he was the only one who had helped Guan Duan, but now it seemed that the situation was complicated. The four of them chatted for half a day, and Jian Chen finally had a general impression of Guyan auction house. At 3 in the afternoon, Wang Diqiu sent him a notice to bring all the employees of the four groups to the conference room for a meeting. By the time the four arrived, the other 3 groups had already arrived. When Wang Diqiu saw Jian Chen, he immediately smiled. Just waiting for you guys. Quickly find a place to sit. Why are you so far away from me? Sit in the first row. Can I still eat you guys? Jian Chen smiled in embarrassment. He hadn't graduated from the university for long and hadn't adapted yet. Wang Diqiu waited for them to be seated and said to the crowd, the fourth group, except for Jin Chang, are all new co-workers? So let's ask them to introduce themselves, shall we? The others immediately applauded. As the group leader, Jian Chen was naturally the first to stand up, followed by Zhang Jingtian and Xiao Huiyan. This kind of introduction was just a process. The 3 of them casually spoke, while the others casually listened, not caring too much. Only when Jian Chen revealed his titles of Mr. Tony and Swana Master did he attract a little extra attention, but it was only a tiny bit. Jian Chen's performance yesterday was obvious to all of them, and although they didn't have a clear idea of his strength, no one dared to underestimate him. When the introductions were done, Wang Deqiu's expression was instantly grave. Alright, now to business. XIN Real Estate went bankrupt. Once these words came out, in addition to Jian Chen, all appraisers' faces instantly changed drastically. What? XIN Real Estate went bankrupt? How is that possible? It's too sudden. Right. I was thinking a few days ago about whether to buy a set of XIN Real Estate's house. Luckily, I didn't buy it. Jian Chen couldn't help but ask Xiao Jinxiang in a low voice. Is XIN Real Estate famous? Xiao Jinxiang was a bit surprised that Jian Chen didn't know about XIN Real Estate, but he didn't think much of it. Xinxin Properties is one of the most famous local real estate enterprises in Zhengzhou, with assets reaching 100 billion at one point in time. It is the well-deserved leader of the real estate industry in Yu Province. It can be said that Xinxin Real Estate is synonymous with quality real estate in Zhengzhou. As long as they open for sale, basically they will be snapped up without waiting for the next day, especially their commercial housing. In addition to supporting schools, hospitals, subway stations and large commercial streets, basically buy is to earn. A few days ago, the old boss of Xinxin Real Estate even took the lead in calling for everyone to save the market together. But I didn't expect it to fall when it said it would. Jian Chen froze, instantly remembering the Cloud Duan Real Estate Group. If what Wang Diqiu said is true, even Xinxin Real Estate, such a 100 billion scale real estate enterprises, have collapsed. Only more than 10 billion assets of the cloud end of the real estate. I'm afraid that the same very dangerous. Wang Diqiu waited for everyone to finish digesting the news, then said, I'm very sorry about XIN Real Estate, but there's nothing anyone can do about this kind of thing, and due to the suddenness of the incident, the bank's auction team is simply too busy to choose in our ancient rhyme auction house cooperation. Below are the 4 properties we have been allocated. Next to the auction price, I only have one request. No matter what you guys think of, the actual auction price must be higher than this auction price. The moment these words came out, everyone's face changed. Impossible. How is it possible to sell at such a high price? That's right, this price is too high. Wang Diqiu shook his head. I'm not bargaining with you guys, but this is an order. Because this auction price is the base price that our ancient rhythm auction house has promised the bank. Once it is lower than this, the part that is lower will be made up by our auction house at our expense. Chapter 10, I just don't follow the rules. The moment these words came out, the entire conference room shook once again. This included Jian Chen. He frowned, looking at Wang Diqiu with a face full of oddities. This was because he realized that no matter if it was the sudden closure of XIN Real Estate or the cooperation between Ancient Rhyme Auction House and the bank, it wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface, especially the Ancient Rhyme Auction House. According to common sense, there was absolutely no need to get involved in this mess. It was feared that this involved the top brass playing games with each other, as well as unknown conflicts of interest. However, these had nothing to do with Jian Chen, who stared at the large screen behind Wang Diqiu. How to successfully sell these assets at a high price according to Wang Deqiu's words was the key. These 4 assets included an office building, a property company, and 2 properties. Like Jian Chen, the leaders of the other 3 groups were all frowning, obviously thinking about methods of operation. As if Wang Diqiu knew that his words were a bit heavy just now, he hastened to add, don't be anxious, everyone. Although the auction price set for these 4 assets is relatively high, it is completely reasonable, and I make a promise to you all, under your operation, if the auction price of these assets exceeds the auction price I set, you can get 20% commission for the excess. If the price you auction off exceeds 50% of the standardized auction price, you can get 50% commission on the excess. The moment these words came out, all the auctioneers, all sucked in a breath of cool air. A 20% commission for exceeding the auction price. It had to be said that this percentage was really high, because usually the items that appraisers were involved in, although the bonus was also based on the commission, but even appraisal masters could only take 5% of the total profit, and ordinary appraisers even only 1%, now directly give 20%. See the sincerity of the ancient rhyme auction house. As for the auction price of 50% over the standard, although the commission is higher, but no one cares, because this is a painted cake, very fragrant, but without any possibility of realization. Suddenly, Zhang Jingtian whispered to Jian Chen, "Team leader, pick that property company. I know a few property company bosses. They should be interested in XIN Real Estate's properties." Xiao Huiyan also nodded. As the leading real estate company in Central State, XIN Real Estate's property services had always been highly praised. It was the easiest to make a bid. As soon as Zhang Jingtian's words fell, he saw a middle-aged fat man stand up. "I'll choose asset number 2. It was the appraisal master from Group 2. Wang Diqiu nodded. "Good then. Asset number 2 will go to Group 2. Zhang Jingtian angrily slammed the table because asset number 2, the property company that he had chosen, did not expect to be preempted. However, Zhang Jingtian was not discouraged and said to Jian Chen, "Then let's pick the office building. This one is not bad either. You pick it quickly. If you're late, it'll be snatched away." He was a bit anxious. Now this situation is the same as grabbing his earning. Slow hands, not to mention eating meat, may not even drink the soup. If it wasn't for the fact that Jian Chen was the leader of the group, with his temperament, the second group wouldn't stand a chance at all. Jian Chen naturally understood the truth that the early bird gets the worm, and he stood up. "I'll go with number 3. The entire room clamored at these words. Zhang Jingtian's eyebrows even jumped up. "You're crazy. I told you to pick office building number 1. Although office building number 1 was not as good as property company number 2, he instantly thought of 2 sets of options. The only tricky thing was the inflated price, but this wasn't out of the question as long as it was well run. But number 3 was one of those 2 properties, or the worst selling condo. If you put it 2 years ago, any property would have been a prime asset and a completely brainless choice. But now it's completely different. In order to regulate the overheated property market, the country has introduced more than 200 regulatory policies in a year. In particular, restrictions on the granting of loans have caused all real estate to struggle. Home prices have fallen. The number of properties for sale has increased, and what was once the meat and potatoes of the market has become a hot potato straight away, especially condominiums. Although condominiums have both residential and office properties, but precisely because of both, resulting in positioning confusion. Residential housing is still occasionally bought by people due to the fact that it is just in demand, and no one wants this thing at all. When the other groups saw Jian Chen stand up first, they thought he was going to grab an office building. It was unexpected that he would choose an apartment. The leaders of Group 1 and Group 3 also realized that if they hesitated any longer, even the dregs of the soup would be gone, and they were busy opening their mouths to snatch the office building and another residential building into their hands respectively. Looking at Zhang Jingtian, he pounded his chest. Clearly he was the first to react, but as a result, he got the worst one. Wang Diqiu looked at Jian Chen and intoned, "Little Chen, are you really going to choose the apartment? Considering that you've only joined today, you're still unclear about a lot of things at the auction house. If you find it difficult, you can discuss it again." Zhang Jingtian sniffed and hurriedly went to pull Jian Chen's sleeve. Jian Chen, however, seemed as if he didn't feel it at all as he thought for a moment and asked, "Governor Wang, I have 2 questions I want to confirm. First, can I buy these apartments myself?" Wang Diqiu nodded. "Of course you can. You can buy them yourself at the auction price directly, plus a 5% discount." Jian Chen nodded. "The total auction price for these 28 apartments is 10 million. If I sell them for more than 15 million, can I really get a 50% share of the extra money? Of course. What about if I sell it above 20,000,000,000? Wang Diqiu froze, not expecting Jian Chen to say that, but he clearly had a plan in place. If you can sell it for more than 20 million, you can get 80% of the portion that exceeds 20 million. Jian Chen nodded. "Understood. I'll take these apartments." Wang Diqiu instantly gave a thumbs up. "Very good. Bold." Then he said to the crowd, "What are you all waiting for? Give team leader Chen a round of applause." The applause instantly rang out and was extraordinarily warm, especially the other 3 team leaders. On his first day here, Jian Chen chose the hardest bones to gnaw on. He couldn't even think of not admiring them. Of course, they were also secretly slandering in their hearts. Don't look at Jian Chen's splendor now, but if he couldn't sell it when the time came, then the fun would be great. After determining their respective tasks, Wang Deqiu said some more specific details and then announced that the meeting was adjourned. Back in the Group 4 office, Zhang Jingtian's face was instantly as black as the bottom of a pot. He indignantly asked Jian Chen, "Why did you pick those apartments? Do you know how hard it is to sell these things now?" Xiao Huiyan also said, "Yes, Jian Chen, even if you wanted to pick a property, you should have asked for that residential building. Although real estate is in a slump right now, the quality of XIN real estate's houses is very high. As long as you find the right method, it is not impossible to sell. But the apartment is not me being pessimistic. Even if you find Duan, she has no way." Looking at the two, Jian Chen smiled. "Don't be anxious, I'll sit. I naturally have my reasons for choosing this apartment." When the three of them were seated, Jian Chen said, "First, let me ask you guys a question. Why do you guys think our auction house is cooperating with the bank this time? Or rather, why is there a minimum auction price for this auction? And this minimum auction price is quite a bit higher than the normal market price?" The three of them were first stunned, then a bit embarrassed. Seeing this, Jian Chen laughed. "It's fine, feel free to say whatever comes to mind. There are no outsiders here, just speak freely." Then to Chao Jinxiang, he said, "You've spent the longest amount of time in Guyun. You come first." Chapter 11, The Trap Hidden in the Shadows. Xiao Jinxiang hesitated for a moment and said, "Then I really said it? I'm afraid that our auction house is forced to do this time. Xinjiang Real Estate has always been the leading real estate company in Yu Province, and is also a quality industry in the eyes of the banks. So in the past, as long as it was a loan application from XIN Real Estate, it would be approved in seconds almost without verification. This led to a problem. Xinjiang Real Estate's liabilities are much larger than imagined. So as soon as the government increases its regulatory efforts, it will be the first to suffer a thunderstorm. Xinjiang Real Estate storm. The victim is not only its own material merchants, builders, as well as banks are affected, especially the bank. When the new XIN Real Estate loan application is approved, does it comply with the approval process? Did they do a risk assessment? There must be someone to take responsibility. The only way to remedy the situation is to sell the remaining assets of XIN Real Estate at a high price. I've heard a rumor that our auction house used to be involved in the operation of XIN Real Estate's assets, and we made a lot of profit from it. Now that XIN Real Estate is in trouble, there may not be no intention to settle old scores." Zhang Jingtian and Xiao Huiyan also said their own opinions, but like Jian Chen, the two of them did not know much about the inner workings of the Guyun auction house and were basically guessing. When everyone had finished, Jian Chen nodded. "What everyone has said is very good. Although there are truths and falsehoods in this information, one thing is undeniable. This auction against XIN Real Estate, our auction house must have been targeted. That's why those 4 fixed assets given by Governor Wang are definitely the industries with the biggest problems for XIN Real Estate. Yes, it's true that the Zhou XIN Art Commune apartment I chose is not selling well, but are the other 3 properties selling well? Not necessarily. Especially Xinjiang property. It seems to be Xinjiang property's high-quality assets, but if I'm not wrong, it must have bigger problems. Otherwise, with the shrewdness of those people at the bank, how could they give it to us?" When these words came out, the three of them instantly froze. Xiao Jinxiang said, "No way? Is there really a problem with the XIN property?" After thinking about it, he opened his computer and searched for a moment and then suddenly shot. "Crap, something's really wrong." Zhang Jingtian and Xiao Huiyan hurriedly looked over, only to see that on Xiao Jinxiang's computer was a message. 2 days ago, XIN Real Estate's Guanyue Jinyuan property was not delivered on schedule, and the owners pulled banners to the sales department to defend their rights. As a result, because of the heated rhetoric, an XIN property security personnel clashed, resulting in 4 people on the spot by 120 pulled away. Seeing this, Xiao Huiyan turned pale and subconsciously said, XIN property is finished. She was right. For property companies in Zhengzhou, you can do anything. The only thing you can't do is beat up property owners, because as long as this is done, it will definitely be boycotted by all the cell owners in Zhengzhou together. Previously, a similar thing happened, the owners of the right to be rounded up and beaten, and finally the property company was directly banned by the relevant departments. Zhang Jingtian looked at Jian Chen with a skeptical expression. "You've seen this message before?" Jian Chen shook his head. "No, I was guessing. Not only is there a problem with the XIN property, but there is also that office building for sure. The only normal ones, I'm afraid, are the remaining 2 properties." As soon as his words fell, Xiao Jinxiang said, There's also something wrong with Jinqin Mansion. The finance of this office building is addicted to online gambling and has misappropriated public funds up to $30 million. The way Zhang Jingtian and Xiao Huiyan looked at Jianchen once again became different. And Zhang Jingtian sighed. It seems like I'm really getting old. He was speaking from the heart. Just now, when Wang Diqiu had asked for a meeting to be called, he had also sensed that this auction wasn't that simple. However, he didn't realize that besides the Guyun auction house's inability to do anything, even the four industries themselves had problems. If not for Jianchen's quick reaction, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jianchen hurriedly said, Master Jiang, you can't say that. You have the most experience in our four groups. You are the irreplaceable pin of the sea. No matter what we do in the future, we will have to rely on you. Except for my sharp eyesight, I am far inferior to you in this aspect. His words were very sincere. That's right. Jianchen's ability to discover the problems with the property company and the office building wasn't a result of his outstanding insight, but rather his eye's psychic ability. The first moment he saw these four properties in the conference room just now, Jianchen realized that the actual prices of the property company and office building were not even half of the auction price. The remaining two real estate properties, the residential building was moderate. Only the Jiuxin Art Commune, although it was mediocre now, 21 days later, it suddenly rose rapidly in a bizarre curve, and in just 2 days, the price had more than doubled. This was also the reason why he insisted on picking this apartment. However, although Jianchen knew that the Jiuxin Art Commune had huge value-added potential, when it came to the specific bidding arrangements, he was half-experienced. Although Xiao Jinxiang had relevant experience, Jianchen couldn't trust his abilities. Xiao Huiyan was a college student with little practical experience, so in the end, he had to rely on Zhang Jingtian. Zhang Jingtian's nose suddenly soured for some reason as he listened to Jianchen's sincere tone. For the group leader to place such trust in me, it really puts me to shame. Don't worry, if you have any orders, just ask. Even if I have to put my old bones on the line, I will definitely do it for you. Jianchen nodded, but the next moment was difficult. According to common sense, before the opening of the Jiuxin Art Commune, there should be some business operations, or perhaps take the initiative to contact those who had the need to purchase apartments and pull some strings. But based on the price fluctuations shown by the eyes, it didn't seem like it was necessary to do so. So, Jianchen said, why don't you guys play freely? By the way, I'm going to make a field trip to the site tomorrow, so whoever is interested can join me. The three of them looked at each other in disbelief. Wasn't Jianchen's words a bit too casual? Xiao Jinshan was the first to raise his hand. Why don't I go with you? I've been to the Jiuxin Art Commune before and know the situation over there. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me then. Jianchen nodded and looked at the other two again. Xiao Huiyan said, I won't go. I want to gather more information about the Jiuxin Art Commune. As the saying goes, knowing one's enemy is the only way to fight 100 battles. Anyway, knowing a little more will definitely be useful to us. Zhang Jingtian also said, I'm not going either. I know a few bigwigs with good strength on this side of Central State, although the odds are that they are not interested in the Jiuxin Art Commune, but probing them will also allow me to get some information from the side. Jianchen nodded. Alright then, let's go about our own business tomorrow and contact them by phone if anything happens. The Jiuxin Art Commune was located in the eastern section of Science Avenue in the Zhengzhou High-Tech Zone. Because of the word art, the building had a very unique shape from the outside, and the colors were floral and green. Very trendy. When Jianchen and Xiao Jinxiang arrived at the place, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Jinxiang took a form and said to Jianchen, let's look at building B106 first. This one is closer. Jianchen nodded. Most of the houses in the Jiuxin Art Commune had already been sold, leaving only 28 unsold units. It was these 28 units that Jianchen wanted to sell. The two of them arrived at the place, and Xiao Jinxiang took out his key and prepared to open the door. However, he stood there and twisted it for half a day. But the door lock didn't even move. What's going on? Is there a problem with the key? It should not be. As he was talking, the door of building B106 was suddenly opened. A strong man looked at Xiao Jinxiang. What are you doing? Xiao Jinxiang was stunned. Who are you? Why do you live here? The man said, I paid to rent this house. Why can't I live here? Jianchen looked at the information in his hand and then looked at the door number, making sure he hadn't made a mistake before his eyelids jumped. Things seemed to be in trouble. Chapter 12, this tenant is still a Netflix star. Jianchen opened his mouth and asked, rented? How long have you rented it? Who rented it to you? The man's eyes rolled. Why? Checking your account? What do you two do? Who am I to tell you? Xiao Jinxiang was about to speak, but Jianchen held him back. Then Jianchen took out a piece of paper, beginning with a line of red letters and the seal of the People's Court in the lower right corner. Hello, we are staff appointed by the Central State People's Court. According to the investigation, Building B106 where you are currently residing is a property owned by Xinjiang Land Real Estate Company. Xin Real Estate officially declared bankruptcy 4 days ago. On March 10th, we liquidated and auctioned all of its properties in accordance with relevant laws and regulations. Now you are saying that you are the tenant of building B106, but the Xinjiang real estate side shows that this room has never been rented out from the time it was built until now. So when did you rent it and who is the person who rented it to you? According to the Personal Property Protection Law of the People's Republic of China, I hope you will actively cooperate with the investigation. But don't worry, if you are indeed a victim, we will also protect your interests in accordance with the law and coordinate with the relevant organizations for compensation. The man who was originally overbearing was directly dumbfounded by Jian Chen's words. Your Honor, I am innocent. This house is indeed my rent. Jian Chen nodded. Don't be anxious, why don't we go in and talk? Oops, the man slapped his head and said in a chagrined voice. It's my fault for not treating you well, come on in. Seeing such a drastic change in the man's attitude, Xiao Jinxiang looked at Jian Chen with an expression of admiration. Just now, when he learned that building B106 had been rented out, he was confused and had no idea what to do. He didn't expect Jian Chen to solve it in a few words. Previously, he had always thought that Jian Chen's ability to become the leader of the fourth group was just a matter of discernment. Now, it seemed that in addition to his outstanding vision, Jian Chen's ability to deal with matters, or his ability to adapt to the situation, was unrivaled. He would have to learn more from the other party in the future. Building B106 is a typical duplex loft structure in apartments, i.e., the floor height is 5.2 meters, and the middle is simply partitioned into 2 floors by the developer with plastic steel. For example, the floor area of this suite is 48 square meters, but the actual use area is 96 square meters. This is the biggest selling point of the apartment, not only cheaper, but also more affordable to use. Jian Chen looked around and realized that even the 89 square feet small 3-bedroom in a residential home was not as spacious as this place. The man invited the two to sit down and began to introduce himself. It turns out that his name is Dong Zhonghua, the store manager of the Mihi Fish in Gaoxin Wanda across the street. This house was rented by him 2 years ago, and the landlord is called Yao Zhanxiang. Chen Jian frowned. Yao Zhanxiang's name felt very familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before when he thought about it carefully. Xiao Jinxiang said, Yao Zhanxiang seems to be the property manager of Xinjiang property. Jian Chen suddenly realized. After receiving the task of auctioning the Jiaoxin art commune, Jian Chen had been checking the relevant information of Xinjiang properties yesterday. The probability of Yao Zhanxiang appearing as the head of Xinjiang properties was very frequent. It was only because the bidding for Xin properties was selected by the second group that Jian Chen didn't pay much attention to it. In this case, it seems that renting out building B106 should be the private behavior of Xin property. Or perhaps this Yao Zhanxiang Yao. Dong Zhonghua heard busy, 2 judges. Since Yao Zhanxiang on behalf of Xinjiang properties, it is completely reasonable and legitimate for me to rent a house from him. And the time I rented the house was 2 years ago, when Xin real estate was in full swing. Who would have thought it would go bankrupt now? Seeing Dong Zhonghua's nervousness, Jian Chen hurriedly said, Mr. Dong, if this house is really the one you rented from Yao Zhanxiang, there are indeed no economic or legal disputes, so you don't need to worry. That's good. Scared me to death. You guys don't know. I've rented this house for 10 whole years. If I'm cheated, I'll lose a lot of money. Wait, you've rented this house for 10 years? You're not kidding, right? Jian Chen was stunned. Xiao Jinxiang also said, yeah, in the rental market of Zhongzhou, the rent payment period is usually 3 months, which is often referred to as a deposit of 1 to 3. Even if it's longer, it won't exceed a year. Even if you and Yao Zhanxiang's rental procedures are completely legal, a 10-year rental period is just too outrageous. We can completely conclude that you have joined forces with Yao Zhanxiang to commit fraud. Seeing that Chen Jian just lit up the official identity is very good. He also immediately learned in a similar manner. Jian Chen also added, that's right, there was a similar incident before. Before his property was overdue for auction, someone sublet it privately to a friend for 30 years. There was a rental contract between the two parties, as well as transfer records, but in the end, the court determined that it was malicious fraud, and not only was the rental agreement null and void, but both of them went in to step on the sewing machine for fraud. Dong Zhonghua sniffed, almost cried, but I really wronged. Yes, under normal circumstances, Yao Zhanxiang and I signed a 10-year rental agreement is indeed unreasonable, but I paid for the renovation of this house. When Yao Zhanxiang rented it to me, it was still a rough room. Although I am a store manager, I prefer to do house design, and I also opened a live number in Jitterbug to do content related to house self-decoration. It just so happens that the house type of Jiaoxin art commune is more characteristic, which is very suitable for making videos. So I approached Yao Zhanxiang to see if I could install it myself. Of course, Because the house is rented. In case he does not rent it to me after installing it, then won't I lose a lot of money? Yao Zhanxian let me not worry, and said can I sign an unconditional 10-year rental agreement. This is clearly written on the rental contract. There is also my Jitterbug account. You can take a look. There's a complete record from the beginning of my renting this suite to the completion of the renovation. Jian Chen took the other party's cell phone, and then was just stunned. This was a short video number called Love Renovation on Yo, with a total of nearly 80,000 followers. The other party was very powerful. Although there are a lot of people who have more than 1 million fans on Shaketone, but the amount of fans is not only related to the quality of the short video itself, there is also a key factor, which is the content. The more common teaching cooking or eating broadcasts, this kind of because of the audience base is large, rising powder especially fast, as long as the content is not bad, just a few months to break through 1 million problems, but the house decoration is much more niche. So love decoration of the cow 80,000 fans, the gold content is very high. Sure enough, Jian Chen clicked and found that the other side of the video capture accurate footage, editing smooth, humor and witty commentary. Although the number of fans was not high, each video had 70,000 to 80,000 likes, and there were 10,000 to 20,000 comments. After briefly watching a few, Jian Chen knew that what Dong Zhonghua said was true, and that he had really signed a 10-year rental agreement for this house. Brother, I didn't expect you to be quite rich. This house decoration came to be 100,000 or so, right? And 10 years of rent. This must be nearly $200,000. With this much money, it's enough for you to buy it down directly. Dong Zhonghua shook his head. No, you've misunderstood. Although he and I signed a 10-year rental agreement, the rent is paid half yearly, and after negotiations, he directly reduced the renovation fee by half for me. As for the decoration, although this place looks good, it was all made by myself bit by bit, equal to the fact that I only spent money on materials. So all things considered, the expenses aren't too big. Xiao Jinxiang said. Then how much did you spend in total on the decoration? About 38,000. Even if it's more, it's not much more. What about rent? How much a month? It was originally 700 yuan, but after the reduction, it became 850 yuan. Xiao Jinxiang said. Then you this can a year to reduce the rent of 10,200 yuan. 4 years to earn back. You've rented for 2 years. So does that mean if we repossess the house, we only need to compensate you for $20,000? Dong Zhonghua was instantly anxious. What compensation of 20,000? You can't be so bullying. The standard of decoration for this house of mine was done according to $150,000. Although I didn't contribute that much money. You can't not count the labor cost, right? In order to renovate this house, I work here every day as long as I get off work, before and after nearly a year. And a lot of materials in it are sent by my fans in the live broadcast, such as the smart lock on the door, Kadi's K9S, fully automatic fingerprint lock home security door password lock, the network price of 4,498. Doesn't this count as money? Chapter 13. A whole lot of problems with the house. Dong Zhonghua was on the verge of tears. He had invested not only money, but also energy in this house. It could be said that this house was his heart and soul, especially since he would be in this house when he opened his live broadcast now. Those fans who had given him decoration materials, as long as they were online, they would have to take a look at their smart locks, their sofa, and even the large fly swatter on the wall that was 2 meters long. If this house was really repossessed, how could he explain to his fans? Jian Chen quickly comforted. Don't be anxious. I understand your difficulty. If this house is really put up for auction, we will also find professionals to do a value assessment. In short, we will never let you suffer. Well, I have understood the specific situation clearly. You get busy first. Let's contact each other by phone anytime. Coming out of Dong Jianhua's house, the two of them looked at each other and all fell silent. Things were much trickier than expected. At first, Jian Chen thought that this person called Dong Zhonghua was joining forces with XIN Real Estate to prevent his real estate from being auctioned off on purpose. This is tricky, but not impossible to solve. After all, the rule of law society, as long as you find enough evidence, you can order the other party to force to vacate the house. But this is a real rental, but also involves the tenant's renovation compensation problem. A mishandling will cause a series of disputes, not to mention that Jian Chen represents only Ancient Rhythm Auction House. These are outside his authority. If you want to solve it, you can only communicate with the relevant departments. At that time, you push me, I push you, the probability will not be settled. Xiao Jinxiang asked Jian Chen, what do we do next? Jian Chen took the list of houses. First look through them one by one. If it's just this one that's rented out, it's not difficult to resolve. If there were only 1 or 2 problems with the 28 properties, as long as the other houses were auctioned off, it would be considered mission accomplished. However, Jian Chen knew that since that Yao Zhan had rented them out privately without records, there was no way that it was only one set. Sure enough, the two came to the second house and found that it was an advertising company. The other party's situation was similar to Dong Zhanghua's, having also undergone renovations and signed a long-term lease. Only this advertising company was simply decorated, and the contract was signed for 5 years. The third, the fourth. The two ran through 14 houses in one morning, their hearts sinking more and more. Of these 14 houses, 11 were rented out. 8 of them have done the decoration. The most exaggerated one put the house decorated with gold and blue. Before and after spending $300,000, the contract was signed for 20 years. I don't know how the other side think. Xin Art Commune house selling price is only 36 million. The other party before and after the total amount of money spent, already enough to buy it down. Finally, Jian Chen contacted the general manager of the Xinxing property, Yao Zhanxiang. Yao Zhanxiang was in his 30s, and his suit was straight and stylish. However, his face was haggard and his eyes were dull. Obviously, the sudden bankruptcy of Xinxing Properties had dealt him a big blow. Hearing Jian Chen's inquiry, Yao Zhanxiang nodded. That's right. The house in the Jiuxin Art Commune was rented by me, and all the accounts are under Xin Properties, so it only takes one check to find out. Jian Chen frowned. Why isn't it on the information I got? About the Jiuxin Art Commune property? Yao Zhanxiang said. It's very simple. The Xin Art Commune is under the management of Xin Properties. Jiuxin Art Commune sold to half. Just encountered the real estate industry earthquake, remaining these houses hanging in the real estate agent half a year no one asked for. In line with the principle of not wasting my side as long as I can rent or rent it out. After saying this, he glanced at Jian Chen. Although Jiuxin Art Commune has a favorable location, it is an apartment after all, and the people who are willing to rent it out are in industries related to the internet. For example, webcasting, upmasters, and so on. Because of the need, they will all do some simple decoration or alterations to the house. In order to ensure their interests, I've all signed long-term rental agreements with them. Jian Chen frowned. So what now? All of these houses need to be auctioned off. And if the problems of the tenants inside aren't resolved, they simply won't sell. Yao Zhanxiang was helpless. I can't do anything about this. Everything I do is within the scope of my job duties. As for the auction, you'd better find the bank. The bank can solve it? No, banks have more money. Jian Chen. At 4 in the afternoon, the two returned to the auction house. At this time, Zhang Jingtian and Xiao Huiyan also returned. Zhang Jingtian was as quick-tempered as ever as he grunted. Pissed me off. Those big bosses usually I do not help them do appraisal. The result does not mention to buy a house okay. One said that all of them are concerned about the right and left to talk about other things. Is not just a few sets of houses it, a total of more than 10 million. Besides, real estate is only in a recession now. So many people in our country, especially in the countryside, children go to college will certainly want to buy a house. So as long as we wait for the policy to loosen up, prices will still go up. Jian Chen helplessly glanced at the other party, thinking to himself that you're always standing on your head. This is $10 million, enough for a person to live comfortably for the rest of his life. And which of those bosses who were able to get their businesses off the ground weren't human beings? You help them identify is to help them make money. They naturally welcome. Want to let them lose money to make money? Definitely more difficult than killing them. Then looked at Xiao Huiyan. What about your side? Xiao Huiyan smiled bitterly. It's a bit troublesome. In fact, the Jiuxin Art Commune has not been officially completed until now. Jian Chen froze. Still not finished? Yes. They only repaired half of the second floor of their underground parking lot before suspending it due to funding issues. And due to the taxes owed to the housing authority, the owners of the Jiuxin Art Commune still don't have their house books. They just got their house with the right to use it. Jian Chen frowned. You mean that Xin Art Commune hasn't officially handed over their houses in the official sense? Right. Then how is this thing going to be auctioned off? His scalp instantly went numb. If the house was said to have been signed with a long-term rental agreement, it wasn't impossible to resolve it as long as compensation was made. After all, unlike other apartments, the price of Jiuxin Art Commune would soon rise. This increase would be enough to offset the financial loss caused by the renovation of the house. But the problem is that without the house book, the house title is not clear. In this situation, only a brain caught in a door would participate in the bidding. He said the same thing about the situation he had encountered, and for a while, the 4 group offices were filled with clouds of worry. Jian Chen stood up. I'll talk to the governor about the situation. The results of the investigation regarding the Jiuxin Art Commune, especially the parts that were not on the information, had to be fed back to Wang Diqiu. He himself was responsible for operations and was not capable of handling these issues. Zhang Jingtian stood up. I'll go with you. Jian Chen nodded. These things were beyond his ability to handle. and it was definitely much better to have Zhang Jingtian, an experienced master teacher, tagging along. The two arrived at Wang Deqiu's office and found that there were already two people inside. One of them was Wang Deqiu, and the other person, Jian Chen, was no stranger. The other person was none other than the Group 2 appraisal master who had dug himself in, as well as the Group 2 leader, Fatty Zhuozhongxin. Seeing Jian Chen, Wang Deqiu smiled. Little Chen is here, have a seat. If I'm not mistaken, you should be here to give feedback on the situation of the Jiuxin art commune, right? Jian Chen nodded and was about to speak when the second group's fat man, Zhuozhongxin, grunted. Surname Chen, I've fallen for your tricks. Jian Chen froze. Fell for it? Yeah. The problems with xin property are much bigger than imagined. Not only do they beat up property owners, they also have a very bad reputation in the property industry. Jian Chen looked at the other party suspiciously. Xin property seems to have been chosen by you. What does it have to do with me? He remembered that it was the other party who was the first to open his mouth when he grabbed the auction target. Nonsense. If it wasn't for you guys rattling around, I wouldn't have gotten a brainstorm and grabbed the xin property first. Jian Chen's expression quirked up. What do you mean you were stumped there? I didn't say anything at the time. Besides, even if I did say it, you can't put the blame on me, right? He had finally seen what it meant to stir up nonsense. At this time, Zhang Jingtian spoke up. Surname Zhua. What do you mean? That's right. I did want to grab the Xinqiang property at that time, and if it wasn't for your kid opening his mouth first, it would be mine now. What? You think Jiuxin art commune is good for sale? Then we can switch, as long as you nod. Jiuxin art commune will be yours right away. Who doesn't change who is a grandson? Chapter 14 Ming and Qing Dynasty Ancient Books sold out. Zhuo Zhongxin's expression stagnated. It was true that he didn't want to sell xin property, but it didn't mean that he wanted to sell Jiuxin art commune. Although xin property was all sorts of pits, it was at least a company. The reputation was notorious, but the personnel, offices, and mature business model were all there. As long as a new property company was registered, or another property company was found to acquire it, and then the personnel were overhauled, there were still a lot of people interested if the price was moderate. But Jiuxin art commune is a super sinkhole. Condo this thing dogs do not want. Even if you are a super marketing god will have to kneel directly. I don't know if Jian Chen was a newcomer with no experience, or if he had a pit in his brain to pick this. He hastily shook his head. I just said it casually. Who's going to switch with you guys? You're really not switching? Not switching. Then don't pussyfoot around here and cause you to misjudge because of our interference. I think you just saw that we are newcomers and are easy to bully. Let me ask you, what do you mean by poaching all the people in our group before we came? Zhuo Zhongxin froze and immediately said, it's them who voluntarily came to the second group. If they don't want to come, I can't force them, can I? Is that so? Then why don't you let Xiao Jinxian go over there as well? That day, Xiao Jinxian was crying out to be your teacher, but you pretended not to hear him. So you only pick the good ones and don't give it about the garbage? Xiao Jinxian, who was sitting in his office trying to look up information, suddenly sneezed several times. Who was this who had secretly scolded himself again? It had to be said that he was experienced in this area. When Zhang Jingtian was lecturing Zhuo Zhongxin, Jian Chen had been smilingly watching the show from the side. That day when he had come to the Guyun auction house for an interview, he had also been disliked by Zhang Jingtian in this manner. The reasoning was that he was uneducated, blindly messing around, and so on. At that time, he was also very depressed, but fortunately for himself, with his extraordinary eyesight, he immediately slapped his face back. Obviously the current Zhuo Zhongxin didn't have the ability to fight back on the spot himself. Zhang Jingtian disliked him and he could only listen with a flushed face. It had to be said that Zhang Jingtian's foul temper was still quite useful at times. If he stayed in the fourth group, he at least wouldn't have to worry about losing out in a war of words in the future. With this in mind, Jian Chen smiled. Master Zhua, I wonder if you've checked the accounts of xin property. Zhuo Zhongxin froze. Checked the accounts? What do you mean? If you haven't, I suggest you check. Friendly reminder if my speculation is correct, xin properties accounts are very problematic. For example, today I went to the Jiuxin art commune. Jian Chen spoke about the matter about xin properties and tenants signing extra long rental contracts, then added, these walks can all be on xin properties account. If they can't be resolved before the auction, I'm afraid that xin property won't even make it to the auction stage, not to mention the auction. Zhuo Zhongxin's face changed and directly stood up. You guys chat first, I'll go out. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Jian Chen smiled faintly. In terms of adding to the confusion, he was equally professional. However, the next moment, his expression turned serious. Looking at Wang Deqiu, Jian Chen said all that he had found out, and finally said, Governor, there is a big problem with the Joshin art commune, especially since the owners have been living there for 4 or 5 years, but they can't even get a copy of the house, so they can't sell it at all. There are many problems brought about by the lack of official delivery, such as the house cannot be sold normally, and heating. Joshin art commune, until now there is no heating. Winter heating can only rely on air conditioning. Every time Jian Chen said something, the corner of Wang Deqiu's eyes jumped a little. By the time Jian Chen finished speaking, Wang Deqiu was already as gloomy as water. If what Jian Chen said was true, the problems with these 4 industries that he had taken over were going to be even bigger than imagined. Taking a deep breath, he tried his best to appear calm. I already know the situation. You go back and continue with the planning. I'll communicate with the relevant people. Jian Chen nodded and left with Zhang Jingtian. Returning to the office again, Xiao Jinxian was the first to rush over and ask, "Brother Chen, how's the situation?" Jian Chen shook his head. "I'm afraid the situation isn't too good." "Not too good?" "Yes, Governor Wang doesn't know about this either, and from the look on his face, in all likelihood he can't do anything about it either." Zhang Jingtian was a bit surprised. He had also seen Wang Deqiu's expression, and had wanted to remind Jian Chen when he returned, but he hadn't expected the other party to similarly notice it. Xiao Jinxiang was instantly anxious. What then? Without a housebook, the house can't be sold at all. Jian Chen, however, looked calm and collected. "You don't need to worry about these. I'll give you a task. Write up the auction plan for the Joshin art commune." But Xiao Jinxian was about to retort when he heard Jian Chen say, "It's okay if you don't think you can do it. If the property of the Joshin art commune wants to be auctioned off, those owners who have signed long-term rental contracts will definitely need to be compensated. You go and negotiate with them to control the total compensation for each default below $100,000. Xiao Jinxiang hurriedly said, "Don't, let me write the auction plan. That's what I used to do in Team 4, and I'm particularly good at it. Give me a day's time, and I promise to get the first draft out." Joking aside, he had already seen the difficult labor of those owners, going to negotiate on his own, not to mention whether or not he could meet Jian Chen's requirements. Just pulling the wool over the eyes in the middle made his scalp numb. Moreover, this kind of thing was very easy to get beaten up, and in case he got any of his words wrong, he might even be beaten up by the group. Waving her hand to let Xiao Jinxiang go and get busy, Xiao Huiyan laughed. "Then what do I do? First things first, I don't have the confidence to handle the owners of the Joshin art commune. Of course, if you want me to go, I can only express my best efforts." Zhang Jingtian said, "Why don't I go? This kind of thing doesn't have 3 or 5 repeated tugs of war. It simply can't reach a unanimous agreement. I'll probe them and make a preliminary program out of it first." Jian Chen looked at Zhang Jingtian with some surprise. These few times the 4 had acted, he had chosen the ones that were the most difficult, being the first to fight, daring to fight. Jian Chen finally understood why Wang Deqiu had recruited Zhang Jingtian despite his average performance during the interview. After thinking about it, Jian Chen nodded. "Then you be careful. Talk about it if you can. Talk about it if you can't. Put it down for now. Don't start a conflict." Zhang Jingtian laughed. "Don't worry, I have my measure." Jian Chen added to Xiao Huiyan, "You also go to the Joshin art commune, but not to talk about compensation, but to understand the details of this neighborhood. For example, the relationship between the owners and the property, and the supply of water and electricity, etc. In short, the more detailed the better. The house not being handed over properly would definitely cause a series of problems, all of which Jian Chen needed to understand clearly. As for Jian Chen himself, he had more important matters, because just now, the finance informed him that those Ming and Qing dynasty antique books that Duan had sent him had all been sold, allowing him to go over and settle the money. Guyan's finance was a woman in her 30s called Zhao Shuirong, chubby and with a very affable smile. "Master Chen is here?" Jian Chen said hurriedly. "Sister Zhao is too polite. Where am I a master of anything? Just call me Little Chen." Zhao Shuilong was able to be the finances of Guyan auction house. Besides being professional enough, she was said to be a relative of Guyan's boss, including Wang Deqiu. He was incomparably polite when he met her. Zhao Shuirong was not surprised by Jian Chen's attitude. She took out a stack of slips. "This is the sales ticket for those ancient books of yours. Take a look, and feel free to mention any doubts you may have." Jian Chen took it and roughly skimmed through it, realizing that there were 34 people who had purchased the ancient books. There were also 6 museums and 7 cultural companies that did collective purchases as well. This once again allowed him to see the breadth of connections that Ancient Rhythm Auction House had. Finally, there was the amount, and Jian Chen was shocked. 12 million. Chapter 15, Auction Information Released. Tenant Disturbance. 12 million. This figure was far beyond Jian Chen's expectations. This was because his eye-psychic ability showed that the total price of these ancient books was only 48 million. In other words, The ancient rhythm auction house had helped him sell 640,000 more. This was really good news. In Jian Chen's thoughts, it would be very good for these ancient books to sell for $2 million. Zhao Shuilong said, according to the regulations, the auction house's commission is 5% for sales under 2 million. For those between 2 million and 10 million, the draw percentage is 3%, but you are your own person. The auction house only charge 1% cost fee can be a total of 31,200. So you should get 3,088,800,000. No problem? Of course there's no problem. Just follow the auction house system for everything. Jian Chen was even more excited. A 1% cost fee. This was a discount that could not be found outside. After all, according to the regulations, one had to pay a commission of $13.36. This saved a little more than $100,000. When he received the transfer information again, Jian Chen actually had a strong sense of unreality. 3,088,800 plus the 50,000 prepaid honorarium on the day of the interview. In just a few days, he had instantly turned himself from a poor boy who had to worry about eating into a $3 millionaire. Zhao Shuilong smiled faintly at the sight. Don't get excited. Do a good job. Ancient Rhythm Auction House, as the largest auction house platform in Central State, has the best benefits in the industry. I've heard that you have a very unique vision, and based on that alone, you'll be able to earn a steady stream of money. I understand. Thanks. As Jian Chen went to the finance to receive his first bucket of money, the second group office, Zhuo Zhongxin's face was extremely ugly. After he returned from Wang Decho's place, the first thing he did was check the accounts of XIN properties. As a result, he was shocked when he didn't check. According to Reason, the property company is the most lucrative. Property fees, parking space management fees, elevator advertising fees, etc., which can receive money received hand cramps. Once in Guangdong province, there is a neighborhood through the owners' meeting dismissed the community property company, the owners' committee to manage their own, a year revenue up to 5 million, but the property is profitable again, but also cannot hold the new XIN real estate enough pita. In order to make up for the losses caused by real estate operations, the headquarters not only to the property company's money, but also engage in a variety of tawdry operations. For example, Anzhou XIN Art Commune tenants signed a long-term lease agreement. In short, as long as they can raise money, they directly do everything. This also led to the originally well-run XIN property financial tension to the extreme. After Zhuo Zhongxin's statistics, the liabilities of Xinxin properties were now as high as $80 million, and Wang Deqiu gave the auction price of XIN property as 120 million. That is to say, if XIN property wants to sell out, it needs to spend $120 million to buy a business that is only worth $40 million. Typically there is no most pitiful, only more pitiful. Master, what do we do next? Zhu Guangfu asked. Zhu Guangfu was originally the senior appraiser of the fourth group. His ability and vision were very good. After that Master Wu left, he was received by Zhuo Zhongxin under his command. Zhuo Zhongxin closed his eyes for a long time before opening them with a disheveled face. What else can I do? Let's just do it. This matter we do our best. Even if the new XIN property deficit is serious, not worth 40 million, let's operate it again, and sell a little more for a little more. I've already reported this matter to the bank president. He already has an idea in mind. Understood. I'll go and operate now. Wait, leave this matter to the others. You're more familiar with the fourth group. Do something for me. What for? Zhuo Zhongxin suddenly gritted his teeth and said, that newcomer Jian Chen and old man Jiang. They even embarrassed me in front of the bank president. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? This way, you go and add some blockage to them. Zhu Guangfu froze. That's not good. No matter what, everyone is a colleague. Zhuo Zhongxin waved his hand. It's not like I'm asking you to personally go out. You just need to secretly leak some information out. After getting the money from the sale of the Ming and Qing dynasty ancient books, Jian Chen was in a good mood. More than $3 million. Looking at the series of super long numbers, he kept pondering how to spend it. Buy a house? Buy a car? Wait a minute. After you buy a car, don't you still need to buy a parking space? But the parking space, this thing does not keep its value. Buy is to lose. Rent a parking space plus management fees. A month of 200 yuan. But a parking space 100,000 can be rented for 50 years? 50 years later, I'm afraid I cannot open the car. Half a day of nonsense. He slowly calmed down. Now the top priority is the auction of the Jiuxin art commune. Although the psychic ability shows that this set of real estate will increase in price before the auction begins, but the current situation was very unpromising, and it was possible to flip the car if one was not careful. It was better to be cautious on one's own. Of course, with money in hand, Jian Chen was already much more optimistic. The big deal was to resign and leave. With this 3 million plus the eye's psychic ability, it was enough to toss himself around. In the next few moments, he focused all his energy on studying countermeasures. Half a month later, the Ancient Rhythm Auction House made an announcement that it was going to hold a special auction related to Chen properties on April 13th. That is, 10 days from now, on Saturday, inviting bigwigs from all walks of life to come and guide them. The announcement detailed the 4 assets for this auction, as well as the starting price for the auction. This is the standard process. If you want people to bid, you have to make the auction clear. However, the announcement was fine if it wasn't sent. Once it was sent, it directly blew up. Xin Art Commune, Dong Zhanghua, the ox who loves to decorate, was sitting with 17 other owners, all of them looking grave. Dong Zhanghua stood up, his voice angry. Everyone, I believe you have already received the news that our rented house is going to be auctioned, and it is the Ancient Rhythm Auction House that is presiding over the auction. About a month ago, 2 people who claimed to be staff from the Central State People's Court came to investigate. Then an old man came to negotiate compensation, accompanied by a young woman. These 4 people are actually staff from the Ancient Rhythm Auction House, and they just want to sell our house so that they can earn a commission. Another person also nodded. That's right, especially that old man surnamed Jiang, who was so long-winded that he only promised to compensate me $80,000. That's right, it's true that I only spent $40,000 on the renovation, but what about the time? Who will compensate for this? My online store monthly profit is not high, but there are $20,000. If I find a new place and redecorate, it will only take 3 months. That's $60,000, plus the loss of customer traffic caused by closing the store. It's immeasurable. And me. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, that irritated look that they could not wait to set the Ancient Rhythm Auction House on fire. Dong Zhanghua waited for the crowd to vent almost, only then said, everyone, this matter we must not let it go. Must be a statement. I suggest that we go directly to the entrance of the Ancient Rhythm Auction House and ask them why they did what they did. Right, everyone is in the business of webcasting, so we'll give them a live broadcast at that time, and it will definitely trigger a lot of attention. The crowd's eyes instantly lit up and they all expressed their approval. Whether it was doing short videos or live streaming with goods, the most important thing was traffic, and right in front of them was a good opportunity to create an explosive point. If it could create a buzz online, the traffic of the live broadcast room would definitely go up several times, or even dozens of times in the future. Okay, it's a deal. Let's go live together. Then when will we move? Of course, the faster the better. Choosing a date is better than bumping into it. Why don't we go now? Then what are we waiting for? Go! Jian Chen was sitting in his office, discussing the plan with Zhang Jingtian's 4 men. Just then, he only heard chaotic sounds ringing out the window. What was the situation? Jian Chen subconsciously looked out through the glass window and was startled, only to see that the front door of Guyan Auction House was surrounded by white banners, large blood-red letters, and a bunch of people holding up cell phones muttering something incessantly in their mouths. Zhang Jingtian and the others also got up to look out. Then they heard Xiao Jinxiang shocked. It's no good. It must be our boss who owes $350 million and ran away with his sister-in-law. Now he's left a mess for us to clean up. Everyone mustn't go out, or else we'll easily get beaten up. Jian Chen looked at this guy with an odd expression on his face, thinking to himself, no wonder Zhuo Zhongxin from Group 2 doesn't want you. I don't know what's going on and I'm just bleeping here. Governor Wang didn't open you up. It's simply the reincarnation of the goddess of mercy. At this time, Xiao Huiyan said, wait, they seem to be those tenants of the Jiuxin Art Commune. Jian Chen also recognized Dong Zhanghua, who was standing at the front, and after thinking about it, he said, I'll go down and take a look. Zhang Jingtian immediately said, I'll go with you, Xiao Huiyan, and me. Only Xiao Jinxiang was a bit hesitant, but seeing that the 3 were all looking at him, he could only say stiffly, then add me, but in advance, in case of a fight in a while, we have to hurry and run. Hey, you guys, wait for me. But it was Jian Chen's trio who had already walked out of the office door. Chapter 16. How about it? My acting just now was good, right? The entrance of the Ancient Rhythm Auction House. Dong Zhanghua was glaring angrily at the auction house's several security guards. He was seen saying loudly, Ancient Rhyme Auction House has violated my legal rights by forcibly auctioning off our rented house. I want to protest. You guys must give me a statement today. The security chief, a short man in his 50s, said, this gentleman, please don't be impulsive. Dong Zhanghua was unmoved. I have a long-term lease contract with Chen property manager Yao Zhanxiang. It's reasonable and legally compliant. On what grounds are you shooting my house? Security captain, this gentleman, please don't be impulsive. Dong Zhanghua said, I've spent a lot of energy in order to renovate Building B, House 106, which is nearly a year's worth of my efforts. Without my nod, no one can auction it off. Security captain, this gentleman please don't be impulsive. Dong Zhonghua looked at the other party helplessly. Can you say something else? Security captain, this gentleman please never remain calm. Dong Zhonghua, fine, fine, play Tai Chi for me, right? In that case, I'll stay here with you guys and not leave. Let's see who can outlast who in the end. After saying that, he walked to a van not far away, opened the trunk, took out the bedroll from it, and spread it towards the ancient rhythm auction house, and directly lay down. The security chief picked up his cell phone to make a call. Dong Zhonghua asked, "What are you doing?" "Call the police." "You, well, you think I will be afraid of the police? Just go ahead and report it." Just then, a young man's voice said, "Please wait." Saying so, he stopped the security chief who had dialed 110. Dong Zhonghua froze and realized that the young man looked a bit familiar. The visitor was none other than Jian Chen, who smiled. "Mr. Dong, still can't remember me?" Dong Zhonghua said, "Of course I recognize you. Aren't you that staff member of the Central State People's Court? I have yet to hold you accountable for impersonating a state official in private." Jian Chen shook his head. "Mr. Dong misunderstood. What I said at the time was that I was a staff member appointed by the Central State People's Court. The auctioning of the Jiaxin Art Commune's property was authorized to us by the court and the bank, and we have the red-headed document from the official approach. So not only is my self-proclaimed name correct, it's also very strict." Dong Zhonghua froze. It seemed like this was really what Jian Chen had said in the first place. He waved his hand. "That's fine. Let's put this aside. Let me ask you, what gives you the right to auction off my rented house? Who gave you the right? If you don't give me a statement today, we're not done." Jian Chen's smile remained unchanged. "So that's how it is. Then fine. I'll ask you a question. Who is the property owner of building B106 of the Jiaxin Art Commune that you're renting?" "That I don't know. I'm just renting it and I'm not the owner." "Right. Since you're not the owner, this house is naturally not yours. I'll put it up for auction at the auction house. Is there a problem?" Jian Chen interrupted. "I know what you mean. You rented building B106, and you also personally participated in the renovation, spending a lot of energy in this area. But what I want to say is that everything has its value. The effort you put into building B106 is fully commuted to the corresponding compensation, and our staff has already consulted with you regarding this matter, although no agreement has been reached yet, but it doesn't matter. Regarding the issue of compensation, we can resolve it through a trial by the judiciary when the time comes." Jiang Jingtian also said, "Yes, Mr. Dong, I've had your house evaluated by professionals. The renovation standard is almost around $180,000. The shelf life of the house renovation is 5 years, and this is still talking about the longest time. Some parts are only 3 years, or even 2 years or 1 year. All according to 5 years for you to calculate. You have been living for 2 years, deduct 1 year of renovation time, there are still 108,000 left, together with the liquidated damages stipulated in the rental contract, that is, 500 yuan for 3 months' rent. I have applied for compensation of 112,500 yuan for you. Originally, our auction house's rule was that the amount of compensation should not exceed $100,000. You are in a special situation. I have made a special application, and there is no problem with either the amount or the process." Dong Zhonghua was instantly enraged. "What 5-year warranty? Have you ever seen anyone's house redecorated once in 5 years? And building B106 is personally installed by me, usually living in a very loving, with 20 years are not out of date. Besides, I did rent the Jiaxin Art Commune for 2 years, and I spent one of those years renovating it, not living in it at all. Your algorithm is completely unreasonable." Jiang Jingtian shook his head. "You're wrong. Xinxin Property rented the house to you and authorized you to renovate it. In other words, from the day you started construction, the clock started, and according to your renovation standards, it will be completed in a month, and I can make compensation for that month. As a result, you had to take a year, which can only be your own problem. After all, you put up the house, left only one plugboard uninstalled, and then put it up again a year later, saying that it took a whole year to renovate, which is deliberate blackmail." "What? Deliberate blackmail?" Dong Zhonghua was directly exasperated. "The decoration of my house is evidenced by the video. I've seen your video. You could have totally spent a month decorating it and then spent a year releasing it one after another. This is the usual routine of you short video upmasters. It can't be taken as evidence. You." Dong Zhonghua angrily pointed at Jiang Jingtian. "Old man, if it wasn't for the fact that you're old, I'd beat you up right now, believe it or not." His fingertips inadvertently touched Jiang Jingtian. The result was to hear ouch. Jiang Jingtian sat on his butt on the ground, hit someone. "Can't do it. My heart hurts. My head is dizzy." Dong Zhonghua. He hastily raised his hand and turned his head to the crowd. "I didn't hit him. he deliberately laid on the ground. However, the crowd looked odd, including the owners of the Jian art commune who had come with Dong Changhua. There was no way around it. The timing of Jiang Jingtian's fall to the ground was just too skillful, and Dong Zhanghua's hand had indeed touched him, so the matter was simply indefensible. Seeing that the atmosphere at the scene was gloomy, Jian Chen hurriedly said, "Everyone, since you've come to talk about compensation, I'll be honest, this is something you guys don't have to worry about at all. Because the financial disputes of the Jiaoxin art commune are not resolved, it is not possible to go on the auction block. That's why our auction house has already filed a lawsuit with the court, and the court will conduct a public trial on April 10th, 3 days before the auction opens. In the last couple of days, you should be able to receive a letter of indictment from the court. By then, I also believe that the judge will give you all a fair judgment. Of course, before April 10th, you can also take the initiative to contact me if you are willing to find us for negotiation. As long as the conditions you propose are not too much, we can all settle privately. Does everyone still have questions? Disperse if you don't." The tenants looked at each other, and then at Jiang Jingtian, who was lying on the ground, grunting, confused as to what to do. Jian Chen glanced at Dong Zhanghua again. "Mr. Dong, what do you say?" Dong Zhanghua was a bit confused by Jiang Jingtian's fall. The other party was so old. Even if he was more reasonable, he was innately 3 times shorter. He had no choice but to grunt in anger and say, "Alright then, that's it for today. But on the issue of compensation, I am never going to give up. Let's ride a donkey and see what happens." Then he turned his head and left. Seeing that the leader of the group, Dong Zhanghua, had left, the group was leaderless, so they had no choice but to disperse. As soon as Dong Zhanghua left, Jiang Jingtian dabbed his head and stood up from the ground with a smug look on his face. "How was it? My acting just now was good, right?" Chapter 17, Those who can do more will do more. "I'll leave this matter to you." Jian Chen looked helplessly at Jiang Jingtian, who looked as if he was the one who had done the most good, and he still didn't have the heart to say the words "old shameless" after holding them back for half a day. Just then, a voice said, "What happened? Just now that group of people?" It was none other than the bank president Wang Diqiu. Jian Chen saw that he looked cold and stern, with a posture of defending the auction house to the death, and thought to himself that the timing of your old man's appearance was really good. Of course, he wouldn't say what was on his mind, but instead walked over with a smile and briefly explained the situation. Wang Diqiu sniffed his eyes. "Renting the house to them is Xinxin property, not our auction house. They came here to defend what rights? What nonsense." Then patted Chen Jian's shoulder. "Chen is good, not chaotic in a crisis. Handle things appropriately, have the courage to bear. There is also Master John's ability to improvise is also very strong." Jian Chen hurriedly said modestly, "I just did what I was supposed to do. However, although these people have left, they will never let it go like that, and there is a high probability that they will come back again. Governor, a proper solution must be found for this matter." Wang Diqiu thought for a moment and suddenly looked at Jian Chen. "Little Chen, although you've been here for a relatively short period of time, you're the most capable person in our auction house, so I'll leave this matter to you." Jian Chen froze, and busily said, "Governor, I'm really not good at." "Stop, it's settled. It's actually not that hard to handle this. Those tenants causing trouble are just trying to get more benefits. I'll give you the authority to increase the compensation of $50,000 per household again. What you need to do is just to communicate with them more, and don't let you work for nothing. Before the auction of Jiaoxin art commune didn't promise you 20% commission? As long as you resolve this matter, I'll give you another 5 points, a direct 25%. Jian Chen helplessly glanced at Wang Diqiu. The other party was clearly an empty glove. To Wang Diqiu, as long as he could sell the Jiaoxin art commune at a high price, giving an extra 5% commission was nothing at all. If you can't sell it, the current promise is directly equal to nothing. However, in Jian Chen's eyes it was different. His eyes lit up. "Really give 25%? You can't go back on your word." Wang Diqiu laughed loudly. "Regret? How is that possible? What I, Wang Diqiu, have said is the signboard of our ancient rhythm auction house. I can go down, but the signboard of ancient rhythm auction house will never go down." Then patted Jian Chen's shoulder. "Don't worry, we are our own people. I won't treat anyone less favorably than my own brothers." Returning to the Group 4 office again, Jiang Jingtian immediately said anxiously, "Group leader, you shouldn't have promised the governor to step in and resolve this matter." Jian Chen looked at him. "What's wrong? What else? I've visited those tenants door to door before, and they're much more difficult to deal with than expected. For example, that Dong Zhanghua, who clearly only spent $30,000 to $40,000 on self-installation, but ended up insisting that he had installed it at the 200,000 standard. In addition to having to compensate according to this standard, he also had to compensate him for 50,000 yuan of moral damages. A set of houses in Jiuxian Art Commune only sells for a total of 350,000 yuan, and he directly wants 250,000 yuan, which is not a joke. Zhang Jingtian sputtered for half an hour, and there is a tendency to continue. Jian Chen hurriedly stopped. Master Jiang, wait a moment. I know about this matter. You can rest assured. Mediation Jiuxian Art Commune tenants can be handed over to me. As for you, you only need to do your job. Seeing that Jian Chen was dead set on not listening to advice, Zhang Jingwei's mustache curled up. Only after a long half day did he helplessly say, alright, since you want to regulate, then go ahead and try. If young people don't suffer a bit, they won't know how hard the world is. After saying this, he turned his head to Xiao Jinxiang and said, Xiao Chang, come here for a moment. Xiao Jinxiang looked up from his computer files. Master Jiang, you're looking for me? Yes, I've completed 2/3 of the list of clients invited to the auction of the Jiuxian Art Commune. You invite the rest for me. Xiao Jinxiang froze. I'm inviting? But I'm organizing the information. You want to switch jobs with me? What job change? You have to organize the information, and you have to do the invitations. Understand? A little bit of information dilly-dallying for half a month and still haven't gotten it out. Every day you just know how to dilly-dally. It's a waste of the high salary that the auction house gives you. Xiao Jinxiang had already been lectured by Zhang Jingtian more than once. Although the two were at the same level, he didn't dare to return the favor in the slightest. Got it. I'll do your job. So what are you doing? What am I doing is something you can ask. Doing your job properly is proper. Assholes. Then he said to Jian Chen, Team leader, I won't be coming to the auction house for the next 2 days. Just call me if something happens. Jian Chen nodded. After spending this half a month together, he already knew Zhang Jingtian's temperament very well. With the other party's character, it was naturally impossible for him to be lazy. As for what to do, since the other party was unwilling to say, there must be a reason not to say. Dong Zhonghua left from the Jiuxian auction house with the other tenants. One of them asked, Xiao Dong, what do we do next? The other said, yes, I've been operating at the Jiuxian Art Commune for the past few years, and it's not easy for my business to take off. Once it's really sold, all my efforts will be ruined. Dong Zhonghua waved his hand. I was negligent today. Who would have thought that old man would be so shameless? But don't worry everyone. I have a classmate who works at a TV station. He happens to be free in 3 days. I'll call him over then, and we'll go back and demand an explanation. With the lesson learned from this time, if the ancient rhythm auction house doesn't give us a satisfactory answer, we will never give up. Everyone nodded and prepared to come back in 3 days. As they were talking, Dong Zhonghua's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he couldn't help but stare. After thinking about it, Dong Zhonghua chose to answer it. Hanging up 2 minutes later, he looked at the other tenants. The caller is Jian Chen, the kid posing as a court employee. He wants to meet with us at 7 in the evening, Qin's private restaurant. When Dong Zhonghua and the other tenants arrived at the second floor box, Jian Chen was already waiting. Mr. Dong, neighbors, please sit down. Looking at the enthusiastic Jian Chen, Dong Zhonghua was a bit skeptical, but after some thought, he sat down. Manager Chen, you invited us here. We're already here. Just say what you have to say. As for the neighbors, forget it. You, especially that boss colleague of yours, I can't afford to offend. Jian Chen instantly laughed. I didn't expect Mr. Dong to hold a grudge. Master Jiang was just joking with you. If he really wanted to blackmail you, do you think you'd be able to walk away? Seeing that Dong Zhonghua was going to say something else, Jian Chen waved his hand. Alright, I invited you guys here with full sincerity. If you still want to break up because of a little trivial matter, you'll look too small-minded. As the two of them were talking, the waiter had already brought up the dishes. Jian Chen poured wine for each person separately, then raised his cup first. Everyone, regarding the issue of the access of the Jiuxian Art Commune, I did indeed handle it in an inconsiderate manner, but as the saying goes, the past is the past. We should look forward. This glass of wine represents my apologies, so let's drink first. Jian Chen drank 3 large glasses in a row without any hesitation. Seeing how boldly he spoke, Dong Zhonghua also raised his cup. In that case, I'll let bygones be bygones. After saying that, he also compensated with 3 large cups. Seeing this, the others all followed suit and drank, the atmosphere instantly melting quite a bit. Jian Chen greeted everyone with food again before making a toast. Everyone ate and drank, and under the effect of alcohol, they slowly let go. Seeing that the time was almost right, Jian Chen suddenly said, regarding the compensation for the rental contract of the Jiuxian Art Commune, I have 2 options. The moment these words came out, everyone looked over. Everyone knew that the main event was coming. Chapter 18, A Genius Way to Resolve Tenant Conflicts. Jian Chen continued. I know that everyone is not quite satisfied with the previously agreed upon compensation plan. For this reason, I specifically asked our bank president Yuan for instructions, and he agreed to increase the amount by 30% on top of what was originally agreed upon. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the renovation, you should all know in your own hearts how much you spent in the first place, and renovation is different from the property itself. It is depreciated. Yes, very few people redecorate a house after 5 years of use, but you have to admit, even the best decoration, use enough 5 years, no matter the walls, floors, or furniture, the grade will be down a level. So I think this compensation is still pertinent. The crowd was silent. Just as Jian Chen had said, they all had an account in their hearts regarding the compensation. Jiang Jingtian's calculations before were indeed a bit harsh, but if they were increased by another 30%, it had basically reached their expectations. Dong Zhonghua raised his head. What about the second option? You guys buy out the Zhou art commune. What? Let us buy it. How is that possible? It's a condominium. There's no way to compare it to a residential home. Residential homes are worthless now, and condos are even more unwanted. Jian Chen smiled slightly. Everyone wait for me to finish first. Yes, real estate is indeed depressed right now, especially residential housing. But have you guys thought about the fact that a set of residential housing that can easily cost $1 or $2 million was actually speculated up on purpose? Now that real estate is in the doldrums, it just brings residential housing back to what it should be. But condominiums are different. The price of condominiums has always been only half of the price of residential housing, especially the type of lofts in the Zhou art commune. The real estate area of 48 square meters, the actual use of the area of 96 square meters, the total price is only 350,000 yuan, and a set of the same area of residential housing, almost 1.25 million. So the price of residential housing will fall, but the apartment will never, because it's already gone down beyond repair. As for my recommendation for you to buy, there is another incentive. That is, you can add 50% to the compensation previously set for you and use it to offset the price of the house. Take Mr. Dong. The compensation previously set for you by Master Jian was 108,000 yuan, plus 50% is 162,000 yuan. There's also a $4,500 liquidated damages, totaling 166,500. The reserve price of your house for our auction is $357,200. That means you only have to pay another $190,700 and the house is yours. How's that? This is a rare and great bargain. Dong Zhonghua fell into thought. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to say that Jian Chen's conditions were tempting, especially the second one. He had spent a total of $30,000 to $40,000 on decorating the house, and according to Jian Chen's offer, he would only need a total of over $200,000 to buy the house. More than $200,000 to buy a house with a 96 square feet of usable area in Zhengzhou at full price. Even if this was an apartment, it was a great bargain. What makes it so is that the $357,200 price refers to the gross floor area, and buying it for yourself was the same as getting the decoration inside for nothing. The key is that Jian Chen's side doesn't lose out either. After the house is sent to the auction block, there is no distinction between a rough house or a renovated house. At most, renovated houses are a bit more popular, but not absolutely. This was because there were quite a few people who would redecorate after buying a house. This is not only the original decoration is useless, but also have to pay an additional demolition fee. Besides Dong Zhonghua, the others were also in deep thought. Only what they were really thinking about was known only to themselves. At this point, someone asked, but Yoshin Art Commune hasn't officially handed over the house yet, so even if I buy it, I won't be able to get the house book. Jian Chen said, don't worry about this. The reason why Zhou Art Commune hasn't officially handed over the house is that they have been defaulting on the property tax of the housing authority. This is Xin Real Estate's bad debt. Now Xin Real Estate's properties are being dismantled and auctioned off, and the money from the auction will make up for all their previous arrears. Taxes are related to the people's livelihood, and the priority of repayment is still above bank loans. That's why the house book will come down soon. This is not me talking nonsense, but the law has relevant provisions. You don't believe it can find relevant professional lawyers to consult. The tenants were stunned. Could the housebook of the Jiaoxin Art Commune really come down? Jian Chen didn't wait for them to react, and threw out another bombshell. You can also apply for a loan from the bank to purchase Jiaoxin Art Commune. The maximum loan amount of the apartment is 50% of the total house price, which is 178,600, as long as you can prove that you have the ability to repay. So you guys don't have to worry about the lack of funds on hand. A number of people were instantly impressed. With a loan of 178,600, plus the compensation promised by Ancient Rhythm Auction House, There was no longer much financial pressure. When the crowd was almost done thinking, Jian Chen said, "Alright, that's the situation. I believe I've already come up with enough sincerity. And according to the news I've gotten, the prices of the Jiuxin art commune will rise for some time to come. In short, you guys definitely won't lose out. In this case, let's take 3 days as the deadline. After 3 days, is it okay to give me an accurate answer as to whether you will claim compensation or directly purchase it?" "Alright." The crowd of tenants nodded. Unlike the legendary nail households, the houses in the Jiuxian art commune were just rented by them, and as long as the promised compensation was enough, they would generally not be catty about it. And it's useless to be catty. This kind of thing can be completely solved by suing. As long as the compensation is reasonable, the judge will generally favor the property owner. After things were said and done, the next thing was some more eating and drinking. It wasn't until 11 in the evening that the crowd dispersed. Jian Chen sent off the last tenant and was about to leave when he heard a voice say, "Manager Chen." It was none other than Dong Zhonghua. Jian Chen asked, "Mr. Dong has something else? Just say it straight out. But for the record, your compensation is the only one that exceeds our auction house's budget, and it's impossible to increase it further." Dong Zhonghua quickly waved his hands. "You've misunderstood. I'm looking for you to say that I'm going to buy the house in the Jiuxin art commune." Jian Chen laughed. "So eager to make a decision? No more thinking about it?" Dong Zhonghua shook his head. "There's no need to consider it. That my house means a lot to me, and your conditions have enough sincerity. As you said, this is a very rare opportunity. It's possible that if you miss this village, there won't be the store." It came as no surprise to Jian Chen that Dong Zhonghua's compensation was the highest, and as long as he took another $20,000 to $30,000 and signed a loan contract, the house would be his. And with a commercial loan of $178,600 and a 10-year term, the monthly repayment was less than $2,000, equivalent to him only need to pay a few $100s more per month for rent. 10 years later, he landed a house for nothing. This account can be calculated clearly by any fool. Smiling, he patted the other party's shoulder. "It's good that you've decided. Come to the auction house tomorrow and we'll sign an agreement. You prepare the money, and when the formalities are complete, you'll go to the housing authority to change the online signature. Although now can't get the house book, but Jiuxin art commune is not a small property right house. Coupled with the lenient policy, changing the net signature is still no problem. Once the name is changed, the house will completely become Dong Zhonghua's." Hearing the name change, he quickly nodded. "Good, I'll go back and make preparations." But Dong Zhonghua wasn't the only one who came to the auction house the next day to sign the paperwork. Their choice was all to buy the house. After that, people came one after another, but this time, there were those who bought the house and those who claimed compensation. 3 days later, all 18 tenants' problems had been solved. 5 of the short-term renters wanted compensation, naturally, and of the 13 long-term renters, 11 chose to buy the house. The other 2 chose to pay compensation due to the rather scribbly decoration. Wang Diqiu patted Jian Chen's shoulder with an appreciative face. "I really didn't look at the wrong person. Not only did you solve the problem, but you also sold the house along the way. Standard 2 birds with 1 stone." In fact, when Jian Chen suggested that he could let these tenants take the initiative to buy the house, he marveled at this genius idea of the other party. Jian Chen didn't realize that the average auction price of a house in the Jiuxin art commune was more than 350,000, 50,000 of which he had added privately. The reserve price on the bank side was only $300,000. It was equal to the fact that Jian Chen had not only accomplished his mission, but had also sold an additional 50,000 for each set of houses. As for the compensation to those tenants, this is XIN Properties account, not Guyun auction houses. When the XIN property is sold, the money will definitely be deducted from it. So no matter how you count it, the auction house doesn't suffer. To Wang Deqiu's praise, Jian Chen naturally showed due modesty. Next, he started arranging for the purchase of the Jiuxian art commune tenants' online signatures for the transfer. By the time it was all finished, another 2 days had passed. Finally, Zhang Jingtian returned. When he saw Jian Chen, he immediately smiled and said, "Team leader, I have a great news for you. I've found someone willing to buy the Jiuxin art commune. This boss Li is willing to buy all the houses in the Jiuxin art commune at a price of $300,000 per set." Chapter 19 Jian Chen's Business Negotiation Taiji Technique. Jian Chen looked up and realized that Boss Li, as Zhang Jingtian called him, was a man in his 30s, with large glasses and a sharp mouth. He had the characteristic cunning and mercenary nature of a businessman. While Jian Chen was looking at the other party was also looking at Jian Chen. "I didn't expect Team Leader Chen to be so young. I didn't believe it when Master Jiang spoke to me earlier. To introduce myself, my name is Li Zhongtian, the owner of Zhongjing Investment." Jian Chen laughed. "So it's Boss Li, please take a seat." After a few polite words from both sides, Xiao Jinxiang trotted over and took out a purple sandpot and a few teacups, pouring them very skillfully. This boss drinks tea. Team leader drinks tea. Master Zheng drinks tea. Jian Chen looked at Xiao Jinxiang appreciatively, although this guy's level was not great, but he had eyes, could talk, and the key person was diligent. No matter what one did, it was much more comfortable to bring him along. Li Zhongtian picked up the tea and took a sip, nodding appreciatively. Good tea. Jian Chen smiled slightly. This kind of biluocan is the best premingqian tea, also known as bird's tongue. It's very valuable and can't be drunk in general. Very rare indeed. I still have a few tails of dahongpo in my collection, although it is not picked from the big red robe mother tree. It grows between the mountain peaks and rocky ravines. There, clouds and mist fill the area all year round, and the streams and springs flow in a quiet valley, so it can be said that it is the spirit of heaven and earth. Please ask team leader Chen to taste it sometime. Really? I'll definitely go when I have time. Zhang Jingtian saw that the two of them were going around and around, just not talking about the sale and purchase of the Jiaoxin art commune, so he couldn't help but get a little anxious. Team leader, you. Jian Chen raised his hand to interrupt him and smiled at Li Zhongtian. Boss Li is interested in the house of Jiaoxin art commune? Li Zhongtian said non-committally. Can't talk about it. The main thing is that Master Zhang found me and wanted to ask for my help. Master Zhang is my friend and elder, and now that Jiaoxin art commune is having trouble selling, it's only right that I do my bit. Jian Chen glanced at Zhang Jingtian and shook his head. Boss Li might have misunderstood, or perhaps Master Zhang's paraphrase was wrong. The Jiaoxin art commune isn't having difficulty selling. On the contrary, it's selling very well right now, and it can be said that demand is outstripping supply. Li Zhongtian didn't expect Jian Chen to say this and subconsciously looked at Zhang Jingtian. Zhang Jingtian hurriedly coughed. Perhaps I did have some problems with my expression, and the Jiaoxin art commune isn't difficult to sell, but its price is really very affordable. Boss Li, buying is earning, and you can still enjoy the internal price by making an offer now. Only 400,000 yuan. You can buy a house with an actual use area of 96 square meters, but this price is going to be a limited sale. In principle a person can only buy 2 sets at a time. Since Boss Li is Master Zhang's friend, I can make the decision to relax the number to 5 sets. The surroundings instantly quieted down, and everyone looked at Jian Chen strangely. This included Zhang Jingtian, Xiao Jinxiang, and Xiao Huiyan who had just come over. Li Zhongtian's face was somewhat unsightly. What does team leader Chen mean? That's not what Master Jiang said before. Jian Chen looked at him. Is that so? I wonder what Master Jiang has said. You. Li Zhongtian stood up directly. Team leader Chen, I will come to the ancient rhythm auction house today for all of Master Zhang's face. Since you have no sincerity, there's no need to talk. Farewell. After saying that, he got up and left without looking back. Zhang Jingtian hurriedly said, Boss Li, don't be in a hurry. Seeing that Li Zhongtian had already walked out the door, he was about to chase after him, but he was stopped by Jian Chen. Master Jiang, wait a moment. Jin Chang, go see off Boss Li. Watching Xiao Jinxiang go out, Zhang Jingwei slapped his thigh. Team leader, what are you doing? You don't know how much effort I've gone through to invite Boss Li over, and how many trips I've made. Jian Chen was busy handing over a cup of tea. Master Jiang, take it easy for now. What's going on here? I just heard you say that you're going to sell the Jiaoxin art commune at a price of 300,000 for a set. This can't be done. The reserve price given by Governor Wang for bidding is 357,200 for a set. 300,000 would be a loss. Zhang Jingtian was anxious. At this point, what do you care about the bidding reserve price? 300,000 is already very good to sell. This is an apartment, not a residential home. Jian Chen hurriedly interrupted him. Stop, Master Jiang. I understand your eagerness, but some things really can't be rushed. Let me ask you first. What exactly is the relationship between this Boss Li and you? When did you meet him? When Zhang Jingtian introduced Li Zhongtian, he realized that something was wrong. Both of them were particularly stiff regardless of their tone of voice or their attitude towards each other. Something that could only happen to strangers who had just met. Sure enough, he heard Zhang Jingtian say, Boss Li was introduced to me by a friend. It turned out that after he had thrown his job to Xiao Jinxiang, he had gone around contacting people in the hopes of selling out the Jiaoxin art commune, and this time, he put his posture very low, and the price of the Jiaoxin art commune was pressed again and again. As a result, even though he talked a lot, no one asked for it. At the time of Zhang Jingtian's despair, Li Zhongtian suddenly found him, saying that he could buy all the houses in Jiaoxin art commune, but the other side is only willing to pay 300,000 yuan per set. Although 300,000 is a little less, but Zhang Jingtian understand Wang Deqiu. In order to give himself room to maneuver, the auction reserve price he gave was definitely inflated. 300,000 a set. If you find Wang Deqiu to explain the situation, he has 90% certainty of a deal, and there was a scene just now. Jian Chen asked, you mean it was Li Zhongtian who took the initiative to contact you? Jiang Jingtian nodded. Master Jiang, don't you find it strange? Everyone in the Jiuxin art commune avoids them like snakes and scorpions, so why did this boss Li come up to the pole to purchase them? Jiang Jingtian froze. Yes, why? Jian Chen said, it's simple. The value of the Jiuxin art commune has been underestimated by us, or rather, it will have a lot of room for appreciation in the future. By this time, Xiao Jinxiang had also returned, so Jian Chen told him to sit down and talked about his speculations before saying to the three of them, do you guys know why I grabbed Jiuxin art commune when I was choosing the industry? The three froze. Yup. Regardless of Jian Chen's wonderful performance during the interview, or the wisdom he showed after joining the Guyan auction house, it proved that he wasn't stupid at all. That was why his behavior of robbing the Jiuxin art commune in the first place seemed very strange. Jian Chen said, it's very simple. Because I can see that the value of the Jiuxin art commune is severely underestimated. Now there's an opportunity. Before Jiuxin art commune is auctioned off, we can grab it and buy it first and still get the internal price. Especially since two of them have already been renovated. And although they're all simply furnished, you can move in with a handbag. Huiyan and Jinxiang, you two haven't bought a house either, right? If one of you comes to a set, you won't have to specialize in renting an apartment in the future. The three of them looked at each other in disbelief at these words. They didn't expect Jian Chen to market the house to them. Xiao Jinxiang was the first to speak up. Team leader, although I've been working at the auction house for 2 years, I did save up some money, but forget about buying a house. I don't want to carry a mortgage. In his mind, he thought, even if a buddy buys a house, he has to buy a residential house. Buying an apartment is completely overfed. Xiao Huiyan and Jiang Jingtian didn't say anything, but looking at their expressions, their thoughts weren't too far off from Xiao Jinyan's. Jian Chen also wanted to explain again, but saw the bank president Wang Deqiu suddenly appeared in the doorway. Xiao Chen, you guys are having a meeting? Jian Chen was puzzled. Governor, you have something? Wang Deqiu coughed lightly. It's like this, just now I heard that a Mr. Li wants to buy the houses in the Jiuxin art commune at a price of 300,000 per set? Jian Chen nodded. Yes, but I rejected it. Why did you reject it? Wang Deqiu said. I think 300,000 was perfectly fine to sell. Chapter 20. Foolish people sometimes really have foolish fortunes. Hearing Wang Deqiu's words, Jian Chen looked strange. 300,000 to sell? Didn't you say that the reserve price for the auction of those 28 sets of properties was 10 million? Such a set of properties should be sold for at least $357,000. Selling at 300,000 was a direct loss of $50,000 to $60,000. Wang Deqiu laughed. So you're worried about this? 10 million reserve price is what I stipulated, right? But regulations are dead. People are alive. As long as encounter sincere buyers, completely can sell. In that case, you don't have to manage the remaining houses in the Jiuxin art commune. All of them will be handed over to me to deal with. Wait, Jian Chen said. That Li Zhongtian went to see you just now? Wang Deqiu appreciated. Little Chen is really smart. That's right, Boss Li is in my office right now. Jian Chen shook his head. 300,000 absolutely cannot be sold. Seeing Wang Deqiu looking at himself doubtfully, Jian Chen said, Governor, since you gave me the auction for the Jiuxin art commune, you can't go back on it midway. And you should know in your heart how much effort our four groups have made for these properties during this time. If we take it back now, our efforts will all be in vain. Wang Deqiu, this I know. You guys have indeed been working hard lately. How about this? From now on, give each of you 3 days of paid vacation and Shaochen 5 days, taking turns to rest. In addition, you guys find yourselves another good restaurant to celebrate. I'll give each of you 500 yuan credit, then take the invoice to the financial reimbursement. It's all done, right? Then what about the auction bonus you promised? This bonus will only be available if you auction the high price. Now the low bid. The auction house have no money. The bonus naturally cannot send. Understand? Jian Chen shook his head. That won't do. I cannot want the auction bonus you promised, but the three of them absolutely cannot. Wang Deqiu's face slowly pulled down. Little Chen, I can understand your feelings. As an appraiser, there are opportunities to earn commission in the future. But Jiuxin art commune is a hot potato. Try to get rid of it if you can. It's not that I don't believe in your ability. If you insist on auctioning, who will be responsible for the auction? The bank side won't give us time for a second auction. I'm responsible. Jian Chen's voice was firm. Governor, please don't worry. Since I decided to auction it off, I'll make sure to hand over at least $10 million to the auction house. After saying that, he took out his bank card. There's 13 million here. At 357,000% in GeoXAN art commune, you can almost buy 76 sets. If you find a bank to do a loan, the down payment for the apartment is 50%, and there is still a surplus to buy 17 sets. Last time, those tenants of GeoXAN art commune have already bought 11 sets, adding up to just 28 sets. You still have questions? Wang Diqiu already didn't know what to say. He sighed, okay, since you insist, these houses will continue to be given to you to sell. But Xiao Chen, I advise you, young people should not be too impulsive in doing things. Our ancient rhythm auction house deals with auctions almost every day. According to your nature, it's fine to stick money in once, but what about the next time? And you're lending so much money at once. Other than that, just the monthly repayments can crush you. Jian Chen's expression slowed. I know this. Thank you, Governor. Wang Diqiu left, and only Xiao Huiyan, Jiang Jingtian, and Xiao Jinxiang remained at the scene. Jiang Jingtian looked at Jian Chen. You're really going to buy the house in the GeoXAN art commune? Ha! Jian Chen nodded. Of course I'm going to buy it. Isn't there a discount for internal digestion in our auction house? In that case, give me 2 sets. Ha! Jian Chen froze. Don't you not want them? Nonsense. Of course I don't want them. But since you're so committed, as a colleague, I can't just watch. But I don't have much money on hand. Plus I don't want to carry a mortgage when I'm older. So 2 sets is already my limit. Xiao Huiyan also spoke up. If Master Jiang buys, then I'll buy 2 sets as well. Then Jiang Jingtian and Xiao Huiyan looked at Xiao Jinxiang at the same time. Xiao Jinxiang was sweating profusely from the look. Hey, what are you guys looking at me like that for? I really don't have any money. Okay, I'll buy it, right? But just 1 set. That's all the money I have. Seeing the 3 of them eat up 5 sets of houses in the blink of an eye, Jian Chen was helpless. The reason why he had stopped Wang Diqiu from selling to Li Zhongtian at a low price wasn't for the sake of the commission as he said. Rather, in another 5 days, according to the price fluctuation curve shown by his own eyes, the price of the houses in the GeoXAN art commune would rise greatly. Instead of cheapening the surnamely, it would be better to cheapen himself. This way the auction house can also collect more money, which is a win-win situation. The result? Forget it. Let's just say that stupid people have stupid blessings. Jian Chen nodded. Since you guys want to buy it, hurry up and raise the money. I'll only give you guys 1 day tomorrow. Once tomorrow passes, you can't blame me if you can't buy it. The 3. Wasn't he the one who spent his life savings to help Jian Chen relieve the pressure? How come? Listening to him, it's as if he's upping the ante to buy it himself? But the words had already been spoken, and they were too embarrassed to back out of Jian Chen's expectation. That night, Jiang Jingtian and Xiao Huiyan's money was already in place. Although Xiao Jinxiang delayed it until the next day, it also hit the auction house's account at 10:30 in the morning. As for Jian Chen, he came to Wang Diqiu's office. Governor, you're looking for me? Wang Diqiu looked at him. Did you really buy 8 sets of Jiuxin Art Commune properties? Jian Chen nodded. Originally, he wanted to wrap up the remaining houses, but it was only when he inquired that he realized that for a large loan like his that involved buying multiple properties at the same time, the review time was at least half a month, and before the loan is approved, the housing authority side cannot be transferred. In order to avoid a long night's sleep, Chen Jian can only reduce the amount of purchases. Wang Diqiu said, although I don't support you doing this, it is indeed courageous. In this case, give me a set as well. Jian Chen froze. You want to buy them as well? Yeah, all 4 of your groups know how to help the auction house out, including asshole Xiao Jinxiang. If I'm the bank president and don't show something, I won't be able to hold my head up in front of you guys in the future. Besides, a 350,096 yuan square feet apartment, even if you use it as a storage room, it's not a loss. Alright, that's it. Jian Chen nodded. Since there was a surplus of houses, Wang Diqiu wanted to buy his own and naturally couldn't stop him. Suddenly, he said, Governor, I have one more thing. What? Since 25 of the houses in the Jiuxin Art Commune have already been sold, I suggest that after deducting the compensation, the remaining money be paid to the bank immediately. Seeing Wang Diqiu looking at himself, Jian Chen hurriedly said, please make sure you do as I say. As for the reason, you'll know in a few days. Wang Diqiu shook his head. No need. No, this is really necessary. Before Jian Chen could finish, he was interrupted by Wang Diqiu. You misunderstand. It's not that I want to hold the money in my hands, but the money from the auction of the Jiuxin Art Commune has long since arrived in the bank account. Seeing Jian Chen froze, Wang Diqiu laughed. Still don't understand? The bank has long since sold those 4 assets to us, and what we're selling is actually our own. So that's how it is. Jian Chen was instantly relieved. This was one of his biggest worries, and he didn't expect it to be solved long ago. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Chen Jian came to the office. Today was the day that his price fluctuation curve showed that the price of the Jiaxin art commune had increased. To be honest, although Chen Jian had already verified the correctness of this fluctuation several times, but this time, he had bet his entire fortune on it. So whether or not the fluctuation would be accurate again was important to him. Chen Jian instantly tensed up. Chapter 21, a series of changes triggered by educational policies. Jiaxin Auction House. Group 2 Office. Fatty Group Leader Zhuo Zhongxin was drinking tea with Zhu Guangfu. Zhuo Zhongxin suddenly asked, "What's the current situation with the tenants over at the Jiaxin art commune?" Zhu Guangfu said helplessly, "What else could be the situation? Most of them bought the houses they rented. The rest accepted the compensation suggested by the auction house and took the money and left." Zhuo Zhongxin froze, his face full of disbelief. "Wait, what are you saying? They bought the house of the Jiaxin art commune? What the hell is going on?" During this time he has been combing through the internal problems of Xin property. The problems of this property company can be much more than the hair on a cow. It was only until today that he had barely been able to sort it out. So even though Dong Zhonghua and the other tenants had already bought the rented house for several days, he still didn't know about it. Zhu Guangfu spoke of Jian Chen's detailed plan, and even though Zhuo Zhongxin was quite conceited, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. One had to admit that this method was absolute. In fact, as long as economic disputes were involved, there was no truly perfect solution. Jian Chen's method is wonderful in that the one who suffers is Xin real estate, but Xinxin real estate is now a fish and meat to be slaughtered, depending on who moves the knife fast. To the nature of the industry of the ancient rhyme auction house, obviously stand in the position closest to the fish, as long as the knife when a little force, fill the compensation tenant that little money shortfall without any problem. Zhuo Zhongxin sighed. "I didn't see it. Jian Chen isn't very old, but he's still a ruthless character. We'll have to be careful in the future." Zhu Guangfu shook his head. "That's not necessarily true. 2 days ago, there was a boss surnamed Li who was ready to buy all the houses in the Jiaxin art commune at 300,000 per set. $300,000 per set? That's a good thing. With the bank president's character, the 10 million reserve price he gave must have a false head. In my opinion, the auction price given by the bank will be 300,000 at most." Zhu Guangfu nodded. "You're right." The governor agreed to this matter on the spot, but was blocked back by Jian Chen. Blocked back? Jian Chen thought that the price of 300,000 per set was too low, or perhaps he was thinking about the high commission that the auction house promised him, so he assured the governor that he could sell the houses in the Jiaxin art commune for more than $10 million. Guaranteed to sell above $10 million? Zhuo Zhongxin snorted. What an insouciance! Who knew that Zhu Guangfu's expression suddenly became odd? I thought so too at first, until he led 4 groups of other appraisers and bought 14 of the Jiaxin art commune's houses. What? Jiaxin's houses were bought by himself? Yes, he bought 14 sets, and those tenants before him bought 11 sets, which means that when the time comes, the auction will only need to sell the remaining 3 properties? Right, a bunch of stupid losers. The houses in Jiaxin art commune are a sinkhole. Zhuo Zhongxin hadn't finished speaking when the phone rang. His daughter-in-law was looking for him? He answered it in a hurry. "Honey, what's the matter?" "Oh, you said that Lele will go to elementary school in the second half of the year. Didn't you say this already? Lele will go to Gaoxin Primary School in the second half of the year, which is the best elementary school in Gaoxin District now. Our house is the school district of Gaoxin First Annexed Primary School, so we can directly enroll then." "What? The school district has been re-subdivided? Our neighborhood is assigned to Lotus Elementary School because of its distance." "How can that be? Lotus Elementary School is for the children of villagers in urban villages, and the conditions are much worse." "Don't worry, I'll check which houses are in the current district of Gaoxin First Annex Primary School. Let's buy another set and move the account directly to it." "You have checked. The new Into the High-Tech, a subsidiary of the primary school of the building. There are 3. The first is Jiaxin Art Commune." "Wait, Jiaxin Art Commune? Really? Isn't Jiaxin Art Commune a condominium? How could it be zoned into the school district?" Zhuo Zhongxin froze. Only after a long time did he come back to his senses, hurriedly comforting his daughter-in-law with a few words before hanging up the phone. Then he took out his cell phone and started to inquire, and soon found the latest redhead document issued by the Central State Education Bureau on the 9-year compulsory education primary and secondary school enrollment. Similar documents are issued by the Education Bureau every year, and compared to previous years there is usually not much change, but this year there are some exceptions. 3 years ago, the state issued the opinions on further reducing the burden of homework on students in compulsory education and the burden of out-of-school training, also known as the double reduction. The implementation of the double reduction was undoubtedly a major earthquake in the education industry. Once new Oriental as the leader of the infinite scenery of the teaching and training institutions instantly fell down scattered. The changes brought about by the double decrease are much more than what they appear to be. Take Zhengzhou for example. As the capital of Yu province, here gathered a large number of migrant laborers. In the past, if the migrant laborers do not have real estate in Zhengzhou, their children cannot be enrolled in the nearest school in Zhengzhou. They can only go back to their hometowns. However, this policy was loosened last year. Migrant workers in Zhengzhou can apply for a temporary residence permit as long as they have worked or lived in Zhengzhou for more than half a year. The children of those with temporary residence permits can also attend schools near their homes in Zhengzhou. However, this creates a problem. Due to the large number of migrant workers, and the requirement of the Zhengzhou Education Bureau that all schools in Zhengzhou must ensure that 100% of all students in their area of responsibility who are eligible for enrollment are enrolled in school. It has led to a situation where all schools in Zhengzhou are required to enroll their children in school. This has led to a serious overcrowding of classes in all of the large primary and secondary schools in Central State. In order to alleviate this situation, the Central State last year directly new construction and began enrollment of up to 278 elementary school, 67 secondary schools. The above news Zhuo Zhongxin has long known, but he just sized the Central State government and the people's livelihood really attentive. Did not pay too much attention. After all, he has many sets of real estate in the state. Those foreign population concerned about the children's school problems, for him is not a matter of fact. But let Zhuo Zhongxin never expected. The increase in the number of schools, resulting in the original district enrollment planning appeared serious imbalance. So this year the Education Bureau in this regard to redo the allocation. However, the new problem came. Education Bureau to ensure that all students eligible for school age 100% enrollment is a good thing. But different schools, teacher strength, school conditions and management mode is different. Take the Gaoxin First Annex Primary School, which is recognized as the best elementary school in the Gaoxin district. The house where he lives now has always been the school district of Gaoxin First Annex Primary School. As a result, after this year's redistricting, the school corresponding to the enrollment of the neighborhood where he lives has changed. Instead, Jiuxin Art Commune became the school district house of the Gaoxin First Affiliated Primary School because of its geographical location. Whether Zhuo Zhongxin called his daughter-in-law or inquired about the new policies of the Zhengzhou Education Bureau, Zhu Guangfu was always by his side. After listening to Zhuo Zhongxin's account, Zhu Guangfu was puzzled. Not right Jiuxin Art Commune is not an apartment? This thing can't even fall into the account. But now it has become the school district housing of Gaoxin First Affiliated Primary School. It's too outrageous, right? Zhuo Zhongxin had already recovered from the shock of the news. He said, it's true that Jiuxin Art Commune can't get a household registration, but due to the dual-use property of the apartment, it can apply for a temporary residence permit. For us, there are good and bad schools, but for the Education Bureau, all schools are the same, or rather, they must be the same on the surface. In particular, Jiuxin Art Commune and Gaoxin First Primary School are separated by a wall, while the other elementary school is 3 kilometers away. If you don't designate the Zhou Xian Art Commune as the school district of the Gao Xian First Affiliated Primary School, and let the children of the residents inside run to school 3 kilometers away, believe it or not, a large number of short videos related to this will appear on Jitterbug tomorrow. Zhu Guangfu certainly understands this, and he lamented, I have to say that the people who bought Jiuxin Art Commune in the first place really got lucky. Obviously a bunch of poor people, but their children can enjoy the best educational resources. He pointed to the zoning form given by the Education Bureau. Jiuxin Art Commune is now not only the school district house of High-Tech First Annex Primary School, but also the school district house of Zhengzhou Middle School. High-Tech Primary School is okay. After all, it is only an elementary school. But Zhengzhou Middle School is the third top-ranked school among the junior high schools in Zhengzhou, second only to the provincial experiment in foreign language. Zhuo Zhongxin was stunned. He had just looked at the elementary school only, not the middle school. When he was sure that Zhu Guangfu was right, he instantly stood up with a shocked face. No good. The Jiuxin Art Commune is going to raise prices. Chapter 22 Not worthy of a divine planner. Dang door cannon. General. Xiao Jinqiang bellowed, then smiled and said to Jin Chen, Brother Chen, you lost. Jin Chen scratched his head and realized that it seemed like it had indeed become a dead move. He was just about to fold and admit defeat when he saw Jiang Jingtian pinch Jin Chen's knight. Jump knight. I'll take it. Pull the rook over. I'll eat again. Xiao Jinqiang grew more and more smug. Your rook and horse are gone. You only have 1 cannon and 2 pawns left. You can't jump anymore. Jiang Jingtian smiled slightly. Who said that? General. This. Xiao Jinqiang was stunned. He himself had actually been general to death? How could that be possible? Jiang Jingtian patted him on the shoulder. Young people should remember to plan before they act, instead of rushing forward without caring about the head. You'd better learn more. Xiao Jinqiang scratched his head. Master Jiang is right. I do need to learn more. Although this guy was a vegetable, he was rare enough to be humble. However, Xiao Jinxiang added, although I'm no match for Master Jiang in chess, I still have no problem winning against Brother Chen. Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? However, he saw Jian Chen's eyes staring blankly at his cell phone, as if he was in some sort of daze. Suddenly, he handed his cell phone to Zhang Jingtian. Master Jiang, take a look at this. Zhang Jingtian took it in confusion, and when he read the content on the message, his face was equally incomparably shocked. How is this possible? This is too unbelievable, isn't it? Xiao Jinxiang was puzzled. What's wrong with you guys? Let me see. In order to carry out the policy that students of school age should be admitted to all schools in all parts of the Central State, and that they should be admitted to schools close to each other, the Central State Education Bureau has made uniform adjustments to the allocation of school districts across the Central State. Isn't this about children going to school? Brother Chen, aren't you unmarried? Now relationship this for what? Jiaoxin Art Commune Enrollment School District adjusted elementary school for high-tech first attached primary school, middle school for Zhongzhou Middle School. That's good. I remember that Gaoxing Primary School and Zhongzhou Middle School are both quite famous. Doesn't that mean that my son will be able to go to these two schools in the future? Ouch. Master Jiang, what are you hitting me for? But he saw Zhang Jingtian slap the back of Xiao Jinxiang's head and said with hatred, I only knew you were stupid before, but I didn't know that you were stupid to this extent. I'm stupid? Master Jiang, I didn't offend your old man, did I? Xiao Huiyan, who had been silent at the side, explained, although the property prices in Zhongzhou have not fallen drastically in these 2 years, the volume of transactions has dwindled to the extreme. Unless an individual just needs it, everyone avoids it like a snake. But there is a kind of house exception, is the school district housing of each famous school in Zhongzhou. For example, Jinko City in the high-tech zone. Because of its proximity to the Zhongzhou Middle School, the nearby houses even fell to 12,000. But Ginkgo City went up another 500 last month, and the price of the house came to 17,000, making it the king of the high-tech old city. Xiao Jinxiang was just insensitive to key news, but it didn't mean he was stupid. You mean, Jiaoxin Art Commune is going to increase its price? Xiao Huiyan nodded, definitely will increase the price, but exactly how much is not easy to say now. Just then someone knocked on the door. The next moment, only to see Wang Diqiu standing in the doorway of the office of the fourth group with a smile. You, eek, this is playing chess? Xiao Jinxiang's face reddened. No matter what, it was now work time. Although the chess game was brought up by Jian Chen, he himself was also a participant, and he instantly didn't know how to explain. Jian Chen, on the contrary, looked calm and collected. Let's study the theory of chess. Bank president, would you like to play a game as well? He pulled Xiao Jinxiang to play a game of chess. He was too anxious in waiting for Jiaoxin Art Commune to increase its price, and only then thought to divert his attention by playing a game of chess. Wang Diqiu waved his hand. Forget it, I'm not good at this. After saying this, he suddenly looked at Jian Chen. Little Chen, tell me honestly, on the matter of redemarcation of the school district housing in Central State, could it be that you had expected this? As soon as these words came out, the other three looked at Jian Chen. After Xiao Huiyan's analysis just now, it was already clear to them that the Jiaoxin Art Commune with its dual school districts was not what it used to be, and Jian Chen's demeanor was quite strange, regardless of whether he had chosen the Jiaoxin Art Commune as the auction asset for Group 4 in the first place, or whether he had refused that Boss Li's acquisition not long ago, and had even gone so far as to fund the purchase of these houses himself. But if he already had a preconceived notion of what was going to happen today, everything would make sense. Jian Chen smiled slightly. There was some speculation. The changes in the distribution of educational resources in Central State had its beginnings last year. For example, the residents of the Jiaoxin Art Commune. There are a lot of people who have successfully entered the Gaoxing First Affiliated Primary School by virtue of their temporary residence permits, only because it is not publicized. Many people do not know about it. Coupled with the unique location of Jiaoxin Art Commune, compared to Jinko City, I think there should be a lot of room for growth in real estate here. In particular, the Education Bureau will promulgate new policies at this time of the year. So if we can take the opportunity to speculate a bit, there is still a lot of hope to sell Jiaoxin Art Commune at a good price. But I didn't expect that the Education Bureau would redraw the school district, and also directly delineate the Jiaoxin Art Commune. Wang Diqiu nodded. So that's how it is. Observant and bold. I really didn't look at the wrong person in the first place. Jian Chen asked Wang Diqiu, Governor, could it be that someone wants to buy Jiaoxin Art Commune? Wang Diqiu said, that's right. Jiaoxin Art Commune was divided into high-tech primary school and Zhongzhou Middle School after the school district. The original 350,000 a set of unasked for house, directly rose to 450,000 is still priced out of the market. So someone thought of Xinjiang real estate foreclosure. They indirectly contacted me here through the bank. hoping to buy the houses in the Xin art commune at $500,000 per set. After saying that, he looked at Jian Chen. Jian Chen said non-committally, "You don't need to look at me like that. Since the bank has sold the Xin art commune to our auction house, it is the property of our auction house. You are the president of the auction house. What to do with those houses? You can just give a direct order." Wang Diqiu shook his head. "That's where you're wrong. Presiding over the auction of the Xin art commune is the task of your 4 groups, and you are the head of the 4 groups. Without you giving the word, no one can move these houses. Not to mention the fact that there are only 3 sets of properties left in the Xin art commune now, and the people who contacted me to buy the houses have 8 so far, so how can it not be enough to share?" Jian Chen said, "I still have 8 sets in my hands. That's what you paid for yourself. It's your house. It has nothing to do with the auction house." Jian Chen was instantly relieved. This had always been his worry. In order to have a long night's sleep and go through the purchase procedures as early as possible, even if he had to buy a few less sets, Jian Chen still chose to pay full price. This included him purposely finding Wang Diqiu and having the other party remit the money for the purchase of the Xin art commune house to the bank in advance, in order to prevent someone from disowning the account. Even so, Jian Chen was still very apprehensive in his heart. Although the 8 apartments have all been transferred to his name, but if Wang Diqiu is dead, he still does not have any way. Jian Chen had even decided that if things really developed to this point, he would just resign and leave. But it turned out that he had indeed overthought things. Receiving a definite reply, Jian Chen said, "If I'm not mistaken, there is still some room for growth in the selling price of the Xin art commune. As the person in charge of these 3 houses, it's only natural to maximize the benefits. So please ask the bank president to relay the message to those who want to buy the houses, asking them to prepare the funds for the auction that will take place 4 days from now." Wang Diqiu nodded. "That's what I think too. In that case, let them wait." Speaking of this, Wang Diqiu was suddenly a bit embarrassed. "Xiao Chen I still want to discuss something with you. When we took over the Xin art commune, there were a total of 28 houses. Even if we don't count the tenants who bought it, there are 17 sets. But now there are only 3 sets out for bidding. The number is really a little low. I'm afraid those bidders will comment, 'Don't you have 8 houses? Can you take out a few of them to make up the number?' Don't worry. How much money you can make will be yours. The auction house will give you no commission. How about it?" Chapter 23, Making Money Together. Auction begins. Wang Diqiu spoke very politely, and Jian Chen hurriedly said, "This is certainly no problem. I bought the house in the Xin art commune because I was also thinking that the property prices would go up so that I could make a profit from it. Anyway, it's all for sale, so it's definitely better to entrust it to our own auction house. I'll keep one of the 8 houses for myself to use as a temporary residence, and give the rest to the auction house to deal with." Wang Diqiu nodded. At this time, Jiang Jingtian also said, "There are also 2 sets of mine, so I'll sell them together." Wang Diqiu froze. "All sold? The current Xin art commune is the best dual school district in the high-tech district. Why don't you keep a set as well, so that you can read to your grandchildren in the future?" Jiang Jingtian waved his hand. "There's no need. My son is now in Guangdong province, so it's only natural for my child to study there as well." "That's true. The education conditions in Guangdong province are definitely better than ours. I still have some business to attend to first. You guys continue playing chess." Half a day after Wang Diqiu left, Xiao Jinxiang finally came back to his senses. He looked at Jian Chen with a dumbfounded expression. "Brother Chen, can a set of houses in the Xin art commune really be sold for $500,000? I'm not dreaming, am I?" Jian Chen shook his head. "More than $500,000. 700,000 would be pretty good to buy." 700,000? Doesn't that mean that in just a few days, I made $350,000 on that house? Jian Chen nodded. Theoretically, yes, but there's a prerequisite, which is that you have to sell your house. Xiao Jinxiang quickly shook his head. Sell? How is that possible? The developer of the Xin art commune is Xin Real Estate. Although Xin Real Estate went bankrupt, it was caused by their broken capital chain. As a real estate leader in Yu province, Xin art commune is the top in Central State, regardless of the quality of construction or design. Now it's also a school district house. I hold it in my hand, so I won't have to worry about my children's schooling in the future. If I sell it for money, although it seems to make a lot of money, but if it leads to my child only going to those trash schools in the future, then I will really cry to death. Jian Chen gave him a thumbs up. You can think of such a long-term thing. Whoever wants to say that you don't have foresight in the future, I'll be the first to disagree. Xiao Jinxiang hemmed and hawed. It's mainly because I follow Brother Chen. Without you, even if I had heavenly skills, there's no way I wouldn't be able to take advantage this time. 4 days later, at the Ancient Rhythm Auction House in Central State, the special auction on Xin Real Estate's assets finally began. The auction hall of the Ancient Rhythm Auction House was on the 5th floor, and unlike the second floor which was divided into many small offices, all the places on the fifth floor were opened up, adding up to a total of over 200 square feet. Although Jian Chen had already been working at the ancient rhythm auction house for nearly a month, today was the first time he had been on the fifth floor. The hall was gilded with crystal lights as bright as day, and everything Jian Chen saw, the price curve in his eyes fluctuated more than 5 digits. Rather than having seen the wealth of the auction house long ago, he still lamented what was truly luxurious. Jiang Jingtian and Xiao Huiyan were similarly sizing up, but the two were much calmer, clearly having seen an auction house with similar specifications more than once. Xiao Jinxiang, on the other hand, was lightly introducing Jian Chen to the roles of the various facilities inside. Since the price of Jiuxin Art Commune skyrocketed, Xiao Jinxiang followed Jian Chen whenever he had the chance, with a dogged follower stance of righteous father above. Please accept a child's worship. The auction table is in the center of the auction hall, which is a ladder table that can rotate 360 degrees. After the auction begins, the rotating ladder platform will open, so that the bidders can see the auction lots in all directions without any dead angle. Wang Diqiu was dressed in a suit, and there were 3 middle-aged men beside him. The 4 of them were talking and laughing, and looked very familiar. Seeing Jian Chen, Wang Diqiu's eyes lit up and he hastily waved him over. Little Chen, come over here for a moment. Governor, you're looking for me? Come, let me introduce you. This is Manager Guan Wenxiang Guan of the White Deer Investment Bank. This is Lawyer Lu Yunfeng Lu of the Danyan Law Firm. And this is Du Zhijian, the owner of the 9 Moon Food Factory. Then to the 3 people, this is Chen Jian, our auction house's new appraisal master. Don't look at him as young. His vision can be very unique. He has already predicted ahead of time the matter of Jiuxin Art Commune being classified as a school district by the Central State Education Bureau. Jian Chen hurriedly greeted the trio one by one. In his heart, he knew that he, an appraiser, was by definition not qualified to know these people. Wang Diqiu introducing himself to them was an elevation of himself. If he wanted to mix in this circle in the future, his connections were also very important. So even if he couldn't make friends, he should try not to offend them. So it's Master Chen. Disrespectful. Being able to get Governor Wang to recommend him, Master Chen's eyesight must not be simple. That's right, let's have a meal together someday. I happen to have questions I want to consult. Jian Chen was polite, and the 3 of them returned the same kind smile. Clearly their thoughts were similar to Jian Chen's. However, Jian Chen could tell that the trio did not take themselves seriously in their hearts despite the compliments on their lips. This was not surprising. With their relationship with Wang Diqiu, they could just find each other if they had something to do. Unless one showed extraordinary abilities in front of them, it was simply impossible to get them to take them seriously. The 3 of them were not salty, and Jian Chen wouldn't have the cheek to stick it to them. He found an excuse and returned to Jiang Jingtian's trio. As time passed, the guests arrived one by one, and the appraisers from the other 3 groups also arrived. The group leaders of Group 1 and Group 3 all greeted Jian Chen very warmly. Only Group 2's Zhuo Zhongxin only gave Jian Chen a sidelong glance before taking his own people to sit far away. In response, Jian Chen laughed it off. Soon, the auction began. Jiang Jingtian walked onto the auction stage, his face all smiles. Good morning, guests and friends. On behalf of the Ancient Rhythm Auction House, I would like to extend a warm welcome and sincere thanks to all of you for being able to participate in today's auction house despite your busy schedules. It can be said that without your support, there is no Ancient Rhythm Auction House today. It had to be admitted that Wang Deqiu's ability to become the president of Ancient Rhythm Auction House was not for nothing. The same opening remarks were unusually interesting in his mouth. In just a few short sentences, the atmosphere was completely pulled up. Alright, knowing that what everyone is looking forward to is not looking at this old face of mine, then without further ado, the auction will now begin directly. First is the first lot. I believe everyone is no stranger to it. That's right, it is the property company XIN Property under XIN Real Estate. I believe that before coming to the new XIN Property, interested in people have done research on this property company. Our auction house has done the same investigation, so everyone can make a comparison. After saying that, the big screen flashed and a form appeared on it. The form was densely packed with all matters related to XIN properties, the most numerous of which were various economic disputes. The expressions of those who had originally heard that the first lot was XIN property and were ready to roll up their sleeves to take it down instantly changed drastically. This company's pit seems to be much more than one imagines. Wang Diqiu waited for everyone to look about the same and then said, alright, now the bidding for XIN property begins. The starting price is 10 million, and each increase cannot be less than $100,000. The scene was silent. It couldn't be helped. It was really the announcement given by the Ancient Rhythm Auction House that had shocked everyone. They originally thought that although XIN property was exposed to beating up the owners, this was only a personnel management problem. and the other aspects were still good. But now, Wang Diqiu was calm about it. 10 million, I don't know if there is anyone to raise the price. 10 million once, 10 million twice, 5 million, this gentleman bid 5 million, is there anyone else to raise the price? 11 million, 5 million, although there were more pits in the XIN property, a thin camel is bigger than a horse, and after further consideration, some people finally started shouting one after another, only everyone's enthusiasm wasn't high, and soon, when XIN property's price was shouted to 6 million, the price increase stopped. In the end, XIN property, the former king of properties in Central State, was bought for $6 million. Congratulations to this gentleman. Next is the second lot. I believe many people must be very excited about it. That's right, it is the property of Jiu Xin Art Commune. Because of some reasons, there are a total of 12 sets of properties in the Jiu Xin Art Commune up for bidding this time. This is the information about these 12 sets of properties. First of all, Building A308. The reserve price is $350,000. Each increase cannot be less than $1,000. Please bid. Everyone was nervous, including Jian Chen. 7 of these 12 sets of properties were his, and how much they could be sold for was also closely related to him. And although Jian Chen could see the price fluctuations of the items, upon observation, he realized that there was a discrepancy between the fluctuating prices and the real transaction prices, so even he himself didn't know how much these houses could be sold for. Chapter 24, which is the best at making money. 400,000, 450,000 dollars, $500,000. In the blink of an eye, the auction price of Building A308 surpassed the 500,000 mark, and this was just the beginning. 530,000, 550,000, 600,000, 615,000 dollars, 623,000 dollars, until the price came to 623,000 yuan. The scene finally quieted down. Wang Diqiu laughed. 623,000 yuan. Is there anyone else willing to raise the price? 623,000 yuan once, 623,000 yuan twice, 650,000 yuan. Suddenly, a voice said. Jian Chen froze, not because the offer was too high, but the one shouting the price was actually Zhuo Zhongxin, the leader of the second group. What did the other party mean? The matter of the auction house's internal staff being able to participate in the auction house's bidding was something Jian Chen was aware of. However, in order to maintain the credibility of the auction house, it is strictly forbidden for staff to act as trustees in any form. So Zhuo Zhongxin really wanted to buy the house in Jiuxin Art Commune? 660,000. Another person raised the price. 680,000. Zhuo Zhongxin didn't panic. 700,000. The other party added again. 720,000. Still Zhuo Zhongxin. Perhaps the other party felt that Zhuo Zhongxin was bound to win, but also felt that this price has exceeded the psychological expectations, and finally gave up the price increase. So Zhuo Zhongxin bought Building A308 for $720,000. Jiang Jingtian suddenly said, 720,000. This guy picked up a great bargain. Jian Chen froze, and heard Jiang Jingtian explain, a house in the dual school district of Gaoxing First Annexed Primary School and Zhengzhou Middle School. Even if it's an apartment, the normal auction price shouldn't be less than $800,000. This is the first set, and a lot of people haven't looked back. If you don't believe me, you can see that the rest of those are definitely getting more and more expensive. As Jiang Jingtian said, the second set of apartments in the Jiuxin Art Commune was directly shouted at $810,000. The third set was even auctioned to $860,000. And as the auction continued, everyone gradually realized that these 12 sets of houses were selling one set less, and they started to compete. By the time the 12th set of bidding, it was directly increased to 109 million. Even so, afterward there are still many people regret. The reason is very simple. Although the price of 109 million for a set of apartments is the standard sky price, however, due to the geographic location, Jiuxian Art Commune and Jinko City are the only two school district houses in high-tech zone that have both high-tech First Primary School and Zhengzhou Middle School. For ordinary people, there are only two ways to get the best education for their children in both elementary and middle school. First, own a property in Jiuxian Art Commune or Jinko City. Second, buy two properties with school districts of Gaoxing First Primary School and Zhengzhou Middle School respectively. School district housing is already expensive. directly by two sets of school district housing. Economic pressure is not generally big, and Jinko City, because of this redivision of the school district housing prices directly break through to the 20,000 mark. So buying a set of apartments in the Jiaxin art commune is instead the most cost-effective option. Jian Chen's face turned red as his brain began to burn from the rapid flow of blood. Of the 7 sets of properties he had thrown out, the lowest set sold for 860,000, and the highest set, the 12th set, 109 million. The average selling price of the 7 sets was $960,000 when he initially bought them internally through the auction house. One set sold for $357,000. In other words, with just this wave, he made 422 million, together with the original 1 million from buying Ming and Cheng antiquities. Jian Chen's total assets came to 3 million. In less than a month, he had accumulated more than $7 million. And this did not include the commission from Wen Zhengming's poetry album Pages of the Western Garden, which was almost as good as a dream. At this time, suddenly a voice in his ear said, "Master Chen, I heard that 7 of these 12 apartments have been bought by you in advance?" Jian Chen froze and realized that the person speaking was named Du Zhijian, the very same owner of that 9 Moons food factory. Seeing Jian Chen's wary gaze, Du Zhijian hurriedly said, "Master Chen is mistaken. This is something that Governor Wang said. If it's true, your insight in business is definitely the greatest I've ever seen." He was speaking from the heart. Although appraisers were hard to come by, and excellent appraisers were even rarer, it was not impossible to meet them. For example, the other 3 appraisal masters of the ancient rhythm auction house all had superior eyesight. But for these appraisal masters, it's simple to let them identify antiques and artifacts. But for them to predict the future direction of physical commodities like Jiaxin art commune, it was a bit difficult to do. In fact, even the most famous experts in economics and finance would find it difficult to be as precise and confident as Jian Chen. Jian Chen hurriedly said modestly, "Boss, do as polite. I'm just a blind cat who ran into a dead rat." The two men exchanged a few words of politeness, and Du Zhijian suddenly said, "I wonder what you think of Mito food." Jian Chen instantly raised his head, a pair of eyes staring at the other party dead on. However, he saw that Du Zhijian looked indifferent, as if he was just asking a casual question. Although this auction was under the banner of XIN Real Estate Special Auction, there were other non-performing assets being auctioned. Mito Foods was one of them. Jian Chen had read the information on all of these non-performing assets, and the one that impressed him the most was Mito Foods. It was a food factory that produced cookies. The reason it was auctioned off was because of poor management leading to stagnant product sales, which triggered a break in the capital chain. This situation is very common among enterprises, especially in the last 2 years. The market competition has become more and more intense. Many small businesses can't even withstand a single impact, and they simply cool off. But Mito Foods is an exception. The flavor of the cookies produced by this local enterprise in central China was very unique, and Jian Chen had eaten them and couldn't forget them until now. The reason why the product was lagging behind was entirely a matter of sales strategy. Now on the market, a variety of small food sales channels, 70% are online. With the price advantage, consumers buy things. The first reaction is to open a treasure or pushishi. Only temporary emergency, or want to see the physical, will go to the store or supermarket. And most people even go to the store supermarket, asked the price, will still choose to order online. However, the decision makers of Mito Foods only go offline. Supermarkets are empty, and the shelves are full of similar competitors. It would be strange to sell. However, what really attracted Jian Chen's attention was not this, but the fact that this food factory was clearly bidding at $8 million, but the price fluctuations shown in the eyes were as high as $30 million. So Jian Chen concluded that there must be some unknown part of this business that made it far more valuable than usual. After seeing the special circumstances of Mito Foods, Jian Chen's first reaction was to buy it out himself, but after much thought, he gave up. The first thing was the funds, although as long as Jian Chen was willing, it would still be no problem to gather enough money for the bidding. But the problem was that this was only the first step. Regardless of repaying bank debts, or doing production operations, a large amount of money was indispensable. Jian Chen estimated that without $20 to $30 million on hand, he simply couldn't play. Secondly, although he possessed eye powers, he knew his own business. Being the head of the appraisal team at Ancient Rhyme Auction House was still competent, but running a business was not. Not to mention that the potential value of Mito Foods is $30 million, even if $300 million will have to be yellowed by himself. Thinking of this, he suddenly moved in his mind. Since Mito Foods is not his own dish, why not send a favor to Du Zhijian? Especially the other party can take the initiative to come to himself, indicating that the other party is recognized. With a slight display of his own strength, he could completely harvest a loyal customer. which would definitely be of great benefit to his future development. He weighed his words and said, Mito Foods actually has a lot of potential for development. I think that as long as the bidding price does not exceed $30 million, it can be offered. At these words, Du Zhijian instantly froze. He looked at Jian Chen, his expression all bewilderment. Chapter 25, First Cooperation with Du Zhijian. The reason why Du Zhijian was interested in Mito Food was that this food factory produced products with very unique flavors. His own 9 Moons food factory also had cookie products, and their sales had always been hung up by the other party. Or rather, the cookies produced by 9 Moons could not be sold at all. He is not pedantic. See the online market development in full swing. The first time he registered his official flagship store in a certain treasure and Pinyu. So even if the level of food produced was average, with the low price and attractive sales strategy, it was still barely sustainable. If one could acquire the better tasting Mito Foods, it would likely be a good opportunity for growth. But the problem was, this was a food factory valued at less than $10 million, right? Now the other party was asking himself to raise the bidding budget to $30 million. This guy wouldn't be joining forces with Mito Foods to intentionally cheat himself, right? The auction continued, but Du Zhijian was already a bit distracted. Suddenly, he came back to his senses. He only heard Wang Diqiu say, well, the situation of Mito Food has been introduced. Alright, the following bidding will begin with a starting price of $5 million. Mito Food started bidding? 6 million, 8 million, 10 million, 12 million. Du Zhijian's face was very ugly. The situation was a bit beyond his expectations. Mito Food was much more popular than he had imagined. In the blink of an eye, the price soared to 18 million, 20 million. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Du Zhijian raised his head. The other party was a young man. However, Du Zhijian was no stranger to this person, the product manager of Deer Forest Foods. The other party's situation was similar to his own Jiuyu food factory. Both lacked fist products with a unique taste. 23 million. He opened his mouth to shout the price, trying to scare the other party. But the other party didn't half hesitate. 25 million. 6 million. Du Zhijian, however, hesitated. This price was already beyond his limit. 28 million. The other party continued to raise the price. A mouthful of turbid air came out of his mouth. Du Zhijian shook his head, ready to give up. Jian Chen suddenly said, why isn't Mr. Du increasing the price upwards? 30 million to take down Mito Foods is definitely worth every penny. His voice carried a trifle of urgency because just 2 minutes ago, Jian Chen was surprised to find that the price of Mito Food, which was originally valued at 30 million, had suddenly risen. It directly soared from 30 million to 80 million, more than doubling. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Although Jian Chen didn't know the reason, since the price fluctuation showed so much, there must be a reason for it. Moreover, an enterprise worth $80 million would definitely make a big profit if it could be bought for $30 million. If it wasn't for the fact that Jian Chen didn't have so much money, even if he didn't know anything about food business, he was prepared to go in on his own, and wouldn't have kindly reminded Du Zhijian. Du Zhijian, however, let out a bitter smile. It's not that I'm not willing to raise the price, but I'm out of money. To tell you the truth, 26 million is already the limit I can raise. I thought that taking Mito Foods would be enough anyhow, but I didn't expect. He sighed helplessly, a little out of his depth. Jian Chen pondered for a moment and asked, Mr. Du, are you really interested in Mito Food? Du Zhijian nodded and spoke of the predicament his company had encountered. Jian Chen said, I wonder if you don't mind investing together with others. Investing together? What do you mean? To be honest, I'm very optimistic about Mito Foods, but I just don't know about business management, and I don't have much money on hand, only about 5 million. If you don't mind, we can join forces. Du Zhijian froze. Are you serious? Of course, but if you think it's not suitable, forget it. Don't. Suitable, especially suitable. I'm worried about running out of money right now. Having old brother Chen join me is a blessing in disguise. Jian Chen smiled faintly. In that case, I wish us a happy cooperation. Must work together happily. Don't you know? Du Zhijian was about to say more, but was interrupted by Jian Chen. Hurry up and shoot. If you're late, it'll be too late. It turns out that while the two were chatting, Wang Diqiu's shouting had come to an end. 28 million for the second time. 28 million for the third time. Into 30 million. Du Zhijian stood up with an unusually loud voice, then once again looked at the product manager of Deer Forest Foods. His eyes were full of provocation, and there was an air of if you don't serve, let's fight 300 rounds. Deer Forest Foods product manager looked at Du Zhijian, suddenly spread his hands and smiled at Du Zhijian, then sat there watching the eyes and nose, as if everything has nothing to do with him, apparently has given up bidding, and Wang Diqiu began the offer countdown. 30 million once, 30 million twice, 30 million 3 times, sold. Congratulations to 9 Moon Food Factory. Congratulations to Mr. Du. Du Jian took a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just now, this exchange seemed very normal to others, but to him, it's thrilling. I'm afraid that only he himself can experience it. Jian Chen followed suit and gave Du Jian a thumbs up. Although the $5 million he had invested seemed quite a lot, it was actually only enough for one of Du Jian's price increases. If the Deer Forest Foods side insisted a little more, he himself could only hope for the best. It was good that Du Jian was imposing enough, or maybe 30 million exceeded the other party's budget, but either way, in short, he had won. The auction continued, but Jian Chen no longer had the heart to pay attention. His thoughts drifted into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. An hour later, the Ancient Rhythm Auction House XIN Real Estate Specialized Auction officially ended. Overall, this auction was somewhat unsatisfactory. The 4 properties related to XIN Real Estate, except for Jian Chen's Jiaoxin Art Commune, which fetched a high price. The other 3 did not meet expectations, especially Zhua Zhongxin's XIN property. The auction house gave him a reserve price of $30 million for the auction, but in the end, it was auctioned off at a low price of $15 million, which can be called the Waterloo of history. Although the low price set by Wang Diqiu is a bit inflated, but there is a limit to this inflated. The bank sold to the Ancient Rhyme Auction House the reserve price of 25 million. That is to say, Zhua Zhongxin's this operation directly let the auction house lost 10 million. Because of this, the other party walked with their heads down for several days afterward, and even took a detour when they saw Jian Chen. Jian Chen found himself suddenly free. In fact, the Ancient Rhyme Auction House every day guests over to do identification. Common gold and silver jewelry, diamond jewelry, watches and wines, all kinds of luxury jewelry. There are also real estate cars, stocks and futures. Of course, there is no shortage of antiques and curiosities. In short, the category of many, far more than Chen Jian imagined. But so, as long as there is a certain value of things, the auction house can give an estimate and acquisition. Only a guess to be Chao Jinxiang reception. A little more difficult in Zheng Jingtian gatekeeper. As an appraisal master, Jian Chen's chances of making an appearance were limited. In addition to his level, the appearance fee is relatively expensive. The general guests do not look for him. Jian Chen naturally also fell idle. Last time Zhou Xin Art Commune let him a wave of fat. Now the 3 million 2 dates of the appraisal fee is not much care. A week later, Jian Chen's office finally ushered in a guest. Du Jian's face was full of smiles. Chen, old brother. A few days have not seen the same style. Chapter 26, Goodbye Guan Duan. First acquaintance with Tang Zian. Jian Chen smiled faintly. There's no way for me to compare to brother Du even if my elegance is flourishing. Seeing how you look today, there must be a happy event? Du Jian nodded. Of course, I'd like to congratulate elder brother Chen for officially becoming a shareholder of Mito Foods. Jian Chen froze. Mito Foods' acquisition was successful? There were numerous formalities that needed to be done to acquire a company, and although the two had their money in place, it would definitely take time to fully take over. According to Jian Chen's expectations, it would take at least a month for Du Jian to completely acquire it, but he didn't expect it to be over in just a week. Du Jian nodded and took out a stack of documents wrapped in red hardcover. It's all here. Old brother, take a look. Jian Chen took over. These documents, in addition to business qualification certificates, business licenses, tax payment certificates, there are also various honorary certificates. For example, High-Tech Enterprise Certificate, 3A Credit Registration Certificate, Safety Production Standardization Certificate, Quality Management System Certification Certificate, and so on. Although Jian Chen didn't really know why a food factory that produced cookies had anything to do with a high-tech enterprise, and on all the certificates as long as the legal representative was involved. Not only was there Du Jian, Jian Chen's name was also listed. Jian Chen's heart stirred as he looked up and smiled. Brother Du has a heart. After $30 million to take Mito Foods, after two people discussed, Du Jian contributed 25 million, accounting for 83% of the shares. Jian Chen contributed 5 million, accounting for 17% of the shares. So he is at best a small shareholder. Plus Jian Chen, regardless of specific management, only take dry shares. Du Jian can only leave a name for Jian Chen on the partnership shareholders agreement. Now Jian Chen appeared as a legal representative, which shows Du Jian's importance to him. Du Jian waved his hand and said something about Mito Foods, then said, Elder brother Chen, the main reason I'm here this time is that I hope you can arrange for a finance to be stationed at Mito Foods. Jian Chen froze. He understood what Du Jian meant. For joint ventures, although the minority shareholders were not involved in the operation, they could arrange for a finance person to be stationed in the company. Finance was in charge of the company's accounts coming in and out, and placing one of their own in this department. You can first understand the company's operating conditions, and secondly, You can also prevent the business managers and other shareholders from joining forces to pit themselves. Jian Chen frowned. Brother Du, this is not necessary, right? I trust you. Du Zijian shook his head. That won't do. Arranging the financial entry is both your right and your obligation. I have always believed that there are no rules. Enterprises want to develop and grow. The duties of each department must be clear, so that there will be no confusion in the later stages of management, pulling each other's strings and a series of other problems. And Mito Food now only you and I okay, but since I will take it, will certainly continue to expand? Financing is essential. When the angel investors come to visit, the first thing to check is definitely the financial. To let them know that the entire financial department is my one word. Surely turn their heads and leave. I know that Chen does not have his own financial team yet, but that's okay. You can entrust this work to a finance company, and the other party will otherwise take care of it for you. However, I would recommend that you find a trusted person, such as a relative or friend of the family, who doesn't know about finances is no problem, and can learn slowly. This way you can rest assured, and I also feel at ease. Jian Chen nodded. Okay, I understand. Give me some time. I'll make sure and then contact you. Du Zijian nodded and the two of them talked about some more topics related to Mito Company before the other party excused himself and left. Du Zijian had just left when Xiao Huiyan came over and knocked on the door. Team leader, Mr. Guan is waiting for you outside. Jian Chen froze. Mr. Guan? Who is it? Xiao Huiyan's face instantly looked odd. Mr. Guan is Guan Duanduan, the president of Cloud Real Estate. You wouldn't have forgotten her, would you? Jian Chen was a bit confused. Of course he remembered Guan Duan. He had helped the other party recover the loss of $45 million. And Guan Duan had also given himself those high imitation cottage versions of Ming and Qing dynasty ancient books. Jian Chen sent these Ming and Qing dynasty ancient books to the auction house to sell, thus earning his first bucket of gold. It is also because of this money, he can once again through Xin Art Commune make a fortune, including the current investment in Mito Foods. Although the results are still undetermined, the probability is still a money-making project. Jian Chen also used this to complete the transformation from ordinary person to entrepreneur. However, after Guan Duan disappeared that day, it was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth, and he didn't expect to appear now. Taking a deep breath, Jian Chen got up and went out to greet him. With Guan Duan's status and position, being able to take the initiative to come over to find himself was considered to have given himself enough face. Jian Chen naturally had to respond with the same gesture. When he arrived at the parlor, he froze. In addition to Guan Duan, there was another young woman in the hall. The other party was wearing a pink evening gown, her hair coiled together, elegant and noble. On the opposite side, Jiang Jingtian was sitting upright, with a kind smile and funny conversation. He was chatting happily with Guan Duan. As for Qiao Jinxiang, at this moment, he directly transformed into the landlord's leggy butler, constantly pouring tea for the two beauties, and in the process of pouring tea, every few seconds will have to look at the young woman. That look, obviously has been the other side of the overwhelming flavor of the fall. At the same time that Jian Chen saw Guan Duan also saw Jian Chen. She immediately stood up from the sofa. Mr. Chen is finally done with his work? Jian Chen was a bit embarrassed. When did Mr. Guan come? Next time, you can say hello in advance, so I can make preparations on my end, or I can go to your company directly. Guan Duan waved his hand. That's a bit of an insult. If you hadn't helped me raise enough funds last time, Yunduan Real Estate might have already stepped into Xin Real Estate's footsteps. According to reason, I should have come long ago. Just this period of time the cloud end of the real estate side of a variety of things complicated. Really cannot get out of the way before delaying until now. So please don't mind. That's true, Jian Chen added politely, and the sense of detachment that the two of them had felt because they hadn't seen each other for a long time slowly dissipated. Guan Duan suddenly said to the woman next to him, "This is the Mr. Chen I've told you about more than once. Don't look at him as young, but his eyesight can be very unique. He may be the only one who can help with your matter." Then to Jian Chen, he said, "This is Tang Zian, deputy head of the Human Resources Department of the Tang Group." Then he said to Jian Chen, "This is Tang Zian, the deputy head of the Human Resources Department of the Tang Group." After saying this, his voice suddenly became smaller. Don't underestimate her as the deputy head. Zian also has another identity. She is the daughter of Tang Zhenghua, the president of the Tang Group. If you can chase her down, Tang Group can be surnamed Chen in the future. Jian Chen didn't expect Guan Duan to say this, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. On the contrary, Tang Zian was generous. "Since Sister Duan strongly recommended you to me, Mr. Chen's ability is naturally unquestionable. To be honest, I only want to purchase a piece of jadeite this time." Jian Chen looked at Tang Zian's eyes with some admiration. generous and unassuming. This is the posture that $1,000 lady should really have. He laughed. Top-grade jadeite is rare, but with Ms. Tang's status, it's not hard to buy 1 or 2 pieces. If I'm not mistaken, the jadeite you want must be very special, right? Tang Jian nodded. That's right, what I want to buy is red jadeite, and it must be the most vibrant Chinese red. As for the seed water, this requirement can be relaxed, just above high ice. Jian Chen couldn't help but sweat. Jadeite was one of the most well-known jewels in China currently, and had already formed a perfect industry chain. The ancient rhythm auction house would often see jadeite in all shapes and colors, and a lot of them were also worth a lot of money, but even more precious. The quality reached high ice a month is also very difficult to see a piece. As a result, Tang Jian came to a high ice or above on the line. As for Chinese red, this is even more outrageous. Chinese red is a unique red color, bright, full of exuberant vitality at the same time, but also with a 3-point restraint. Many people think that the color of a Chinese knot is Chinese red, but it is not. To be precise, the color of Chinese knot is only similar to Chinese red, which is closer to the red uniforms worn by athletes during the Olympic Games. The red color naturally overflows with a faintly honorable atmosphere. Now Tang Jian even want to buy similar close to the Chinese red fei. Jian Chen had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. He was extremely skeptical that there was no such jadeite in the world, and that everything was just a figment of Tang Jian's imagination. Jian Chen estimated that Tang Jian before coming should have asked countless people engaged in the jadeite industry, and nothing. After thinking about it, he smiled faintly. Supervisor Tang, your request is a bit high, and has gone beyond my capabilities. I shouldn't be able to help you. As if Tang Jian had guessed that Jian Chen would say this, she laughed. Of course I know that it's difficult, but what goes around comes around. Saying this, she stretched out a finger. As long as you can help me find it, not only is the price negotiable, I can also pay an extra million as a brokerage fee. Oh, Jian Chen looked at Tang Jian once again, and had to say that the other party was really generous. Tang Jian was a bit embarrassed. To be honest, 3 months from now is my grandmother's 80th birthday. She's the old man's favorite jadeite in her life, and there are several pairs of glass seed imperial green bracelets in her collection. Originally I wanted to send her another pair of glass seed imperial green. Her old man will also be very happy. Just green for jade although precious, but I think some not too good. Only thought to help her buy a pair of red jadeite bracelet, so this matter lasts until July at most. After July, even if a better quality jade appears, it will be meaningless to me. Jian Chen nodded. Understood. I will definitely try my best to find it before July. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and showed the screen to the other party. Tang Jian froze. What for? Jian Chen was puzzled. What else can I do? Of course it's to add WeChat. Don't you want the Chinese red jadeite? Of course I'll notify you as soon as I find it. And although the color number of Chinese red has been determined, but want to match 100% is simply impossible. So you should want to buy. Is the kind of color similarity more than 90%? When I find the red fei, I will show you the photos first, and we will talk about it after you find the color acceptable. This is the most labor-saving method. It's hard for me to find a piece of red jadeite to run to your place. Looking at Jian Chen, who was holding up his cell phone and looking at himself, Tang Jian was silent for a moment and took out her cell phone from her pocket. The two of them swept the code to add friends and filled in each other's notes. Jian Chen felt that this girl was quite strange. Adding a friend was also so dilly-dallying, and the identity of the group's young lady didn't match at all. While the two were talking, Duan had been sitting next to her with a smile on her face. It was only at this moment that she laughed and said, after Xian's business, it's my turn below. She handed a document to Jian Chen. Mr. Chen, take a look at it, and if there's no problem, just sign directly on the bottom right corner. Jian Chen took it in confusion and realized that what the other party was handing to him was an equity transfer agreement. Jian Chen froze. The first party of this agreement was Duan, and the second party was naturally Jian Chen. Duan had decided to transfer 1% of the shares of the Yuan group to Jian Chen. Mr. Guan, this isn't appropriate for you, is it? Cloud Duan Group's peak market value was $23.5 billion, and after experiencing a major upheaval in the real estate industry, it was directly cut in half. But even so, there was still $12 billion. 1% of $12 billion was $120 million. The other party just gave it to himself? Duan looked at Jian Chen and smiled slightly. What? Too little? No, how could I be too little? But as the saying goes, you don't get paid for what you don't deserve. Although I helped you before, you have already given me many Ming and Qing dynasty ancient books. To be honest, I have already commissioned an auction house to sell those ancient books for me and exchange them for quite a lot of money. This money is enough for me to spend for a long time. How can I ask for your things again? Duan shook his head. No, Those ancient books were given to you in passing because I was too lazy to take them away. You did me such a great favor. I can't afford to show nothing. Originally, I wanted to give you cash, but you know the state of real estate now. Although the crisis of the cloud real estate has passed, but all aspects still need money. I thought about it before and finally decided to give you shares. And don't be so quick to rejoice. Although this 1% is worth more than $100 million, it can't be sold. In other words, as a shareholder, you can only eat the operating dividends every year. To tell you another piece of bad news, cloud real estate has been in the red for 2 consecutive years. Not only have the shareholders not been able to share a single penny in these 2 years, their assets have also shrunk significantly. Even if there is another loss next year, cloud stock will become ST, and finally be forced to delist. That way this equity transfer agreement is just 2 pieces of paper to you. Seeing Jian Chen still dumbfounded, Tang Jian couldn't help but say, "Hey, this is a piece of Sister Duan's heart. Don't underestimate this 1%. Many people have offered several times the price to buy it, all of which were rejected by Sister Duan. On the contrary, it's you that's dilly-dallying, not like a man at all." Jian Chen's face darkened. Was he being despised? He took the equity transfer agreement and wrote his name in the lower right corner, then said, "Since Mr. Guan said so, I won't be polite. Now that I'm also considered a shareholder of Yunduan Real Estate, if Yunduan Real Estate encounters any difficulties, you can come to me. Although I'm a single power, it's still no problem for me to make a small contribution." Duan nodded. "Don't worry, if there is a need to help, I will definitely not be polite." When Duan and Tang Jian left, Xiao Jinchang looked at Jian Chen with eyes full of admiration. "Brother Chen, you're too good, aren't you? Even Miss Tang's microsignal can be asked for." Jian Chen froze. "What do you mean?" He was a bit puzzled. Wasn't it normal to add each other's WeChat? And WeChat was different from QQ. Its social attributes were far greater than its chatting attributes. Generally speaking, if it wasn't necessary, very few people would use WeChat to chat with strangers. Jian Chen had added no more than 800 friends without 1,000, but there were only a few who really chatted regularly. Xiao Jinxiang said, "What? You don't know? Miss Tang generally never adds others on WeChat, and even her most fervent suitor, Zhao Weijiang, can only hold flowers and wait in front of her house if he wants to see her." Chapter 27 This kiss, a bit hasty. Hearing Xiao Jinxiang's words, Jian Chen couldn't help but froze. Suitors? Does Tang Jian have many suitors? Of course, Xiao Jinxiang said. The Tang family is the richest in Yu province, owning assets close to $1 trillion. Wait, that's not right, is it? I remember that the richest man in our Yu province seems to be a pig farm. Compared to the north, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, both Yu province itself and the people of Yu province were mediocre, especially in terms of wealth. It was hard to hear of anyone who was particularly rich. The only time it showed its face was a few years ago when the price of pork went up like crazy. A certain pig farm in Yu province assets directly doubled several times, becoming the alternative richest man in the country. Unfortunately, this richest man's fame is just a flash in the pan. The price of pork fell. He also followed the altar. Xiao Jinxiang said, "What pig farms? That is all a clown. The real tycoons never let themselves be exposed to the sunlight. For example, the Tang Group. Their industry is based on investment, and their assets are spread across all aspects of Yu province, like the minerals in Pingdingshan, the large superstores in Zhengzhou, real estate, electricity, transportation, etc., including the pig farm you mentioned. In short, as long as it's a lucrative industry, there are all of them." Jian Chen was a bit dumbfounded. The fact that Tang Jian was able to appear with Duan meant that this girl was not simple. It was just that Jian Chen didn't expect that the other party would come from such a big place. However, he only froze for a moment before returning to normal. Whether Tang Jian had money or not, it had nothing to do with Jian Chen. He added to the other party's WeChat, just thinking that if he got lucky and ran into the red jadeite that the other party wanted, he could make a small profit. But this kind of jadeite can neither be encountered nor sought. The probability of encountering even less than 1 in 10,000. Moreover, Jian Chen was no longer the poor brat he was before. Although he does not have much money, but barely a small millionaire, Tang Jian's 1 million hadn't really been in his sights. Well, mainly can't earn it. It's useless to think about it. Xiao Jinxiang suddenly said, "Brother Chen, tomorrow is Saturday. Do you have something to do?" Jian Chen looked at him. "What for?" Xiao Jinxiang heatedly smiled. "What can I do? Of course, is to bet on the stone. Jubiozai has come with a good batch of goods. Why don't we go and take a look together? In case everything comes to the red jadeite that Miss Tang wants, not only can we make a fortune, but also let the other party owe a favor. If we can further capture each other's hearts, we will be able to live and die in the future, so we don't have to fight anymore." "Ouch, what are you hitting me for?" Jian Chen didn't have the heart to say. It's not you I'm hitting, it's your daydreams. Do you know how much the Chinese red jadeite that meets Tang Xian's requirements is worth? Not to mention whether or not it can be made into a bracelet. Even if it's only a fist-sized piece, it's worth at least $10 million. This kind of goods even in the Burmese pit of those big mine owners are not necessarily have, and cannot be cut by cutting the stone cut out. In addition, gambling on the stone is not a good idea. Don't jadeite not cut, and then put the hard work of saving the wife's capital loss in. If you really have nothing to do on weekends, either play games at home or go to the zoo and botanical gardens around. Anyway, no matter what you do, it's better than spending money on cutting stones, Xiao Jinxiang busily said. Brother Chen, you've misunderstood. I'm not talking about me going to gamble on stones, but you. I'm okay with helping people with appraisals, but I don't know anything about gambling on stones, so how can I possibly spend money that is not worth it? But you are different. I have a feeling that you in this area is absolutely the master of the masters. At that time you eat meat. Let my little brother follow the soup on the line. Jian Chen rolled his eyes. Come on. I do not share the same day with gambling and drugs. Playing cards and rubbing mahjong is not to say. Lottery, stocks, futures, gambling stones, etc. are also not stained. Remember, the most important thing is to be down to earth. Don't even think about getting rich overnight. No matter who tell you can get rich overnight. 99% is a liar. The remaining 1% is the other side of the brain problem. Xiao Jinxiang wanted to say that stock futures are not considered gambling, and that gambling on stones tests experience and eyesight. But looking at Jian Chen's serious appearance, he still did not open his mouth. Jian Chen added, as for tomorrow, I'm sorry, my old cousin has a blind date and he's pulling me over to help him out. No matter how big of a deal it is, it's not as important as this. Xiao Jinxiang froze, then said, that's right, then can I go with you? Jian Chen was puzzled. You go? What are you going for? Xiao Jinxiang said, of course it's to study alongside you. Study alongside me? Jian Chen somewhat didn't quite understand Xiao Jinxiang's brain circuits. Xiao Jinxiang said, that's right, brother Chen, the longer we get along, the more I realize that you are not simple. This kind of uncomplicated not only includes eyesight, but also every aspect of life. All in all, as long as I follow you, I will definitely reap the rewards. Jian Chen was a bit hesitant. He felt like a light bulb even when his old cousin called him to accompany him on the side. If he brought along Xiao Jinxiang, a guy who was more electric than a light bulb, he was worried that 99% of his old cousin's blind date was going to be yellow. Xiao Jinxiang had been paying attention to Jian Chen's expression, and when he saw that Jian Chen really had no intention of bringing him, he panicked. Brother Chen, please just give me a chance. I want to progress too much. Jian Chen, he was a bit helpless. You're like this. What else can I say? If you were to say which was the most famous attraction in Zhengzhou, it was none other than the Erqi Square. Erqi Square, the railway station, Yingji, People's Park. It can be said that in the old city, this is the commercial center of commercial centers. Although with the development of the times, Zhengzhou has developed new technology cities such as Jinkai District, High-Tech District and Zhengdong New District. But as the No. 1 subway line winds through Erqi Square, the train station and People's Park, the center of the city remains irreplaceable. Cousin, you're here. From a great distance, a young guy with a full head of short hair and high spirits waved hard at Jian Chen. Jian Chen laughed. Little one, you're dressed up quite spiritedly today. Yao Yiwen was Jian Chen's cousin, and Jian Chen's mother was the oldest in the family with a younger brother and two younger sisters. Yao Yiwen was the son of Jian Chen's uncle and the only child in the family. Yao Yiwen proudly said, that's of course. No matter what, today is after all my life's first blind date. Definitely want to dress up a little formal. See this shirt of mine, Benelux. Jian Chen nodded. Very upscale indeed. Xiao Jinxiang, who had been following Jian Chen, finally found a chance to greet him. Hello, Yao Yiwen, and you are? I'm an employee under Chen. Brother, take care. Sorry, I thought you happened to be passing by. Yao Yiwen said, suddenly realizing that something wasn't right. He looked at Jian Chen. Cousin, weren't you still looking around for a job a while ago? How come you're suddenly even a leader? Xiao Jinxiang was about to explain, but was interrupted by Jian Chen, just a team leader. As you know, I don't have a lot of good qualities, except that I work pretty hard. Plus, the original team leader just happened to resign, so that's why I was temporarily placed on it. Yao Yiwen nodded. I understand. There is no general in Shu. Liao Hua is the vanguard, but you are the leader of the group. At least dress neatly. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing if you scare other girls away. The weather at the beginning of April seemed to be very sunny, but in fact it was still very cold. The red jacket that Jian Chen was wearing was bought the year he got into college, and it had been 5 years by now. Although it was cleanly washed, it inevitably looked quite worn out compared to the new coat. The black and white striped sweater inside was even longer. and the neck was already wearing yellow. On the contrary, Xiao Jinxiang was wearing a casual suit, coupled with his older age, both stable and dignified. Jian Chen, however, didn't care. Today is your blind date, not mine. If I dress up too handsomely, what if the other woman looks at me? So it's not that I'm not grooming, but I'm thinking about your lifelong career. Yao Yuan was helpless. Alright, anyway, you are the one who has the reason anyhow. At this time, his phone rang. Yao Yuan's spirit was shaken, and he answered it in a hurry. A minute later, he hung up the phone and pointed in a direction. The other party is over there, let's go over there. Jian Chen followed behind Yao Yuan and walked forward for 50 to 60 meters, only to see two young girls sitting on the leisure chairs on the south side of Erqi Square. After Yao Yuan double-checked that he hadn't found the wrong place, he revealed what he thought was his most courteous smile. May I ask which one of you two is Zhu Mengyao? Then he looked at one of the girls. The girl's skin was as white as jade and could be broken. Although her appearance was not considered absolutely beautiful, it was still very durable. Yao Yuan thought that he could give the other party a score of 90 points. His heart couldn't help but thump, although the words just now seemed to be confirming the identity of both parties. When his sister-in-law introduced herself, she had already shown him the other party's photo in advance, so Yao Yuan was very sure that this woman was Zhu Mengyao. I didn't expect that the other party was even better than in the photo, so he had come to the right place today. However, as soon as his words fell, the girl next to him spoke. You are Yao Yuan? Yao Yuan froze, then his whole body was a bit confused. You are. This voice was very familiar. Just now when he was on the phone with Zhu Mengyao, it was this voice that gave him directions. Moreover, the two had chatted before they met, and although they were usually typing, they would occasionally send voice messages. Every time he received a voice message, Yao Yuan had to listen to it several times. It was the voice of the girl in front of him. Could she be Zhu Mengyao? But this girl looks a bit abstract. The body is fat, not to mention, the face is also the kind of a little less regular square. The key to the other side of the mouth is also a little crooked. Yao Yuan estimated that she should have suffered from facial nerve paralysis and other diseases. Almost instantly, he thought of several ways to escape. He didn't know what other people's views on love were, but for him, this kind of girl was unacceptable to him anyway. Who knew that the other party said, Hello, my name is Li Huan. This is my best friend Zhu Mengyao, who is also your blind date. Yao Yuan, who had already taken a step and was ready to run away, instantly froze. She's not Zhu Mengyao? That's great. Letting out a long breath, Yao Yuan tried his best to make himself smile in a graceful manner. So that's how it is. In his mind, he added, scared me. Then he said to Zhu Mengyao, Hello, my aunt hasn't praised you much in front of me, saying that you're both smart and knowledgeable. Here, he took out a palm-sized gift box. I came in a hurry and didn't know what kind of gift to bring. A small token of appreciation. I hope you don't mind. Beside him, Jian Chen watched his cousin's maneuver and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. The young man could do it. Giving gifts first when meeting. As long as the girl opposite doesn't have too bad of an impression of him, he's halfway there. However, just as Yao Yuan's gift was taken out, it was snatched by Li Huan next to him. Before Yao Yuan could stop him, Li Huan directly opened it. What kind of gift is this? Wow, chocolate. How do you know my favorite food is chocolate? Also made into Cupid goddess shape. You kid quite thoughtful it. Said directly put the chocolate into my mouth, then crunching a fierce chewing. Nodded, taste good. Sweet but not greasy. Sand but not sticky. Yao Yuan's face directly blackened. Why are you like this? This is what I gave to Mengyao. Do you know how much effort I spent to make this chocolate? Li Huan froze. Wait, you said you made this chocolate yourself? I didn't see that you even have this skill. It's hard to believe that you are still a pastry chef? Yao Yuan didn't say anything, but his angry expression already proved that he was in an extremely bad mood right now. Li Huan was unconcerned about this. Don't be like this. There's no difference between you giving chocolates to Mengyao and giving them to me. Although Mengyao is pretty, she is naturally introverted, doesn't like to talk, and is even a bit sociopathic. That's why I've been chatting with you on her behalf since you added her to WeChat, including when you called her just now. It was also me who answered for her. Now it makes sense for me to eat another piece of your chocolate for her. Do you say it yourself right? Cough cough cough. Jian Chen, who had been watching the show from the side, couldn't hold it in any longer, and it was only because he hurriedly coughed hard that he was able to avoid laughing outright. He didn't expect that he was just taking advantage of the break time to come and pressure his cousin a bit, but he could still come across something so outrageous. It was estimated that the shadow area within his cousin's heart must not be small at this moment. Of course, Jian Chen could tell that Yao Yuan was more satisfied with his true form, Zhu Mengyao. Therefore, the next time to play his role had arrived. He hastily spoke. Meeting is fate. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yuan's cousin Jian Chen, and this is my colleague. Although I've heard of Erqi Square before, this is the first time I've been here. Why don't we take a look around? After saying that, he added, Yuan Street. In addition to the various stores, the most famous part of Urki Square was the snack street. From a long way away, Jian Chen could smell the aroma that made people gag. Yao Yuan also came back to his senses at this moment. He hurriedly said, that's right, come on, let's go eat barbecue. I know of a barbecued squid that's particularly authentic. Xu Mengyao hasn't said anything yet, or maybe she didn't dare to say because of social fear, or Li Huan did it for her. Sure, I like eating barbecue the most. After saying that, he pulled Xu Mengyao's hand and walked forward, soon coming to a lamb kebab vendor. Come 20 lamb kebabs. Seeing this, Yao Yuan busily said, 10 skewers is enough. My cousin and I don't particularly like mutton. Li Huan froze for a moment. These 20 skewers of lamb are for me to eat myself. Do you guys want to eat them too? Right, Mengyao, do you want to eat? Perhaps it was her best friend's big grin that gave her the courage. Xu Mengyao finally made a move for the first time since Jian Chen met her. She gently nodded her head. Then she heard Li Huan say, that's fine, master, give my bestie another 20 skewers. Then he also kindly glanced at Xiao Jinshan, who had always been transparent. Order it yourself if you want to eat it. Chapter 28. Someone wants to buy high ice Chinese red. Urki Square, Snack Street. Jian Chen looked at his cousin Yao Yuan, wanting to smile but embarrassed to do so. In fact, when he learned that Yao Yuan wanted to go on a blind date, he had already envisioned many possibilities. For example, Yao Yuan's blind date is a gold-digging woman who asks at the first meeting, do you have a car? Do you have a house? Or maybe they don't see eye to eye with each other, so they just talk a few words and then get along. Of course, there are cases where both parties fall in love at first sight, go shopping and have dinner, and achieve a good marriage, but he never thought that someone could do it for him. Yao Yuan seemed to have a good feeling about Xu Mengyao, so he was especially torn about whether or not to continue down the line. Jian Chen was also a bit helpless. He had tried several times to get Li Huan out of the way to see if he could create an opportunity for his cousin to spend time alone with Xu Mengyao. However, he didn't know if it was Li Huan's brain that lacked a string, or if she simply didn't want to leave. No matter what Jian Chen said, it was as if the other party didn't hear it. Just then, a voice said, Mengyao, why are you here? Jian Chen raised his head and realized that the speaker was a middle-aged woman, wearing a cheongsam and carrying a white handbag. But the most noticeable thing was a guanyin pendant on her chest. The pendant was the size of a baby's palm, verdant and green, as if it was a new leaf in summer, dense and glowing with vitality. When Xu Mengyao saw the other party, she finally stopped being as shy as before. Third sister-in-law, aren't you over in Yunnan and Guizhou? When did you come back? The woman laughed. I've been back for almost a week. It's been a while since I've strolled around Central State, so I just came out to take a look around. I have to say, Central State has changed so much in the past few years, I almost don't dare to recognize it. Then looking at the others, these are your friends? Speaking of this, Xu Mengyao's face reddened once again. No, they're my aunt introducing me to an object. Although her voice suddenly became smaller, Xu Mengyao still told the cause and effect. The woman immediately placed her gaze on Yao Yuan, and also looked at Jian Chen and Xiao Jinshan, before finally saying undeniably, Mengyao, reasonably speaking, sister-in-law shouldn't be meddling in your own personal affairs, but I've watched you grow up, and I know what kind of character you have in my heart, and once a marriage matter is chosen wrongly, it will directly affect your whole life. I think it's better to be cautious. Xu Mengyao nodded. I know, but I think Big Brother Yao is quite nice. It's me who's not very good at talking. Once these words came out, Yao Yuan's spirit was revitalized. The whole person seemed to have eaten 36,000 ginseng fruits, not to mention how comfortable it was. The troubles brought about by Li Huan's blind stirring before were also swept away. The woman, however, frowned, in the way of Jian Chen and the others being present. She spoke more subtly, but it was obvious that Xu Mengyao didn't understand at all. After thinking about it, her eyes suddenly lit up and she took Xu Mengyao's hand, smiling at the others again. You young people have your own things to do, so logically I shouldn't bother. But Mengyao and I only meet once in a while, and I want to talk to her more. If you guys don't mind, I'll take you to a place. Then purposely glanced at Yao Yuan. There are many small objects that women like in there. You can buy one for Mengyao. Yao Yuan hurriedly nodded his head. Good. It just so happens that we don't know where to go right now. Just now, he tried to find ways to talk to Xu Mengyao, but no matter what topic he looked for, it was Li Huan who answered on his behalf, depressing him to the point of almost vomiting blood. Now that Xu Mengyao's third sister-in-law had appeared, Li Huan had obviously tightened up a lot. Although this third sister-in-law should have opinions about herself in her heart, to Yao Yuan, it was much better than facing Li Huan. The place Xu Mengyao's third sister-in-law said was not far from here. About 10 minutes passed, the three of them entered a building. However, compared to the busy and bustling commercial street, This place was much cooler. Even without his third sister-in-law leading the way, it was hard for Jian Chen to imagine that there would be stores here. Instead, it was Chao Jinxiang who gave a light eep. Jian Chen asked, "What's wrong, Brother Chen? It seems like we're going to the gathering treasures Jia, Jubo Zhai?" Jian Chen suddenly remembered that yesterday, Chao Jinxiang had invited himself to go to Jubo Zhai to gamble on stones, only to be rejected by Jian Chen on the grounds that gambling is wrong. Unexpectedly, he still came here today. Sure enough, as third sister-in-law turned east and west, a sudden opening opened up before her eyes. The three gilded characters Jubo Zhai came into view, bright and eye-catching. Jian Chen entered the store and realized that not far from the entrance was a gold store, only different from the Zhou Defu, Lao Feng Xiang, and Lao Miao Gold in the large superstores that had rows and rows of glass display cabinets filled with sparkling gold jewelry. The gold jewelry here was casually thrown in a box in the counter. Gold necklaces piled together, gold rings thrown together, a variety of small pendants printed with a 3D printer piled together, as if these things are not precious metal gold, but cheap recycled second-hand cell phones. On the contrary, the counter next to the high-priced recycling gold jewelry customized signage is exceptionally dazzling. Sister-in-law was obviously very familiar with this place, and as soon as she entered, a man wearing glasses opened his mouth to greet her. "Sister Jia Hong is here? What high-quality goods have you brought over this time?" Third sister-in-law, Zhou Jia Hong, looked at the man with glasses with a smile. "Of course I have good goods. Why, do you want to have some fun too?" The man with glasses quickly waved his hand. "No, I'd rather not. It's not easy to earn some money to support your family with a small capital and profit. Whether you can get rich or not is not to be mentioned first. If I lose my family's wealth because of this, I can only take the bowl and go to a street tomorrow to beg for food." After saying that, he pointed inside. "Your clients are inside. Just now there are several gentlemen. One more than the other looks like a fool with a lot of money. Many bosses have arrived. If you are a little late you may not even be able to drink the soup." Zhou Jiahong nodded. "Thanks for the reminder." Then she said to Jian Chen, "This is the boss of Guanhua Gold Shop. Not only is the quality of the gold and silver jewelry on his side guaranteed, but the prices are also a lot cheaper than Chow Tai Fook and other gold stores. If you guys are interested, you can bring 1 or 2 pieces." The man with glasses hurriedly said, "That's right, we have all kinds of common jewelry over here, and it's no problem to have it customized, as long as the style is not particularly complex. A gram of only $10 on the basis of the international gold price, and you have gold and silver jewelry. My side also recycling. The price is always according to the international gold price." Said also sent a business card to each person. Others only felt that this was a normal sales pitch and did not care. Only Jian Chen's heart moved. Just now he saw through his psychic ability that what was placed in the glasses man's gold store was real pure gold. If the other party really recovered it at the price he just said, there was a high probability that there would be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Also interested in these gold was Yao Yuan, who asked Zhu Mengyao, "What kind of gold jewelry do you like? I'll buy it for you. Is a bracelet okay?" He pointed at the gold bracelet that looked the thickest and had the most patterns in the counter and asked, "How much is this one?" The glasses man smiled faintly. "Sir, you have a good eye. This bracelet I made out cannot be less effort. Originally less 28,000 won't sell. Now Jia Hong's sister is there. I'll charge a cost. Give 26,000 on it." Yao Yuan's eyelids couldn't help but jump a few times. 26,000 for a gold bracelet. This is a little expensive. Although it wasn't that he couldn't afford it. He and Zhu Mengyao had only known each other for an hour or so. Isn't it a bit presumptuous to directly spend more than $20,000 on a bracelet? Of course, the most important reason is that it is hard to say whether the two people can make it in the future. Gold bracelets, gold necklaces and other jewelry to buy now. Maybe a basket of water. Zhou Jiahong saw Yao Yuan heard a bracelet more than 20,000 hesitant, but also very painful expression. Heart disdain a smile. If you change into yourself, encountered this situation, certainly not say anything directly by send out. Want to chase the girl? Heartache money cannot. Of course, this has a premise. Is that you have to have money? If Yao Yuan is a multi-millionaire billionaire, he definitely won't have so many poor people's ideas. This scene was just a small episode. The group of people went further in and suddenly opened up. Into the eyes was a huge hall. No, this should be a huge underground garage. The walls were earthy gray concrete walls, and the top was similar, with thick fire pipes everywhere. The only difference between it and the garage was that there were no parking spaces demarcated on the ground, but instead it was divided into stalls one after another. In front of the stalls were all kinds of stones, gray, white, black. Big ones were several hundred pounds, small ones were only as big as an egg. If it wasn't for the number of people surrounding each stall, Jian Chen would have thought that he had come to an abandoned construction site somewhere. But he did not dare to underestimate these stones, because they are produced in different areas of Myanmar jadeite pit, the industry called jadeite wool. also called jadeite raw stone. Don't look at only a small piece, but the price is very amazing. For example, Chen Jian next to a basketball-sized flat jadeite wool, the price tag is as high as 3.85 million. Even a cheap piece of wool would cost several thousand. The glasses man's gold bracelet with full material. Compared to these stones, not even a splash. It is hard to imagine, just such a garage modified. Even the air is a little dirty place. The daily inflow and outflow of money is enough to billions of dollars. As soon as Zhou Jiahong arrived here, her color instantly soared. She smiled and said to Yao Yiwen, "Have you ever heard of stone gambling? This is the place where miracles are born. Some people have used tens of thousands of pieces to cut out tens of millions of superb jadeite, getting rich overnight. Of course, there are also people here to lose their money. A lifetime cannot turn around. If you are interested you can play a little. If you can really cut out jadeite, even if the quality is average, made into peace buttons, Buddha gong, beans and other pendants, for you guys is also very memorable." After saying that she couldn't help but touch the green guanine pendant on her chest. "It is my husband when he first met me, in a jadeite wool public market to buy. At that time, he spent $48,000, and now if this guanine pendant is offered for sale, at least $800,000 to start." Finished face is full of pride. This guanine pendant is her treasure, every important occasion to wear. Also because of this pendant, her career has been smooth sailing over the years. Just a few years to accumulate to a considerable amount of family money. Hearing Zhou Jiahong's words, Jian Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This woman had some ill intentions. If she recommended her cousin to buy the jewelry from that gold store just now, regardless of whether the price was good or bad, it wasn't unacceptable. After all, although gold jewelry was jewelry, it had a good value preservation function in itself. In case of a shortage of money one day, it can still be sold for emergencies. But these emerald wool is different. Just now Jian Chen used his eye ability to roughly see. 99% of them are used to pave the road or too uneven broken thing. Although the remaining 1% had value, it was also lower than the price tag. It was a complete rip-off. If Yao Yuan really intends to buy a piece of wool and cut a piece of jadeite to send to Zhu Mengyao, only by a piece of probability is not cut out. In that case, if it is appropriate to stop, it will appear to be very stingy. If he is not sincere in giving gifts, he is naturally too embarrassed to continue pestering Zhu Mengyao. But if he insists on continuing to cut, not to mention spend a couple of thousand, even if 1 or 200,000 will all go down the drain. With the money gone, Yao Yuan and Zhu Mengyao will definitely not have a relationship anymore. Just as Jian Chen hesitated to persuade his cousin, he only saw Zhu Mengyao, who hadn't said half a word to Yao Yuan until now, suddenly walk over to Yao Yuan's side. "It's too depressing here. I'm a bit stuffy in the chest. Let's just go out for a walk." Jian Chen looked at the other party with some surprise. This girl is not bad. Yao Yuan didn't know Zhou Jiahong's bottom line. She definitely knew it in her heart and understood the dangers of gambling on stones. Saying this now, naturally, she didn't want Yao Yuan to dabble in this stuff. Yao Yuan heard Zhu Mengyao's words and hurriedly said with concern, "Really? I also don't feel too comfortable breathing here. So let's hurry up and go." After saying that, he didn't forget to say to Jian Chen, "Cousin, brother Chang, let's go." Jian Chen nodded and was about to follow Yao Yuan away when he heard a loud voice say, "What kind of stone do you guys have the most hope of cutting out? Chinese red?" Chinese red? Hearing this familiar word, Jian Chen's footsteps lurched and he subconsciously looked towards the source of the voice, only to see a young man wearing a casual suit, a bit of a hangdog, pinching his nose and looking around with a disgusted face, and next to him followed a balding man in his 50s, who was all smiles. "Mr. Qian, are you talking about red jadeite? This kind of jadeite I would suggest going for moxie sand. You see this piece, produced from the old moxisha pit, hit the light can see the yellow fog, and a light through, the bottom is also ice, and even have a certain probability out of high ice. As for the color, it is between red and yellow. The specific performance also depends on whether the inside is melted. So then what is the probability of it coming out Chinese red? It has to be that exceptionally bright big red color, not even close." This, bald man a little difficult. This kind of wool cannot come out especially bright red. However, the value of jadeite color only accounts for one. Although the bright red is beautiful, but yellow fey is not bad at all. The young man's face was instantly filled with disgust. "What the hell are you talking to me about if you can't produce red? Also yellow, don't you know? I hate the most is to engage in yellow." The bald man couldn't help but sweat. "One, you said this kind of Chinese red is very rare. I did 42 years of jadeite business. High ice Chinese red has only seen once." At these words, the young man's eyes instantly lit up. "You've seen high ice Chinese red? Where did you see it?" "Don't worry, as long as it's there, price is not a problem." Chapter 29, the president of the Central State Jewelry Association. The bald man hurriedly said, "Mr. Qian is mistaken. I have indeed seen the high ice Chinese red. and the red fei cut out was as big as a watermelon. But this matter has been over 30 years in the past. The one who cut out the jadeite was a woman around 50 years old, and it caused a big stir at that time. Someone offered $15 million for it, but it was rejected. This woman also directly disappeared, and coupled with the fact that communication was not developed at the time, no one knew her name and family history, and the matter became a legend. The moment these words came out, the faces of the people around couldn't help but change slightly. Bid 15 million. To know that this was more than 30 years ago. It was still the 1980s, and everyone's biggest goal was to become a $10,000 household. As a result, someone cut out $15 million of excellent jade. Can only say that different people really different life? The young man's expression is a bit helpless. More than 30 years ago, 40-year-old woman, no name, no name. The ghost knows where the other side is now. Even if you know the other party's name, so what? According to the calculation of time, the other party was almost 80 years old. The probability of this age had already cooled off. The appearance of the young man and the balding man attracted the attention of many people. Third sister-in-law Zhou Jiahong was no exception. Seeing that Yao Yuan and Zhu Mengyao had already walked out a long way, she couldn't help but ask, "Mengyao, where are you going?" Zhu Mengyao replied, "Third sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I'm feeling a bit stuffy in my chest and I want to go out to get some air. Why don't you hang out here first? I'll be back in a while." Third sister-in-law Zhou Jiahong, however, said, "There's a fresh air system installed here. Where would it be stuffy? Let's go. I'll take you to meet someone." Then without any further ado, she pulled Zhu Mengyao towards the direction of the bald man. "President Huang, long time no see." The bald man didn't expect someone to greet him, but when he saw who the visitor was, he also returned a friendly smile. "So it's Jia Hong, I've heard about your business in Ruweli. Is this about returning to Central State?" Hearing the bald man talk about Ruweli, Zhou Jiahong's expression was a bit unnatural, but she still smiled and said, "It is the intention to come back for a visit." Then to Zhu Mengyao, she said, "President Huang is the president of the Central State Jewelry Association, and this Jubilee jade that we are in is the one that he organized to open." Then said to President Huang, "I came back this time, brought some jadeite wool, many of which are not bad. Jubaoshai recently there are short-term rental stalls, can you rent me one if you have one? It's not a long time, 2 or 3 months would be enough." Jubaoshai was not a mere store, but was composed of a family of stalls just like Ruweli Jadeite Market. Most of these stalls were rented on a long-term basis, but there were a few that were rented on a short-term basis, short 1 or 2 days, the longest not more than half a year. It is Jubaoshai specializes in those who do not have a lot of goods in hand, or want to quickly out but no channels for the gambling stone enthusiasts. Jubaoshai is very famous. Every day there are many people come. Some people even do not hesitate to drive hundreds of kilometers, but also to see here. With more people, the turnover is high, and as long as the quality of the goods on hand is not bad, they can be sold out very quickly. This also leads to these stalls are very sought after. The average person wants to rent, just queuing up for months. Zhou Jiahong had already made several trips and was told that there were no vacant stalls in the last few days. Today, she inquired that Huang Minghui, the founder of Jubilee, would be coming, and the two had dealt with each other before in Ruweli, and although their relationship was average, they could at least talk. So she wanted to ask to see if she could insert a queue. A while ago in Ruweli because of poor decision-making lost a large sum of money, resulting in very tight funds now. If they were to queue up step by step, the time would definitely be too late. Hearing Zhou Jiahong's words, Huang Minghui instantly understood her meaning. Only, there was some difficulty on his face. "Ms. Zhou, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. From the creation of Jubilee, to be able to have the current fame, besides everyone's trust, is that things are still fair? I hope you can understand." Zhou Jiahong was instantly anxious. "President Huang, you just help. Stall rent is not a problem. I can still add money." However, Huang Minghui didn't even wait for her to finish before waving his hand and interrupting. "I'm sorry, I have guests now, so excuse me for a moment." After saying that he turned his head and left. Xiao Jinqian, who had been following behind Jianchen as if he was transparent, suddenly said, "Old Huang, this is a bit unkind of you. I've been standing there for half a day and you didn't even say hello. Can't it be that the modern world has developed and forgotten all the old friends?" Huang Minghui froze. When he saw Xiao Jinqian, he quickly slapped his forehead. "Oops, sorry, so it's Brother Qiao. I really didn't recognize you without your suit. You guys are." Xiao Jinqian pointed to Jianchen. "What else can I do? This is not heard that here opened a family jubilee, so I came to take a look." Then pointed to Jianchen. "This is Brother Chen. Didn't Master Wu leave the auction house? Now the leader of the fourth group has Brother Chen to take over." Huang Minghui's originally unsalted face immediately made a 180-degree turn after hearing Jianchen. He took 2 steps forward and took the initiative to pull on Jian Chen's hand. So it's Master Chen. I've heard of your fame more than once. Originally, I had long wanted to pay a visit to the auction house, but felt it was presumptuous. I didn't expect to see you here. Jian Chen's expression was a bit dumbfounded. What the hell? Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Good day, President Huang. I wouldn't dare to be called a master or anything. Just call me Little Chen. Master Chen is too modest to be able to become the ancient rhythm auction house's special appraisal master. You can't do it without some special skills, not to mention that you can find Wen Zhengming's real handwriting from thousands of books. This eye power, even if you look at the whole country, there are not many people compare. Finished taking out his cell phone, opened WeChat. Come on, add a friend. Jean Chang and I are good friends who have known each other for many years. Some other day I will be the host. Let's get together. After saying that, he looked at Zhou Jiahong. You guys came together? Jian Chen nodded. Yes, this is my third sister-in-law. Although it was a bit too early to call third sister-in-law, it was always right to be polite. However, Huang Minghui clearly misunderstood. Third sister-in-law? Why didn't you say so earlier? It's all our own people. I almost misunderstood. Then to Zhou Jiahong, you wanna rent a stall, right? Although the mobile stalls are gone. Stalls number 1 and 2 are my own. I'll say hello and ask them to make room for you, so you can use it for as long as you want. No charge. From the moment Xiao Jinxiang greeted Huang Minghui, Zhou Jiahong was a bit confused, especially since Xiao Jinxiang and Huang Minghui were so familiar with each other. It wasn't until Huang Minghui spoke to her that she came back to her senses and nodded with a busy face of surprise. Really? Great. Thanks. Unlike those mobile stalls, stalls number 1 and 2 were located in the center of the treasure jade, which was also the place with the densest flow of people. If one's goods were placed there for sale, they could all be emptied in less than a day. Huang Minghui, however, casually waved his hand. This is just a small matter for him. After a few more words with Jian Chen, Huang Minghui was busy chasing after the young man who had already walked out because of this momentary delay. Soon after, a middle-aged man walked over. Hello Master Chen, I'm the manager of the Jubilee store. Wu Ming. Just now, President Huang said that you need to use the stall? Jian Chen nodded and pointed at Zhou Jiahong. It's my cousin who uses it. Just talk to her about the specifics. Okay. When Zhou Jiahong followed the other party away, Jian Chen finally couldn't help but ask Xiao Jinxiang, who exactly is this President Huang? What's your relationship with him? He was very strange. The gathering treasures was very large, and Huang Minghui definitely wasn't a simple figure if he was able to open this place up. Jian Chen was an ordinary appraiser at the ancient rhyme auction house, and even if he had a unique vision, in terms of status, there was no way he could compare to Huang Minghui. So even if the two befriended each other, it was only right for him to lower his stance. But looking at the other party's attitude just now, how could he have any semblance of being the president of the Central State Jewelry Association? Hearing this, Xiao Jinxiang laughed. Brother Chen, you don't know the bottom line of that old boy Huang Minghui. Yes, right now he is indeed very honorable, but 5 years ago, he was a migrant laborer who came from the countryside to the city to make a living. But unlike other migrant laborers, Huang Minghui was lucky to come across the expansion of our ancient rhythm auction house, responsible for the construction of his construction company. This guy's heart is alive and well, and after figuring out what our auction house does, he comes over to get close to us all the time. Today he delivers breakfast to Master Wu. Tomorrow he runs errands for Governor Wang. In short, as long as there is a need, he will always respond. When the expansion of Gu Yun was completed and he was ready to find security personnel, he immediately recommended himself. Governor Wang originally had a good impression of him, directly agreed to go out. This guy since then is like a fish out of water. Security, cleaning, running errands, food delivery. Anyway, as long as he can do the work, directly all package. At that time the ancient rhyme has a strange phenomenon. You may not know the president of the bank Wang, but will never not know Huang Minghui. When I first went to Guruan, he was the one who ran around and helped me with all kinds of entry procedures. To my detriment, I almost thought that I was here to become a governor, not an appraiser. Jian Chen froze. So, he's definitely a talent then, Xiao Jinxiang said. That's right, just because of this, everyone is very polite to him. Usually, no matter what he asked, they would answer all questions, day after day. Until a year ago, he bid us farewell and then disappeared. Jian Chen drifted off. This is learning the ropes and becoming his own boss. Yeah, I have to say that this guy is really powerful. If it weren't for his bad birth, he would never have accomplished more than this now, Jian Chen said. But the problem is, he's already a big boss now, and he's also the president of the Central State Jewelry Association. With such a high status, it's good enough for him to remain polite to us. There's no need to grovel, right? This was what Jian Chen didn't understand the most. Xiao Jinxiang, however, snorted. Somewhat disdainful, egg of the Central State Jewelry Association president. This guy is clearly sticking gold on his face. Zhongzhou Jewelry Association is just a powerful sounding name, but it's a civil organization. And still Huang Minghui in the name of Guyun Auction House to apply for their own. At that time, he was still working as a security guard in Guyun, said he wanted to apply for a civil association. This kind of association individual application is more trouble, but for the auction house is also an official seal plus the president's signature. We did not care at the time. Huang Minghui application was successful and did not mention it again. If I hadn't seen him again today, I would have forgotten about it. Seeing Jian Chen gazing in thought, Xiao Jinxiang added, Brother Chen, you can rest assured. Huang Minghui may put up a front in front of others, but when he sees you, he definitely has to be careful. Although he learned a lot of things in the ancient Rhyme auction house, but they are all contacts, business. As for the identification of this technical work, he is too old, and limited to the talent. Even I am far from it. Not to mention you, don't look at him to open such a large jadeite wool trading market, but the jadeite wool appraisal cannot be separated from the appraiser, especially the top appraiser. It can be said that as long as he wants to make money, he must have a good relationship with you. Jian Chen laughed. That's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Let's not say that my level of appraising jadeite wool is average, even if my eyesight is superior. So what? This industry has always been full of experts. As long as you spend some money, there is no problem in hiring a few top-level masters to sit in on the scene. Xiao Jinxiang shook his head. You are wrong. Yes, there are indeed many appraisal masters in the world, but as long as they are masters, they are inevitably high-minded and may not eat his set, and he is also considered to be from the ancient Rhyme auction house, more popular in the line. There is this resource does not utilize. To seek far and near is the brain problem. The most crucial thing is, Xiao Jinxiang suddenly smiled mysteriously. Do you know whose property this is? Whose property? Jian Chen froze, and then his heart fluttered. Could it be the Yunwan real estate? That's right, this is none other than General Manager Guan Duanduan Guan's place. You're friendly with General Manager Guan, and you're also a shareholder of Cloud End Real Estate, so as long as you get along with you, this place can be used by old Huang all the time. Maybe if General Manager Guan knows about it, he'll even be able to give him some more concessions. Jian Chen nodded. He didn't realize that he and Huang Minghui had so many connections. At the same time, he sighed. Central State was big to say the least. It was possible that one might come across some connection at some point. At this time, Zhou Jiahong returned, only to see her beaming with a smile. Obviously things had gone very smoothly. Seeing Jian Chen and Xiao Jinxiang, she busily said, Mr. Chen, Mr. Xiao, I really have to thank you too this time. Without your help, I really don't know what to do this time. After saying that, she was a bit embarrassed. I was the one who was blind to the fact that I was blind before. You guys mustn't mind. Then she took out 2 boxes and handed them to Jian Chen and Xiao Jinxiang respectively. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please be sure to accept it. The tone of voice was very euphemistic. The attitude was very humble. Where was the same eye candy when they first met? At the same time, he was somewhat fortunate that his previous words were quite restrained and did not offend the two. Otherwise, it's really not going to end well now. Jian Chen waved his hand. You're too polite. I actually didn't do anything. You'd better take back the gift. That won't do. Since I gave it away, there's no reason to take it back. If you want it or not, you're not treating me as one of your own. Jian Chen was still going to push back, when suddenly a large hand reached over. It was none other than cousin Yao Yiwen. He looked at Jian Chen and then Zhou Jiahong, saying, Cousin, you're really something too. Just now you helped cousin's sister-in-law. Cousin's sister-in-law sending you something is a piece of her heart. How can you not accept it? After saying that, he directly opened the box, only to see a palm-sized phoenix-shaped jade pendant inside. The jade pendant was oil green in color. Although it was a bean seed, it had a good head of water and a rare even texture. After being polished it gave off an eye-catching light that was very appealing. This thing is not bad. Ha, if you don't want to give it to me directly. After saying this, he rubbed it on his hand twice and walked over to Zhu Mengyao. Mengyao, it's our first time meeting and I don't know what to give you. This jade pendant will be my gift for borrowing flowers. I hope you don't mind. Jian Chen watched Yao Yiwen casually hang the jade pendant onto Zhu Mengyao's neck, and his eyelids couldn't help but jump a few times. This brat was truly not taking himself as an outsider. Chapter 30, inviting Master Chen Jian to come out to the mountain. However, since the jade pendant had already been worn by Yao Yiwen on Zhu Mengyao's neck, it would be somewhat inappropriate for Jian Chen to say anything else. He helplessly said, Since you like it, then take it. Didn't third sister-in-law say just now that it's quite nice to have something memorable for your first meeting? Zhou Jiahong couldn't help but feel a bit anxious when she saw that Jian Chen refused to take it just now. She had seen Huang Minghui's attitude towards Jian Chen throughout the whole process, and although she didn't know Jian Chen's identity, it certainly wasn't simple. She had sent him a gift herself, firstly as a thank you for the other party's favor to her, and secondly because she wanted to have a good relationship with Jian Chen. The inventory in her hand was only the first step in her plan to return to central China, and she would inevitably have to deal with people from all walks of life next. Although she was from Zhengzhou, she had gone to Ruili when she was in her teens, and this place was very unfamiliar to her. If she could use Jian Chen as a medium to open up the central state market, the road afterward would definitely be much better. Only Zhu Mengyao shook her head and reached out to remove the jade pendant from her neck. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Seeing this, Yao Yuan laughed. What's expensive? It's just a worthless stone. Worthless? Zhu Mengyao surveyed the jade pendant in her hand and realized that the carving was exquisite and the phoenix pattern on it was lifelike. How it had nothing to do with the word cheap. Yao Yuan said, of course it's not worth much. Although I don't know jadeite, I have read a lot of novels about it. The value of emerald mainly depends on its species and color. Seed is the transparency. The closer to the glass state the more valuable. That is, we often say the glass seed. In addition to glass seed, there are ice seed, bean seed and glutinous seed. Specific performance from the name can be seen. Color is said to be the color. Emerald green is the most precious. The more dense green value is higher. The lighter the less valuable. Of course, this is only a general division. Depending on the circumstances, it is also possible that the value of high green is not as good as light green. You see, this piece of jade, although the color is relatively rich, is the standard bean seed. Bean seed jadeite market price is basically around $110. If I really want to say the advantages, it should be its carving. No, half a day is difficult to get, so I priced it between $200 and $300. After saying that, he smiled at Zhu Mengyao again. $200 or $300 is just the cost of a meal. If you're really sorry, it's okay if you treat me to dinner next time, right? Not knowing what to think of, Zhu Mengyao nodded and put the jade pendant away. In that case, I'll treat you to dinner in a while, so don't refuse. No problem. Yao Yuan was overjoyed and turned his head to Jian Chen. Cousin, Mengyao is feeling unwell. I'll take her out for some air. Over here, you help me entertain her. After saying this, he gave a wink towards Jian Chen and pulled Zhu Mengyao and ran away. Jian Chen looked at the direction where the two disappeared, and then glanced at Li Huan, who wanted to follow and chase after them. How could he not understand this guy's mind? It didn't matter. He himself was originally here today to help this guy deal with the follow-up issues, so he naturally had to do his part. He stopped Li Huan, who had already taken several steps. Maisie, are you going to go home by yourself? Or let me send you? Li Huan froze. I go home? Now. After saying this, she also looked towards the direction where the two disappeared, her expression somewhat anxious. Jian Chen was helpless. Hey, I said, do you really not understand, or do you not understand? Ah, what? The two of them took a liking to each other at first glance. That is, you are in the middle of the obstruction to add chaos to destroy their relationship. Otherwise they would have already become a pair. You, Li Huan face darkened. I'm helping Mengyao. Helping Mengyao? Falling in love for her? Or maybe you're still planning to marry my cousin for Mengyao? Li Huan instantly became anxious. How do you people talk? Who wants to marry your cousin for Mengyao? It's better if you don't have this idea, but even if you have this idea, it's useless, because it's impossible for my cousin to look at you, especially with your body type. With Zhu Mengyao out of the picture, Jian Chen wouldn't be polite to the other party anymore. Some women wouldn't be self-aware if you didn't strike her down. Sure enough, upon hearing Jian Chen's words, Li Huan's fat body trembled in anger as she indignantly turned around and ran away. Jian Chen smiled smugly. Done. Moreover, looking at Yao Yuan and Zhu Mengyao, it was likely that they wouldn't be coming back, so he was also ready to leave. Who knew that just at this moment, a panting voice behind him said, Master Chen, it's a good thing you didn't leave. Jian Chen was stunned. The person who came was none other than that president of the Central State Jewelry Association and the organizer of the Gathering Treasures Jade, Huang Minghui. Jian Chen asked, President Huang, you have something? Huang Minghui gave an embarrassed smile. I would like to ask you for a favor. I just don't know if it's convenient for you. A favor? What for? You should have seen the young man I was with just now, right? The other party's name is Chen Wenshua, from Shanghai, and this time he's looking for me because he wants to buy a piece of Chinese red jadeite that's above high ice. You should also know that this kind of special jadeite can be encountered but not sought. I'm a person to make some contacts is not bad, but in terms of vision is far worse, simply cannot meet his requirements, so I want to ask you out. Don't worry, this market jadeite raw stone you can just choose. Earn how much are your lost I help you bottom? How? Next to him, Xiao Jinxiang laughed. Yo, Lao Huang, your mouth is a bit big. You're not afraid of Chen losing tens of millions of dollars at a time. At that time, your hard-earned savings of this point of wealth. can all be lost. Huang Minghui busy said, I definitely believe in Master Chen, our ancient rhyme auction house appraisal masters of the level of high and low. I know better than anyone else how we'll lose. Besides, even if I lose the money, so what? I have nothing to lose. At most I will go back to the pre-liberation era. Xiao Jinxiang gave a thumbs up. That's bold enough. Since you're such an old-fashioned appraiser, why don't you let me cut it for you? My level in stone gambling is likewise 1 in a million. Huang Minghui quickly waved his hand. Don't. I just said master appraiser, not appraiser. Especially you kid. You are studying actuarial science, specializing in finance, stock market, futures and such financial products risk control. As for the appraisal of antiques and jewelry, forget it. Looking down on people, isn't it? Believe it or not, I will cut out a piece of millions of superb emerald out now. This point I believe. You will be worth tens of millions of material cut into a few million is quite good at it. The two spoke and disliked each other, and Jian Chen, who had been in deep thought, suddenly said, if I'm not wrong, this Chen Wenhua bought the Chinese red jadeite to curry favor with Tang Xian, right? Huang Minghui immediately gave a thumbs up. Worthy of being Master Chen, you even know such secretive information. That's right, Tang Xian wanted to pay a high price for a high-quality red jadeite in order to celebrate her grandmother's birthday. Chen Wenhua was one of Tang Xian's suitors, and helping her buy her favorite item would naturally brush a wave of goodwill in front of the other party, especially since Tang Xian listened to her grandmother. The old lady was obsessed with red jadeite, not to mention the beautiful color of Chinese red. As long as it had something to do with red, she would try to buy it. So whether it's for Tang Xian or the old lady herself, it's very important to find a piece of red fei before the other party celebrates her 80th birthday. Jian Chen froze. He had thought that Tang Xian was only looking for herself to buy a Chinese red jadeite for a festive occasion. He didn't realize that there was also the old lady's personal preference in it. If that was the case, then the importance of the red jadeite was naturally self-evident. However, Jian Chen shook his head. President Huang, I'm afraid I really can't help you with this. As you know, if you want to cut out a piece of Chinese red, power only accounts for a small part of it. The key also depends on luck. All the lottery tickets I bought since I was a kid have never won a prize, so my bad luck is evident. You want me to might as well go to those European emperors, although they may not always succeed either, but at least they are more reliable than me. Huang Minghui hurriedly said, Master Chen has misunderstood. Of course I know the difficulty of cutting out a piece of emerald that meets the other party's requirements, but you don't necessarily have to do that. Just show your strength. To be honest, although I have created such a market, I don't have any excellent appraisers on hand that I can use. Some of the resources held by Chen Wenhua's family are very important to me, so I have to make good relations with him. Look at. Jian Chen instantly understood Huang Minghui's meaning. In that case, I'll try, but I can only say that I'll try my best. There's no guarantee that I'll succeed. Great. Don't worry. Whether it works or not, I won't let you work for nothing. Jian Chen followed Huang Minghui into the elevator, and the two of them came from the first floor to the 6th floor. The elevator door opened. This was originally an office building, but it was similarly opened up. Only the area was quite a bit smaller than the basement. The sunlight outside the window shone in through the glass, warm and genial. Rows and rows of shelves were neatly and orderly placed in alternating rows, and countless large and small emerald wool was arranged in a staggered manner. However, compared to the basement just now, most of these rough materials had already been cut. There were also some that had small windows opened, and the light green color came out from the open windows, making it particularly attractive to look at. These are all semi-gambling materials. Gambling is divided into full gambling and half gambling. Full gambling is directly cut all by the stone skin wrapped jadeite wool. The risk of this gambling method is very big. You may spend a lot of money to buy the material, and finally cut out just a bunch of useless broken stone. Half bet is the first in the jadeite wool cut a knife. Because the cut can be taken out to sell, the wool must have performance, so the risk is much smaller. Of course, this kind of half gambling material selling price is also much more expensive than the full gambling material. Without a certain financial strength simply cannot play. Chen Wenhua is holding a strong flashlight between the shelves left and right. Just look at his blank stare. Obviously shine is also in vain. Seeing Huang Minghui, Chen Wenhua raised his head. Didn't I tell you to go ask the master? Where is the person? Huang Minghui was busy pointing at Jian Chen. Young Chen, this is Master Chen. Just him? Chen Wenhua's face was filled with disdain. I'll leave if you really can't find someone. Know how valuable my time is? How do I have the time to dilly-dally with you? Huang Minghui hurriedly explained. You mustn't underestimate Master Chen. Although he is young, he is the appraisal master of ancient rhythm auction house. On the eyesight, not to mention the Yu province, even if you look at the whole country, not many better than him. Yo-ho, is that so? Chen Wenhua's expression was all playful. Then I want to see how many kilograms this Master Chen has. Don't brag so much but end up with a pewter spearhead. Choose the stone. Jian Chen looked at the other party with an odd expression on his face. Just now on the elevator, Huang Minghui had already briefly explained the situation. Learning that Chen Wenshua wanted to come to Jubilee Zhai to buy jadeite wool, Huang Minghui immediately made sufficient preparations for reception. He took the other party to first turn around in the underground trading market, and then came to the 6th floor of the semi-gambling material area. In the end, Chen Wenshua chose a piece of red jadeite with an open window, priced at $280,000. As a result, after the cut, the red mist at the open window of the wool is only a thin layer. Although the seed water is good, but inside are cracks, the value is only a fraction of the selling price. Then Chen Wenshua will not cut, not check out. Just let Huang Minghui please an appraiser to help him choose. Huang Minghui instantly do not know what to do. In fact, he dared to open the jadeite wool trading market. How could he not have an appraiser under his command? Only he asked the appraiser although some eyesight, but the level in the first-class appraiser is still some gap, not to mention the ability to deal with Chen Wenshua's problem. Under the anxiety in his heart, Huang Minghui instantly thought of Jian Chen. Jian Chen's level. He had already been informed by the people from the ancient rhythm auction house in Zhengzhou. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to shop the wool trading market with Xiao Jinxiang, he must have his own unique insights in this area. So he was in a hurry and invited Jian Chen over. If Huang Minghui were to know that the reason Jian Chen appeared here today was just a misstep to accompany his cousin on a blind date, he didn't know how he would feel. Hearing Chen Wenshua's words, Jian Chen was nonplussed. Mr. Chen, there is only one piece of red fei behind the open window in the half-gambling area on the 6th floor, and it has already been cut by you. If you want Chinese red, I'm afraid this place won't be able to fulfill your request. Chen Wenshua froze. Are you saying that the Chinese red jadeite is only available in the underground trading market? Jian Chen shook his head. That's not necessarily true. Most of the underground trading markets are full of gambling material. I can help you choose a piece that has a higher probability of cutting long, but whether it can be cut up specifically, or what color it will be when it's cut out, I can't guarantee it. Chen Wenshua snorted. Don't dare to guarantee? Aren't you an appraiser? If you don't dare to guarantee this, you don't dare to guarantee that. What do I need you for as an appraiser? Jian Chen looked calm. You can't say that. It's true that I'm an appraiser, but an appraiser is a human and not a god. I can only use my eyesight and experience to help you minimize mistakes. Take this piece of wool as an example. Its price tag is $420,000. If I'm sure that I can sell it for $1 million after I cut it out, then I might as well buy it myself and get rich myself. So why cheapen it for someone else? Don't you think so? Chen Wenshua looked at Jian Chen dumbfounded, and suddenly applauded vigorously. Well said. Although you're young, you're the most confident appraiser I've ever seen. After speaking, he took out a card and handed it to Huang Minghui. Huang Minghui froze. Didn't I cut a piece just now? Of course I have to pay. Huang Minghui quickly waved his hand. No need. That piece of wool is even my treat for you. You came all the way from Shanghai. I didn't prepare any gifts. A piece of stone that isn't worth much money. It's considered a small token of my appreciation. Chen Wenshua, but don't, as the saying goes, you don't get paid for what you don't get. We are not relatives. What do I want from you? Besides, didn't you also say? It's just a stone that's not worth much money. I'm not in the habit of accepting stones as gifts. Huang Minghui's face was a little embarrassed. He had gone to the trouble of flattering Chen Wenshua, and in addition to verbal currying favor, he naturally had to show it materially as well. He didn't expect the other party to directly draw a line with him. For those who gave gifts, the more painful thing was how much was the most appropriate to send. But more painful than how much to send, is that you send? The other party does not accept. Jian Chen, however, took the initiative to receive the bank card before handing it to Huang Minghui. It's only natural to pay for something. Besides, these emerald wool is not blown by the wind. Just give Mr. Chen a discount. Huang Minghui had no choice but to take the bank card in his hands. Jian Chen turned most of the way along the shelves and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then he raised his head and said to Chen Wenshua, Mr. Chen, I heard that you bought the red jadeite to celebrate the birthday of the Tang family's old lady, right? Chen Wenshua nodded. That's right. Zian has been searching for high-quality Chinese red jadeite since 2 years ago, but unfortunately, I've come up empty-handed until now. I'm a person who lacks everything, just not money. As long as you can find it, not only is money not a problem, but if there is anything you want me to help you with, just ask. Although I can't guarantee that I'll be able to do it, as long as it's within my ability, it's still no problem to help you arrange it. Hearing these words, Huang Minghui instantly became excited. It was just that he knew that now was not the time to open his mouth, so he could only stand still with his eyes on the ground. Jian Chen laughed. As I said earlier, the 6th floor of Red Fei is gone. But the Tang family old lady over 80 birthday. You help the Tang family miss no problem, but you should also want to send gifts, right? The Tang family's old lady has a fondness for jadeite jewelry. If you can send her a creative ornament, I'm sure she'll be equally very happy. Chen Wenchua's eyes twitched. Is that so? Then which piece do you think I should choose is better? Jian Chen pointed to his hand. This one can be tried. Everyone frowned at these words, especially Huang Minghui. This was because the jadeite wool that Jian Chen said was numbered 39. There was nothing special about this number, but the key number 39 jadeite wool was very large. It was 1 meter too long, 30 centimeters wide, and weighed 200 pounds. The left end of the material was cut bowl-size piece. The inside of the jadeite has been internalized, but it is the worst kind of glutinous. This texture is not worth money, if not big enough. Huang Minghui directly to the gravel factory crushed paving the road. It is impossible to sell, because even if you cut it, the probability of making jewelry out of it will not be able to work against the material. This point from this piece of wool to this half a year no one asked for it can be seen. Now Jian Chen introduced it to Chen Wenchua. What does it mean? He would not think that this piece of material is not selling well and want to use the opportunity to help himself sell it, right? This really can't be done. Chapter 31, Learning to Take Sides at Critical Moments. Thinking about this, Huang Minghui was a little anxious. If it were someone else, and Jian Chen did this, his heart would have already burst into laughter. Such a large piece of scrap. Throw it a pity, do not throw it occupy space, but also pressure scale. The shelf in front of him has been replaced twice, both by this piece of emerald wool pressure broken. One of them also smashed the floor tiles cracked, so that now when placed, not only on the bottom layer, the stone underneath the 2 layers of foam pads, but Chen Wenchua is not an ordinary person. He now wants to send a gift cannot send out, if another pit each other a hand, not to mention asking the other party to help. Chen Wenchua does not give himself small shoes is already very good. Jian Chen, however, was calm and relaxed, as if he had full confidence in this piece of wool. Equally calm as Jian Chen was Chen Wenchua, who walked next to Jian Chen and carefully observed the piece of wool before nodding. This thing is good. I like it. Jian Chen was a bit skeptical. You can also tell that it's not ordinary? Based on the observation just now, Chen Wenchua shouldn't know how to identify jadeite wool. Is it possible that this guy is deliberately pretending to be a pig eating a tiger? As a result, I heard Chen Wenchua say, of course I can tell. You see it is thick and long, also into a flat shape. Looks like a big sword. This position is also the hilt, so majestic and domineering, full of offense. It's not just good, it's quite good. Jian Chen couldn't help but sweat one out. A piece of wool with a rough surface was all it was, and this guy was able to conjure up so many ideas. Jian Chen already didn't know whether to admire the other party's uneducatedness or praise the other party's wild imagination. Stepping on the wool with his left foot, Chen Wenchua turned his head to Huang Minghui and said, "That's it, swipe the card along with the piece just now." Huang Minghui was a bit embarrassed. This, Chen Wenchua's eyes rolled. This what? You don't think that this piece of wool has a high probability of cutting long and want to raise the price on the spot, right? How could I? How much the material here is labeled is how much it costs. Jubilee simply doesn't have the word sit on the spot price increase. After saying that, he rushed to swipe his card and quickly returned the card in proof of purchase. Ha, isn't this old Chen? You're not hanging around Shanghai. What are you doing in central China? Is this to cut stones? It's not that I'm belittling you. At this level you still want to cut Chinese red fei. Take my advice. Go home early and go to bed. Jian Chen turned his head and realized that the person who spoke was about the same age as Chen Wenchua. Only this guy's dress was really a bit non-mainstream. Plaid bell-bottomed pants, a vest on top, slippers, and a handful of hair dyed purple in the front. His eyes slightly narrowed, as if asleep, but also as if not awake. In short, he couldn't see any spirit. Chen Wenchua mocked, "Yo, who did I think it was? It turns out to be Wei Duguang. Guangzi, can I beg you for something? What is it? Can you open your eyes when you talk? It's rude to talk with your eyes closed. Do you, Chen Wenchua, believe it or not, I'll make you not be able to leave Zhengzhou City?" What Wei Duguang hated the most in his life was when people said he had small eyes. Of course, his eyes were indeed small. If you don't look closely, you can't even notice the difference when your eyes are open and closed. Really? That's just right. I've been staying in Central State for the last few months. I won't leave even if you want me to. The more the two spoke, the more their fire grew, and just when Jian Chen thought they would fight on the spot, Chen Wenchua suddenly turned his head to look at Huang Minghui. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrange for someone to cut the stone? It's such a big piece. It can't be done without an hour or two, and I'm still waiting for lunch. Only then did Huang Minghui come back to his senses and hurriedly arranged for the staff to push the forklift. Wei Duguang saw this and snorted again. Ha 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 ha, I say, old Chen, you're not buying this piece of material, right? Come on, let me teach you. If I'm not mistaken, This piece of jadeite wool should come from the Hojiang field mouth. The performance of the material of the Hojiang field mouth is thin skin, wax shell integrity. The overall performance is stable. Not easy to change seed. It is not easy to change seeds, which is the advantage of Hojiang material, but this piece has been cut, and it is the worst kind of glutinous seed. That means it's broken at the root, and Jesus can't even come to save it. I understand that you want to curry favor with Xian, but currying favor requires method and skill. If you just keep your head in the sand, not only will it not work, but it will also make people think that you are a sand sculpture. Then again, if you really don't understand, you can beg me. I'll help you choose one. Although you may not be able to cut something satisfactory, at least you won't be laughed at. How's that? I'm not asking for much. All you have to do is call me Brother De Guang. Chen Wenhua gave the other party a disdainful look. Just you still want to help me choose wool? Here. Wei Daguan took it suspiciously. Then froze. This is a mirror? What are you giving me a mirror for? Of course it is for you to look at your own bear. Lao Zi does not give you general knowledge. Your tail is still up in the sky. I what? Know who helped me choose this piece of divine jadeite wool? The other party is the country's first jadeite wool appraisal master. Eyes like a torch. Unique vision. Across the Zhenghu 20 years has never missed. As a result, you think it's a piece of trash material. Really have eyes but don't recognize MT. Tai. Wei Daguan dumbfounded. The nation's first jadeite wool appraisal master? Who is it? How come I haven't heard that there's a ranking for wool appraisal? Chen Wenhua coughed lightly and pointed at Jian Chen. Master Chen. Don't freeze. Come out and let someone see your strength. Wei Daguan looked at Chen Wenhua, and then looked at Jian Chen. Half a day didn't come back to his senses. You're the #1 appraisal master in the country? Jian Chen was a bit helpless. He hadn't done anything. How come the fire suddenly burned into his body? This is Mr. Wei, right? Mr. Chen's words just now were a bit untrue, so just listen to them. You don't have to take them too seriously. Wei Daguan laughed and patted Jian Chen on the shoulder. Young man, no need to be nervous. Don't worry. I know that old Chen is trying to use you as a shield and won't take it personally. You now back up and retreat far away so that you don't get hurt innocently. Jian Chen, however, shook his head. No, I think you've misunderstood. I just said that Mr. Chen's words were untrue because I am the world's #1 appraisal master, not the nation's #1 appraisal master. Although jadeite is only something that nationals like to play with, foreigners basically don't touch this. But there is still a big difference between the world's #1 and the nation's #1, so it's best not to get it wrong. Wei Daguang's words to his mouth were directly stuck. Ha 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 ha. On the contrary, Chen Wenhua, this one laughed with his mouth grinning to the heel of his head. He patted Jian Chen on the shoulder. I didn't believe you were a master before, but now I do. You're definitely the best appraisal master in the world, so if there's anything you need to do in the future, report my name directly and I'll cover you. Jian Chen smiled as if he were the Maitreya Buddha. Thank you. In fact, he was helpless in his heart. He could certainly tell that Chen Wenhua had pushed himself just now. In a woe-is-me approach, Jian Chen had 3 choices. 1 was to deny it, 2 was to remain silent, and 3 was to take the initiative to admit it. Although denying and being silent would make him appear to be more humble. But the problem was that no matter what Jian Chen chose, he would not gain Wei Daguang's favor, and instead, he might offend Chen Wenhua. However, taking the initiative to admit it was equivalent to being directly on Chen Wenhua's side, although it would offend Wei Daguang to death. So what? He had been commissioned by Huang Minghui, originally to make good relations with Chen Wenhua. This wave of Wei Daguang's maneuver was tantamount to helping him in disguise. Wei Daguang looked at Jian Chen and then at Chen Wenhua. Good. It seems like you guys are very confident in this piece of jadeite wool. In that case, dare you make a bet with me? Chen Wenhua asked. Bet on what? Of course it's a bet on the rise and fall of this piece of wool. Is that so? Then what do you say if it goes up? And what do you say if it goes down? If it goes up, you win, and I'll call you brother directly in front of everyone. On the contrary, if it goes down, you'll call me brother in front of everyone. Of course, this brother is not something you can just call out. If we meet again in the future, you'll still have to call me that. How about it? Do you dare to bet? Chen Wenhua shook his head. No bet. Why? Wimped out? Anyway, I just won't bet. Love it. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. He looked at Jian Chen again. What about you? Jian Chen shook his head. I'm not gambling either. You're wimpy too? Since that's the case, in the future, don't say that you're the world's #1 appraisal master or anything. It's easy to be ridiculed. Jian Chen, no. You've misunderstood. It's not that I'm a wimp if I don't bet with you. Rather, the people in the entire world who want to recognize me as their brother can be lined up from Bishigang to Nautical East Road. So no matter who wins or loses between the two of us, it's all in your favor. So what's the point of betting? Wei Daguang's corners of his eyes couldn't help but jump wildly. looking at Jian Chen as if he wanted to eat someone. Where the hell did this guy come from? It was also too cheap, right? Chen Wenchua's expression suddenly became serious as he looked at Jian Chen. Brother, I realized that I've misjudged people. I really underestimated you before. Also, I'm going to take back what I said just now. In the future, it won't be me covering you, but you covering me. Jian Chen nodded. No problem. If you encounter anything in the future, just report my name directly. Definitely. Wei Daguan watched the two men sing in unison as he coldly snorted at Jian Chen. Kid, don't think you're so great just because you're relying on your tongue. Since you don't think my bet is appropriate, what are we betting on? Don't say you didn't think it through. I'm set on this bet today. Jian Chen laughed. It's fine if you want to bet, but if you lose, call out your brother. And if you win, call out your sister. This kind of child's plaything is even if you want to play. To play we directly on the real money. This piece of jadeite wool selling price is 140,000. If cut up 10,000. You lose to me 10,000. If it goes down, I lose 10,000. I lose 10,000 to you. How's that? Of course, if you don't have the money or don't dare to bet, just pretend I didn't say that. Wei Daguan smiled. Jian Chen, right? Looks like you don't know my identity. Jian Chen nodded. Indeed, I've never heard of it. Alright then, I'll bet with you. It's rare that someone invites me to dinner today, so if I don't show my honor, it would be too much of a loss of face. Then he turned his head and said to everyone at the scene, everyone will follow in a while. No matter how much I win today, I must eat and drink it all, and not allow a single penny to stay. At this time, a middle-aged man came over to Chen Wenchua and said, This boss, I'm the stone-cutting master of Jubiozai. You can just call me Old Zhao. The machine is ready. Is it wait a little longer, or directly open cut? Chen Wenchua waved his hand. Wait for what? Cut directly. That's good. Please follow me. Jubilizai sells jadeite wool with a free stone cutting service attached. Not only that, Huang Minghui also cooperated with several major jewelers in Central State. As long as the emerald is cut out, there are jewelers to buy it, and the price given is quite fair. That is to say, any person who comes to the Treasure Zhai gambling stone, as long as you are willing to, can enjoy the purchased cut stone realize one-stop service. Cutting room is also in the basement, but on the second floor. The walls here are wrapped in thick soundproof cotton, which can well insulate the noise of the stone cutting machine. When Jian Chen arrived here, a few staff members just happened to lift the piece of jadeite wool onto the platform in front of the stone cutting machine. Lao Zhao walked over and made sure that the placement was fine, then came over to ask Chen Wenchua, Boss, which position do you see to cut from first? The formation of jadeite is affected by many factors: time, temperature, humidity and so on. During the formation process, any kind of change in the conditions will affect the internal texture. For example, the common crack, cotton, blame, moss. Take the most common jadeite bracelet, the same kind of watercolor. There is a small crack and no crack price difference of at least double or more, and jade in the crack, cotton, blame, moss, the vast majority of the cut before it is invisible. This is also the jadeite material has the fundamental principle of gambling. Although the texture of the jadeite material is good or bad mainly by the natural formation of conditions, but cut the stone under the knife position is also very critical. For example, a piece of jadeite material inside the jadeite palm so big, worth $10,000, the result of the knife just cut from the center. This cut out the value of the jade will be greatly reduced. Bad luck, maybe directly cut. So generally speaking, the stone cutting master in the cut stone will consult the jadeite wool owner's opinion. Otherwise everything is bad. That is to be held responsible. But obviously this Master Zhao asked the wrong person. Chen Wenchua pointed to Chen Jian. This you find him. I just watched the fun. This Master Zhao was not surprised. He looked towards Jian Chen, who knew that Jian Chen said indifferently, It's fine, just cut whatever you want. Master Zhao was dumbfounded. What did he mean by just cut it? Just now, when Jian Chen claimed to be the world's #1 appraisal master and made a bet with Wei Daguan, he had listened to the whole thing. He had thought that Jian Chen's appraisal level would never be too bad, even if it wasn't top-notch. An appraisal level is high. Under the knife cutting stone are often very accurate. He has studied this piece of wool several times, and thought of 3 or 4 cutting programs, and was about to see what superior skills Jian Chen has to learn from. As a result, you directly to a random cut. Is it serious? Not only the stone cutting master Zhao, Wei Daguan's attention is also on Jian Chen. Hearing the other party say that, he also froze. However, Wei Daguan's reaction was quick. His eyes stared straight at Jian Chen. Are you really an appraisal master? Jian Chen was puzzled. Of course. Why? Is there a problem? Only after a long while did Wei Daguan shake his head. No problem. Then he retreated to the side and stood there silently without moving. Jian Chen looked cloudy on the surface, but his heart was actually full of helplessness. Of course, he understood the meaning of the two men, and also wanted to point out to the stone-cutting master from which position to cut. But the problem is, he really does not know. Instead of pretending to understand, it is better to throw the problem to this Master Zhao. The other person can be hired by Huang Minghui. The level must not be bad. If he decided which position to cut from, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Chapter 32 Tricolored Jadeite. First look at Chinese red. Seeing that Jian Chen stood there and stopped talking after letting himself decide, Master Zhao felt a lot of pressure. Although he usually cut the stone has not been less than their own ideas, but that is a small fight. Thousands of tens of thousands of material cut. Even if there is damage, but also harmless. Raw material prices in more than 50,000. How to cut by the owner of the wool to make the decision. Now this piece of wool, although the seed water general can win in the volume is large enough, the price is not low. Even if we don't talk about the price, let's just say that Jian Chen and Wei Dogwang made a bet. If the material that was supposed to make money turned into a loss because of himself, then it would be embarrassing. So he stood in front of the wool and pondered for almost 10 minutes, and didn't decide how he was going to make the cut. The first one who couldn't stand it was Chen Wenshua. I said, can you hurry up? We're in a hurry. Jian Chen also followed. That's right, you can just watch and make a cut, can't you? The stone-cutting master gritted his teeth, picked up the pen and drew a line diagonally down from the upper left corner. Since both of you don't care, what am I still obsessing about? After drawing the line, a few assistants immediately fixed the wool and pushed it into the stone-cutting machine. The roar of the machine rang out, followed by the ear-piercing friction sound of the blades coming into contact with the stone. Soon the first cut ends. The stone-cutting master opened the lid and the air instantly became heavy. When the cut wool was pushed out, everyone immediately looked towards the cut. Wei Dogwang immediately laughed. I told you that the person who chose this piece of wool to cut must have a brain problem, right? Then he looked at Jian Chen. You still dare to call yourself the world's #1 appraisal master? The world's #1 appraisal of water goods is more or less the same. Chen Wenshua rubbed his chin. It does seem like it's not very good indeed. Then he asked Huang Minghui, President Huang, how much can this piece of material be worth now? Huang Minghui's forehead was sweating a bit. No matter what, Jian Chen had invited himself. Now that the first cut had collapsed, he was somewhat at a loss as to how to account for it. However, it had come to this. Huang Minghui still said stiffly, now this piece of wool should be worth $100,000 if bid. He explained, before this piece of wool was bid at 140,000. It was a bet that this position would not change seed. After all, this piece of wool is already the worst seed water glutinous seed, and then change will not be good, but now it is still glutinous seed. But there is cotton. Although the cotton is not much, it still affects its value to a certain extent. Afraid that Chen Wenshua didn't understand, Huang Minghui added, if you use this position as a peace button, if there is no cotton and the base color is clean, a peace button can be sold for 200. Now with this extra cotton, it's worth 80 at most. Chen Wenshua said, like this? That's a lot to lose. Huang Minghui nodded. Now it depends on how much cotton has gone into this position. As long as it's not too much, there's still hope for its price to rise. After saying that, he picked up the marker and scratched at the side position, turning his head to the stone-cutting master. The second cut is from here. Master Zhao nodded. He thought the same thing. The staff once again pushed the wool into the stone-cutting machine, and the ear-piercing sound rang out once again. Only everyone's mood varied. Soon, the second cut ended. The stone-cutting master opened the lid and was about to push out the wool, and in the next instant, his expression was all stunned. How is this possible? The others also followed the stunned, not understanding what happened. But soon the stone-cutting master gave the answer. It seems to be discolored. Discoloration? Huang Minghui was the first to rush over. He was first a little stunned, and soon couldn't help but smile. Great! It's really discolored. When the wool was pushed out again, everyone could see the details, only to see that a faint spot of red had actually appeared at the cut. Although this spot of red was only the size of a fingernail cap, the color was exceptionally bright. Red. Chinese red. That's right, this piece of wool unexpectedly cut out Chinese red. Huang Minghui was excited and relieved at the same time. The reason why Chen Wenshua was willing to come to himself was to beg for Chinese red jadeite. But this thing cannot be found. How can easily cut out? Now well, although this piece of wool jadeite water is still glutinous species, does not meet the requirements of Tang Xian, but no matter what, it has also barely completed the task. Of course, if there was only red color, it didn't mean anything. After all, the red color is too small, coupled with the seed water is too poor. There and no actually almost the same. The key is that next to the red emerald there is a piece of oil yellow, and by the yellow below there are 3 green. Only because of the cutting angle problem, the green color is only a little bit. But no matter what, this is a piece of tricolored jadeite, right? Glutinous seed jadeite, indeed not very valuable. But there are accidents. That was that this piece of jadeite had more than 3 colors inside. The more colors, the more room for the sculptor to play. Once there was a piece of bean seed jadeite, because the surface with 3 colors, in a skilled craftsman's heart carving, was made into a lotus pond ornaments. This pendant was finally auctioned off at $6,800,000, caused a great sensation. To know the same kind of water jade, if made into a Buddha and Goddess of Mercy and other pendants, at most only sell a few $1,000s. Chen Jian also saw the red color of the jade surface. He looked at Chen Jian's expression is a little strange. Brother Kana, you quickly continue to work hard. Get a piece of glass seed Chinese red. I don't ask much. I can do a pair of bracelets on the line. Jian Chen couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. This is not demanding? To know the rarity of the glass seed Chinese red bracelet, then the glass seed emperor green bracelet is not bad at all. Glass seed emperor with bracelet is priceless. If put into the auction house auction, shoot out a few $100 million easy. Besides, even if I can really cut out the glass seed Chinese red bracelet, in order to please Tang Xian, you directly smashed in several $100 million. Is it not too extravagant? Of course, these words he only thought in his heart. On the other hand, Wei Dogwan's expression was a bit ugly. It had to be said that the guy in front of him was really lucky. Of course, if just because the emerald burst color means that he lost, that's not necessarily true. He glanced at the stone cutting master. What are you waiting for? Continue. The stone cutting master nodded, looking a little excited, because he had a hunch that this piece of wool might really bring a lot of surprises. Just now the knife down. The internal performance of the jadeite already has a general pulse. For example, there is a large crack near the left side of the Chinese red. The third knife can go along this crack, and this knife is also very critical. After cutting, the emerald discoloration will be clear. I did it, and soon the third cut was completed. Waiting for the assistant to push out the wool again, Huang Minghui hurriedly used a wet towel to polish the cut. This made him a little disappointed, because although this piece of jadeite burst color, but the area was not large, and did not appear the fourth color. If the area of the burst color is a little larger, or there is a fourth color, the value of this piece of wool can at least exceed 1 million. Now, up should be up, but up how much is really hard to say. Cutting master continued to cut down. He is mainly the surface of the solid skin cut off. Soon, the material inside the jadeite will be presented in front of everyone. The rest of the place is not to say, although most of the bottom color is clean, but because the seed water is poor, the value is not high. Made into a small pendant, the total value of 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Of course, the specific also depends on the cut into pieces after there is no bracelet bit. Jade bracelet, because of its unique shape, the jadeite texture requirements are relatively high, plus the bracelet is very popular in the market, so the price is also much higher than other accessories. So as long as the luck is good enough and there are enough internal bangle bits, selling 100,000, 11 or 20,000 is possible, but that's about it. Due to the large amount of cotton in the second cut, this situation will definitely lose money. The key is the part of the third knife burst color. This part of the volume, although only as big as a soccer, and there are a lot of cracks, but the overall bottom is very clean. At this time a woman smiled and said to Chen Jian, Mr. Chen, I don't know if you intend to sell this piece of jadeite? Introduce myself. My name is Pan Xiaoyu. I'm the purchaser of Golden 5 Fortune jewelry. Our Golden 5 Fortune bidding has always been the highest in the industry. If you intend to sell, I'm willing to offer 400,000 for this piece of tricolored jadeite plus the rest. The crowd couldn't help but gasp in shock at these words. Although they had already guessed that this piece of tricolored jadeite was worth a lot, they didn't expect it to be so valuable. After removing the other parts, it was equivalent to selling 320,000 for just such a piece. This piece of wool was bought by Chen Jian at a cost of 140,000, which was equivalent to him earning 260,000 for this piece of stone. 260,000, half a day, making money fast enough to beat 98% of the people in the country. Xiao Jinshan looked at Jian Chen and said, Brother Chen, awesome. Jian Chen laughed. Awesome what? Just a little bit of luck. If this piece of wool doesn't explode in color, losing money is a certainty. Xiao Jinshan shook his head. That's not what I'm talking about. Just now Chen Jian lost about $200,000 by cutting a piece of wool. You chose this piece of material to make him earn 260,000. This number is neither particularly large nor small. Not only did you help Huang Minghui's favor, but you didn't let Chen Jian earn too much, and you also saved his face. One word, absolute. Jian Chen looked at Xiao Jinshan in surprise. That's right, The reason why he had chosen this piece of material was because he saw that the price of this piece of material was just right. After all, if the quality of the emerald inside was too good, how good would it be for him to just buy it himself? There was no need to cheapen others. Now this more than 200,000 out, both let Huang Minghui owes himself a big favor, but also make friends with the rich second-generation Chen Wenhua, but also to determine the status of their own top appraisers. The standard 3 birds with 1 stone, just the matter of their own have done enough hidden. Did not expect to still be Qiao Jinxiang see out. It seems that although this guy appraisal ability is general, but can stay in the ancient rhyme auction house for so long, is not what everyone said as a meal and wait for death. While Jin Chen and Qiao Jinxiang chatted over here, Chen Wenhua shook his head and said to Pan Xiaoyu, sorry to disappoint you. You can take these edge remnants, and as for the price, just give whatever you want, but the 3-colored jadeite is not for sale. Looking at the splash of bright red in the middle of the 3-colored jadeite, although the red part was extremely small and the seed water was much worse, but no matter what, this was the first piece of jadeite he had found with a color very similar to Chinese red. If he couldn't find a better red color, having this piece was better than nothing. Pan Xiaoyu, however, had expected Chen Wenhua's answer. In that case, it doesn't matter. I can offer up to 80,000 for those edges. As for this piece of tricolored jade, if I'm not mistaken, you should want to bring it to an old man for his birthday, right? After saying that, she also glanced at Jian Chen. Obviously she had heard the conversation between Jian Chen and Chen Wenhua before. Chen Wenhua nodded, although he had bought the Chinese red jadeite to please Tang Xian, but he definitely had to go on the day the Tang family's old lady celebrated her 80th birthday. And of course, there was no shortage of gifts. Pan Xiaoyu laughed. That would be a coincidence. Our Golden 5 Fortune has a customization business in addition to jade trading, and Jin Wufu's top carving master Wang Jijiang just happened to be in Zhengzhou recently. Master Wang is best at carving multicolored jadeite. Perhaps he can help. Chen Wenhua froze. Master Wang Jijiang, is he really in Zhengzhou? Pan Xiaoyu nodded. Chen Wenhua hurriedly handed over the jadeite in his hand. Master Wang is willing to help. It's really great. I just don't know who to look for to make this jadeite. Not far away, Jian Chen, who saw this scene, was a bit stunned. Although Chen Wenhua did not have a brash personality like Wei Daguang, he still had the arrogance of a rich second-generation son. Now that he heard Wang Jijiang's name, it actually made him change his previous attitude. This Master Wang is not simple. Qiao Jinxiang was suddenly surprised. It's actually Master Wang. I have to say, this guy Chen Wenhua is really lucky. Jian Chen froze. Is this Master Wang famous? More than famous. Qiao Jinxiang's face was full of esteem. Master Wang's status in the jadeite jade world is very high. Not only is he good at appraisal, his carving is even better. Every year, the China Jewelry Association would hold a jewelry creativity exhibition. The exhibition invites all the famous jewelry makers in the country to participate, and ranks the works of these famous jewelry makers. Master Wang had been the champion for 5 consecutive years, and as for the 6th year, it wasn't that his level had slipped, but rather that he felt that he should give the youngsters a chance and voluntarily abstained. Jian Chen was astonished. So impressive? The China Jewelry Association was not a civil organization like the Zhengzhou Jewelry Association that Huang Minghui had created. It was a serious official body, and although most people have never heard of the China Jewelry Association, it does not mean that the other side does not have the right. Take the Burmese jade. How much jadeite wool is imported from Burma each year, including the regulation of the price of jadeite? China Jewelry Association can give guiding opinions. This shows how difficult it is to win the first prize of the exhibition organized by the China Jewelry Association for 5 consecutive years. Qiao Jinxiang added, Master Wang became famous 12 years ago, and because of his age, he has rarely made a move in recent years. Because of this, his works are becoming rarer and rarer. If you want to obtain it, besides enough money, the key also depends on fate. Is that so? Jian Chen suddenly said non-committally. That's not necessarily true. Not necessarily? Right. Jian Chen laughed. Believe it or not, in 10 minutes at most, this Master Wang will appear. Qiao Jinxiang froze. Master Wang will come? Really? Just as he hesitated, he saw an old man in his 50s smilingly say, I heard that there are 3 colored jadeites here. Can you let me take a look? Qiao Jinxiang's jaw almost dropped in surprise. This, really is Master Wang Jijiang? Chapter 33. So should the man on the blind date treat himself or not? Not only was Qiao Jinxiang surprised, but everyone else was also filled with consternation. Everyone was no stranger to the jadeite industry, and Wang Jijian was so famous that even if they hadn't seen the real person, they had seen each other's pictures. So how did the other party show up? Qiao Jinxiang gave a thumbs up towards Jian Chen. Brother Chen, you're too godlike, aren't you? Jian Chen shook his head. There's nothing godly about it. If you've read a few books on psychology, it's easy to see. The fact that this master Wang Jijiang was able to win first place for 5 consecutive years shows that he is not the type of person who is indifferent to fame and fortune. As for the later so-called giving the opportunity to the youngsters, it was not that he was much more magnanimous, but to maintain his own mystique. Or perhaps he didn't have the certainty that he would get first place in the 6th year as well, so he voluntarily abstained. Xiao Jinxiang nodded. I remembered when you said that. The 6th year's carving champion is called He Hao Yuan, and this person's carving skills have reached the state of perfection. His works possessed extraordinary attainments regardless of whether they were figures, scenery, or other aspects. He Hao Yuan even won 8 consecutive championships in the China Jewelry Exhibition. So many people were particularly curious. If Wang Jijiang and He Hao Yuan competed on the same stage, who would win in the end? After all, the two should have met at their respective peaks. But because of Wang Jijiang's initiative to withdraw from the competition missed, becoming everyone's lifelong regret. Moreover, most people are in favor of Wang Jijiang, and I've always thought that Wang Jijiang was more powerful. So the truth is this. Jian Chen was puzzled. Wait, that's not right, is it? Wang Jijiang is the 5th consecutive champion, and He Hao Yuan is the 8th consecutive champion. Even if they want to support it, there should be more people supporting He Hao Yuan. Xiao Jinxiang shook his head. After He Hao Yuan won 8 consecutive championships, he participated in the exhibition again in the 9th year, and he lost. No wonder. Jian Chen looked at Wang Jijiang once again, and had to say that this was an old fox. The other party had rarely made any moves in recent years, and it was also presumably not that he was old either, but rather that this was a method of raising his own stature. Or one could put it this way, if it wasn't for Chen Wenchua's presence today, he probably wouldn't have shown up at all. When Chen Wenchua saw Wang Jijiang, his expression was that of excitement. Master Wang, I didn't expect you to actually be here. It's really great. Wang Jijiang waved his hand. I mainly have nothing to do lately, that's why I've been walking around. One should indeed move around more. Chen Wenchua handed over the emerald in his hand. Would you take a look at this? Wang Yijiang took it, scrutinized it for half a day, and finally said, you want to take it to wish someone a birthday, right? I suggest that it might as well be carved into a peach of longevity. Look at the red color here. It can perfectly be the tip of the peach. The yellow part can be used as the body of the peach. And as for these pieces of green, they can be made into leaves. This part of the bottom can also be utilized to carve a tray that is connected to the peach. And the tray can be engraved with blessed as the East China Sea, long flowing water, longevity as the South China Mountain, the everlasting pine. Or if you have any other blessings that you would like to say, that would be fine. After he finished speaking, he beckoned and Pan Xiaoyu immediately took out a black handbag. Wang Jijiang opened the handbag to reveal a laptop. He first photographed the emerald in his hand with his cell phone, taking a picture of every angle, then transferring it into the computer and manipulating it some more. Then the computer appeared on the 3-dimensional image of the jade. Wang Jijiang crackled and pressed the keyboard, and soon, a 3-dimensional image of a tray with peaches on it appeared. He said to Chen Wenchua, the rough finished product is like this. Do you see where else it needs to be changed? Chen Wenchua looked directly dumbfounded. Master Wang, you're too powerful, right? If the carved-out longevity peach really has this effect, it would be worth at least $1 million or more. Wang Jijiang smiled faintly. That's for sure, although my appearance fee is more expensive. It's definitely worth every penny. Chen Wenchua hurriedly said. Don't worry, money is not a problem. Pan Xiaoyu said at the right time. Master Wang's appearance fee is usually $1 million. Chen Wenchua didn't hesitate. Will it be transferred to Jin Wufu's public account? Or Master Wang's bank card? Pan Xiaoyu said. You can just transfer it directly to me, but there's no need to rush. Just now that piece of material of $80,000 will be taken as a deposit, and the rest of the money will be settled when it is delivered. If you're not satisfied with anything by then, you can still modify it. Chen Wenchua, really? That's fine. Wang Jijiang coughed lightly. Money is actually a small matter. The main thing is that this piece of 3-colored material is very distinctive, especially this bit of red. If the material doesn't satisfy me, I will never bid on it. Chen Wenchua, that's true. Master Wang, you have always preferred the lack of material to the abundance of material. This is clear to everyone in the industry. Seeing that Wang Jijiang and Pan Xiaoyu had made a single $1 million business between one song and the other, and had even coaxed Chen Wenchua into being incredibly happy, Jian Chen was in awe. Although he boasted of his intelligence, he still had to learn more from the other side in this regard. Hospitably sending Wang Jijiang away, Chen Wenchua turned his head to Jian Chen and said, Brother Chen is awesome. Before you said that you were the world's #1 appraisal master, I still felt that it was a bit exaggerated. Now it seems that, not to mention the world's #1, I believe you when you say you're the universe's #1. He said this from the bottom of his heart. In fact, Cutting up a piece of jadeite wool that wasn't favored wasn't difficult. Chen Wenhua had seen quite a few such masters, but Jian Chen had said before that he would cut up this piece of wool and carve it into a pendant to give to the Tang family's old lady as a birthday gift. He didn't understand it at the time, but in retrospect, the strength of Jian Chen's ability to anticipate the material was simply breathtaking. However, Chen Wenhua did not know that Jian Chen was actually half knowledgeable about jadeite wool appraisal, and he was only able to see the actual price fluctuation of this piece of tricolor wool. As for the proposal to let Chen Wenhua make a pendant, this is very simple. This piece of wool is clearly the worst glutinous seed, but the price is far from expected. The only way to do this is for the material itself to be just right for carving into a uniquely shaped pendulum, and 99% of unique ornaments can be used as birthday gifts. Jian Chen also did not expect there will be a small group of Chinese red. This point is purely accidental. Of course, this could not be said explicitly, as Jian Chen smiled slightly, making himself look more and more mysterious. Chen Wenhua looked at Wei Daiguang again and coughed lightly. Little Wei, come, call out brother for me to hear. Ever since the wool bought by Chen Wenhua exploded in color in the third cut, Wei Daiguang's face was very ugly. Now hearing Chen Wenhua say this, he immediately said, call what brother? What we are betting on is money, not a title. Chen Wenhua shook his head. You're wrong. The one who gambled with you for money is Master Chen, and I, naturally, will be betting on the name calling. It's hard to believe that you think I would bet with you just because of a little money? Wei Daiguang wanted to retort, but he didn't know how to speak. After all, he had lost the bet, and anything he said looked like sophistry. Jian Chen suddenly said, why don't we just forget about this? It was just a joke just now. I'm not a world appraisal master, and we're all friends, so there's no need to get tangled up in name calling, and it's better to resolve grievances than to tie them up. It's better to be kind to people than to speak ill of them, right? Just now, Wang Zhijian's eight-sidedness had given Jian Chen a great deal of inspiration. He was now an appraiser and wanted to make a name for himself in this profession. It wasn't appropriate to make enemies with people, especially feuding with rich daughters. He had already won now, and he had both face and face, so deliberately targeting Wei Daiguang would be the same as completely offending people, which was completely unnecessary. Chen Wenhua nodded. Since Master Chen has opened his mouth, let's forget about this. Remember to do things in the future and keep a low profile. Don't do everything with the air of the old man being the best in the world. Wei Daiguang looked at Jian Chen with a complex expression and hummed. Willing to gamble has to admit defeat. I'm not someone who can't afford to lose. Finished speaking to Huang Minghui. How much money do I still have in your account here? Huang Minghui, there is still more than $800,000. Wei Daiguang pointed at Jian Chen. Help me transfer the money I lost to him. He looked at Chen Wenhua again with a serious expression. Brother Chen, from now on, you're my brother. Then he bowed deeply towards the other party, turned around and left without looking back. Looking at Wei Daiguang's disappearing back, Jian Chen was somewhat helpless. Just now, he really wanted to turn a war with the other party into a peace, and he wasn't even going to ask for that more than $200,000. As a result, the other party still gave the money. So has his relationship with the other party been eased or not? While Jian Chen was torn, Chen Wenhua was incredibly proud of being a brother just now. He wrapped his arm around Jian Chen's shoulders. Brother Chen, your level is definitely this. After saying that, he gave a thumbs up. I'm counting on you regarding the high ice Chinese red jadeite. Once you have news, please make sure to contact me first. Alright, I still have some things to do, so that's it for now. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yao Yuan and Zhu Mengyao came out from the movie theater, glancing at each other. Zhu Mengyao blushed. It's getting late. I'm going back. Yao Yuan quickly said. Don't. It will be dark soon. I'll treat you to a barbecue. Zhu Mengyao waved her hand. No need. I still have something to do tonight. How about tomorrow? Tomorrow I want to go to the library to borrow books. Can you accompany me? Yao Yuan quickly patted his chest and assured. Of course, no problem. Sending the other party to the subway entrance. Seeing Zhu Mengyao about to leave, Yao Yuan suddenly said, Can I ask you a question? What? You're not as shy as you thought? Why did you let the Li Huan do all the chatting before? You don't know. When I found out that I actually chatted with her for 2 whole days, my soul was almost scared out of me. Zhu Mengyao lowered her head in embarrassment. I didn't know what kind of person you are. What if you are not my favorite type? Plus Li Huan was cheeky and thick-skinned. Holding my cell phone just wouldn't let go. But don't worry, I will never let her touch my cell phone again. After saying that, he quickly walked closer to the subway entrance, and when Yao Yuan came back to his senses, the shadow of the other party was long gone. Wait a minute, the other party just said, in case you are not my favorite type, so she likes herself? Although Yao Yuan had long judged from the other party's actions that the other party was probably interested in him, but now that he could get the other party's personal confirmation, It still made his mouth grin to the root of his ears in excitement. Is this the flavor of love? His entire person returned home lightly and learned that after he arrived home, a phone call came in. It was Auntie. Auntie, what's the matter? Nonsense. Aunt Yao Tsuejuan's personality was a bit big-headed. I'm asking you, how did you get along with Meng Yao today? Yao Yiwen said, pretty good. I think the two of us are 80% in love. He briefly told about the two of them having dinner and watching a movie. Really? Yao Tsuejuan smiled and instantly became happy. Good performance. How much did you spend in total today? Tell Auntie. I will reimburse you. Yao Yiwen was a little hesitant. This is not necessary. Why don't you need it? Didn't I already say it before? You take action despite. Auntie will give you a bottom. Don't feel embarrassed to spend more. This amount of money Aunt can still take out. No. Yao Yiwen said. Mainly I didn't spend any money today. Didn't spend any money? Yes. Meng Yao paid the bill for dinner and the movie. What? Meng Yao paid the bill? Aunt Yao Tsuejuan's voice steeply raised an octave. Angry and anxious. What's going on? Haven't I already emphasized this many times? You must take her to a better restaurant and pay the bill positively. In the end, you let the other person pay for the whole thing? Just this and you still say that the other party has a crush on you. When did your face become so big? Yao Yiwen, no. You misunderstood. I really didn't intend to let the other party pay. But cousin Jian Chen. Yao Yiwen briefly said what happened. You mean your big old cousin did a favor for Meng Yao's third sister-in-law and Meng Yao's third sister-in-law gave him a piece of jade pendant as a thank you, and then you passed this jade pendant on to Meng Yao? Then Meng Yao felt embarrassed. So she invited you to dinner and a movie again? Right. Right, what right? Giving a woman a small gift when you meet her is supposed to be the right thing to do, but you really let the other party pay for it? These 20 years have been wasted. Do you remember how much you spent? 230 for dinner, 80 for a movie, and by the way, she bought a $40 Coke popcorn package. I know. Let's do this first. Remember, next time you see Meng Yao, make sure to apologize to her first. Hanging up the phone, Yao Tsuejuan immediately stood up, counted $1,000 from the drawer, wrapped it up in a red envelope again, then changed her shoes and went out. Learning that her nephew even made Zhu Meng Yao pay, she was really angry. In addition to being angry that her nephew didn't even understand the most basic human feelings, the most important thing was that Zhu Meng Yao and her were neighbors. She and Zhu Meng Yao's mother had a particularly good relationship, and the two of them were usually together no matter what they did. And Zhu Meng Yao was also the one she watched grow up, so if you really want to talk about closeness, her nephew may not be closer than Zhu Meng Yao. According to her idea, let her nephew invite Meng Yao for a meal and a chat. If you become a natural kiss, all will be happy. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. After all, love is something that can't be forced. Unexpectedly, she sighed, walked to the door of Zhu Meng Yao's house and knocked on the door. The door opened and it was Zhu Meng Yao. In the living room, Zhu Meng Yao's parents were there. Tsuejuan is here. Sit down. Yao Tsuejuan hurriedly smiled and sat down on the sofa. She used to come here as if she was in her own home, but today she was inexplicably a bit formal. Sister Lan, Meng Yao and my nephew's matter. Oh, Meng Yao already told me. Your nephew is quite good. According to my meaning, let them get along first. Young people, look at their own destiny. We as elders, it's not appropriate to interfere too much. Yao Tsuejuan froze. Meng Yao, you didn't tell your mom about this? Meng Yao's mom also realized something was wrong. What's wrong? The matter is like this. As an old sister for many years, Yao Tsuejuan didn't think to hide it from the other party. When she finished, Meng Yao's mom waved her hand. Hey, what do I think is going on? If Meng Yao wants to treat, let her. That won't do. How can you let the woman treat this kind of thing? Meng Yao, here, you can keep this red packet. Just take it as the money for today's meal. All your expenses are on me. Although Meng Yao's mom seemed to be saying that she didn't care, Yao Tsuejuan could still hear that this old sister was already a bit angry. It was no wonder that Meng Yao had been an introvert since she was a child, and was often bullied by other students when she was in school. Every time her daughter was wronged, Meng Yao's mom would run to the school and scold her daughter's classmates along with her parents. Sometimes even the teachers are not spared, highlighting a shortcoming protection. If it wasn't for her years-long relationship with her, she would have flipped out on the spot. Zhu Meng Yao quickly refused. Don't. I invited Yuan to dinner. He gave me this jade pendant. I think this jade pendant is quite good before I had to pay for it myself. Yao Tsuejuan, what's nice? This kind of broken stone is only worth a few tens of dollars. It's only right to give it to you. Yao Tsuejuan, this kind of stone is only worth a few tens of dollars. As soon as Yao Tsuejuan left, Zhu Meng Yao's mom's face instantly pulled down. She said to her daughter, tomorrow you're going to let that Yao Yuan go to the library with you to borrow books? Zhu Meng Yao nodded. Go by yourself if you want to go. And also, don't interact with him in the future. Zhu Meng Yao was puzzled. Why? I think he's quite funny and especially understanding. Why else, if he makes you pay for a meal, such a man is definitely not a good thing. Meng Yao, I don't care about this amount of money, but his attitude. You guys just met and you're like this. If you really get married in the future, he might bully you in some way. And you're the kind of person who doesn't fight back and doesn't curse back, so you're sure to suffer a lot. I know that the payment was proposed by you, but if he had the heart, he would definitely find a way to find a chance to pay the money. No, you really misunderstood. I and E win. Stop. I'm not listening anyway. The two were in a stalemate when someone knocked on the door. Seeing her daughter going to open it, Meng Yao's mom immediately stopped it. Let me do it. It must be Yao Zuijuan apologizing again. Humph. This is his nephew's business. What's the point of her coming to apologize? Only when Meng Yao's mom opened the door, she froze, because standing at the door was Zhou Jiahong, also Zhu Meng Yao's third sister-in-law. Zhou Jiahong was carrying a large pile of handbags in both hands. Her face was all smiles. Auntie is at home? What are you doing? Meng Yao's mom was a bit puzzled. Although the other party was a member of her own family, Zhou Jiahong's family's financial condition was much better than her own. Plus, the other party had earned a lot in Yungui over the years, and was always a bit superior in front of Meng Yao's mom. Usually needs some love to ignore, let alone take the initiative to come over to visit. Meng Yao mother is not what good-tempered person, each other so, she naturally cannot be hot-faced to paste each other cold ass. I didn't expect the other party to have a drastic change in attitude today. Of course it's because I miss my uncle and came over to take a look. Auntie, your clothes are nice. Where did you buy them? I bought it years ago. The other party obviously didn't mean what she said, so Meng Yao's mom's reply was also a bit perfunctory. So, uncle, what kind of tea do you usually drink? Jasmine. This one is more fragrant. In the corner of the sofa, Meng Yao's dad had been a transparent person. Aya, you have a bit too many impurities in this jasmine? Come and try this one of mine. It's also jasmine tea, but it's the buds that were specially picked on the day of the rainy season. Although the surface can't smell half the flavor, but drinking it in your mouth is a completely different world. Meng Yao's mom quietly watched Zhou Jiahong's performance and finally couldn't help but say, Jiahong, you have something to say directly. We're all our own people. There's no need to beat around the bush. Zhou Jiahong was a little embarrassed. Auntie, I heard that you and Yao Zuijuan are on good terms. Yes, old neighbors. What's wrong? Can you help me with an introduction? Introduce me? She lives upstairs. I'll call her and she'll come down. No, it's better for me to visit her in person. Meng Yao's mom stared straight at the other party. What's going on? I know better than anyone what kind of person Yao Zuijuan is. The amount of money she and her husband make in a month combined is not even worth one meal for you. The big boss. If you don't say it, figure it out yourself. Not that line. I'm looking for Yao Zuijuan because I want to indirectly recognize Jian Chen through her. Jian Chen? This time it was Zhu Mengyao who spoke. That's the cousin Yao Yiwen who helped you rent the stall? Yes, he's cousin Yao Yiwen, and he's also the child of Yao Zuijuan's sister's family. I've recently encountered some difficulties, although I can get rid of all the goods I've treasured over the years, but it's still very difficult to get out of the crisis on my own. But it would be different if Jian Chen could help me. What's 1,000 times harder for me might be just a sentence for him. That's so. After listening to the other party's explanation, Meng Yao's mom didn't make things difficult for her anymore. Alright, since you want to see Yao Huiwan, I'll take you there now. By the way, from what Meng Yao said, this jade pendant is from you? Since it's yours, you'd better take it back. Zhou Jiahong hurriedly waved her hand. Never. This jade pendant is indeed a gift from me. Since it's in Meng Yao's hands, it should be treasured, and in the future, in case you run out of money, you can still take it out for emergencies. Emergency? You mean sell this thing? It doesn't seem like it can be sold for any money, right? Zhou Jiahong nodded and said, it's true that it's not particularly valuable, but it's still no problem to take out something that's $70,000 to $80,000 to maintain a period of basic living expenses. And with the accelerated mining of jadeite veins now, jadeite resources will become more and more scarce. When a decade or so passes, the price might be able to go up several times. Meng Yao's mom's eyes directly widened. Wait, how much did you say this jade pendant is worth? 70 to 80,000 ah. Zhou Jiahong was a bit puzzled as she looked at Zhu Mengyao. Didn't you tell your mom? Zhu Mengyao was also dumbfounded. I already said it. No, third sister-in-law. This jade pendant is actually worth $70,000 to $80,000. Really? You don't know the value of this jade pendant? Zhou Jiahong was puzzled. Since you don't know, then why did you invite Yao Yiwen to dinner? Wasn't it because you felt that the gift he gave you was too precious and you were happy in your heart that you took the initiative to spend the money? Mengyao ah, before we women get married, dinner and movies must be paid for by the man. Otherwise, when we get married later, if we want to have this treatment again, We can only run to the civil affairs office to get a divorce certificate. Shu Mengyao. Shu Mengyao's mother suddenly slapped her thigh. Ouch. I misunderstood Yao Huiwan and his nephews, especially her two nephews. One is especially capable and the other is especially caring. Both are very good. Mengyao, Yuan seems like a nice young man. Aren't you going to the library with him tomorrow? Remember to make yourself pretty. Such a young man is rare to find. Make sure you catch him. Chapter 34, First Arrival at the Pingzhou Jadeite Public Market. Jian Chen didn't know what happened at his sister-in-law Yao Tsuizhuan's house. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Third sister-in-law Zhou Jiahong sent the value of that piece of jade pendant he naturally clear. If it is before, was Yao Yuan so freely sent out? He will certainly be heartbroken. Now, it's just a matter of giving it away. He and Yao Yuan have been especially close since childhood, and since he is 2 years older than the other, Yao Yuan has always obeyed him. This can also be seen from the fact that Jian Chen accompanied the other party throughout the blind date. For the sake of his cousin's lifelong happiness, a jade pendant was no big deal at all. Monday, 8:30 in the morning. Jian Chen had just arrived at the ancient rhythm auction house office when he heard Qiao Jinxian's booming voice. You guys don't know. In the face of Wei Daguang's skepticism, Brother Chen wasn't subdued, slow and silent at the time. Yo, Brother Chen, you're here? Jian Chen looked at him. What are you talking about here? Qiao Jinxiang hemmed and hawed. Of course, I'm talking about your godly maneuver of discerning the pearls in the Jubilee. Oh, it seems like you're pretty free. Didn't I ask you to organize the customers' details last time? Hand it over to me before you get off work. Don't Brother Chen. These information want to smooth out at least half a month. How can I finish in a day? Chen Jian's eyes glared. Why don't you hurry up and do something if you can't finish it? Do you want me to follow you around and beg you to do it? No, I understand. I'll go and get busy now. Sending Qiao Jinxiang away. Jian Chen greeted Jiang Jingtian and Xiao Huiyin again before leisurely making himself a cup of tea. He had thought that today would be another day of leisure, but who knew that only 10 minutes had passed before Wang Diqiu sent him a message asking him to come to the other party's office. What was old Wang looking for himself for? With doubts, Jian Chen came to the governor's office. The next moment, he froze. This was because there were two people sitting in the office at the moment, and these two were not strangers to him. One of them was Pan Xiaoyu, the purchasing manager of Golden Five Fortune, and the other was none other than that master carver, Wang Zhijiang. Wang Diqiu smiled. Little Chen, Manager Pan and Master Wang shouldn't be strangers to you, right? Jian Chen nodded. We met the day before yesterday at Jubilee. Wang Diqiu motioned for Jian Chen to sit down and said, it's like this. Manager Pan and Master Wang came here this time to ask you for a favor. Jian Chen was puzzled. A favor? Yes, Manager Pan. It's better for you to speak. Pan Xiaoyu laughed. Master Chen's stunning performance at the Gathering Treasures Jadeite can truly amaze me. To be honest, the Pingzhou Jadeite public market will be opening soon. We Jin Wufu want to purchase a number of high-grade jadeite. Only our appraiser level is really limited, so we want to ask Master Chen to take action. As for the cost piece, you can rest assured that we will follow the highest rental standards set by the ancient rhythm auction house. Jian Chen immediately understood the other party's meaning. The appraisers of the ancient rhythm auction house, in addition to completing the appraisal tasks given by the auction house, would also be rented out by the auction house to other companies or individuals as needed. To put it bluntly, this was equivalent to a means for the auction house to maximize the value of its appraisers' labor. Just for the appraisers, this is a good thing. The reason is very simple. The appraiser who is rented out can get half of the rental fee. For example, like Qiao Jinxiang, his current rental fee was 3,000 a day. In other words, from the day he was leased out, in addition to the basic salary provided by Ancient Rhythm Auction House, Qiao Jinxiang also had an additional income of $1,500 a day. This was still the most basic. After he was leased out, the person who leased him was responsible for all of Qiao Jinxiang's expenses, but also had to provide a commission equal to or higher than the appraisal profit that Ancient Rhythm Auction House gave to Qiao Jinxiang, 1,500 a day. Even after deducting weekends, was 33,000 a month. Qiao Jinxiang's salary at Ancient Rhythm Auction House was 18,000. That is to say, after being rented out, Qiao Jinxiang is equal to the appraisal profit commission under the premise of the same, take 3 times higher than the original salary work. This is only an ordinary appraiser. Jian Chen is an appraisal master. His rental fee is higher, and it is floating, a minimum of 8,000 a day, a maximum of 20,000 a day. The level of the floating brokerage fee, in addition to allowing the appraisal master to get more bang for his buck, also indicates the level status of the appraisal master himself. For example, of the appraisal masters of the Ancient Rhythm Auction House, the only one who had ever received the 20,000 a day rental fee standard was Master Wu, who had resigned before. None of the remaining 3 had ever had this kind of treatment. Zhuai Zhongxin, who had the lowest fees, only had a maximum daily rental fee of $10,000. Now that Pan Xiaoyu was willing to invite herself at the highest rental fee, it was clear that she was sincere with herself. Naturally, Jian Chen would not refuse. Thank you Manager Pan for your trust. I will do my best to help Jin Wufu buy enough high-grade jadeite. The two sides exchanged a few more pleasantries before Wang Dicho suddenly said, Manager Pan, in addition to Master Chen in the fourth group, Master Zhang Jingtian Jiang also has his own unique insights in the appraisal of jadeite wool. You bring him along with you. I believe it should help you quite a bit. Wang Dicho said this. Naturally he wanted to solicit more business for the auction house. After all, the auction house didn't have a lot of business lately, so if they could send out one more person, they would be able to generate one more income for the auction house. Zhang Jingtian's rental fee was the same as Xiao Jinxiang's, only $3,000 a day. But $3,000 is also money how are better than eating dry rice? Jian Chen was a little surprised. Zhang Jingtian actually know jadeite wool appraisal? His best is not to look at the Ming and Qing dynasties of antiques? I didn't realize that I had underestimated this old gentleman. He quickly agreed. Yes, Master Zhang's level is not inferior to mine in the slightest. You guys definitely didn't lose out by hiring him. Pan Xiaoyun asked suspiciously. Master Jiang? Is that the young man who was with you that day? Jian Chen shook his head. No, that young man's name is Chao Jinxiang, and he's also from our fourth group. He specializes in actuarial calculations. But of course, he's also handy at serving tea and pouring water, and engaging in interpersonal relationships. In that case, let's ask Master Jiang and Mr. Xiao to tag along as well. The one who spoke was actually Wang Jijiang. Jian Chen was a bit bewildered. He had just introduced Xiao Jinxiang, mainly because he wanted to flirt and liven up the atmosphere. After all, this guy was only good for livening up the atmosphere, and he didn't expect Wang Jijiang to invite him. Although Pan Xiaoyu was the main person, Wang Jijiang's status in Jin Wufu was obviously higher than hers. Wang Jijiang had opened his mouth, so naturally Pan Xiaoyu wouldn't have an opinion. Returning to the Group 4 office, he saw Chao Jinxiang poking his head out to watch. Seeing Jian Chen looking at him, he was busy sitting upright and pretending to look like he was working hard. Jian Chen beckoned. Xiao Zi, come here for a moment. Chao Jinxiang hurriedly explained. Brother Chen, I was really working hard just now. I only heard a commotion at the door and thought to see if there was business coming in. I wasn't deserting. Sister Huiyan can testify to that. Jian Chen interrupted. Okay, I'm looking for you, not this thing. Have you been to the Pingzhou Jadeite Fair? Xiao Jinxiang shook his head. No. Then do you want to go? Of course I want to go. You do not know. Pingzhou Emerald Plaza is our largest domestic jadeite wool trading distribution center. I've heard that some people have smashed tens of millions of dollars there without even blinking. Jian Chen nodded. That's fine. You pack up. Let's leave at 2:30 p.m. Depart? Where to? Chao Jinxiang froze, somewhat incredulous. What do you mean? Jian Chen nodded. Remember Pan Xiaoyu and Wang Jijiang? I went to the governor's office just now. Pan Xiaoyu specifically asked me to go with her to the Pingzhou Jadeite public market to appraise the wool because of my performance in the Jubilee. Such a good thing, of course I will not forget you. So I made a recommendation to her. Although you don't know anything, but for my face, the other party naturally won't refuse. Really? That's great. I told you that following Brother Chen will definitely have a future. Thank you, Brother Chen. Thank you. Jian Chen waved his hand. What's the use of just thanking? Remember to perform well when the time comes. Don't embarrass me. Don't worry. Leave everything to me. No longer paying attention to Chao Jinxiang, who was starting to float as he walked due to his excitement, Jian Chen added to Zhang Jingtian, Master Jiang, prepare yourself as well. Let's go together. After saying that, he added, it was the governor who recommended you, and he recognizes your appraisal level very well. Then he described the situation briefly. However, Zhang Jingtian frowned as he pondered for a moment. Team leader, I'm afraid we'll have some trouble making this trip. Jian Chen froze. Trouble? How do you mean? Zhang Jingtian smiled bitterly, to put it more arrogantly. Although I have studied antiques for most of my life, but when it comes to the highest achievement, it is the jadeite wool appraisal. Before coming to Ancient Rime Auction House, I had been working as an appraisal shift leader in the Moksha pit in Burma. What? The appraisal shift leader of the old Burmese mining pit? Chao Jinxiang's jaw almost fell off in surprise. Your old man is so powerful. The guy slipped over again at some point. Jian Chen asked suspiciously. Is the head of the appraisal team very powerful? Chao Jinxiang, of course it's awesome. Burma's jadeite pits are not state-owned, but are contracted by large and small mine owners, belonging to private industry. The contract fee for these pits is very high, and in order to return the capital and earn the maximum profit possible, the mine owners will classify the collected jadeite ore, good quality, either cut directly to sell finished material, or open window or cut on a cut to sell semi-gambling material. Only the extremely unpopular quality will be dumped as full gambling material. As for whether to sell directly or first open the window, it depends on the appraisers under these mine owners. It can be said that in Burma, all the appraisers in the hands of the mine owners are 1 in a million expert in gambling. Legend has it that as long as their eyes sweep, a piece of emerald wool is what color, will be able to judge a 7 or 8. These appraisers are great. In addition to their own talent and years of training, there will be a master to teach. The person who teaches these appraisers how to judge jadeite wool is the head of the appraisal class. Chen Jian looked at Zhang Jingtian with some incredulity in his eyes. Although he didn't know much about the origins of jadeite wool, he knew that someone who could work as an appraiser in the hands of a Burmese jadeite mine owner must not have poor skills. For example, before he was at the Jubilee, the reason why he only helped Chen Wenshua choose that piece of tricolored jadeite wool and didn't buy 2 pieces of material to cut himself. It wasn't that he said that he wasn't willing to touch these things with gambling. Jian Chen indeed does not gamble, but if he can be 100% sure that a piece of jadeite wool can be cut up, naturally he will not let go. Just look at the entire Jubilee, all jadeite raw stone, almost all money-losing goods. The few hopeful cut up very small. Once the knife is not in the right position to cut the inside of the jadeite bad, not to mention making money, the capital to lose in this situation will occur. Is that these emerald wool has been those mine owners' appraiser? Screened once in advance. Listen to Xiao Jinxiang finished. Zhang Jingtian surprised to look at him. I did not expect you, kid, although the level is not good, but also a little insight. Xiao Jinxiang hemmed and hawed. I also heard it from someone else. I can't be sure if it's true or not. Zhang Jingtian looked at Jian Chen again. Do you know why I left from there? It's not that I'm getting older and my vision isn't as good as it used to be. It's that the output of the Burmese jadeite pits has been getting less and less in the last 2 years. The mine owner I followed. 2 years ago there were still hundreds of appraisers and 5 appraisal squad leaders on hand, but half a year ago, there were already only 30 people left by his layoff. Xiao Jinxiang slapped his hand. I see. The jadeite pits production has dropped. Appraisers are out of work, and your old man naturally has no use for you, so it's only natural that he was fired. Ouch. What are you hitting me for? Zhang Jingtian glared at him. No one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. Then analyzed with Jian Chen, the jadeite pit production is reduced. The flow of jadeite into the country naturally followed by a reduction. As one of the top jewelers in the country, Jin Wufu used to collect finished jadeite directly. Now they even organize people to participate in the Pingzhou jadeite public gambling. Visible sources have been tight to what degree? This is not the most important. Jadeite or production reduction. Those mine owners in the hands of the original can be cut or not cut. Jadeite stone will certainly be cut. This will greatly reduce the probability of the public disc stone cut up. Jin Wufu was not a charity organization. The manager Pan invited us to go. Certainly want to borrow our hands to cut a batch of goods out. If we can't do it, it's not only the ancient rhythm auction house whose reputation will be damaged, but also us personally. Xiao Jinxian laughed. So you're worried about this? With you, the appraisal squad leader of the old Burmese pit, how could you not cut something good? Zhang Jingtian looked at him helplessly. Then do you know why I was fired by the mine owner? It's because I made multiple mistakes in a row. I couldn't even cut good stuff in the Burmese mine pit, let alone the Pingzhou jadeite public jade, which has already been passed over I don't know how many times. And this time, even the godly Wang Zhejiang has made a move, which shows the severity of the situation. 2:30 in the afternoon. When Jian Chen, Zhang Jingtian and Xiao Jinxiang arrived at the airport, Pan Xiaoyu and Wang Zhejiang were already waiting there. After the two sides met, it was only natural that some pleasantries would be unavoidable. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when Jian Chen and the others arrived at their destination on the airplane. Looking at the asphalt street in front of him, as well as the forest of tall buildings lined up, Xiao Jinxiang couldn't help but skim his lips. So this is Pingzhou. It's not much better. Jian Chen looked at Pan Xiaoyu. This trip the other party is the boss. What to do next? Of course to listen to each other arrangements. However, Pan Xiaoyu made a half-day phone call. Her face became more and more ugly. She turned her head and said, all the hotels are full. There are no extra rooms. Xiao Jinxiang looked at her in surprise. It can't be? For something as big as the Pingzhou jadeite GRA, Pre, you didn't even book the hotels in advance? Pan Xiaoyu's face flushed. My coming to Pingzhou was an impromptu decision by the company, and it's my first time here, so I did overlook this point. I'm sorry. After saying that, she glanced at Jian Chen, her face all apologetic. Jian Chen smiled faintly. It's fine. Then he said to Xiao Jinxiang, what are you waiting for? Think of something. Xiao Jinxiang was dumbfounded. No way? You want me to think of a way? It's my first time here too, okay? Jian Chen, however, didn't care about his complaints. This is an order. Do you really think I brought you here for nothing? Just then, a crisp voice said, are you guys looking for a hotel? Jian Chen turned his head and realized that the speaker was a young girl of 13 or 14. He nodded. Yes, we're here to participate in the Pingzhou Jadeite public market, but I didn't expect so many people to come here this year. The little girl laughed. The price of jadeite wool has gone up by a large margin this year. There are definitely more people. If you guys don't mind, you can stay at my house. Jian Chen froze. Your home? Yes, don't worry. I have all the things that hotels have at home, to ensure that you guys live comfortably. And the price is also very cheap. A room is only $100 a night. 100 a night was indeed not expensive. Jian Chen said. Since that's the case, then I'll trouble you. The young girl's eyes instantly lit up as she picked up her cell phone to make a call, and soon a white van stopped in front of Jian Chen. A young lad poked his head out of the driver's side. The young girl immediately said, Brother Mao, there are a total of 5 people. Brother Mao nodded and took out $50 and handed it to the young girl. Take it. Then he said to Jian Chen and the others, what are you waiting for? Get in the car. Jian Chen looked at this Brother Mao and then at the little girl. Is he being sold? Luckily, just now he had felt sorry for the little girl and wanted to help her out. However, things have come to this point. There is a place to live. How is it better than sleeping on the streets? 5 people get on the car. The van whooshed out. As they walked, Jian Chen suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because a group of people have been running for half an hour without the slightest intention of stopping, he couldn't help but ask the driver, Brother Mao, where the hell are we going? Brother Mao said, Brikyao Plain Village. What? Place? Brother Mao gave Jian Chen a blank look. What's the rush? We'll be there soon. Another 10 or so minutes passed, and the car stopped with one brake. Jian Chen looked through the glass window and saw that it was a small village with 50 to 60 families living there. Mao got out of the car and walked to a large vermilion-painted door. Bang bang bang. Uncle Nine, opened the door. After a few moments, the gate opened with a creak, only to see a man in his 50s reveal his head. After seeing Jian Chen's 5 people, he said expressionlessly, 5 people, 100 per person, 500 in total. Xiao Jinxiang couldn't help but say, we'll just take 3 rooms, one for Brother Chen and I, and one for Master Jiang and Master Wang. He said this not because he wanted to save money, but this place was at least 20 kilometers away from the Pingzhou Jadeite public market. In case something happens, it's absolutely impossible to call for help, so 2 people live in a room. Each other can also have a care. The other party is not moved, no matter how many rooms, are 500, less a point or not. What do you mean Believe it or not, I directly alarmed the police? Xiao Jinxiang rolled his white eyes. However, the man just looked at him faintly and didn't say anything. Pan Xiaoyu saw the situation and busy said, forget it, or 1 person a room. Originally did not book the hotel in advance is my mistake. How can I let you guys squeeze sleep again? Said took out his cell phone and transferred the money to the other party, and emphasized, the room should be chosen next to each other, so that we are convenient. The man saw that he received the money. His attitude instantly eased a lot. Next to each other? No problem. There are just 5 rooms on the 3rd floor, so no one will disturb you. After saying this, he added, the room's thermos has hot water. If you don't have enough, yell at the bottom and I'll send it up for you. When Jian Chen climbed up to the 3rd floor with his suitcase, there were indeed 5 small rooms here. Pushing open one of them, he instantly frowned. It was very simple inside, with nothing but a bed and a table that had been used for an unknown number of years. So it seemed that no matter if it was washing or going to the restroom, he had to run downstairs. And the bed is only 80 centimeters wide. 2 people simply can't sleep. No wonder a room is only 100 a night. If the price is high, I'm really embarrassed to ask. However, if it comes, then it is safe. Jian Chen is not a person who can't take the pain, and after a short period of adaptation, he found that it was barely acceptable. After sitting in the room for a moment, someone knocked on the door. Come in. Jian Chen thought it was Xiao Jinxiang, but when the door opened, he froze. This was because the one who opened the door was actually the girl who had sold herself out that he had met earlier at the Pingzhou Jadeite public market. The other party smiled at Jian Chen. You guys haven't had dinner yet, right? Do you want to go down and eat? 20 for 1, with 2 meat dishes. Jian Chen was stunned. Why are you here? The little girl said strangely. This is my home? Where else can I be if not here? Your home? Wait, you're not. He pointed to the van still parked outside the gate. Then who is he? I saw it all before when he gave you the money. The little girl took it for granted. You mean Brother Mao? He's the driver I hired for $50 a trip. I gave him 100 deposit before, and with 5 of you, of course he had to find me 50. Jian Chen felt his brain a little messed up, but he was still slightly relieved. If this was truly the little girl's home, security should not be a concern for the time being. Jian Chen smiled. It just so happens that I'm hungry. $20 right. There are 5 of us. I'll transfer the money to you. Watching the money arrive, the little girl smiled like a flower. Alright, you guys wait a bit, the meal will be ready soon. Jian Chen's side also informed the other 4 to prepare to go down for dinner. The meal that the little girl was talking about was a home-cooked meal, or one that was eaten with the little girl's family. 2 tables were set up in the hall on the first floor, with Jian Chen's 5 people sitting at one table, and the little girl, the middle-aged man, who was also the little girl's father, as well as that Mao brother sitting at one table. Jian Chen ate while chatting with the little girl. 3 people, a meal after each other, actually familiar. Mao is actually the little girl's neighbor. Before the opening of the Jadeite Fair in Pingzhou, jewelers and gambling enthusiasts from all over the country swarmed over. Brikyao Plain village villagers also seized this opportunity to make money, opened a bed and breakfast in the village. Jian Chen laughed. Then you guys are probably earning quite a bit this time. The second and third floors of the little girl's house were all guest rooms, with a total of 14. In other words, if they were all fully occupied, the rent alone would be 1,014 a day. Add in the revenue from meals, and it would be even more. The little girl smiled with a very pleased expression, but she still said, "We are just earning a little bit of money. You guys are the ones who are here to make a fortune. Last year, there was a boss who lived in my house who spent $30,000 on a piece of wool, cut it open and rose greatly, and sold it for $400,000 when it changed hands. Is that right?" Jian Chen concurred. Then he was really lucky. The little girl's eyes twitched. "Boss Chen, actually, our village also has a gambling quarry. If you're interested, I can take you guys to take a look." Jian Chen froze. "You also have a gambling stone quarry here, really?" Chapter 35, shocked. Master Chen surprisingly lost his hand. "Of course it's true." Seeing Jian Chen's interest, the little girl immediately said, "You're all done eating, right? It just so happens that Uncle Lao Tai's family's field is open tonight. Why don't you go and take a look together?" In the village's gambling stone field, no matter who brought people there, as long as there was a deal, there would be a commission, so the little girl was very active. Jian Chen smiled faintly and turned his head to ask Pan Xiaoyu, "Manager Pan, do you want to go?" Pan Xiaoyu twisted her head and looked at Wang Jijiang, who was a bit hesitant. Jiang Jingtian suddenly said, "I think you guys can go and take a look. This kind of gambling quarry run by a small village has a lot of old goods from previous years, so maybe they can cut out something good." Wang Jijiang's heart stirred. He was very clear in his heart about how tight the emerald was in the jewelry market this year. If it is really as Jiang Jingtian said, it is really worth a trip. The old iron uncle's house that the little girl was talking about was not far from where a few people lived. When Jian Chen arrived, he found that the yard was brightly lit, with people coming in and out from time to time, making it very lively. The old iron uncle's house is placed in the west side of the side room. 2 rooms together about 30 square feet. There is not much material inside, only about 10 pieces. 4 men were gathered together, discussing over a piece of woolen material. One of them said in a voice, "Believe it or not, according to my experience, 9 times out of 10, this piece of wool is red fei. Even if the color doesn't reach Chinese red, it won't be too far off." Jian Chen was somewhat stunned. This voice. He took 2 steps forward, and sure enough, he saw rich second-generation Chen Wenshua recounting his experience in gambling on stones with a look of incomparable confidence. Next to him, a man of similar age to him with a slightly chubby build curiously said, "Brother Chen, is it really true?" "Of course it's true. Fat don't you also like Tang Xian? Buy it, as long as you cut out the red jadeite, you'll be halfway there." The chubby young man was a bit impressed. He turned his head and asked a man next to him, "Boss, how much is this piece of wool?" The boss, the old iron uncle the little girl said, was in his 60s, with white hair and a dry, thin body. He hemmed and hawed and stretched out 3 fingers. The chubby young man was shocked. "What? 3 million? This is too expensive, right?" Pingzhou Jadeite market selling price of $3 million of wool, at least is also ice level. Although this piece of you has a performance, it is a standard all gambling material. Hearing the young man's words, old Uncle Tai stumbled in his steps and almost fell. The expression he looked at the chubby young man was all weird. "Sir, this piece of material is priced at 30,000, not 3 million. The chubby young man froze. "So cheap? Then won't you lose a lot of money?" Old Uncle Tai. He was a bit helpless. This chubby young man was afraid that he wasn't a fool, right? This piece of wool was bought by him 6 years ago from the Pingzhou Jade trading market for $5,000, and those who buy will want to cut their own stone gamblers different. He bought material is to earn the difference in price. At that time, he saw that the piece of wool is big enough, although the performance is average, but in the price is cheap. Buy yourself back to sell at 10,000 should be very easy to get out, but I do not know whether it is bad luck, or this piece of material is really a problem. Every year there are many people stop to watch, but we look around, ask a lot of price, really want to buy one of the no. Just now the 30,000 is he casually set out to test each other. He has even decided that as long as the other party has the intention, not to mention 5,000, 3,000 he sold, no matter what is better than smashing their hands. As a result, the other side even feel cheap? The old iron uncle who has been in the jianghu for a moment, suddenly brewed his emotions hard to squeeze out a few tears and said, "This boss, truth be told, this piece of wool when I bought a full 80,000, originally less than $100,000, I would not even go out. Unfortunately, the sky has unpredictable wind clouds, people have every day's misfortune. My partner was diagnosed with cancer some time ago, and chemotherapy will cost at least $400,000, and may not be cured. I'm a farmer. I face the soil every day. The annual harvest is only a few thousand pounds of rice, a little bit of fish and shrimp. Eat and drink. How can I save money? But my old partner's disease and cannot not be cured, so you really want to buy 30,000 directly away." Little fat man see him a snot and a tear. The more he cried the more sad. "Busy, old uncle. You don't cry. Isn't it just $100,000? I'll buy this material." Chen Jian, who saw the scene, couldn't help but secretly shake his head. This guy was too stupid, right? How could he fall for such a clumsy performance? When Chen Jian saw Chen Wenhua also saw him. He had a surprised look on his face. "Master Chen, why are you here as well?" Chen Jian laughed. "Like you, I'm here to participate in the Pingzhou Jadeite public market. It's just that the hotels here have been tense lately, so I had to stay in the village. So that's how it is. We're also late. That said, the conditions in this village are really bad. There are even cockroaches in the house." The little fat guy from earlier saw this and asked, "Brother Chen, who is he?" Chen Wenhua laughed and said, "Come on, let me introduce you. This is the Master Chen who helped me cut out the three-colored jadeite that I told you about before." He also pointed at Fatty. "This is my brother Wu Sigui." After Wu Sigui heard Chen Wenhua's words, his two eyes instantly emitted a burning light. "So you are Master Chen. Master Chen, can you also help me choose a piece of wool? I don't ask for much, just like Brother Chen, with 3 colors. Chen Jian was a bit helpless, thinking to himself, "Do you really think that multicolored jadeite is a cabbage that can be cut out if you want to?" Even if he had psychic ability, last time was completely luck. However, since the other party had opened his mouth, Chen Jian couldn't directly refuse. He pointed to the piece of jadeite wool that had just been reverse-fired to $100,000 and said, "Multicolored emerald can't be found easily, but this piece of material is of good quality. You can buy it and try it." Wu Sigui's eyes lit up. "Really? Then, a total of $100,000, right? I'll take it." Who knows that just as his words fell, a voice said, "I'll offer $120,000, only to see Wei Dugguang appeared in the doorway at some point. Wu Sigui obviously also recognized Wei Dugguang. His face as black as the bottom of a pot. "Surname Wei, what do you mean?" Wei Dugguang spread his hands. "Nothing means. As the saying goes, gold has a price. Jade is priceless. You look good at this piece of wool. I also look good at this piece of wool." Naturally, who bid high to who? "You." Little fat Wu Sigui eyes glared. "Good. You bid 120,000, is it? I bid 150,000. Isn't it just bidding? Then let's see who has more money." Wei Dogwang didn't panic. 180,000, 200,000, 250,000, 300,000, 350,000. 4. Wu Sigui wanted to continue to raise the price, but was stopped by Chen Wenhua. He looked at Wei Dogwang, Xiaoguang seeing Big Brother without even saying hello, but also brazenly robbing what we are looking at. Isn't it not appropriate? Wei Dogwang's expression froze. Then he glared viciously at Chen Jian. Chen Jian was a bit helpless. "The one who asked you to call out to your brother was Chen Wenhua, not me. What are you looking at me like that for?" Despite being extremely unwilling, Wei Dogwang still spoke. "Brother one, good boy, so obedient." Chen Wenhua's face was all smug. "Since you said so, I'll let you have this piece of wool." Wei Dogwang grunted and walked over to old Uncle Tai, handing over a bank card. "What are you waiting for? Settle the bill. Don't you want to do business?" The old iron uncle for a long time to come back to God. He looked at Wei Dogwang, and then look at other people. Finally determined that this piece of material smashed in his hands for many years sold out, and the price is far more than he expected. After paying the money, Wei Dogwang walked to the jadeite wool again. His mouth smiled into a flower. Finally, he asked the old iron uncle, "Can you cut this directly?" Old Uncle Tai nodded. "Yes." He paused. "Originally, for such a big stone, a cut would cost at least $50, but your fee is waived." After saying that, he walked to the next room, where there was a stone cutting machine. This piece of wool was almost 200 pounds. One person could not move it. However, some people in the village heard that Uncle Lao Tai had sold a piece of material at a high price, and came over to watch. And when they saw this, they immediately moved to help. The people worked together to put the wool in the right position. The old iron uncle flicked the switch. The familiar ear-piercing sound rang. The first cut was quickly completed. Wei Dogwang rushed over and opened the stonecutter's flap. Then he froze. How can this be? As the stonecutter baffle opened, the others also saw the scene inside, only to see that this piece of emerald wool was densely packed with cracks inside, and the surface was also dry, without half of the emerald's unique luster. So, this was actually a piece of marble? Everyone looked towards Jian Chen. Previously, Jian Chen's performance in Zhubo Zhai was obvious to all, and the fact that he had just suggested that Wu Sigui buy this piece of material showed that he was very optimistic about it. So even if Wei Dogwang's offer of $350,000 was a bit inflated, it shouldn't be too far off. Unexpectedly, Wei Dogwang some reluctance, must be just the location of the knife is wrong. From here to start cutting, said he Woolen heavily drawn a line. Old Uncle Tai and a few villagers started to work again. This time they took a little longer to adjust, and it took a long time before they closed the baffle and pressed the stone cutting button. The second cut took almost 10 minutes. However, unlike the first cut's impatience, this time Wei Dogwang's expression was full of apprehension. He slowly walked over and gently moved away from the block. The result is still stone, and the cracks on the cross-section are not only not reduced than just now, but more. Wei Dogwang stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to think. Finally, he commanded the old iron uncle to cut a third cut, followed by a fourth cut. It wasn't until he had split this piece of wool until it could no longer be split that he was truly sure that this was a piece of marble. Turning his head to look at Jian Chen, Wei Dogwang said, Master Chen, how should you explain this matter? In fact, from the very first cut, the gazes of Chen Wenhua, Wu Sigui, Pan Xiaoyu, and Wang Zhijiang were all placed on Jian Chen, and as the stone was continuously cut, everyone's expressions became more and more complicated. But no matter how these people looked at it, Jian Chen stood calmly in place. Hearing Wei Dogwang's words, Jian Chen wondered, how do you explain? Didn't you just ask Wu Sigui to buy this piece of material? Jian Chen nodded. Yeah, I did let him buy it. Then why would it be marble when cut out? Jian Chen's expression became even more surprised. Then why couldn't the cutout be marble? This, Jian Chen said indifferently. Mr. Wei, I don't think there's anything strange about this matter, right? I am a jadeite wool appraiser, right? But jadeite wool before cutting, no one can 100% judge its internal jadeite-specific color. I only through its external performance, deduced that it is likely to rise, and there is more than 50% likely to burst color. Now it seems that I was wrong. Although these words were spoken calmly by Jian Chen, his demeanor was so firm that he could not yet refute them. After all, the appraiser is a human being and not a god, who all have mistakes. It was normal for Jian Chen to slip up once. Wei Dogwang looked at Jian Chen and then at the others, and nodded with an angry grunt. Very well, I'll remember today's events. We'll see. After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back. Inside the room, the atmosphere remained incomparably quiet. Jian Chen looked at everyone and suddenly laughed. What's going on here? Don't you all want to see the material? Then hurry up and see it. It's almost 9 o'clock now, and the other bosses still have to sleep. Said no longer pay attention to other people, but alone with a strong flashlight, from the nearest piece of wool carefully study. The fastest reaction is Chen Wenhua. He laughed. Master Chen is right. To look at the material, hurry to see. Do not look to go to sleep. Tomorrow, the Pingzhou Jadeite public market will open. We must raise our spirits. He also took the flashlight, casually find a stone, began to pretend to observe. Only Pan Xiaoyu and Wang Zhijiang glanced at each other, and their expressions were somewhat somber. Pan Xiaoyu asked, Teacher, what do you think? Wang Zhijiang shook his head. I don't know. Don't know? Pan Xiaoyu was puzzled. Wang Zhijiang, yes, to be honest, this is something I can't see through. Last time at the Jubilee, I've been observing his every move. Before he chose that piece of burst-colored jadeite wool for Chen Wenhua, he only gave it a cursory glance and didn't look at it in detail at all, including the piece that was just photographed by Wei Diguang. He didn't even come close to it, not to mention looking at it. Pan Xiaoyu hesitated for half a day before saying with some uncertainty, You mean, he simply does not understand jadeite wool appraisal? The fact that he was able to cut up in Jubilee before was completely ignorant? This possibility is at least 80% or more. Pan Xiaoyu instantly became anxious. How can this be? The success or failure of the Pingzhou Jadeite public market this time is related to whether or not you will be able to get control of the Golden Five Fortunes. Once we fail, we will be completely marginalized. Wang Zhijiang waved his hand to interrupt. Somewhat helpless. That can't be helped. Everything depends on God's will. Jian Chen was ostensibly studying the stone, but in the corners where the crowd wasn't paying attention, he was secretly observing their expressions. Seeing that everyone was doubting his abilities, Jian Chen finally sighed in relief. Luckily, his acting just now was good. Kudos. That's right. Jian Chen letting Wu Sigui buy that piece of jadeite wool was completely intentional on his part. At the first sight of that piece of material, Jian Chen knew that it was an even more ordinary piece of marble. The reason why he suggested Wu Sigue to take the plunge was simple. He was the appraisal master of the ancient rhythm auction house, and his appearance fee was very expensive. You didn't even show a little bit and you want me to help you make money. How can that be? Although Wu Sigue and Chen Wenshua had a good relationship, even if Chen Wenshua didn't pay, Jian Chen couldn't possibly help him. Of course, there was another point, and the most important one. His gaze was looking towards the southeast corner of old Uncle Tai's courtyard. There was a piece of jadeite wool there, the size of 2 bricks, which was being pressed against a half-meter high altar. And upon seeing this piece of material, a price fluctuation curve was displayed in Jian Chen's eyes. The curve is slowly climbing at an angle of 15 degrees diagonally upwards. This indicated that the price of this piece of jadeite wool was rising over time. However, this was not what Jian Chen was concerned about, but the price on the y-axis corresponding to the price fluctuation. 8 million. In other words, this inconspicuous piece of wool that was supposed to be used by old Uncle Tai to press pickles was a piece of wool that was worth more than $10 million in top-quality high goods. Chapter 36, Real, Fake. You can't tell the difference. Top-quality high goods worth $8 million. To be honest, Jian Chen was not a selfless person. When he came across something good, his first consideration was of course himself. It's just that although he had awakened his psychic ability, he knew the price fluctuations of the item for a period of time in the future. But he was just an ordinary person, and even with this heaven-defying psychic ability, it wasn't as easy as he thought to get rich with it. Moreover, a piker was not guilty of a crime. Once he revealed an ability that didn't match his identity at all, there was also the possibility of getting into trouble. This was also the reason why Jian Chen didn't choose to go it alone, but stayed at the ancient rhyme auction house as an appraiser. Having the ancient rhyme auction house as a platform could provide him with a large amount of business resources as well as serve as his protective umbrella. For example, the previous Jiuxin art commune, without the ancient rhyme auction house, he wanted to get a piece of the pie. Simply impossible. However, the old man lost his horse, and it was a blessing in disguise. Now Jian Chen had discovered an extremely serious problem. The ancient rhyme auction house could indeed provide him with resources and protection, but it had also become a shackle that restricted him. Taking today's incident as an example, Jian Chen was rented out by the auction house to serve Pan Xiaoyu, so the material that he had his eye on, should he let Pan Xiaoyu buy it, or should he buy it himself? If you buy it yourself, it's okay to cut it down, but if you cut it up, it's going to go up. Who's to blame for this? Also, he previously helped Chen Wenshua cut a piece of 3-color jadeite, not only proved his own strength, but also earned the same amount of money from Wei Duguang. But when wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. The bidding between Wei Duguang and Wu Sigue illustrates this. Because of their own fame, fancy material is very likely to be other people out of the high price to snatch away. So to prevent the pitfalls caused by all of the above, he himself must miss a few times. That way he could have room to turn around from it. After looking at the wool in front of him for a moment, Jian Chen turned his head and whispered to Pan Xiaoyu, "Manager Pan, I think there are still quite a few good things here. For example, this piece of long material numbered 007, as well as 009 and 013, all have a probability of cutting up of more than 20%, especially 013. The probability of cutting up is at least 40%. Do you think we should buy it?" Pan Xiaoyu looked at Jian Chen with a somewhat dumbfounded expression. "What do you mean there's a 20% plus probability of cutting up? Are you serious about this probability?" Jian Chen naturally knew what Pan Xiaoyu was thinking. He explained, "Gambling on stones is inherently risky. No one can have 100% certainty of cutting up. Although the probability of 20% is not very high, as long as the price is right, it's still worth trying. Take 007 for example. Its internal structure, if it is really as I thought, cut out the value should be between 600-800,000. Let's take the lowest 600. 000. 20% of 600. 000 is 120. $000. So if we can buy it for less than 120k, it can't be considered a loss. After all, as long as we don't cut it, if we resell it, it will easily sell for 120. 000. His voice was steeply impassioned. "Manager Pan, give the order. Such a good thing. If we hesitate any longer it might be snatched away by someone else." Looking at Jian Chen, who was compelling himself as if he were a sales leader, Pan Xiaoyu, seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more awkward, Jiang Jingtian suddenly said, "Team leader, Manager Pan came to Pingzhou this time to participate in the Pingzhou Jadeite public market. It's best to keep the funds she has on hand for the public market. As for this side, if you're really interested, you can buy 1 or 2 pieces yourself for fun." Pan Xiaoyu sniffed and hurriedly said, "Yes, I think it's better to wait until the opening of the public market. The bidding must be very fierce by then. Plus I don't have particularly much money on hand. in case it gets auctioned off at that time because I don't have enough money. It will be too late to regret it. Chen Jian was a bit regretful. So, well then, good steel should indeed be used on the blade. After saying that, he couldn't help but give Jiang Jingtian an appreciative look, worthy of being an old geezer. Without saying anything beforehand, the other party was able to guess his thoughts and cooperate. One word, handsome. Pan Xiaoyu looked at the time on her cell phone. It's already late. I'll go back to bed first. I'm especially tired after rushing all day today. After saying that she was about to leave with Wang Zhejiang, Jiang Jingtian also said, I'll join you. AI. At this advanced age, my body and bones can't withstand the same amount of tossing and turning. Only after the three left did Jian Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Old Uncle Tai walked over with a smile. Master Chen really does have a good eye. 007, 009 and 013 are all high-quality goods that I managed to buy from the Pingzhou Jadeite Fair. If you are interested in purchasing them, I can give you a great deal. Apparently he had just heard what Jian Chen had said to Pan Xiaoyu. Moreover, his previous piece of marble, which had been left unsold for years, could be sold at a high price of 350,000 thanks to Jian Chen. So the old iron uncle is ready to pull together the other side. As long as the other party is willing to say a few words for himself, and then sell a few pieces of wool at a high price is not easy? Who knows that Jian Chen smiled faintly. Forget it. Each of these 3 pieces of wool starts at 500,000. I can't even afford to pay the change as an appraiser. How can I have the money to buy them? Old Uncle Tai's mouth moved, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth. It was fine for him to pull in Jian Chen and give a discount of a few tens of thousands, but to give away this kind of 500,000 or more was better to forget about it. It was heartbreaking, just when he thought that Jian Chen was going to leave as well. Who knew that the other party's tone had changed? Although this piece number 002 is of poorer quality, I think it still has the possibility of being cut up. You're talking about this, old iron uncle said. If you like, this piece directly send you. The wool 002 was of average quality, and he usually quoted 50,000, with a reserve price of only $20,000. Jian Chen had just helped him earn 350,000. Sending the other party a piece of 20,000 material was no problem at all. However, Jian Chen shook his head. How can this be? Although I am shy, I never take advantage of people. You have to take the money or I won't buy it. Old Uncle Tai immediately gave Jian Chen a thumbs up. Master Chen is truly a man of honor. Since you said so, I won't hide it from you. My base price for this piece of wool is 20,000. If you really like it, I'll give you a 50% discount. Jian Chen shook his head. Don't. Although my level of appraisal is average, the performance of this piece of material in all aspects suggests that it should sell for between $20,000 and $50,000. Coupled with the recent rise in the price of jadeite wool, at $20,000 I've already taken advantage of a great bargain. How can I let you give me a discount again? Old Uncle Tai froze in silence. He had opened this stone quarry for nearly 20 years, and usually those customers who bought material hated to press the price to death. It was the first time he had seen someone like Jian Chen take the initiative to increase the price. He was about to speak, but saw Chen Jian finger pointing to the corner of the courtyard, and said, if I'm not mistaken, those are also jadeite wool, right? Jian Chen pointed, naturally, in the direction of the piece of wool that old Uncle Tai used to bet on the pickle jar. However, there was not just one piece of jadeite wool at this location, but a bunch of them. Some of them were casually thrown on the ground, while some were used as flower pots for wasteful purposes due to their special shape. Old Uncle Tai nodded. Yes, those are the scraps from the previous customers who bought the wool after cutting it down. There are also some that I picked up near the Pingzhou Jadeite Fair. There are jadeite inside, but due to the quality is too poor, made into a pendant is not the bottom of the material, so it was discarded. I felt weirdly sorry for them, so I moved them back when I came across similar ones. Jian Chen nodded. So that's how it is. I don't want any discounts on this piece of 002, but can you send me a few pieces of scrap? I've been learning to carve recently and would like to use it to practice. Old Uncle Iron laughed. What do I take it for? You can take whatever you like, and take it away directly. If you can't, I'll send you back with my car. Thanks then. Jian Chen found a urea bag and ran over to pick and choose from the waste wool on the ground. He chose a few pieces with emerald in the cross-section, and incidentally loaded the piece of stone that pressed the pickles into it, and kindly found a piece of similar shape to help Uncle Lao Tai to press the pickle jar on, until sure that there is no breakage, only to carry the bag back. Waiting for the door, he casually threw the bag to the side, took out his cell phone and transferred the money to the old iron uncle. Sure enough, old Tai uncle didn't even look at Jian Chen's bag. He wrapped the piece of 002 that Jian Chen bought in several layers of bubble plastic and kindly reminded, this piece of material isn't light. I'd better find someone to send me back for you. Originally, He wanted to help Jian Chen cut it on the spot, so that it would be much easier to resell or carry. Nay, Jian Chen was adamant that he wouldn't do it, so he had no choice but to give up. Jian Chen laughed. No need. This bit of material is only 30 to 40 pounds. Where I live is not far. Just carry it back directly. He put the other party's wrapped wool into the urea bag as well, and carried it on his shoulder with both hands, turning his head to Xiao Jinxiang and saying, "What are you waiting for? Go!" Xiao Jinxiang hurriedly nodded. The little girl who brought a few people here had already gone back early with Pan Xiaoyu and the others, leaving only the two of them here. Coming out of old Uncle Tai's house, Jian Chen was just about to leave when he heard a voice behind him say, "Master Chen." Wait, it was Chen Wenhua, and his companion named Wu Sigui. Jian Chen looked at the other party strangely. "You have something?" Chen Wenhua suddenly revealed an incomparably shrewd look. "If I'm not mistaken, you should have something good in this bag, right?" Jian Chen's heart skipped a beat. Although with Chen Wenhua's family fortune, even if he knew that he had $15 million in this bag, he wouldn't necessarily be moved. However, the less people knew about this matter, the better. He didn't move and asked, "Why do you say that?" Chen Wenhua hemmed and hawed. "It's very simple. Although I don't know how to appraise wool, I do know how to read people's hearts. Your performance today, and that day in Jubilee are two diametrically opposite extremes, and you can become the appraisal master of Guyun Auction House. How can the level be poor? This point, you also proved your ability in Jubilee. Things out of the ordinary must be evil. Originally I thought, you're to see Wei Daguang came. Take that piece of material, deliberately give him a trap, pit him a hand. Now it seems that things should not be so simple, especially with your status. Even go to pick up even the old iron uncle so stingy people are thrown away, do not want the waste. The answer is crying out. There's definitely something good inside these scraps." Seeing Jian Chen's silence, Chen Wenhua hurriedly said, "Don't misunderstand. As a top appraiser, it's normal to pick up a leak when you come across treasures that others don't recognize. I just wanted to confirm with you to see if my guess was correct. I do not know many appraisal masters. The level of your level is even more a no, so whether or not you can find the high ice Chinese red jadeite, still have to fall on you. So confirming your appraisal level is very crucial. Fortunately, I'm relieved now." He spoke with such confidence that Jian Chen couldn't even think of not recognizing it. Sure enough, Jian Chen smiled. "You are indeed very smart. And yes, there is a high item in my bag that I am very optimistic about. But you guessed wrong on one point. This high goods is not one of these trash wools that I picked up, but that piece of 002 that I spent 20,000 on." Chen Wenhua froze. "Wait, you said it was 002. How is that possible? If this piece of material was really a treasure, wouldn't you just buy it directly?" Jian Chen shook his head. "I could indeed buy it directly, but there's a problem. If I only buy this piece, there's a good chance that you'll be just like Wei Daguang and raise the price to snatch it away from me." Chen Wenhua hurriedly said, "How could that be? We are friends, and I won't take anything you fancy even if it kills me. Is that so?" Jian Chen pointed at Wu Sigui beside him again. "You don't want it, but what about him?" Wu Sigui shook his head. "You were wrong about that piece of material just now. How dare I rob you?" Jian Chen took the piece of 002 out of the urea bag and gently stroked his palm over it as if he was looking at his most beloved beauty. "Of course there's a high probability that you guys won't make a move to rob it, but there's also an equally tiny probability that you will. But no matter what you guys do, I must take precautions. That's why I proposed to an old Uncle Tai that he send me a few pieces of trash material. The purpose is to make you guys turn your attention to these pieces of trash material. That way, even if you guys make a move to grab them, the target is still wrong. It's only then that I can sit firmly in a fishing boat." The moment these words came out, Chen Wenhua didn't come back to his senses for a long time. When he once again focused on Jian Chen, he couldn't help but applaud vigorously. "Worthy of being a master. You're still great. I thought I had seen through you, but I didn't realize that you had already seen through me thinking I had seen through you." Jian Chen hurriedly waved his hands. "Listen, I can't understand this kind of tongue twister like cartwheeling from you. That's more than a tongue twister." Finished, he said, "You are only interested in Chinese red jadeite? Other colors of material okay?" Wu Wenhua froze. "Other colors of material?" Jian Chen shook the 002 in his hand. "To be honest, I came to the Pingzhou Jadeite Fair this time, even though I was hired by Jin Wu Fu to be their appraiser. But the Pingzhou Jadeite Fair is a rare opportunity that only comes around once a year, and I don't want to miss it myself. Just my hand funds are really limited. Go can only buy a little unremarkable small pieces. Encountered a higher value of good things, can only be in the side dry eyes. So I'm going to go to Pingzhou tomorrow and cut this piece of material directly. If I'm not wrong, there should be something good here." After saying that, he glanced at Wu Sigui, and his tone was indicative. "Since the Tang family's old lady likes red jadeite, I'm sure that other colors of jadeite, as long as they are of good enough quality, shouldn't be rejected either. So, Chen Wenhua nodded. Understood. Where are you cutting tomorrow? I'll go over then. Jian Chen smiled faintly and exchanged a few more pleasantries with the other party before taking Xiao Jinxiang and disappearing into the night, waiting for the two to walk away. Wu Sigui's expression was all puzzlement. Brother Chen, it's not right, is it? Chen Wenhua, where is it wrong? Since this Master Chen wanted to cut stones for cash, why didn't he just cut them here? You have to bring dozens of pounds of stuff to run the Pingzhou Jadeite fair? Chen Wenhua didn't have the good sense to say. I said, are you a pig brain? Can't even see such a simple problem? Ha, is this question simple? What else? Where exactly is it simple? Can you explain? But Chen Wenhua didn't even bother to pay attention to him and directly turned his head and left. Only Wu Sigui was left standing at the same spot in a daze. He was truly unable to understand. Chapter 37, There are big brothers in stone cutting in all lines of business. Returning to his residence and locking the door behind him, Jian Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. So close. Luckily, he was resourceful and had fooled Chen Wenhua in a few words. It seemed that in the future, one still had to be more careful when doing things. For example, today, although he had soared with movie star level acting skills, he was still too hasty. After all, that piece of high-grade jadeite that was used by the old iron uncle to press the pickle jar, even if it is put for another year and a half, no one will find it. They can wait for the end of the Pingzhou Jadeite fair, and then secretly go over to buy it away. This is the real God does not know the ghosts do not realize. After summarizing his experience, Jian Chen opened the urea bag and carefully took out the 002 piece of wool and the pickle jar wool. As for the rest, he didn't even bother to look at them. The next day, everyone got up very early. Although the opening time of the Pingzhou Jadeite public market was 3 days, the organizers had left enough time for everyone to study and appraise, but everyone still wanted to hurry over. Compared to yesterday, Pan Xiaoyu's attitude towards Jian Chen was obviously quite distant. Jian Chen wasn't surprised by this. It should be because his wave of maneuvering last night had taken effect. However, Pan Xiaoyu had been following Zhang Jingtian with a more respectful attitude than she had towards Wang Zhejiang. Jian Chen suddenly recalled Zhang Jingtian's previous experience as an appraisal shift leader at the Moxisha pit in Myanmar. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Jingtian had gone back with the other party yesterday, it was rumored that the three of them, Pan Xiaoyu, Wang Zhejiang, and Zhang Jingtian, had chatted in their room until the latter part of the night. It's hard not to. Sure enough, he heard Pan Xiaoyu say, Master Jiang, this time, the Pingzhou Jadeite public market will have to rely on your old man to make a move. Zhang Jingtian nodded. I can only say that I will do my best. The reason why there is a word gamble is that it has great uncertainty. Even the most experienced masters can lose their eyes. Pan Xiaoyu said, I know, but if even you, the super appraisal master, the famous eagle of Moxisha can't cut the high-grade jadeite, others will be even more incapable. Zhang Jingtian sighed. It's just a long overdue name. It's nothing, is it? Believe it or not, if the people who participated in the Pingzhou Jadeite fair this time know your identity, wherever we go, there will be a long line behind us? Zhang Jingtian hurriedly said, this must not be said. I don't want to be mobbed like a monkey. Don't worry, I'm just kidding. Jian Chen froze and looked at Zhang Jingtian with an odd expression on his face. What the hell was the Eagle of Moxisha? A Jianghu bandit name? And looking at Pan Xiaoyu's expression of adoration towards the old man, it seemed like it should be quite famous. The person who sent a few people to the Pingzhou Jadeite public market was still Brother Mao. There are still 2 kilometers from the destination, and there are obviously more people on the road, waiting for the place. The crowd has been very dense. Pingzhou Jadeite public market operation mode. In fact, an ancient rhyme auction house is similar. The organizer will bid on the field information in advance for publicity, and then on the first day of the bidding intention of the bidders can hold an invitation letter to enter to see the goods in bid. The invitation letter is very simple to obtain, as long as the payment of 10,000 yuan deposit can be obtained. The deposit will be refunded within 3 days after the end of the public auction, regardless of whether or not the bid is successful. Of course, if you don't want to pay the deposit, you can also buy them directly for $200 each, but the general public will not so choose, because as long as you bid, the same need to pay the deposit, a little bit of loss. If we say that the biggest difference between this year's Pingzhou public market and previous years, is that the bidding field was reduced from the original 6 to 4, as for the reason, naturally, the number of jadeite wool is greatly reduced. Looking at the locations of the 4 bidding grounds marked on the simple map, Pan Xiaoyu asked Zhang Jingtian, Master Jiang, which one do you think is more appropriate for us to go to first? Zhang Jingtian looked at Jian Chen. Team leader, what do you think? Jian Chen pondered for a moment. Why don't we draw lots? Pan Xiaoyu directly said. How about the Qinglong bidding site? It's an old tag yard in Pingzhou. More than 70% of the country's Damakan high goods come from here. Zhang Jingtian laughed. We can take a look at it, and then go somewhere else if it doesn't work out. After you then. Seeing Pan Xiaoyu, Wang Jijiang and Jiang Jingtian leave on their own, they simply ignored Jian Chen and Xiao Jinxiang who were still standing in place. Xiao Jinxiang couldn't help but say, "Brother Chen, what exactly does Manager Pan mean? Although Master Jiang is a 1 in a million appraisal expert, no matter what, you're the person in charge of our fourth group." She didn't even say hello. Pan Xiaoyu's attitude had changed since the morning, and along the way, she had even only spoken symbolically with Jian Chen, completely treating him as a passerby. Jian Chen laughed. "This isn't quite good. Manager Pan spent money on us and didn't let us work. It's like traveling at public expense. Such a good thing can't be found anywhere." He could guess Pan Xiaoyu's mind. That's right. The other party's cold shouldering of herself today should be intentional on her part. As one of the leading players in the domestic jewelry industry, how could the other party not understand basic human feelings if she could sit in the position of purchasing manager? After learning that Jian Chen might be a water goods, coupled with Jiang Jingtian's exposure of his legendary identity as the Eagle of Moxisha, Pan Xiaoyu should have chosen to abandon Jian Chen. Pan Xiaoyu should have chosen to abandon Jian Chen and throw herself into the arms of Jiang Jingtian. But no matter what, Jian Chen was Jiang Jingtian's leader. With Jian Chen around, Jiang Jingtian's hands would be tied in whatever he did. Therefore, Pan Xiaoyu wanted to send Jian Chen away to give Jiang Jingtian the most space to play. However, it wasn't easy to say this explicitly, so she adopted this cold approach. However, this matter played right into Jian Chen's hands, and he was still worried about how to get rid of Pan Xiaoyu. Xiao Jinxiang, however, didn't know what Jian Chen was thinking as he said, "How is this a good thing? You helped Jin Wufu choose the wool, but you got a commission. Now it's good that it all goes to Master Jiang." The agreement signed by Pan Xiaoyu and Jian Chen was that for all the jadeite wool that Jian Chen helped Jin Wufu select during the Pingzhou Jadeite Fair, Jin Wufu would need to provide 8% of the actual value of the cut minus the cost as an appraisal fee. And in order to encourage Xiao Jinxiang, Jian Chen promised to take out 1% of that as his errand fee. Now that Jian Chen had been kicked off, his 1% was naturally gone, and he was naturally very upset. Jian Chen looked at him. "If you're not willing, you can also help choose the wool. Although the commission isn't much, it's still 3%, which is fully 3 times more than the 1% I gave you." Xiao Jinxiang said, "Forget it, with my half-baked skills, I'll have to pay a lot of money if I don't bankrupt Jin Wufu with what I pick out. Besides, even if I'm willing, Pan Xiaoyu can't do it if she's not." Yunat did not see. Her eyes are now all Master Jiang. "Hey, wait for me." But it was Jian Chen who took advantage of his complaining and had already turned around and walked away. Jian Chen didn't go to the 4 handicaps in Pingzhou, but instead came to the stone cutting area. The stone cutting area was in the middle of the 4 pans, and was specially prepared by the organizers of the Pingzhou Jadeite public market to facilitate the winning bidder's stone cutting. As long as with the transaction ticket, you can enjoy free stone cutting service. Of course, if you bring your own material, as long as you pay the corresponding stone cutting fees, you can also choose to cut here. Although the Pingzhou Jadeite public market hadn't opened yet, there were still quite a few people gathered here. "Hello sir, may I ask if you need stone cutting service?" At the stone cutting service center, a pretty girl in a cheongsam saw Jian Chen and immediately came over with a smile. Jian Chen nodded. "Then do you have an invitation letter for our Pingzhou Jadeite public market?" Jian Chen took the invitation out. "Is this it?" The other party nodded. "Yes, this is it." Jian Chen was puzzled. "If I remember correctly, even if there is an invitation letter, without a purchase invoice, you still have to pay for cutting the stone in your place, right?" The pretty girl nodded. "Yes, but you can enjoy a lot of hidden services if you have an invitation." "Hidden services?" "Yes. For example, we have 8 stone cutting rooms, although all of them cost the same, but the level of the stone cutting masters in different cutting rooms is different. Like the No. 1 stone cutting room, the stone cutting master is the one we specially invited from the Damakan pit in Myanmar, with 14 years of experience in cutting stones from the pit. As you know, once any material is cut at the wrong angle, the value of the jadeite inside it will be greatly reduced." Jian Chen nodded. This he was certainly aware of. "This master of ours has been in Pingzhou for 2 years and 8 months, and has cut a total of 328 pieces of wool. The probability of him cutting bad material due to a mistake in his downward cut is less than 3%. Jian Chen was stunned. This stone cutting master was awesome. Due to the uncertainty of the internal structure of the jadeite material, it was very common for the material to be cut badly due to the lower knife. Of course, this so-called cut bad, not that the cut emerald cannot be used, rather, the original can be hollowed out a bracelet, and finally can only be made into a Buddha mail, peace button and other pendants. A bracelet market price of 5,000 yuan, but made into a Buddha mail pendant can be sold for up to 2,500 yuan, a direct loss of half. In fact, for the average person, Jadeite wool, whether cut bad, is very difficult to accurately assess. Most people will also subconsciously ignore this concept. But professional organizations are different. They will do an overall assessment of its value after the wool is cut. If the value is damaged by more than 30% due to incorrect cutting, it will be recognized as a bad cut. The bad cut is an important criterion for judging the level of the stonecutter. General stone cutting master. Cut bad rate of less than 40% is qualified. Cutting bad rate of less than 20% can be called cutting stone master. No way. The internal structure of jadeite wool is too complex. A little wrong may make irreparable mistakes. For some of the quality to reach the ice above the high goods jade, stone cutting master often have to study a few months, or even a year before they dare to knife. No. One stone cutting room of this stone cutting master, surprisingly, can cut the bad rate of control in less than 3%. This kind of skill, already not rely on hard work and practice, can do. It also required an extremely high level of talent. Without any hesitation, Chen said, "Let's pick this master to cut it for me." Although he could tell the true price of the jadeite wool with the help of his eye psychic ability, this price, however, referred to the highest price without a bad cut, once the knife was not cut correctly, resulting in a loss of value, not to mention making money. It would even lose money. This is also one of the reasons why Chen clearly saw a lot of wool that could be cut up in Jubilee, but didn't go out and buy it, including in the old Iron Uncle's home gambling stone field. He did not choose to cut that piece of 002. In addition to not wanting to expose their own ability, but also worried about the old Iron Uncle such a half-assed, the material cut their own waste. This factor, now that there was such a top-notch stone cutting master in place, it was just enough to make up for Chen's shortcomings in his eye ability. Taking out the plastic bag, Chen placed 002 and the piece of pressurized pickle jar wool side by side on the counter. That's right, he was going to cut both pieces of material. There were definitely a lot of good things in the Pingzhou jadeite public market, and since he was here, Chen didn't want to miss out. Previously, selling Ming and Shang antiquities and operating the Jiaxin art commune had made him more than $7 million though, but $5 million of that was used by him to invest in the Nine Moons food factory with Du Zhijian. In other words, Chen only had over $2 million in cash left in his hands. This amount of money for ordinary people is indeed a lot of wealth, but in the gold like dirt Pingzhou jadeite public market, not even a splash up. Now will pressure pickle jar wool out, can to a certain extent to make up for his lack of funds. However, when the pretty girl saw the wool that Chen took out, her face was a bit difficult. "Sorry, sir, maybe I didn't make myself clear just now. The stone cutting master in the first cutting room has a lot of people who ask him to cut stones because of his skill. I'm afraid that your two pieces of material cannot meet his requirements." Chen froze. "Is it the price that's not right? That's fine. I can add more money. Is $100,000 enough?" Top-notch stone cutting masters were definitely very sought after. This was something Chen had expected, so it was only natural that he would add money to the price. 100,000 may seem like a lot, but it's nothing compared to a piece of material worth $15.8 million. A little bit of accuracy in the knife, the loss will be back. The pretty girl hurriedly said, "No, you misunderstood. It's not about the price. As I said before, all of our stone cutting rooms have the same price. This stone cutter has a rather eccentric personality. He only cuts 3 pieces of material a day. As for which piece to cut and which not to cut, in his words, it's all in the eye of the beholder. Seeing the right eye, you can't even let him cut. Seeing the wrong eye, then sorry." Chen frowned. A day only cut 3 pieces of wool. This is the Pingzhou jadeite public disc and that stone cutting master deliberately out of the set? Seeing Chen pondering, the pretty girl opened her mouth and said, "Today, the first day of the opening of the public market, the number of people who want to ask the no. One stone cutter to make a bid is very high, and the probability of your 2 pieces of material being selected is very low. That's why I prefer to suggest you to choose other stone cutting masters. These masters are all very powerful even though their skills are a bit worse." As the two were talking, a man suddenly came over and asked, "Hey, where's your manager Hua?" The pretty girl was busy saying, "Manager Hua is over at the bidding site. What do you want to see him for?" "I have 3 pieces of high goods in my hand that I would like to ask Master Zhang to cut. So tell Manager Hua and ask him to help arrange it." The pretty girl was puzzled. "The Master Zhang you're talking about is Master Zhang Fei Zhang from Minot. One stone cutting room? Nonsense. Other than Master Zhang, who else has the qualifications that can make me personally make a trip?" "I'm sorry sir, what material Master Zhang chooses can only be decided by himself. Manager Hua can't control it either." The man stared at the pretty girl. "Do you know who I am?" "This. Never mind. My name is Li Shangping. I'm the purchasing manager of Golden 5 Fortune. Every year, the materials I buy in your Pingzhou jadeite public market have a total value of no less than $2 billion. Do you know what the concept of $2 billion is? Without me, the annual sales of your Pingzhou Jadeite fair would drop by at least a quarter. Feel free to contact manager Hua and let him make the arrangements. Hearing the other party say this, the pretty girl didn't dare to slack off and turned around to ask for instructions. Jian Chen, however, stared blankly at the other party. Wasn't Jin Wufu's purchasing manager Pan Xiaoyu? How did it change to this person called Li Shangping? Soon, the pretty girl came back and she looked at Li Shangping, her face all apologetic. So it's manager Li. I'm sorry, I've just been transferred here and I'm not too familiar with the place. Manager Hua said that no one can decide which piece of wool Master Zhang cuts, but he can put your material in the closest position to him, so that Master Zhang can see it at first glance. After saying this, he also added in a low voice, Master Zhang will usually only choose from the row closest to him. As long as your material is of high enough quality, the probability of being selected is very high. Chapter 38. At this level, what are you pretending here? After the pretty girl finished, she carefully glanced at Li Shangping, with some apprehension in her heart. Just now manager Hua has said to her, in front of this Li Shangping is the most important big customer of the Pingzhou Jadeite public market. No matter what, absolutely cannot be neglected. According to reason, since the other party has asked how to help him arrange, but the first stone cutting room of that Zhang Fei Zhang master, Pingzhou Jadeite public disc is only a cooperative relationship. Although the other side of the technology is very high, temperament is very strange. Cut which piece of wool only according to personal preference. Cut the cost of a knife an ordinary stone cutter 20 yuan/knife the same price. $3 a day. More not cut. Less not. Double weekends. Legal holidays to rest, but also set a month of annual leave. Hua manager wants because of a relationship with the customer to find each other to negotiate. I hope he can make an exception, and said a piece of wool can pay 10,000 yuan remuneration. But the other party was decisively refused, because this customer is very important. Manager Hua's words were inevitably fierce. Who knows Zhang masters simply do not piss him, directly pack up things to go. Because of his departure, Pingzhou Jadeite public disc cut stone business directly less than 30%, is still decreasing. Everyone is rushing to the name of Master Zhang only to come. No Master Zhang, really better than their own cut. See things get out of hand, or the big boss of the public market personally, persuade him to invite him back. Since then, Manager Hua also dared not control the other side of the matter, can only through the usual observation of the other side of the selection habits, to help important customers to exploit the loopholes. But look at Li Shangping just now on the scene on the preemptive character. This kind of loopholes I'm afraid it is difficult to make him satisfied. Sure enough, Li Shangping frowned and said, put my material a little forward? Are you sending a beggar? I tell you, I brought these 3 pieces of material. Today must let Master Zhang to cut. The pretty girl's heart sank and she was about to explain further when Zhenchen, who had been watching from the side, couldn't help but say, this boss, it's Master Zhang's freedom to choose who to cut the material for, and this beautiful woman has promised to help you put your material to the first row. On this you still do not know enough. Really think of the Pingzhou Jadeite fair as your home open? Li Shangping froze. Who are you? Here have you to talk part? Zhenchen, why don't I have a say? I am in charge of the entire stone cutting area of the Pingzhou Jadeite fair. Li Shangping, you're in charge? Then, you immediately arrange for Master Zhang to help me cut the stone. Zhenchen was happy. No, didn't you hear what I said just now? No matter who it is, even if the King of Heaven comes, they all have to wait in line to be picked. You, kid, do you know how much material I have to buy from the Pingzhou Jadeite public market every year? Of course I know, no less than $2 billion. Then do you know the other places of the Jadeite public disc responsible person almost every day to follow my ass, in order that I can go to their home to buy goods? No, then you go. Li Shangping froze. What do you mean? Literally, yes, you are indeed a big customer of our Pingzhou Jadeite public market. But so what? Now the market is getting tighter and tighter, often in short supply. Pingzhou everyday cut out the jade is simply not enough to sell. That is to say, between us is cooperation, is a win-win situation. There is absolutely no who begs for who. You polite attitude. We are good. I am good. I will certainly within the ability to take care of you a little bit. If you don't know what to do, I'm sorry. There are many jewelers who come to Pingzhou every day to collect jadeite. Without you Li Butcher, we still can't eat the chicken with feathers. Is that so? You, well, you wait, I remember you. You Pingzhou Jadeite public disc will definitely regret. Li Shangping's index finger trembled, obviously angry to the extreme. As a big customer of the Pingzhou public market, as long as he came here, he was the supreme VIP treatment, and today was the first time he was disliked like this, coupled with the fact that in the last year, the people at the Pingzhou public market had often been ambiguous in their attitude towards themselves, so he decided to give these people a little lesson. Looking at Li Shangping who left in a huff, Zhenchen hemmed and hawed and turned his head to the pretty girl and said, Come on. These two pieces of trouble help put them in the queue at Master Zhang's place in the know. One stone cutting room. The pretty girl was dumbfounded for half a day before she came back to her senses. Excuse me, this gentleman, who are you? Jian Chen asked suspiciously. Why, do you still need to take an inventory of your family to cut a stone here? No, you just said that the entire stone cutting area of the Pingzhou Jadeite public market is your responsibility. Are you the family of any of our public market shareholders? Oh, you say this I'm just an ordinary person from abroad. As for being in charge of the entire stone cutting area of the Pingzhou Jadeite public market, I'm talking about hygiene. Just now I turned around in the neighborhood. Encountered on the ground thrown mineral water bottles and garbage bags are picked up and thrown into the trash. Do not believe you can adjust the monitoring. Ouch. Pretty girl finally reacted to what is going on. She hurriedly picked up her cell phone, looking like she was going to find that manager Hua to report the situation. Jian Chen shook his head helplessly and found another receptionist to put his two pieces of material into the number 1 stone cutting room to queue up for registration, because there were more people on site to cut stones. The other receptionists didn't know what was happening on Jian Chen's side, so the queue was very smooth. When everything was done, Jian Chen found a place to rest for almost 20 minutes before Qiao Jinxiang ran over panting. Brother Chen, there's no lemonade for sale nearby. I ran almost 3 kilometers before I could buy it. Looking at the sweaty Qiao Jinxiang, Jian Chen took it with a smile. Tough on you. He was purposely sidetracking this guy. Qiao Jinxiang only knew that he had 002. As for the piece of pressed savory wool, it was better to know only himself. No hard work, no hard work. Qiao Jinxiang was busy saying, it's my honor to help you buy water. You taste if the flavor is right. If not, I'll go buy another one. The two of them were chatting without a word when they saw Li Shangping huffing and puffing over, and he was followed by that pretty girl. Jian Chen didn't intentionally hide his whereabouts. It wasn't hard to find him as long as he was willing. Looking at the other party, Jian Chen smiled. Aren't you leaving? Why are you back again? Li Shangping glared at the other party with a grunt of anger. So you're not from the Pingzhou Jadeite public market? Jian Chen nodded. If the criterion is whether or not I'm on staff, I indeed don't count. But that doesn't seem to have anything to do with whether you go or not, does it? It's impossible for Master Zhang to help you cut the stone alone. And I don't think you'll come back if you want to have some backbone. What's that saying? A real man never looks back at an explosion. The pretty girl behind Li Shangping looked at the corner of Jian Chen's eyes and kept jumping around. This guy really doesn't stop. After learning that Li Shangping was pissed off, Manager Hua didn't even get on with the work at hand and directly chased after him. He said at all costs. The skin of the mouth or worn-out blisters only barely eliminated Li Shangping's heart of anger. I did not expect just a little while. This guy is here again to add oil to the fire. Li Shangping grunted. I heard that you also want to ask Master Zhang to help you cut the stone? Jian Chen nodded. The stone cutting hall had security cameras, so as long as he had a heart, it wasn't hard to check himself. Then do you dare to bet with me? Bet? Bet on what? Bet on whose material Master Zhang will choose to cut. Didn't you put 2 pieces of material in the cutting area? I put 3 pieces. If you win, my 3 pieces of material go to you. If you lose, your 2 pieces go to me. Jian Chen shook his head. No bet. What? Scared? Didn't you have a tough mouth just now? I have 3 pieces of material and you only have 2. I'm not even afraid of losing. What are you afraid of? Jian Chen looked at him like he was a fool. You took 3 pieces of broken stone and tried to set me up with top quality high grade goods, and you shamelessly said that I was afraid. May I ask who gave you such a big face? What? How dare you say that my material is a broken stone? Li Shangping was so angry. After learning that Jian Chen even posed as a staff member of the Pingzhou Jadeite public market to amuse himself, facing Manager Hua, Li Shangping hated to find a crack in the ground to drill into. There was no way. It was too embarrassing. After all, no matter what, he is the purchasing manager of the Golden 5 Fortune. A big shot. Manager Hua and other Jadeite public market management to please the existence of bowing. As a result, because of a random person's 2 sentences of provocation, he was as angry as a clown and had to leave. This is definitely a black history that he can never erase in his life. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and the more unwilling he became. So he huffed and puffed to find over here, ready to teach the other party a little lesson. For this reason, he did not hesitate to take out his carefully selected 3 pieces of wool as a bet, just to win over the material that Jian Chen had put into the stone cutting area to be cut. The 2 pieces of wool he looked for appraisers have seen. One of them is like a brick as a complete garbage goods. The other piece has a certain probability of ice jade. Not cut before the market is worth almost $20,000. $20,000 for him is nothing. But Chen Jian, although sharp-tongued, but from its dress, should not be what rich people. These 2 pieces of material is likely to be he saved half a year's salary, running here to dream of getting rich. The key Chen Jian bought this piece of wool worth $20,000. through the judgment of his appraiser, there is at least 70% probability of cutting up. Once cut up, almost can be sold to 350,000, 20,000 investment, 330,000 return. Enough for this guy to get enough money to buy a house in Central State down payment, and then change their own destiny. If you can win it back, and then cut in front of each other. Li Shangping has already begun to fantasize in his mind. Loser wage earner Chen Jian's expression when he learned that a piece of jadeite that originally belonged to him and was worth as much as $360,000 of high goods, but because of the battle of wills, it slipped away mercilessly from his hands. His face must have been darker than the bottom of an iron pot that had been burning for 28 years. It was just that he didn't expect that Jianchen would reject his offer, and the reason was still that his material was worthless. Do you know how much money I spent to buy these 3 pieces of wool? It's an astronomical amount that you wouldn't be able to earn in a lifetime of labor. Li Shangping sneered. If you don't dare to gamble, just say so. Is it fun to use this excuse that is more childish than a 3-year-old? Jianchen looked at the other party in surprise. What he said was the truth. The other party's 3 pieces of material he had seen, indeed not worth any money, and his own 2 pieces of wool, can be worth a lot of good things, not to mention that Master Zhang Fei Zhang's choice, in terms of fairness alone, he was at a bloody disadvantage, so how could he agree? Jianchen shook his head. It's not that I don't dare to bet with you, but I want to do it in a different way. A different way? What way? If I'm not mistaken, you came to Pingzhou to participate in the public auction, right? Right now you have 3 pieces of wool. I only have 2, and if you bet on quantity alone, I'm the one taking advantage of you. I like to be fair, so let's bet on 1 piece of wool. This piece of raw material can be the one that you and I put in the cutting room, or it can be the winning piece of raw material that will participate in the Pingzhou Jadeite Fair later. If you win, you can choose any piece of my material. If I win, I can choose any piece of your material, but if it's the winning material, the winning price of the selected material can't exceed a maximum of $5 million. How about it? Li Shangping stared blankly at Jianchen. The other party's words were clearly thought out, fair and reasonable, obviously after careful deliberation and thought, not at all like a loser social animal who came to try his luck. But so what? Li Shangping said, if this is your condition, no problem. I was going to let you take advantage of me a bit, but since you're not willing, you can't blame me. In order to prevent Jianchen from denying, Li Shangping had also specifically prepared in parley contract. Jianchen didn't hesitate and immediately wrote down his name. The two of them glanced at each other, looking at each other as if they were looking at clowns. 20 minutes later, Jianchen and Li Shangping were notified at the same time that the legendary super stone cutting expert, Master Zhang Fei Zhang, had arrived. Immediately, quite a few people entered the know. 1 stone cutting room. Obviously these people had heard of Master Shang's name and had come specifically to find him cutting stones. Into the stone cutting room, only to see the innermost part of an empty space. Empty space as if the roadside set of circle vendors, horizontal and vertical, placed about 70 or 80 pieces of jadeite wool. Obviously this Master Zhang Chu's material is in front of everyone's face to choose. This is also the reason that even if Li Shangping is a big customer, there is no way to make small movements, countless pairs of eyes watching, unless the Pingzhou Jadeite public disc does not want a reputation, or at least explicitly to ensure fairness and impartiality. A few moments later, a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. This person is responsible for the stone cutting area of the manager Hua. This person is the same manager in charge of the stone cutting area, and there is a person behind manager Hua. When Jianchen saw the other person, he couldn't help but freeze. If he wasn't wrong, this person should be the top stone cutting master named Zhang Fei. The name Zhang Fei gave the first impression of a 30-something-year-old, bearded, pugnacious man. Of course, there are quite a few people named Zhang Fei in modern society, and it's normal for there to be a difference between his appearance and the image in his head. But the difference between this Zhang Fei in front of him was also too big. The other party was only 18 or 19 years old. His youthful face with a short beard was that of a senior student, but those who have seen Zhang Fei before are not half surprised. They look at the material they brought. Their faces are full of anticipation. Manager Hua smiled and said, Master Zhang, the materials are ready. What do you think of the selection? Zhang Fei nodded and walked to the forefront of the wool. Li Shangping took in a deep breath and hit the ground running, because what Zhang Fei placed under his feet was precisely one of his 3 pieces of wool. Gently squatting down, Zhang Fei looked obliquely at Li Shangping's emerald wool, and suddenly kicked, sending the piece rolling several times. Then he impatiently said to Manager Hua, What the hell? You want to ask me to move the knife even with this crappy stone? Are you sick in the head? Chapter 39, Choosing a stone can also be a twist. Convinced. On the opposite side, Manager Hua was a bit embarrassed. Last time, he and Zhang Fei had a very unpleasant falling out over the choice of wool. However, after this incident, the two reached a compromise with each other. Manager Hua no longer interferes with Zhang Fei's choice, but he can place a piece of wool in the closest position to Zhang Fei. As long as the piece of wool is not too bad, Zhang Fei will cut it by hand. Of course, this kind of compromise is only a kind of mutual unspoken tacit understanding. Zhang Fei never said, Hua manager also never mentioned. Until yesterday, both sides were at peace with each other, and did not expect. Under the stage, the corner of Li Shangping's eyes jumped wildly, and his fists clenched tightly. Previously, after he left in anger, Manager Hua found him, explained clearly the misunderstanding between the two sides, and said a lot of good words. In the end, he also mentioned this tacit understanding he had formed with Master Zhang and promised to definitely give Li Shangfei his only chance. Only then did Li Shangfei reluctantly accept the fact that even as one of the largest customers of the Pingzhou Jadeite public market, he could not directly allow that Master Zhang to cut the stone. This was also the reason why he insisted on betting with Jian Chen even though he had suffered a lot of losses on the stakes, because it was simply impossible for him to lose. And why not take this opportunity to clean up the guy in front of him who had made a fool of himself? Unexpectedly, taking a deep breath, Li Shangping quickly calmed down. Although the situation was a bit unexpected, everything was still under control as Zhang Fei walked to his other two pieces of wool again. These three pieces of wool were right next to each other, the best position that Manager Hua had purposely arranged. Although it would not necessarily be selected, it could definitely be seen by Master Zhang. Don't underestimate this point. There are more than 100 pieces of material in the know. One cutting room, and the array is arranged in a large area, and the selection of jadeite wool has to consider many factors. Stone skin, cracks, moss. For ordinary stone cutting masters, it takes at least 10 minutes to finish looking at a piece. Although Master Zhang's speed is fast, a piece also takes 2 minutes. With more than 100 pieces of wool, if each piece was carefully looked over, it would take almost 3 or 4 hours. This is absolutely impossible. So Master Zhang usually only look at the nearest 7 or 8 pieces. The rest are just walking around, hurriedly sweeping a glance and then passed. And that was exactly what happened. Grandmaster Zhang observed Li Shangping's other two pieces of wool separately for a long time. Then he took out 2 stickers and pasted them onto these 2 pieces of wool. Seeing Master Zhang's actions, Li Shangping's originally gloomy face instantly disappeared, and in its place, there was an unprecedented sense of euphoria, because whichever piece of material Master Zhang selected, he would put a sticker on it. His own 3 pieces of wool were labeled with 2. Although it was a bit regrettable compared to having all 3 labeled, it was still barely meeting expectations. Most importantly, he won. Master Chen only cut 3 pieces of wool a day, and after selecting 2 of his own, there was still 1 spot left. Even if the last piece picked Jian Chen's, he was still going to lose just the same. Turning his head to look at Jian Chen sitting next to him, Li Shangping smiled as if he was Wang Dishing from Bright Sword. Just now, I saw that you were full of confidence, and thought that you had some kind of know-how. In the end, this is it? There is an old saying from our ancestors that if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. It's better for young people to do things in a low profile, or else they'll be taught to behave in minutes. I'll give you a chance. If you take the initiative to admit your fault to me and apologize to me in front of everyone in cutting room number 1, I can be lenient and choose your piece of slate wool. This matter will be considered in the past. How about it? Jian Chen looked at the other party with an odd expression on his face. He had to say, this bastard's face was really big, both wanting to make himself apologize and wanting his best material. All the benefits are yours, he said indifferently. Are you so sure you've won? Li Shangping spread his hands. Isn't it obvious enough? Fine. Since you won't stop until you reach the Yellow River, let's wait a little longer. But by then, if you want to apologize to me again, it's entirely up to my mood. Jian Chen didn't bother to pay attention to him, and continued to watch Master Zhang choose the material. After identifying the 2 pieces of wool, Master Zhang continued to walk forward while observing. When he had finished looking at all 10 pieces of wool closest to him, he pondered in his mind for a moment before selecting another piece of wool and labeling it. Then his speed obviously accelerated, sweeping at most 2 glances at each piece of wool before walking past. For the first 10 pieces of wool, he spent almost 20 minutes, but in the next 2 minutes, he looked at 20 pieces of wool. Jian Chen's 2 pieces of material were mixed in amongst the others and did not receive any special attention. After 10 minutes, all the materials were looked over by him. Master Zhang shook his head regretfully and said to Manager Hua, just pick those 3. However, just halfway through his words, as if he suddenly remembered something, he turned his head to look in a direction. In 3 or 2 steps, he walked to a piece of wool, squatted down and carefully observed, his face all indecisive. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he turned around and walked over to Li Shangping's 2 pieces of wool, removed one of the stickers and stuck it on the last piece of wool he looked at. Li Shangping, who was still confident of victory, almost dropped his jaw to the ground in surprise. This was because he realized that what Master Zhang had chosen in the end was actually Jin Chen's piece of slate wool. How can this be? Previously, after he had learned the numbers of the 2 pieces of material that Jin Chen was going to cut by adjusting the surveillance, he had specially adjusted these 2 pieces of wool through his connections to carefully observe and study them. After his judgment, although the 2 pieces of material are not good, but the other piece of wool at least have some value. The last piece belongs to the pavement are too hard to use the broken thing. When Jin Chen saw that his piece of material had been selected, he finally looked at Master Zhang with a different look in his eyes. Don't look at the other party's age is not big, but the stomach is really something. Turning his head, he looked at Li Shangping with a smile. How is it? Still feel like you have a sure win? Li Shangping's face darkened a bit as he grunted. Even so what? You were chosen for a piece. I was also chosen for a piece. It's a tie at most. I have to admit, you kid has good luck with. Jin Chen continued to look at Master Zhang. That's not necessarily so yo. It was only after seeing Master Zhang switch the wool to Jin Chen's that his expression was obviously much more cautious. He walked along the wool on the ground again, and compared to his previous walk, this time, his speed was significantly slower. Finally, he reached Jin Chen's 002 piece of wool. Master Zhang's steps stopped again, and he looked at the piece of material, his gaze falling into contemplation. This time, he pondered for a long time, as if he was hesitant about something. Finally, Master Chen picked up the piece of wool and walked towards the stone-cutting table. Halfway there, he paused in his steps and removed the label on top of the other piece of wool and glued it onto the piece of wool in his hand. What he uncovered was neither the remaining piece of Li Shangping's nor Jin Chen's slab of wool, but another piece that he had chosen. Finally, he said, just these 3 pieces. Jin Chen finally smiled. He said to Li Shangping, sorry, I won. Although Li Shangping's other piece of wool was not replaced, all 2 of Jin Chen's pieces were selected. 2 to 1, he was still the winner. Li Shangping's face turned red and white at times, and suddenly he stood up, first pointing at Jin Chen and then staring at that Master Zhang. It must be the 2 of you who joined forces to trap me, especially you. He pointed at Zhang Fei, as a staff member of the Pingzhou Jadeite public cutting stone area. Not to mention Claptrap, you also colluded with outsiders to benefit yourself at the expense of the public. A worm like you must be cleaned out immediately. Chapter 40, some people can really be incorrigibly stupid. Li Shangping said this extremely abruptly, so much so that everyone at the scene was at a loss, not knowing what was going on at all, except for Manager Hua. Manager Hua was aware of the bet between Li Shangping and Jin Chen, and he had breathed a long sigh of relief after Master Zhang had selected Li Shangping's 2 pieces of wool. As a superb customer of the Pingzhou Jadeite public market, he could not be offended even if Li Shangping did something outrageous. After being selected for the 2 pieces of wool and winning the bet against Jin Chen, the matter was barely in the past. But he never thought that Master Zhang would change the material in the middle. And, as luck would have it, he switched to Jin Chen's 2 pieces. So the moment Li Shangping got up, he realized that it was not good. Manager Hua hurriedly said, Brother Li, please be calm. Let's go down and talk about this matter, shall we? Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation. But Li Shangping directly ignored his words and turned his head to look at Master Zhang. Your name is Zhang Fei, right? Although I don't know why everyone is so after you. But since the Pingzhou Jadeite public market is willing to provide you with this platform, and since you have everyone's trust, you should do your job seriously, and select stones fairly and openly. Instead of relying on that little bit of skill, you eat up the East and eat the West. Zhang Fei looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with surprise. His face was full of bewilderment. Who are you? How did I finish eating the East and eat the West? Still playing dumb, right? Good. Since this is the case, let's put things out in the open for everyone to comment on. He turned his head and said, Everyone, I think a large portion of you all know me. That's right, I am Li Shangping, the Jadeite purchasing manager of Golden 5 Fortune. This time, for the Pingzhou Jadeite public market, we at Golden 5 Fortune are determined to win. In order to be able to shoot some more good performance of the wool, but also the previous collection of material out of the cut, ready to exchange a lot of money. I heard that this Zhang Fei master cut stone level is very high. I would like to ask him to play, and strive to maximize the benefits. But what I didn't expect was that this manager would directly rejected my request and said that Master Zhang's so-called rules for selecting materials, a small stone cutting master, responsible for the main knife tool man only, were so many messy crap. I immediately challenged this, resulting in this manager changing his tune in a hurry and saying that he could put my wool at the top, especially the number 1 position. The wool in this position Master Zhang must choose. This is also the unspoken rule between them. Let me rest assured. Being able to hear Li Shangping's words, Jin Chen froze. This good's brain will not be kicked by a donkey, right? This can be said to the face? The first time he saw Li Shangping, The other party to the name of Pingzhou Jadeite Public Disc big customers, yelling to let that beautiful reception girl to open the back door for him. The pretty girl had no choice but to whisper to appease, but it was all said out loud by Li Shangping, so much so that it allowed Jian Chen to hear things that he shouldn't have, which was the main reason why he opened his mouth to dislike the other party. Of course, the fact that Jian Chen disliked the other party didn't mean that he didn't intentionally pick a fight and go around pulling hatred. Rather, it was that he wanted to use this method to oust Li Shangping. That Master Zhang only cut 3 pieces of wool a day, and with Li Shangping's status, the Pingzhou Jadeite public market would definitely find a way to arrange 1 or 2 pieces for him. The other party was arranged. He will not have a chance. Jian Chen originally thought that Li Shangping had disregarded the occasion before, and only wanted to use it to put pressure on the Pingzhou Jadeite fairgrounds, as a sign of strategy. Now he even directly in the know. One stone cutting room wildly open map cannon. Pull the hate value to even turn around the room. This is not a strategy. But this bastard is a straw man. I really do not know why Jin Wufu would find him as a procurement manager. Probably the big boss of Jin Wufu's brain was caught in the door. Li Shangping continued to speak down. Each sentence unveils a large piece of Pingzhou Jadeite public disc operation insider. Some of it is true, and some of it is his thinking. For example, the fact that there was collusion between Jian Chen and Zhang Fei was described by him in graphic detail. Jian Chen's forehead was sweating furiously. Not that he was wronged by the other party, but he was worried about Li Shangping. You deliberately so inviting people to hate. The Pingzhou Jadeite public market completely offended to death. Not afraid to return to the golden 5 fortune. Buy your big boss to death? When Li Shangping finished speaking, the one stone cutting room was instantly in chaos. Someone stands up. Manager Hua, I think you should give us an explanation for this matter. That's right, even though you don't allow photos or videos in the stone cutting room. I've come at least a dozen times to ask Master Zhang Fei Zhan to cut stones. Let's not talk about whether or not he would pick the number 1 piece of wool 100% of the time, but the 10 pieces of wool that are closest to him. He has been studying them for the longest time. My material, on the other hand, has never been put in that position by you guys. What do you say to this? That's right. In the face of the crowd's vociferous criticism, Manager Hua's forehead came down in cold sweat. He secretly glared at Li Shangping, secretly deciding that afterwards, he must find Jin Wufu's senior management to complain and clean up this goods. Otherwise, the Pingzhou Jadeite public market will sooner or later be pitched by the other party. Of course, complaining about Li Shangping is a later matter. The key to the immediate crisis how to solve. He was racking his brain trying to think of a response to the dialogue, but then he heard Zhang Fei, who usually only cared about cutting stones and was not good at communicating with people, opened his mouth and said, Mr. Li, right? You just said that the 2 pieces of material I chose are both from this Mr. Jian Chen? Li Shangping nodded. Of course, didn't you already know that? Zhang Fei didn't even care about his sarcastic digs, but instead looked at Jian Chen with an odd expression. Just when everyone thought that he would say something to Jian Chen about something, Zhang Fei said to the crowd, I don't know this Mr. Chen, let alone the so-called collusion with him. I know you guys won't believe me, and I don't need you to. I came to Pingzhou Jadeite Public Disc a total of 2 years, 4 months and 8 days. My level of stone cutting how? Everyone should have a number in their hearts. I believe that as long as I say, anyone looking for me to cut stone, a knife charge $1,000. Everyone here at least 80%, will not feel expensive, right? This sentence, the crowd nodded their heads, not to mention $1,000 per cut. There was once someone who had offered a sky-high price of $10,000 per cut, but they were all rejected by Master Zhang. In other words, as long as the other party was willing, he could completely earn a large amount of wealth with his superior skills, and this money was earned openly and honestly. There was absolutely no need to engage in small maneuvers. It seemed that this matter of him colluding with Jian Chen should be nonsense. Only Li Shangping's expression remained sneering. Is that so? Your words are fine to fool a 3-year-old child. Cutting only 3 pieces of rough material every day at the same price as an ordinary stone cutting master sounds noble. But this is actually a marketing gimmick of yours. Without this gimmick, how could you have modern fame? As for money, of the 3 pieces of wool I have, the highest priced piece is now marketed at $8 million. If you and Jian Chen cheat away this piece of material, you'll be able to eat and drink for the rest of your lives. Isn't that more comfortable than bothering to cut stones for people? The way Jian Chen looked at Li Shangping was once again odd. This bastard even knew about hunger marketing? Doesn't seem like he's very stupid. He was about to get up to prove his innocence when he saw Zhang Fei suddenly laugh. You're saying that I engage in marketing? He looked at everyone on the scene. Could it be that you all think the same way? Seeing that the crowd didn't say anything, he suddenly let out a long sigh. I only cut 3 pieces of wool every day. It's not that I don't want to cut more. In fact, as a stone cutter, I hate to cut all the emerald wool to see the structure inside, thus accumulating experience. The reason for my restraint was that I wanted to help everyone through this means. I originally thought that if I didn't say anything about this matter, you guys would be able to see it yourselves. I didn't expect it to cause such a big misunderstanding. The moment these words came out, everyone, including Jian Chen, was stunned. The other party intentionally took the frame to pretend to be noble, letting all the people with high goods wool in their hands come over to queue up every day. But it was still the other party who was kind? This is also too outrageous, right? Zhang Fei coughed lightly and continued on. Chapter 41, You may never know how you were pitted. Only to hear Zhang Fei faintly say, don't you guys realize that most of the 3 pieces of wool I choose every day can cut out very good-looking jadeite? The crowd was stunned. There were quite a few people on the scene who would often come to line up at the No. 1 stone cutting room. The reason why they were so diligent was firstly, Master Zhang's exquisite stone cutting skills, and secondly, the luck of the selected jadeite will seem to be very good, and the probability of producing high-quality goods was very high. Isn't it that the quality of the material brought by everyone is good in itself? Listening to Zhang Fei's meaning, even related to him? Zhang Fei said lightly, although I am only 19 years old this year, but I was 5 years old in Burma's Damakan pit. At 6, I started following my master to cut stones, and at 8, I started working independently, and at 12, I became the stone cutting shift leader of the Damakan pit 6. Hearing the stone cutting shift leader, Jian Chen instantly recalled Jiang Jingtian's appraisal shift leader, worthy of being a ruthless person with the probability of cutting bad material of less than 3%. The other party was a supreme master amongst 10,000 even in the Burmese pits. Most of the other people on the scene had obviously heard of the title of stone cutting squad leader and were moved. Zhang Fei said, stone cutting wants to be accurate and bring out the maximum value of jadeite within a piece of wool. It is necessary to have a relatively thorough understanding of the internal structure of the wool through the surface phenomenon. So a masterful stone cutting master and wool appraiser to a certain extent are connected. Or, a masterful stonecutter is also a masterful appraiser. The crowd nodded their heads, wanting to achieve Zhang Fei's current caliber. It would not be possible without outstanding eyesight. The biggest difference between a stonecutter and an appraiser is that the appraiser considers the rise and collapse. The stonecutter, consider how to ensure the integrity of the internal emerald. Zhang Fei's tone suddenly lowered. I'm in the Damakan pit, taking the highest salary and stone cutting performance bonus. I can say this, my income in that year was enough for me to realize wealth freedom. Now I am not short of money at all. Originally, I could have stayed in Damakan, where I could have lived the best life. Money, beautiful women, anything was at my fingertips if I wanted it, but I left without a second thought, because I've witnessed too many people who have lost their families for the sake of gambling stones, selling their wives and daughters, and even selling themselves as much as they can in order to be able to cut out a piece of high-quality jadeite. Said this, as if he remembered something extremely painful. Then, I came to Pingzhou Jadeite Public Disc. I came here for the purpose, in addition to this is her hometown, is that I want to use practical action, to avoid you guys lose your pants. So I will choose every day 3 pieces of the most likely to cut up. As for the rest, especially those who have been brought several times, were not selected by me. Don't you guys ever wonder why I don't pick them? After saying that, he pointed at a man in his 50s. You've brought wool no. 078 21 times, and 6 of them have been placed very close to me, but I didn't pick any of them. If I'm not wrong, you should have spent almost $1.2 million when you bought this piece of material, right? You are dressed in general, even a little shabby. No surprise, this $1.2 million should be all your savings. Have you ever thought about what you will do once this piece of material is cut down? Don't be blindly confident. I can tell you this, 90% of the windowed part of your material is only a thin layer on the surface, not to mention selling it to get your money back. You've been in Pingzhou for so long, your meal money may not even be enough. Hearing Zhang Fei's words, Jian Chen also looked towards the 078 piece of wool, and sure enough, as the other man said, the actual value of this piece of material was only less than $30,000. The man on the other side obviously did not expect Zhang Fei to suddenly speak to him, and his expression changed from stunned to shocked at first. Then he didn't know what to think. His face turned as pale as snow, and his body kept trembling, and cold sweat flowed from his forehead all the way down to his neck, but he didn't even seem to be aware of it. After Zhang Fei finished, he pointed to a man in his 20s with very white skin and said, and you are even crazier than him. Your material is 045, and in order for me to cut it for you, you have to come here every day. That's right, your piece of material does have a better outward appearance, and the market price is not less than $5 million. Do you want to turn it into 10 million? Or 20 million? But don't blame me for hitting you. Based on my experience, the probability of your piece of material being less than $2 million when you cut it is more than 80%. The young man was still watching the show. After listening to the whole person frozen in place, as if the puppet on strings for half a day motionless. Zhang Fei said a few more people one after another. He, no matter who he talked about, can accurately say the other side to send the wool number. This is completely different from the arrogance he showed before. Finally, Zhang Fei finished and once again looked at the crowd. I originally thought that after your materials were put in front of me many times and not selected by me, you would guess that your materials would most likely have problems and be able to resell them in time to stop losses. It turned out to be that I am eccentric and unreasonable. Forget it, there is a saying that you can never wake up a person pretending to sleep. I can cut all the wool on site today for you if you want. I really want to verify if my guess is correct. As soon as these words came out, the person whose name he had just named subconsciously took 2 steps back, his eyes averted, not daring to meet his gaze at all. There was also a portion of people who looked at Zhang Fei with eyes filled with apologies and shame. That's right, they did think that the other party was unreasonable before, and they even publicized this matter everywhere. Unexpectedly, only Jian Chen had an odd expression. At the very beginning, when he listened to Zhang Fei's words, he also thought that the other party had turned cold-hearted and liked to rush people, until he talked about the young man. How much the wool in the other party's hand was bought Jian Chen was not clear, but looking at the other party's expression, 5 million should be a big difference. Just the actual value of this piece of material. Not Zhang Fei said even 2 million cannot cut out. His real value is 26.8 million, that is to say, as long as the man down the knife, even if it is a brainless cut, can easily cut out $10 million of profit. Of course, if it was just this one mistake, Jian Chen wouldn't be surprised. After all, the inside of the jadeite raw stone was ever-changing, and even with more experience, mistakes were inevitable. But the problem is that Zhang Fei said these materials, a large part of them are wrong. This is a problem. He could be the head of the stone-cutting team at the old pit in Damakan, Burma, so his eyesight could not be bad. It's understandable that he's wrong about 1 or 2 pieces, but if he's wrong about half of them, he wouldn't believe it if there wasn't something fishy going on. If this person said that, he must have an ulterior motive. Of course, there was another factor for Jian Chen to make such a judgment. As long as Zhang Fei said that the probability of cutting collapsed, the actual everything up material, each piece has a very large profit margin. For example, the young man's piece of 0.45 just now, the purchase price of 5 million, the actual value of 26.8 million, the middle profit of 21.8 million. Even if you spend 6 million to acquire, you can still earn 28 million. As for the later ones, there was at least a $2 million difference in each piece. Almost in an instant, Jian Chen thought of a possibility. Could it be that, just as he was immersed in contemplation, Zhang Fei suddenly looked at the owner of Wool No. 078, the man in his 50s who had spent $2 million to buy it. Do you not believe what I said? How about this? Let's cut your piece of wool on the spot and let everyone see whether it is up or down. The man in his 50s quickly shook his head. Don't, Master Zhang. I definitely believe in your words. This piece of material or not cut it. Just kidding, as the other said. He bought this piece of material, not only spent all his savings, but also borrowed $500,000. Originally wanted to wrestle a future. Now see Zhang Fei so sure. The probability to cut waste. If you can stop the loss in time, while the news has not spread out to resell, not only can you get your capital back, but you can also take advantage of the current jadeite wool market to see a rise in the timing of a small profit. So he would not be stupid enough to take his entire fortune to gamble just to verify Zhang Fei's guess. Who knows that Zhang Fei laughed. What? Afraid of being badly ended by me? It's okay, since cutting your material was my suggestion, I can give you a guarantee. If this piece of wool is cut down, I will give you $2 million. And if I make a mistake in judgment and it cuts long, the money earned from this piece of material is all yours. Is that okay? Chapter 42, Lighting a Fire, and pouring a handful of oil on it. Hearing Zhang Fei's words, the man in his 50s froze again. Cut up the money earned is their own. Cut down the other side to return their $2 million principal. Is this a good thing? Then definitely agree to it. After all, if you choose to resell, how much money can be sold is not certain. In case the news is exposed and then smashed into the hands, then I'm afraid I want to cry have no place. He was about to open his mouth. Has been watching Li Shangping grunted. Enough, stop acting. Do you really think that I don't know your tricks? Especially you. He pointed at Zhang Fei. You don't learn at a young age. You know how to fool people with your ghost words. You also only cut 3 pieces of wool a day, and the price is only benchmarked against the most common stonecutters. Packaging yourself as if you were a saint. Is there really a saint in this world? No way. Even if there really is, then it must be a trap. Jian Chen was once again surprised. These words were actually said by Li Shangping, who looked like a second-generation ancestor. Could this be the so-called great wisdom like foolishness? Hearing Li Shangping's words, Zhang Fei smiled faintly and said without any panic, I didn't expect that Mr. Li would still be so skeptical of me even after I've said this. I wonder what I should do to convince you of my innocence. Li Shangping looked at Zhang Fei and then at Jian Chen. It's very simple. Didn't you just say that the 3 pieces of wool you chose were the easiest to cut long of all the pieces? He pointed at his own piece of material that had been kicked by Zhang Fei and had rolled out a long way. Contrary to your opinion. In my opinion, this piece of wool, however, is the most valuable of the 3 pieces of material I took out. In this way, you will cut this piece of my material, and the 3 pieces you chose at the same time. If the value of my piece of wool is lower than any of the 3 pieces you chose, I not only take back my previous words, but also apologize to you in front of all the people who came to the Pingzhou Jadeite open gambling market today. If any of the 3 pieces of wool you chose is worth more than the one I have, you can make any request you want, money or anything else, as long as it's within my ability. I promise to do it. How's that? Jian Chen couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Just now, he had thought that Li Shangping was a king, but he didn't realize that he was a bronze. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, Zhang Fei must have his own unknown purpose when he preferred to throw $2 million in to help that man in his 50s cut the stone, and regardless of whether that purpose could be achieved or not, he would spend this $2 million, which was considered blood money. But now Li Shangping even took the initiative to give away his head, not only helping Zhang Fei to save this $2 million, but also pouring in a condition. Although what condition Zhang Fei had not yet mentioned, it would definitely still be a big pit when the time came. However, to Jian Chen's surprise, Zhang Fei also froze in the face of Li Shangping's provocation. A hint of evasion flashed in his eyes, as if he was stalling for time, and as if he was trying to think of a strategy to deal with it. Could it be that the other party did not have the certainty of winning either? Couldn't be? Wasn't this fellow an expert in appraisal? Could it be that everything before, including the 3% cut rate, was all packaged by him on purpose? Jian Chen felt that he was off the mark. Li Shangping instantly noticed Zhang Fei's abnormality, and he laughed loudly. What? Don't dare to compare? Then can I assume that everything you said before was just claptrap? The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Jian Chen suddenly blurted out. Why don't you dare to compare? Those who are clear and those who are turbid are turbid. Whether I have colluded with Master Zhang or not, I know better than anyone else in my heart. Master Zhang's vision is like a torch and his skill is like a god. Since he kicked your piece of material away, it means that your piece of material is a complete trash. Paving the road are too much in the way of the ragged thing. However, the bet between you and Master Zhang can remain unchanged, but the conditions of the bet must be changed. Li Shangping looked at Jian Chen. Betting conditions? How do you want to change it? You just said that any of the 3 pieces of wool chosen by Master Zhang, as long as the true price of any one of them is higher than this piece of wool of yours, you are considered to have lost. I think this completely fails to reflect Master Zhang's level. It should be changed to say that as long as the true price of this piece of wool of yours is higher than any of these 3 pieces of wool chosen by Master Zhang, you will be said to have won. Li Shangping looked at Jian Chen and was instantly infuriated by his words. Good. You kid has guts. Let's do it your way then. I'd like to see what kind of flowers you can cut out of these 2 pieces of broken stone in your hands. How dare you compare it to this piece of material of mine? Then he looked at Master Zhang. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get ready. First things first, you can't intentionally cut this piece of my material bad, or beware of me suing you for favoritism and revenge. Zhang Fei looked at Jian Chen, then looked at Li Shangping, and only after a long time did he spit out 2 words. Okay. While Zhang Fei was looking at Jian Chen was also looking at him. That's right. These words just now were deliberately made by Jian Chen. After the repeated tugging and pulling from both sides just now, Jian Chen had already determined that this Zhang Fei, Master Zhang, definitely had a problem. That was why he had used these words to test the waters, wanting to feel out the other party's bottom line. Now looking at the other party's movements and expressions, the effect was quite ideal. Zhang Fei's loss of composure only lasted for a moment before he had returned to normal. He walked to Li Shangping's piece of wool, first carefully observed it for a moment, then took out his flashlight and shone it down on the side of the stone skin. In the next instant, the whole piece of wool was lit up, hidden green light through the stone skin, as if a lantern wrapped in thin rice paper, and like a large firefly flying in the sky. The entire stone cutting room instantly resounded with the sound of a cold breath. They are all people in the industry, and many of them are also expert appraisers. What this scene means, they know very well in their hearts. A light all through, indicating that this piece of wool internal species is very good. And look at the performance. Even the worst is high ice. A football-sized high ice jadeite wool. The worst is 10 million level of high goods. If the luck is against the heavens, maybe only this piece can cut out the value of hundreds of millions of dollars of top jewelry. No wonder Li Shangping would be so arrogant. If he had such a piece of material, he might be even more arrogant than Li Shangping. Zhang Fei moved his flashlight towards the material. His movements were slow, His eyes were straight, not knowing what he was thinking. Finally, he raised his head and said to Li Shangping, "The seed of your piece of material is very good. I suggest rubbing it along this direction, peeling the skin of the stone, and taking a look at the internal situation." Li Shangping nodded. All visible high-grade jadeite. In order to prevent cutting bad, the first choice was to rub, and the part that Zhang Fei said was the most suitable for the first cut, judging from the performance of the rough material. Moving the rough material onto the stone rubbing machine, Zhang Fei turned on the machine and pushed the material forward slowly with both hands. His hands were very stable, not affected at all by the weight of the wool itself or the stone rubbing machine. The blades came into contact with the wool, and an ear-piercing sound resounded throughout the stone cutting room. In the next moment, everyone's eyes directly widened. No way? What am I seeing? This is glass seed emperor green? Crap! Such a big piece of glass seed emperor green. If it can produce a pair of bracelets, starting at 500 million won't be any problem. It's been a long time. Today it's really been a long time. What the crowd didn't know was that at an angle they couldn't see. Master Zhang Fei Zhang's face was hard to see, and the corners of his two eyes were jumping faster than one another. Chapter 43, Ancient Rhythm Auction House. You deserve it. Glass seed imperial green is the most extreme existence of jadeite, or rather, it only exists in legends. The most famous glass seed emperor green bracelet in history is Song Meiling's jade twist bracelet. In 1936, someone put a piece of glass seed emerald green CUI material in front of Tai Baoting. Although the surface of this piece of emerald material with flaws, but with years of experience in the jade industry, he knew that this piece of material has a very high potential for value added, so he did not hesitate to pay $30 to buy it. Afterwards, he used the twisted rods on the silver jewelry as a model, and asked the most skillful jade craftsman to carefully carve it and remove the flaws. After the completion of the jade twist bracelet, the style is novel, turquoise as water, flawless, and immediately became the treasure of the store. When Du Yuesheng, then head of the Qin gang, got the news, he bought it for 40,000 yang, a price roughly equivalent to 12 million yuan today. Du Yuesheng later gave the bracelet to Meng Xiaodong. Meng Xiaodong, known as the Winter Emperor, was Mei Lanfang's wife, but they divorced after a bad relationship. Du Yuesheng successfully captured Meng Xiaodong's heart with this pair of bracelets. The bracelet was worn on Meng's wrist by Song Meiling at a chance banquet. Du Yuesheng and Song Meiling had a past. In order to resolve this grudge, had to take the initiative to offer this pair of jade twist bracelet. After getting it, Song Meiling liked it more and more, and wore it every time she attended a major banquet. Even to her 105th birthday party is no exception. In recent years, an expert to this pair of jadeite twist bracelet repriced, worth up to 200 million. Because of this matter, the original is the jadeite superb glass seed emperor green. The price is all the way up. Every piece appears will be looted. Song Meiling's jadeite twist bracelet, due to the surface with flaws, only had to be carved by skilled craftsmen into a twisted silk. If the same quality of flawless glass seed emperor green, the price is simply unimaginable. So, what exactly is the value of this piece of Li Shangping's glass seed imperial green? Although Zhang Fei's heart was fluctuating, his hand remained very stable. Soon, the piece of wool was rubbed out with a coin-wide, 10-centimeter long window. The fluorescent green light came out. Zhang Fei with a wet towel simply wipe, only to see the internal moist and bright and charming. Li Shangping walked over and looked at this piece of material as if he was looking at a stunning beauty. It really didn't let me down. Even though he was already doing his best to restrain himself, the corners of his grinning mouth well illustrated his mood at this moment. Turning his head, he looked at Zhang Fei. "Master Zhang, what do you say now?" Zhang Fei thought for a moment and said, "The quality of this piece of material of yours is a little better than I expected, but not by much. I suggest you take it as it is." Li Shangping froze. "What, take it as it is?" Zhang Fei pointed at the window rubbing. "See this thin line? This thin line represents the cracks within the jadeite. That is to say, there are cracks within this piece of material. The crack inside the jadeite will greatly affect its value. Don't look at this line is very thin, but the thinner the line is often more deadly. You close now. This piece of material can be sold for at least $50 million. Once the cracks spread out, it's hard to say." Li Shangping looked odd and said, "What did you just say?" "I said that there may be a large number of cracks within this piece of material." "It's not that. You seemed to advise me to stop just now." Zhang Fei nodded. "It can also be interpreted that way." Li Shangping suddenly laughed out loud. "Master Zhang, you've really gone to great lengths to win the bet against me. Do you know the true value of this piece of material? If you want to get rid of me for $50 million, I'm telling you, it's impossible. I won't give it up even if it's 10 times more, not to mention 50 million. Or maybe you're the one who's prepared to offer $50 million to buy this piece of material from me?" Listening to the conversation between the two, Jian Chen's expression was all odd. He now finally understood what it meant to say that good words were hard to persuade a damn ghost. At the same time, he greatly admired Zhang Fei. Li Shangping had treated him like this, and he still adhered to the professional ethics of a stonecutter, helping the other party maximize his benefits as much as possible. In his place, Jian Chen asked himself that he couldn't do it. Li Shangping was already too lazy to dilly-dally. He said, "Alright, since there is a crack here, let's cut directly along the crack." Zhang Fei nodded. The crack was very thin, but by hitting the light, one could see that it was a through crack. Cutting down from the crack to separate the jadeite is a common technique in jadeite stone cutting, and it will not damage the jade material. Once again put the material on the stone cutting machine, because the texture is good enough. This time Zhang Fei chose to line cut. Line cutting can maximize the preservation of the integrity of the jade flesh. The disadvantage is that the speed is relatively slow. The price is also high. So although this piece of material is not big in size, it still took almost an hour to finish. But no one felt bored of waiting. Everyone's eyes were staring straight at the stone cutting machine, because they knew that a miracle would be born under their witness. When the roar of the machine stopped, everyone's heart skipped half a beat, especially Li Shangping. He rushed out at the first opportunity, completely disregarding the possible danger posed by the stone cutting machine that had not completely stopped working, and opened the flap with both hands. The brilliant green light escaped once again, and everyone raised their eyes to look at it. To put it mildly, it was the first time everyone had seen this level of light after so many years in the jadeite jade industry. However, just as they wanted to witness the overwhelming beauty of this piece of top-grade jade in the stone cutting machine, they saw Li Shangping standing in place for a long time, not moving at all. Impossible. How is it possible? Absolutely impossible. He kept muttering as if he was under some sort of spell. Finally, a man leaned over with curiosity. Then he was stunned. Crap. It can't be. It's actually an imperial crack. Jian Chen also followed over. Although he had long known the actual value of this piece of material by virtue of his eye psychic ability, but he was even more curious. A piece of light performance so good, rubbing open the skin of the stone is the top of the glass seed emperor green. Why the actual value of even less than $100,000? When he looked at the cross-section of this piece of material, he instantly understood. Only see this piece of material surface is densely packed with cracks. They are like a spider's web, crisscrossing the material inside. From afar, it looked like tempered glass that had been completely shattered, but had not been broken. Jian Chen let out a long sigh. The reason why jadeite was so precious, aside from its beautiful appearance, it could also be made into bracelets, earrings, rings, peace buttons, Buddha mails, and other jewelry suitable for a person to wear. Even if it can't be made into jewelry, according to the performance of the jadeite itself, it can also be carved into ornaments. But no matter whether jewelry or ornaments, have a characteristic, that is, beautiful, pleasing to the eye. Obviously this piece of material is not in this category. It is too many cracks. As long as a little less, there is the kind of small can be ground into a ring position, can sell a lot of money. Obviously, it didn't. And his own eye psychic ability had completely pronounced this piece of material's death sentence with a practical action. However, after thinking about it, Jian Chen still walked over to Li Shangping and said, "Manager Li is saddened. As the saying goes, things are unpredictable. Life can't always be a straight path. And many times the detours you take will bring you unlimited courage to face the thorns. Although your piece of material is full of screen cracks, but the seed water is the standard glass seed emperor green. So if you put it up for sale at the auction house, you can sell it for almost $80,000 if you come across someone who's interested. In this case, I will add another $100,000 received. Considered to make a friend. In the future, if you have any good goods, you can consider our ancient rhythm auction house. Ancient rhyme auctions. Must be fine. You deserve it." Chapter 44 Jian Chen. I was really comforting just now. Looking at the well-spoken Jian Chen, Li Shangping's eyes glared. Scram! Jian Chen instantly became unhappy. Although the two had a bit of a conflict before, this was just an ordinary battle of wills in Jian Chen's opinion. There was no deep hatred between the two sides. The key Jian Chen never forgot that he was the appraisal master of the ancient rhythm auction house's group 4. As the saying goes, I love what I do. The appraisal master of the ancient rhythm auction house is a position with a sales nature because of the performance commission he receives. So as long as there is an opportunity, Chen Jian will specialize in maintaining customer relations, thus forming orders. Although Li Shangping is a bit arrogant, the brain also seems to lack a string. But from his annual purchase of jadeite from the Pingzhou Jadeite Fair totaling billions of jadeite, the other party is also counted as their potential customers. Only 2 people before due to the special circumstances, only to appear to have a relatively stiff relationship. Now Li Shangping hand on this piece of material. The first knife directly rubbed out $50 million. can be said to surge, and the second knife, hard to a piece of material of 50 million dry to 80,000 yuan. The difference is so big that no one would be able to accept it. As the saying goes, it is better to add flowers to the brocade than to send charcoal in the snow. The other party is so sad. His own opportunity came, so he will learn from the governor Wang Dichio, their own initiative to post 20,000. The other side of the material received. The two sides turned into a piece. This is $20,000. The identity of the four groups of appraisal masters of their own Guiyuan auction house has not been corrected. The basic salary of only $18,000 a month. $20,000 need their own in the ancient rhyme auction house busy more than a month it. If not for the fact that Li Shangping is really a big customer, he could not possibly open this mouth. As a result, this guy is really a dog bite Lu Dongbin. Do not know good people. Really think that buddies like you this one customer. Days cannot go on. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party and twisted his head back to his seat. Then he heard a voice say, "Brother Chen, awesome." Jian Chen twisted his head and realized that the one who spoke was actually Chen Wenhua. "Why are you here?" Chen Wenhua said strangely. "Didn't you specifically ask me to come last night?" Jian Chen slapped his forehead. After all the fuss from before, he had actually forgotten about it. Jian Chen invited Chen Wenhua, naturally wanting to sell the cutout 002 wool to the other party. Even if the other party didn't end up buying it, by helping to raise the price twice, he would still be able to sell it for more money. Thinking of this, he looked to the side again, and sure enough, he found Wu Sigui who was smiling nervously at him. Chen Wenhua spoke with an excited tone. "Brother Chen, I realized that I came to the right place today. This guy, Li Shangping, is the most obnoxious in our circle. He has no one in his sight, and his character is arrogant, as if everyone under the sky has to revolve around him. If he didn't have a good grandpa, he would have been cleaned up countless times. You're the one who can still give him a hard time. You don't know. The way you just went up there and spent $100,000 to collect his material was simply awesome. I've never seen his face hit so hard in my life. One word, cool. From now on you're my brother. I have to follow you." Jian Chen was stunned. Wait, where did I just hit the other person in the face? I was clearly sending charcoal in the snow. Okay, alright, it's true that I'm not showing much sincerity by only adding $20,000 on top of $80,000, but I'm already poor. I can't afford more. Aren't you rich? Since you're in the same circle, it's only right to help out. In that case, you can double the $100,000 and offer $200,000. I think his wounded heart can definitely be eased a lot. Chen Wenhua looked at Jian Chen dumbfounded and suddenly nodded. Got it. He got up and looked at Li Shangping. Little Li, just now, Brother Chen offered $100,000 to buy this piece of imperial crack from you, and you didn't sell it, so you must have thought it was too little money. It doesn't matter. I can offer $200,000 for it. Surprised? Surprised? What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry over and kowtow to thank me? Li Shangping's face instantly darkened as he angrily looked at Jian Chen, surname Chen. Yes, the exact collapse of my piece of material. So what? Are you sure you can win? Don't forget, just now you said, as long as any one of these three pieces of material is cut out and the price is lower than my piece, then you lose. This piece of material of mine can be worth $200,000 right now. Are you sure that each of your two pieces of junk is worth more than $200,000? Jian Chen looked at the other party in dismay. What was the situation? Why is this guy so angry all of a sudden? With my own strength, I've raised your piece of junk that no one wants for $80,000 by more than double. Do you know how hard it was to do that? What's more, the one who made the bet with you was Master Zhang Fei Zhang, not me. I did make a bet with you, but we bet on whose material Master Zhang chose more, and I've already won. Just looking at Li Shangping's eyes that could not wait to eat people, Jian Chen did not have the heart to say this in the end. I don't know if he was looking for an emotional outlet or something else, but Li Shangping once again looked at Zhang Fei. Master Zhang, my material has been cut out and is worth $200,000. It's time to cut the one you chose next. Which piece do you want to cut first? As he said this, his eyes revealed a cold aura, not knowing what he was thinking. Of the three pieces of material that Zhang Fei chose, one was Li Shangping's. He pointed at this piece and said, I think I can cut this one first. Li Shangping shook his head. There is no need to cut this piece for the time being. Its value cannot be less than $200,000. There is no need to waste time. You can choose one of the other two pieces. Zhang Fei's expression finally showed an extremely subtle change. He looked at Li Shangping, then at the others, and pointed at wool material 002. Let's cut this one first. This time, Li Shangping did not object. Zhang Fei picked up 002 and scrutinized it for a moment before drawing a line on it with a pen. Putting it into the stone cutting machine, the same process was followed, and soon, the cut was completed. Opening the stone cutting machine flap, the crowd instantly looked over with immense anticipation. In fact, this piece of material was very average. If it was placed in the Central State Jubilee or other small places, it might be able to attract a lot of attention. But this was Pingzhou, where similar material was grabbed one by one, not half as rare. Everyone's focus was whether the value of this piece of material could break through $200,000. It seems to be ice-seed. Unfortunately, the texture is average and can only barely be considered low ice. It seems like Jian is going to lose. A low ice jadeite of this texture will definitely not exceed $100,000. If I were to make an offer, 68,000 tops the sky. I'll add another 2,000. 70,000. I can't see 70,000. Hold out for 62,000. The crowd's comments were similar. This piece of material was worth between $50,000 and $70,000. Even if Li Shangping didn't cheat and compared it to Jian at 80,000, Jian would have lost. Now that he quoted 200,000, Jian had even less chance of winning. In fact, this piece of material when Jian bought a total of 20,000 spent, can cut out 60,000 or 70,000 jade, has been considered a big rise. But now well, this Jian did not voice. He just looked at Zhang Fei. Eyes flowed meaningful light. Zhang Fei did not know that Jian was looking at him. He stared at the material in front of him, the whole person into a bitter thought. Suddenly, he raised his head, his expression full of confidence. The signing pen in his hand drew a line diagonally against 002 before pushing it into the stone cutting machine. Seeing this scene, everyone froze. What the hell? Why is Master Zhang cutting like this? A horizontal slice followed by an oblique slice. This is the rhythm of slicing the material away. Slicing directly across the blade should be able to cut it into 7 pieces. Even if these 7 pieces of material cannot produce a bracelet, it can be made into a variety of small pendants. Now this knife will cut the material half of the waist, not to mention selling it for $60,000 or $70,000. Even if it's $30,000, there won't necessarily be any offers. With everyone questioning, the cut was completed. Zhang Fei opened the flap and took out the material. Crap, what do I see? Chapter 45, the behind-the-scenes black hand begins to appear. Crap, what do I see? The mouth of a person closest to Zhang Fei directly opened wide. Surprisingly, the color has exploded, and the seed water has reached high ice? It's amazing. Although it's only the size of a palm, the quality has really gone up a level, especially these 2 green bands, so fresh and bright. Don't move. A fat man with a full face suddenly jumped out. He took out a box and pulled out a bracelet mold piece from it, gently sticking it onto the cross-section of the freshly cut emerald and drawing 2 circles with a pen. These 2 circles were on a concentric circle, and anyone familiar with jadeite production knew that the other party was drawing a bracelet bit. Surprisingly, a bracelet can come out. Worthy of being Master Zhang, a knife goes down and directly turns decay into magic. It seems like I was right to leave the material in my hand for Master Zhang to cut. Only he, too, has this kind of ghostly means. The crowd nodded their heads at the same time, each of their hearts fluttering. It turned out that the second cut that Zhang Fei had just made had divided Jian material into 2 halves. One half of the seed water didn't change too much. The key was the other half. This half of the material cross-section of the upper left corner. Not only the species from low ice into high ice, but also appeared to a finger-wide color band. Although the color band is not long, only 1 or 2 centimeters, but they are just at the high ice. That is to say, along the bracelet bit drawn by the fat man just now, can produce a more complete high ice green floating flower bracelet, but also can only produce a high ice green floating flower bracelet, because in addition to the bracelet position, further out, the jadeite species began to deteriorate, including the center of the bracelet position. There is a small black dirty spot. Before Zhang Fei cut the first knife, according to common sense, the second knife should be the same direction as the first knife. This is to maximize the benefits of this piece of material, but he chose to cut diagonally, which is a very brainless behavior. Will cut the material completely waste. Even a novice cutter would not do this. Now everyone understands. He is exactly for this high ice azure floating flower bracelet. If Zhang Fei's second knife does now choose to cut flat, this bracelet is gone. Jade bracelet because of the material requirements are extremely high, and very popular in the market. Its price is much higher than the same quality of jade made out of other jewelry. The market price of a high ice azure floating flower bracelet, between 150,000 to 500,000. Zhang Fei cut out of this bracelet, yang green floating flowers only 2 places, and then according to the flower color location, the price is almost 250,000. But if you cut the wrong, even if you specialize in the high ice position key out, can only be made into a ring, beans, earrings and other small pieces. These small pieces, although valuable, can add up to sell to 100,000 has exceeded expectations. far from being able to compare with a high ice cream floating bracelet. That is to say, Zhang Fei actually hard by virtue of their own rich experience and excellent vision. A flat cut out to sell 150,000 or 600,000 CUI material. Hard work to 300,000 more. Wait, not right, because the other side of the second knife is cut diagonally, although you can pull out a high ice azure floating flower bracelet, but affects the value of other parts of the emerald material. But even if there is an impact, the overall sale of 289 million is still no problem. This is the real corruption into a miracle. The fat man who drew the bracelet bit just now turned his head to Jian Chen and said, "Hello, I'm Starry Night Jewelry's buyer. I can offer a total of 300,000 for this piece of material. Let's make friends with the extra part. How about it?" In addition to those who came to cut stones in the one cutting room, there were also quite a few jadeite purchasers from various jewelry stores gathered. Everyone saw a rare high goods bracelet, originally wanted to open the bidding. Now listen to the fat man said so, had to give up. They do jewelry to be profit. The price of 300,000. There is no longer any profit margin, maybe also right in some labor costs. Fatty hemmed and hawed, just when he thought he had one. A voice said, 350,000. It was Chen Wenshua. Chen Wenshua laughed. 300,000 out of my 350,000 was used to buy this piece of material. The other 50,000 is to buy the second cut made by Master Zhang Fei Zhang. This is my respect for the top craftsman and my sincerity. After saying this, he also winked covertly at Jian Chen, meaning, how is it? Is this reason of mine foreign enough? Jian Chen gave him a thumbs up. Thanks for the support, Brother Chen. He also said to Zhang Fei, Master Shang's knife is skillfully crafted. Without you, the world would have one less top high quality item in bracelets. After saying this, he let out a sigh of relief, secretly saying that it was a close call. That's right. Although Jian Chen went to buy that piece of pressed savory slab wool yesterday under the banner of buying 002, but this piece of 002 wasn't just a random choice, it was equally valuable in its own right, with the eye psychic fluctuations showing a price of $289,000. This is also when Chen Wenshua questioned him about picking up leaks in the pile of waste stones in old Uncle Tai's yard. He directly denied the biggest bottom line. However, Jian Chen had always been a little worried. Although this piece of material was labeled at 289,000, was the entire piece worth 289,000, or was one part of it worth more? He strongly suspected the latter. The old iron uncle were the Brick Yao Plain village, although only a small village is no more than ordinary, because of the Pingzhou Jadeite public market. The villagers also with the times, through a variety of doorways to earn extra money. The old iron uncle's gambling stone field has been open for many years. 002 woolen material also put a long time have not been sold. This indicates that the outward appearance of this piece of material is not good. Jian Chen has never underestimated the heroes of the world. Since everyone's opinion is similar, it means that this piece of material actually does not have much room for appreciation. Now, it seems to be true. It's a good thing that he met Zhang Fei, and it's a good thing that Zhang Fei selected this piece of wool. Otherwise, if he had lost 100,000 or so for no reason, he would have been absolutely heartbroken. Only in the face of Jian Chen's gratitude, Zhang Fei's expression was a bit stiff. He waved his hand. I can only say that we are lucky. I just actually. However, without waiting for him to finish, Li Shangping grunted coldly. Alright, have you guys gotten enough? A common flower bracelet only. The same goods. We Jin Wu Fu is more. What is there to brag about? Besides, do you guys really think you're going to win? He pointed at the piece of wool that pressed the savory slab. The piece just now was just an accident. I don't believe that you guys can cut out good stuff from this piece of broken stone too. If there are high quality goods in it, I'll show all of you how to wash your hair upside down on the spot. Hurry up and cut. Jian Chen smiled faintly. Is that so? Then he looked at Zhang Fei. Looks like we'll have to trouble Master Zhang again. With the bullseye test just now, Jian Chen was full of confidence in Zhang Fei. However, Zhang Fei's forehead was oozing a trace of cold sweat as he secretly looked around for a moment before suddenly saying, ouch. Sorry, my stomach is suddenly a bit uncomfortable. In this case, you guys study this piece of material first. I'll be right back after I go to the restroom. Finished not waiting for the crowd to react, a smoke from the side door slipped out. Seeing him dodge left and right, he drilled into an inconspicuous room in the stone cutting area. Opening the door, he only saw a beautiful woman sitting there. If Jian Chen saw the other party, he would have been shocked. The other party was the same pretty girl who had just received him and Li Shangping in the stone cutting hall. Seeing the pretty girl, Zhang Fei panicked and said, Sister Jian, I've encountered something troublesome today, and now I can only ask for your help to save an emergency. Otherwise, all the time we've spent on the game may be in vain. Chapter 46, This is what it means to get shot while lying down. The pretty girl's name was Zhang Juni. Seeing Zhang Fei's sudden appearance, Zhang Juni was first stunned, then her face changed. Who told you to come here? Didn't I tell you that you should never come to my room unless it's an emergency? Zhang Fei said. But right now, it's an emergency. No, it's not just 100,000 fire urgency, but 1,000,000 fire urgency, a 10 million fire urgency, a billion fire urgency. Zhang Juni's heart sank when she saw his panicked look. What's going on? Can it be that our actions have been discovered by the senior personnel of the Pingzhou Jadeite public market? Or is it that the people from the Damakan mining pit have looked for us? Zhang Fei said. It's more serious than both. You don't know. Today. He detailed what he had experienced. And Zhang Juni's expression instantly became odd. Just because you made a harmless bet with someone, you took the initiative to come over and look for me at the risk of being exposed, and even had everyone in the know. One stone-cutting room waiting there? Zhang Fei froze. Was this bet harmless, otherwise? But the problem is that if I lose, I'll have to apologize to that Li Shangping in front of everyone at the Pingzhou Jadeite public market. By then everyone will think that I'm an imposter who only knows how to clamor for attention. I've been working hard for a long time to build up a reputation as a master stonecutter, and that reputation will crumble in an instant. Once my reputation crumbles, all the fish we caught will surely go away. Good thing I saw the situation is not good. Immediately decided to throw out all the bait. As long as we survive this hurdle, we can just reel in the net. This is also the reason why I ran straight over to you. Even if the top management of the Pingzhou Jadeite public market found that my behavior is abnormal, the first thing to do is definitely to investigate. Waiting for them to investigate the causes and consequences of the matter to understand, we must have already won and far away. Moreover, I just said that I had an upset stomach. This is a very good reason, so they probably won't suspect it. Zhang Juni automatically ignored the last paragraph the other party said. What? You said you threw out the bait? Yeah, didn't I just say that? Who told you to throw it out? Do you know that it's not the right time yet? Our goal is this Pingzhou Jadeite fair. Aren't I in a hurry? Snap. Zhang Juni suddenly slapped the table with vigor. Shut up. What did I tell you before? If you don't know how to speak, speak less. If you can solve the problem with one word, don't say two words. If you can't control your expression when your heart is flustered, just keep a stern face. Walk slowly. Lift your feet gently. Always look diagonally at the sky with your eyes. Never look at people. You are good at cutting stone. Is to cut the stone well. Cut beautiful. Even if you are very young. No one dares to underestimate you, much less suspect you. But what about you? How dare you use going to the bathroom as an excuse? Do you think that's a good reason? Zhang Fei then realized that he did seem to have ventured out. He had a difficult expression. I'm not. Originally I was quite certain. It's all because of that Jian Chen. Jian Chen? Yes. You don't know. This guy is particularly eccentric. Originally today's 3 pieces of material I have already chosen. Li Shangping's 2 pieces, another person's 1. As a result, I accidentally found a uniquely shaped piece of wool, and an even stranger piece of slate material. Uniquely shaped wool? Well, that piece of material looks plain on the surface, and it's only worth $10,000 or $20,000, but from the details of the grain, there is a certain probability that there is something inside. Only this probability is very subtle. It is between can and can't, like Schrodinger's cat. Without cutting it open, no one can guarantee whether it's right or wrong. Zhang Juni's expression became more and more odd. Schrodinger's cat? Are you sure? Ever since Xiao Sa gave the example of Schrodinger's cat in public on TV, thus making this terrier catch fire all over the country, Zhang Juni had specifically looked it up. Schrodinger's cat wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. It involved extremely profound physics issues such as the quantum superposition principle and parallel universes. Now that Zhang Fei had linked a piece of wool to Schrodinger's cat, wasn't it a bit outrageous? Zhang Fei said, Sister Jiang, I really didn't make any nonsense. This kind of wool is behaving very strangely. When I was in the Damakan pit, I came across similar material many times. The stonecutters in the pit often bet on the performance of this stuff, or go to test the newcomers who think they have some skills and are too proud to do so. Anyway, no matter how it was done, the scenes were particularly exciting, and many stonecutters lost their bottoms just because of this. Zhang Juni froze. She knew very well how high the level of the stonecutters in the Damakan pit where Zhang Fei was from was. It could be said that any rough material, as long as these people took a look at it, they would be able to determine whatever structure was inside. Even these people cannot determine the material. The difficulty of identification can be imagined. Now Jian Shen took this piece of material to the No. 1 cutting room, but also looked confident, and Li Shangping bet. What does this mean? She asked Zhang Fei. What do you think? Zhang Fei sounded certain. Although I didn't know Jian Shen before, this person is definitely not simple. He must have sensed our purpose and then ran to stir things up. Or perhaps, This person is also from Damakang, and he is here to capture me. Saying this, Zhang Fei suddenly revealed an extremely frightened look, and his face became pale and pale. Zhang Junyi quickly comforted, "Don't be anxious, things might not be as you think. It might just be a coincidence that the other party sent that Schrodinger's cat to the one stone cutting room." Zhang Fei, however, could no longer control his emotions. "But what about that slate material? I can't understand this material at all. It's just a piece of scrap. This kind of crap used to be the kind of thing that I would just kick and spit on, but he just put it in front of me in such a dignified manner, clearly provoking me." Provocation? Zhang Junyi was a little less understanding of Zhang Fei's thinking. "Aren't you being overly arbitrary in saying that? It's just a piece of scrap in the district. The other party most likely didn't know anything about it and just casually took it over." Zhang Fei shook his head. "That's not right. He was able to take out Schrodinger's cat and looked so confident. He was definitely not an ordinary person. The other party definitely has a deep meaning in doing so. I'm in a dilemma now, completely at a loss as to what to do." He covered his head and mumbled something, and his expression was somewhat nervous. Seeing him like this, Zhang Junyi suddenly tugged on his shoulders and shook him. "Fei, you're really overthinking it. We both basically know the people in the Burmese pit, especially the stonecutters and appraisers. Jian Chen has never appeared before, not even by name. This is bound to be a coincidence." "Really? Of course. You don't think about anything right now. Go cut his material. It's a worthless piece of broken stone. And the other party, nothing more than a little rookie with a bit of luck." Zhang Fei nodded his head and said, "Understood. I'll go back now." Just as he took 2 steps, he once again turned back. What if the other party really has a problem? Zhang Junyi smiled. "Very simple. Then pull him in. Our action this time is a shocking layout that involves tens of billions of dollars. We absolutely cannot afford to make any mistakes. No matter what kind of cow devil or snake god he is, as long as he is involved with us, he won't be able to stay out of it." Chapter 47, Jian Chen, "Two of you, I'm really a passerby." The matter of Zhang Fei sneaking out on the pretext of having diarrhea was a bit strange, but it didn't attract too much attention. The reason for this was that just as he left in the front foot, a person came in the back foot. Seeing the other person, everyone in the one stone cutting room froze for a moment. What came in was a woman, an outstanding temperament, a graceful figure, and capable eyes. It made all the men who saw her subconsciously feel ashamed of themselves. Jian Chen was similarly stunned. The woman he actually recognized, Tang Zian, the Tang clan's youngest daughter, the Tang clan's young generation recognized as the most capable. Chen Wenshua was all over the world looking for high-ice Chinese red emerald because of her. Why did the other party come here? Jian Chen was puzzled when he heard Chen Wenshua waving his hand forcefully next to him. "Zian, I'm here." Tang Zian was obviously a bit surprised to see Chen Wenshua. Seeing the other party beckoning for her to go over, she was also a bit hesitant. However, her eyes turned and then she saw Jian Chen. With a slight smile, Tang Zian took a step in front of the two. Chen Wenshua spoke in an excited tone. "Zian, did you specifically come to find me? I didn't expect you to take the initiative to care about my whereabouts. It really touches me too much. Next time you want to see me, just call me directly. I can personally go over to pick you up, which requires you to run by yourself." Saying this, he suddenly remembered something, then patted Jian Chen on the shoulder. "Come, I'll introduce you to someone. This is Master Chen Jian. You don't know, he is one of the world's top experts in the appraisal of jadeite wool." After learning that I was looking for Chinese red emerald, and willing to pay enough money, he immediately said, "Even if to go to the fire, liver and brain, will help me find a piece of superb glass seed Chinese red." And the two of us ran around 6 provinces, although we have not found the ideal material, but already have a substitute. So don't worry, as long as I'm around, I can definitely fulfill your wish. Jian Chen twisted his head and looked at Chen Wenshua with a strange expression. When did he promise to help him find glass seed Chinese red? He had also tossed around 6 provinces. The number of provinces Jian Chen had traveled to in his life didn't even exceed 6. Tang Zian hadn't taken her eyes off of Jian Chen since she saw him. Hearing Chen Wenshua's words, Tang Zian's eyes stared straight at Jian Chen and suddenly smiled. Master Chen is actually helping Chen Wenshua find Chinese red emerald material? Could it be that my offer is too low to catch your eye? If that's the case, feel free to ask. It's not like I can't afford it. Jian Chen couldn't help a drop of sweat from his forehead. He was about to explain when Chen Wenshua was the first to speak. You two knew each other before? Why didn't you say so earlier? It turns out we're all family." Tang Zian's eyes flowed and she suddenly sat down on Jian Chen's left. On Jian Chen's right was Chen Wenshua, and on his left was Xiao Jinxiang. Just now, a customer had called Xiao Jinxiang, and he had gone out to answer the phone, so he vacated an empty seat. A refreshing fragrance entered his nostrils. I don't know if it was the perfume Tang Zian used, or something else. In any case it smelled good. However, Jian Chen was even more embarrassed. Regardless, it was after all Chen Wenhua who was chasing Tang Zian now. Moreover, both of them were second-generation rich, door to door. In today's words called both of them were in the same circle. Of course, what exactly was the situation between Chen Wenhua and Tang Zian? Jian Chen didn't care. But even if Tang Zian's relationship with him was worse, it was still much better than his own. After all, Jian Chen and Tang Zian had only met once and said a few words. To be precise, the other party was barely considered a client of his own. As a result, you're just sitting on my left side in such a grand manner, and you seem to be very close to me. It's very easy to ruin my relationship with Chen Wenhua. Through Jian Chen's tireless efforts, Chen Wenhua had already been developed by him as his loyal customer, especially when he purchased 002 just now. He directly threw 350,000 without even blinking, completely looking at his own face. He carefully glanced at Chen Wenhua, and found that the other party treated Tang Zian's behavior as if it was normal, without any dissatisfaction or jealousy on his face, so he couldn't help but be a little surprised. At this time, Tang Zian suddenly said, "Sister Guan heard that you came to Pingzhou and specifically dragged me on a run. She thought you were at the bidding ground, so she went over there, and didn't expect you to be here." Jian Chen froze, then realized that Tang Zian was talking to herself, and Sister Guan naturally meant Guan Duan. He couldn't help but say, "Did you guys just happen to be in Guangdong province? That's quite a coincidence." In Jian Chen's mind, Guan Duan and Tang Zian should have come to Guangdong province to do some work, because it coincided with the opening of the Pingzhou jadeite public market, and Tang Zian wanted to buy the top quality Chinese red jadeite, so she came over to take a look. "Who knows?" Tang Zian said. "What a coincidence. We came over from Zhengzhou on purpose." Jian Chen, specially come from Central State? You guys have something going on? He had already realized that something was wrong. Sure enough, he heard Tang Zian say, "General Manager Guan is looking for you and wants you to do her a favor." "Favor? What favor? Can't you just call me directly?" he asked strangely. "Tang Zian, that's what I told her, but she said that it was too presumptuous to call, and that only coming over in person would show sincerity." Jian Chen's heart sank. Come over in person to show sincerity? Although he didn't know exactly what Guan Duan was looking for him for, things were definitely not simple. He asked, "What exactly are you looking for me for?" Tang Zian laughed. "This is better for you to ask her yourself. She won't let me say." "Fine." As Jian Chen was pondering, Zhang Fei walked over slowly with shaky steps. Seeing that the crowd had put their attention on him, Zhang Fei hurriedly said, "Sorry, after all, people have 3 urgencies. Let's start now." After saying that, he glanced in the direction where Jian Chen was, and then was stunned. This was because he noticed Tang Zian, and watched as Jian Chen and Tang Zian exchanged pleasantries and moved very intimately. This instantly made him even more nervous. No matter what Tang Zian was wearing or her mannerisms, it all indicated that she wasn't simple. So what exactly was Jian Chen's identity? However, he couldn't be bothered to think about it and reached out to pick up the slab of material, only to become more and more confused the more he looked at it. Although he had a very simple personality, he had real skills in stone cutting. Any woolen material, as long as a glance, know where to cut, and it's so precise that it almost never misses. But the problem is, this piece of slate wool is a piece of marble. There is no any jadeite raw stone unique cracks and breaks. He really did not know what to do. If he were an ordinary stone cutter, he would just dry cut it in half and throw it in the trash. However, he had severe OCD in this area, and he preferred not to do anything if he could not find a place to cut. While Zhang Fei hesitated, someone else couldn't wait. Li Shangping sneered, "Master Zhang, what are you waiting for? Make your move. It's not because you're afraid of losing that you're deliberately stalling, is it? It's useless. We're all going to die anyway. This kind of thing can be rushed sooner rather than later." Zhang Fei glanced at him and was hesitating when Jian Chen suddenly said, "Master Zhang, I have treasured this piece of material for many years and it is very precious. If you're really not sure, you can rub the skin of the stone open first to see the color inside." "Cut?" Li Shangping's smile was all disdain. "Rubbing it open? What did I hear? It's just a piece of broken stone. You really consider it a treasure?" Jian Chen was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. At first, although the other party was a bit arrogant, he wasn't as aggressive as he was now. It should be that he hadn't recovered from the blow of that imperial crack. Zhang Fei, however, had a movement in his heart. He looked at the material in his hand and suddenly picked up the small stone rubbing machine and aimed the drill bit at the center of the slate wool. This location was the most concave part of the entire piece of material, and there was a crack next to it. With experience, if you open an opening from here, you should be able to see the whole piece of material in its entirety. The drill bit rotated and rubbed against the stone skin, and suddenly stone foam flew. Just as Zhang Fei flicked his wrist, preparing to increase the rubbing area, suddenly, he felt his hand empty. The drill bit of the miniature stone rubbing machine was directly inserted into the interior of the material by 3 to 4 centimeters. If Zhang Fei's hand was not stable enough, this time, the material would have to be crushed. His expression was full of disbelief. This piece of material was actually empty inside? Chapter 48. This is a piece of jadeite that does not share the same fate as gambling and drugs. Seeing the drill of the miniature stone rubbing machine, instantly inserted into the interior of the slab of wool, not only was Zhang Fei stunned, but the others were also at a loss. What the hell? Although jadeite has been highly sought after by the people of China since ancient times, the price has been high. But in the final analysis, this thing is a fibrous collection of pyroxene minerals. Or rather, it's just a rock. A pretty rock. The stones are solid, known for their hard texture and density. A hollow CUI material like this was honestly the first time anyone had seen it. Chen Wenhua looked at Tang Zian through Jianchen, only to find that because Jianchen was tall and Tang Zian belonged to that relatively petite body type, Jianchen completely blocked the other party, and he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Tang Zian was not only young and beautiful, but also the leader of the younger generation of the Tang clan. The future is the most hopeful to become the heir of the Tang clan group. So Chen Wenhua saw the other party for the first time, and immediately launched a crazy pursuit mode. It was just that for some reason, Tang Zian didn't seem to be too keen on him. For example, she was now borrowing Jianchen's body to isolate herself, and something similar had happened several times before. Of course, in the face of this situation, Chen Wenhua wouldn't give up easily. If he couldn't even withstand this setback, he shouldn't chase after girls and just become a single Chen Laowu. Chen Wenhua knew that the best way to break this awkward situation was to liven up the atmosphere. Just how to be active? At this time, Zhang Fei's miniature stone rubbing machine's drill was just inserted into the inside of the slate wool. Inside the No.1 stone cutting room, everyone's face was filled with astonishment, except for Jianchen. Jianchen looked ahead, his expression calm, as if everything was in his expectation. Suddenly, Chen Wenhua recalled what Jianchen had said to him and Wu Sigue last night. At that time, Jianchen had invited the two of them to come to the stone cutting area here, saying since the Tang family's old lady likes red jadeite, I'm sure that as long as the quality of the other colors of jadeite is good enough, she shouldn't reject them either. So, first of all, Chen Wenhua knew that Jianchen had invited him here, definitely wanting to cut out 002 and sell it to himself at a high price. Then, it was also with regards to this statement from the other party. From Jianchen's tone, the other party should have a piece of jadeite high goods that could be used to give to the Tang family's old lady. Even if it wasn't a Chinese red above high ice, the quality was similar. But the bracelet in 002, although it was a high ice yang green floating flower in the high goods, it was still a bit out of hand to bring it to the Tang family's old lady to celebrate her birthday. As the appraisal master of the Guyan auction house, Jianchen would never be aimless, so Chen Wenhua instantly figured out what. He smiled at Tang Zian and said, Zian, you are not going to prepare a birthday gift for your grandmother? Although this piece of slate material looks inconspicuous, it was carefully selected by Jianchen from tens of thousands of pieces of jadeite material. After it's cut, it'll be very suitable for your grandmother. He said this mainly to attract Tang Zian's attention and liven up the atmosphere. Sure enough, Tang Zian's eyes lit up. Really? Could it be that this piece of material has a high ice Chinese red in it? This is not certain, but it's definitely a rare treasure on the same level as high ice Chinese red. Your grandmother will definitely especially like it when she sees it. Tang Zian looked at Jianchen. Really? Jianchen nodded. I think you can take a look at it first, shoot it if you think it's suitable, and look for it again if it's not. He chose to cut up this piece of material now because he wanted to exchange enough money so that when he went to the bidding site, he could auction off some good material with great value-added space, and it wasn't a wasted trip, and want to sell more money. Certainly the more people compete the better. As the most outstanding young man of the Tang clan, Tang Zian definitely had more money than Chen Wenhua. With her around, it might be easy to sell an extra million or two. Just as Jianchen's words were finished, Zhang Fei's side also made a new move. After pulling the miniature stone rubbing machine drill out of the slate wool, he turned on the flashlight and looked inward from the inside of the small hole. After a few moments, he fell into deep thought. Finally, Zhang Fei turned on the stone cutter and made a thin cut along the direction perpendicular to the small hole just now. When the slate material was taken out again, Chen Wenhua immediately couldn't help but say, "Woes, no way. This thing is also jadeite?" Jianchen, of course, also saw the internal structure of the slab of wool, and he was similarly very shocked, because most of the interior of this piece of material was hollow. The structure was somewhat like a scaled-down version of an underground cave. If it was just like this, it wasn't enough to shock people, nor was it worth $15.8 million. Its real value is the yellow fei inside. That's right, except for the hollow structure. The rest of the slate chui material is full of yellow fei, and the species of these yellow fei has reached the ice seed. The color is pure yellow. very yellow, pure yellow. Jadeite to green is expensive, so to speak, as long as the seed water is not particularly poor material, slightly with a little high green, the price at least double. But this does not mean that non-green jadeite is not valuable. Other colors of jadeite, as long as the color is beautiful enough, seed and waterhead is good enough, the same value. For example, now this piece of the center hollowed out pure yellow ice jade, moist and bright, crystal clear, at least to 10 million to start. However, Jian Chen looked more and more wrong. He asked Chen Wenhua, "Brother Chen, have you noticed that the yellow jadeite in here looks somewhat familiar?" Chen Wenhua slapped his head. "It does look a bit familiar. If you didn't say it, I would have thought it was my illusion." Suddenly, a leisurely voice behind him said, "Chen Xiao, Brother Chen, the yellow fei in the slate resembles a character of a work that exists in history." The one who spoke was none other than Xiao Jinxian, who had just gone out to answer a phone call and came back to find his place occupied by Tang Zian. How could he dare to let this ant get up? So he had to half crouch behind the two of them, and hearing their words, he couldn't help but open his mouth to remind them. Chen Wenhua immediately asked, "A character from a work in history? Who is it?" "Italian sculptor Michelangelo's marble sculpture work David." Chen Wenhua slapped his palm. "It seems like it's really yay. Look at this part is his hair, here is his pecs, here is his abs, and there are thigh muscles and knees." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Although there are some differences in the details, but this is after all natural emerald material. As long as you find a top-notch carver, it doesn't seem too difficult to put some effort into restoring Michelangelo's masterpiece. I think Master Wang Jijiang Wang can do it. The classic, top-quality jadeite jade in the Western works is definitely a great treasure to collect, especially since it doesn't share the pure color of gambling and drugs, and with the open, hip, and free art form of David, it's definitely very popular with female collectors. After he finished speaking, he looked at Tang Zian. "I'll buy it in a while and give it to you after it's carved. You can then take it out and give it to your grandmother on her birthday, and the old lady will definitely be very happy. Maybe she'll take it out several times a day to admire and play with it." Chapter 49, "I'm looking for you because I want you to invest for me." As soon as these words came out, the faces of everyone in the know, one stone cutting room became incomparably odd. Everyone looked at Chen Wenhua and thought to themselves, "Is this guy missing a string in his brain? What is David? Yes, this is indeed Michelangelo's masterpiece, a world-famous work of art that is worth a fortune. But the problem is, David is carved with a young man holding something up in his left hand, shirtless. His artistic expression is the layered muscles of the man's body, and in particular, the master sculptor Michelangelo's precise control over the structure of the human body, whether placed in a museum, or as a private collection for yourself. Very nice. After all, it represents the pinnacle of Western sculpture art, but also has the magnificent beauty of the East's top jadeite. But bring it to an old lady who will soon be 80 years old for her birthday. An old man in his 80s must be very conservative in his thinking. Is it really appropriate for you to send something so avant-garde? And with the Tang family's old lady's status, the day she celebrates her birthday, she'll definitely have a full house of guests. When this gift is opened, the scene. Those who don't know still think that your two families have a feud, and that you are specializing in going over to smash the scene. Sure enough, upon hearing Chen Wenhua's words, Tang Zian, who was originally still smiling, instantly darkened her expression. She stared at Jian Chen. "Master Chen, I don't seem to have offended you, right? What do you mean by this?" Jian Chen? To be honest, he was a bit confused at this moment. The person who proposed to carve this ice seed pure yellow fei into David was Chen Wenhua, not me. You're asking me what's going on? Besides, when I bought this piece of material myself, I only knew through my psychic ability that it was worth $15.8 million, a proper big leak. I have no idea what's inside. He cannot be wronged. So Busy said, "Mr. Tang, you misunderstand. To help you find high-grade jade material as Chun proposed, I'm just picking out the ones that may perform better for you to choose from. As for what kind of internal structure, I'm not an immortal. How can I see it so accurately?" Without waiting for Tang Zian to speak, Chen Wenhua immediately said, "Brother Chen." "No, Brother Jian, don't be modest. It's because you said yesterday that you would cut a piece of high-grade emerald material suitable for the Tang family's ancestor. That fourth Gui and I came over. Otherwise, at this point in time, the two of us would be at the bidding site selecting stones. How would we come to the cutting room to waste our time?" Wu Sigui also followed. "That's right. Yesterday you also specifically said, in addition to Chinese red, other colors of material as long as the quality is high enough, to give to the Tang family old lady. The old lady must be particularly happy. Just I also did not expect. You will cut out a piece of ice seed pure yellow fei, especially this kind of yellow. The yellow is especially pure, not to mention the Tang family's old lady. Even I'm not a big fan of jadeite. I can't help but want to buy it for my collection. Anyway, even if you don't know the details of this piece of material, you surely know a rough idea. Anyway, if I want to buy jadeite wool in the future, you'll definitely be the first one I look for. After saying this, he also secretly glanced at Tang Jian. He liked the other party, but because of his introverted personality, he had never dared to express it. Now saying these words, his heart was inexplicably a bit weak. Chen Wenhua patted Jian Chen's shoulder. Alright, is it that hard to admit that you're good? Jian Chen looked at the two of them helplessly. Deliberate. They were definitely deliberate. Yesterday, he had indeed used the excuse that he could find a gift for the Tang family's old lady to let the two of them come over. But this is just what he said in passing. For one thing, this piece of jade with an average external performance is worth $15.8 million. There must be something good inside. Bring to send the Tang family old lady how can not lose face. Second is also the most important. They do not say so. How can attract two people? I didn't expect the two of them to grab this reason and not let go. Must be to see Tang Jian initiative to sit next to their own. The two hearts are not happy, but embarrassed to pick a clear. Only deliberately pit yourself a. But the problem is that I am also very wrong. But the problem is, I'm also wrong and Tang Jian will sit next to me. It must be that the two of you do not have a cold feeling, and only deliberately avoid it. As a result, you guys don't reflect on your own problems, but instead take it out on me. So I'm thinking, it would be strange to be able to chase each other. Thinking of this, Jian Chen took a deep breath. Since you two are unkind, don't blame me for being unkind. He said, Brother Chen, you were right just now. This piece of natural David yellow fei is indeed very appropriate to be used to give to the Tang family's old lady after it's carved. Didn't you say you wanted to help Mr. Tang buy it? It just so happens that I'm rather short of money on my hands right now. Look, Chen Wenhua laughed. So that's what you're talking about. No problem. This piece of material is so superb that it must be hard to find in 10,000 gold. 10 million? I'll buy it. Is that good enough? Jian Chen's face instantly darkened. Good lord. You're not only trying to screw me over with your words, but you're also trying to take advantage of me by buying a piece of material. My $15 million piece of good treasure has shrunk by 1/3 with you. He was about to say no. Suddenly, a cool voice said, 10 million want to buy this level of material? A fool's dream. I'll offer 15 million. Jian Chen turned his head in shock as he realized that the person speaking was actually Tang Jian. What the hell? Why was she involved in the competition as well? Could it be that the other party knew the actual value of this piece of material and didn't want to make themselves suffer? It shouldn't be possible. After all, Tang Jian had just denounced herself, and she had tried to sell it to Chen Wenhua under the banner that she could give it to the Tang family's old lady. Logically, she should be even more annoyed with herself. Not only was Jian Chen surprised, Chen Wenhua was also very surprised. He said, Jian, I said I could buy this piece of material. Why are you grabbing up with me? Tang Jian glared at him. Raise the price if you want to buy. Shut up if you don't. What's with all the nonsense? Chen Wenhua was choked by her half a day did not return to God. He hardened. Since I said I buy, then must I buy. No one and I cannot rob, including you cannot. Then said, I'll offer 16 million, 17 million. Tang Jian didn't half hesitate. You, 18 million, 20 million. Chen Wenhua didn't expect Tang Jian to have such a strong attitude, and was instantly defeated. That's fine. Since you're so insistent, I'll let you have this piece of jade. Tang Jian nodded and said to Jian Chen, what are you waiting for? Send over your bank account so I can transfer the money to you. Jian Chen was stunned. What in the world had happened? Tang Jian had actually snatched this piece of yellow jadeite, and she even went as far as to offer a high price of $20 million? This was too outrageous, right? It wasn't until the transfer information of the extra 20,000,000 RMB in his bank account that Jian Chen was sure that this was the truth. He wanted to ask Tang Jian why she would do this, but after the other party bought the piece of material, she directly turned her head to the side, looking like she didn't want to talk to herself at all. In desperation, Jian Chen had no choice but to put all of his attention on his account. His mouth grinned, directly turning into a smile. Now he had nearly $23 million in cash in his hands. With this money, he could finally go to the public market to show off his skills. But next, well, he looked at Li Shangping. These three pieces of material chosen by Master Zhang. The value is higher than your piece of emperor crack. Now what do you say? As early as when the slab of wool was cut out of ice yellow fei, Li Shangping knew that he had lost. He grunted. Master Zhang Fei does have some vision. Say it, what do you want me to do? Zhang Fei had already regained his composure and calmness. He tilted his head towards the sky and said with a blank stare, no need. As I said, I came to the Pingzhou Jaidai public market just to help you. As long as you can understand my intentions, it's fine. Li Shangping shook his head. That won't do. If I say I will promise you a condition, I will definitely promise you a condition. If you don't think of it now, you can wait until you think of it at some point and then talk to me. Then he looked at Jian Chen again. And you, I also said that you can choose any piece of material from my hands. If you fancy this piece of imperial crack, it's directly yours. Jian Chen shook his head. You might as well keep this piece of emperor crack as a souvenir. If I'm not mistaken, you'll be going to the bidding ground to participate in the bidding in a while, right? At that time, I will choose a piece of material from your winning bid. Since he had won the bet, Jian Chen wouldn't be as pretentious as Zhang Fei. What was rightfully his, he would of course take it back. After all, he had taken quite a few risks with his previous bet with Li Shangping. If it wasn't for Zhang Fei's skill, he might have been the one to lose. At that time, Li Shangping would not have been polite with him. Li Shangping instantly sighed in relief when he heard Jian Chen say this. The 3 pieces of material he had brought with him this time were all treasures that he had treasured for many years. Originally, he had thought that if his most favored imperial green was cut down, Jian Chen would choose one of the other 2 pieces. But no matter which piece Jian Chen chose, it wasn't something he could accept. Now, looking at the other party's meaning, was he trying to take a step back and turn a conflict with himself into a peace? However, your thoughts are too naive. The corner of Li Shangping's mouth smiled coldly. As the purchasing manager of Golden 5 Fortune, the authority in his own hands was beyond imagination. Regardless of whether it was Zhang Fei or Jian Chen, surely neither of them would dare to deliberately offend themselves to death. Otherwise, one word from himself would put the 2 in endless trouble. Only, knowing this, why did you guys still dare to make a stiff bet with me before? It was already too late to remedy the situation now. He had already begun to ponder on how he could give the 2 some more eye candy. What he didn't know, however, was that Jian Chen hadn't chosen Li Shangping's other 2 pieces of material? Only that although these 2 pieces were a little better than that piece of Emperor's crack, they weren't worth much money. Instead of wasting such an opportunity, it would be better to wait for the end of the Pingzhou Jadeite Fair. At that time, they will choose one of the materials from Li Shangping's auction, so as to maximize the benefits. As for Zhang Fei, he stole a glance at Li Shangping. The corners of his mouth were all cold smiles. After today's 3 stones were cut, the people in the number 1 cutting room left in droves. For them, today was definitely not a wasted trip, especially the part of them who had had their material critiqued by Zhang Fei. Not only did they know the great risk of their material, but they also watched a wonderful and incomparable showdown. Jian Chen was also ready to leave with Xiao Jinxiang. However, before he could make a move, he heard Tang Zian say, Sister Guan is now at the White Tiger labeling ground, and I've already told her about your encounter. She's waiting there now. Let's go over together. Jian Chen actually didn't want to get too close to Tang Zian. Although the other party was pretty, Jian Chen was self-aware. There was a huge gap between the 2, regardless of their status or position. So Jian Chen never had any special thoughts. Adding to the fact that he had already developed Chen Wenhua into his own quality customer. Once he acted close to Tang Zian, he was bound to offend Chen Wenhua. Offended Chen Wenhua does not matter, but in the future they cut out what good material. Without the other side to help underwriting, that is a big loss. Just Tang Zian has just offered $20 million to buy that piece of slate yellow Fei. Coupled with Guan Duan, he couldn't refuse, so he could only nod his head, then said to Chen Wenhua, Brother Chen, why don't we join together? Chen Wenhua was just about to speak when Tang Zian said, he doesn't need to follow. We're looking for you because we have something important to say to you. It's not convenient for outsiders to listen on the side. Well, Jian Chen had no choice but to give Chen Wenhua a look of love. Meaning, big brother, it's really not that I'm unwilling to help you, but I've already done my best. Chen Wenhua immediately understood, and he smiled cheekily. Since it's not convenient for me to listen, I'll just turn around myself. Then he patted Jian Chen on the shoulder. Besides Zian wanting to buy Chinese red jadeite for her grandmother's birthday, she herself also likes this kind of jade. You follow her around. Remember to help her look at a few more pieces of good material and buy them if you can. If you can cut something good, come directly to me then and I'll double reimburse you. Jian Chen hurriedly said, Really? Great. Thank you Brother Chen. With this promise, it signaled that he had another opportunity to make money. It seemed like he had made the right choice. The first feeling that the White Tiger bidding ground of the Pingzhou Jadeite public market gave Jian Chen was large. Countless jadeite wools were placed in rows and rows. There were full gambling materials and half gambling materials. Only in Jubo Zhai, Old Iron Uncle's gambling stone field is mainly full gambling material is different. Here most of the semi-gambling material, and every piece of performance was not bad. As for the full gambling materials, they all had excellent outer skin performance as well. This made Jian Chen couldn't help but feel that it was worthy of being the Pingzhou Jadeite public market. The high quality of these materials was even better than he had imagined. In just 5 minutes, he had found several pieces of treasure that were worth bidding on. What are you waiting for? Go! Tang Zian twisted her head and looked at Jian Chen with a somewhat dissatisfied expression. As soon as she entered the bidding ground, she noticed that this guy's footsteps had obviously slowed down, and both eyes were all over the surrounding wool, directly treating himself as heir. One must know that as the eldest miss of the Tang family, the most capable of the younger generation, no matter where she went, she was the center of attention. Only this guy in front of her seemed to not take herself seriously at all. Previously, he had passed through Duan and asked him to help him find Gaobing Chinese red. I thought that the other party would do everything in his power to help, but in the end, he turned around and hung out with a guy like Chen Wenhua, who had a brain that lacked a string. What happened just now was even more outrageous. She was clearly sitting next to him, and he was still constantly eyeballing Chen Wenhua. If it wasn't Duan, she would have wanted to kick this guy off. Jian Chen sniffed, and busily took out a pen and paper, jotting down the number of the material he had his eye on, and trotted along behind Tang Zian. The two walked for a few moments, only to see a woman in front of them wearing a tight little suit with a graceful temperament standing there. It was precisely Duan. Seeing Jian Chen, Duan immediately walked over. Master Chen, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon, Jian Chen hurriedly said. You're welcome, Mr. Guan. I heard Manager Tang say that you're here specifically to find me? Surrounded by opportunities to get rich, he didn't want to dilly-dally and waste time with Duan, so he spoke directly. Duan froze, but her reaction was quick, only to see her expression darken instantly. Yes, I have something I want to ask you for help. Just tell me what it is. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do my best. Duan's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. I'm not going to lie. You also know the current real estate situation. Although last time through you, let me temporarily get rid of the crisis. However, I didn't expect that before one step is even, a wave rises again. Cloud real estate is now in trouble again. Urgently need a sum of money to save the emergency. So I want to find you to help. Can you see if you can invest some money into it? Jian Chen didn't expect the other party to say this, and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Let me invest money. How much do you want? Not much. 1 billion will do. Wait, how much did you say? Jian Chen was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 50, Cloud Real Estate Construction Chief Director. When Duan said that he wanted to ask Jian Chen to invest in the cloud real estate, Jian Chen was still a bit confident in himself. After all, he is now a multi-millionaire with more than $20 million. As long as you save a little bit of money, it is not too much to say that financial freedom. And last time, Duan also gave him 1% of the shares. The appropriate increase in some investment, improve the proportion of shares, is not unacceptable. As a result, the other side opened up $1 billion is okay? Jian Chen said. Mr. Guan, are you asking the wrong person? Duan froze. Ask the wrong person? Yes, look at my outfit. Does that place look like it has $1 billion? If you are short of 1,000 or $1 million, I can think of a way to help you get it together. 1 billion. This really can't be done. Jian Chen was decisively honest. He wasn't the kind of person who was hypocritical. If it works, it doesn't work, there's no need to hide it. As soon as Jian Chen's words fell, he heard Tang Zian humming. How about it, Sister Guan? I told you that no man in the world is good, right? You just offered $20 million to buy the emerald material from him, and he turned his back on it. After today, knowing the predicament that the cloud real estate has encountered, he definitely won't even be able to make a phone call. Jian Chen froze and couldn't help but say, you bought that piece of pure yellow jadeite? Previously, he had always wondered why Tang Zian would bid against Chen Wenhua. After all, regardless of the significance of this piece of yellow fei, or his relationship with Tang Zian, the other party shouldn't have bid on it. Now that Duan had been replaced, everything made sense. She has a request for herself, deliberately extra 5 million to sell themselves a good, and then ask for their help. They must be embarrassed to refuse directly. Just you ask me to help, no problem, but also have to see how much I cannot. 100 million shortfall. I am not the king of excess. Where can hold? When Duan heard Jian Chen's words, his face instantly turned white, and the words he uttered were full of despair. You really don't have any money on hand? Jian Chen, with his character, hearing the other party still ask this, odds were that he would have to spit out a couple sentences, just to see the other party so sad. To the edge of the mouth words never had the heart to say. He smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Guan, I'm an appraiser, earning hard money, unlike you big bosses, casually as tens of billions. If you're really short of money, why don't you ask General Manager Tang for help? She is also a member of the Tang family. The Tang family is a big family, casually a business operation to tens of billions of dollars. A mere $1 billion is not just a sprinkle of water. Of course, I'm not capable of much, but I still have a little vision and insight. If you have plans for future industries, perhaps I can offer some advice. After saying that, he glanced at Tang Zian. Let you just give me eye candy. I'll say the words to this point. I don't believe you can still leisurely watch the show there. Who knew that just as his words fell, he heard Guan Duan say, really? Then thank you very much. Although the country has recently relaxed its real estate policies, with the successive explosion of real estate predators such as Hung Tai, the market has lost confidence in houses, even if there is a need to buy a house, but also to the existing home. Phase housing, even quasi-existing homes, have experienced a very serious stagnation of sales. The left side of domestic real estate is a cliff, and the right side is hell. If you take one wrong step, you may be doomed. I don't know what to do now. You not only have a unique eye for treasures, but also have a great understanding and control of policies and the future market. If I have your help, I believe that Yunwan real estate will definitely be able to get out of the quagmire and move towards a brighter future. After saying that, Guan Duan took out a document. Xiao Chen, I am now formally hiring you as the General Director of Construction for Cloud Duan Real Estate. From this instant onwards, any major decisions of the Cloud Duan Real Estate will be subject to your opinion. If you have no problem, just sign in this position. As for the ancient Rhyme auction house's side, I've already greeted Governor Wang, so you don't have to worry about this position affecting your status as an appraiser. Jian Chen looked at the other party with a blank expression. Not right. Very wrong. He felt like he was being set up. That's right. When Guan Duan just met with himself, he opened his mouth and let himself invest $1 billion, which should just be a test. What is his identity? I believe that the other party has long been investigated clearly. Even if you have recently made a small fortune, how can you come up with $1 billion? Her real purpose is to let himself as the Cloud Real Estate Construction Director General this identity. As for the reason, it is not difficult to guess. Before he was in charge of the auction of the Jiuxin Art Commune, no matter if it was to appease those tenants who were renting, or the prediction of the domestic education situation, as well as the decisiveness to buy part of the property of the Jiuxin Art Commune ahead of time with a single throw of the money, it proved that he had an outstanding ability in this regard. The domestic real estate industry is confusing. No one can see the future direction. Guan Duan is no exception. That's why she desperately needs a capable person to help her point out the way forward. A little story goes like this. A company could only pay half of the year-end bonus due to poor performance. In order to prevent employees from being resistant, the boss spread a message. Said the company is now struggling. Not only the year-end bonus cannot be sent down, but also to the staff to reduce wages. For a time, people were on edge. Seeing that the time is ripe, the boss called everyone together for a meeting, and said on the spot that even if the company is difficult, it will not lower everyone's wages. Even took the initiative to sell their own BMW, preferring to walk to and from work, but also to give employees half of the year-end bonus. For a while everyone felt they had met a good boss and secretly vowed to work hard in the future. Now Guan Duan was setting herself up the same way. She first opened her mouth to ask for $1 billion from herself, which she didn't have. She then offered to let herself be the chief construction director, and she was definitely too embarrassed to refuse. So can't people be sincere with each other? You directly said to let me help, even on the basis that I am the shareholders of the Cloud Real Estate. Will not ignore After a moment of contemplation, Jian Chen accepted the position of commander-in-chief according to Guan Duan's words. Seeing Jian Chen sign, Guan Duan breathed a long sigh of relief. Thank you. She put away the documents and said to Jian Chen, you came to the Pingzhou Jadeite Fair to participate in the bidding. I don't know anything about these things. I can't leave the people at the Cloud Real Estate side, so I won't bother you anymore. I'll see you in Zhengzhou. After saying that, she called out to her assistant and hurriedly left, as if she came here just to let Jian Chen sign a name. Jian Chen looked at Tang Zian next to him. What? You're not leaving? Tang Zian said. I came here to find the high ice Chinese red jadeite, and I definitely won't leave until I achieve my goal. After saying that, she looked at Jian Chen. You think Sister Guan is setting you up? Jian Chen, don't I? Although he didn't have any ill feelings towards Guan Duan, there was a saying that he was indeed being set up. Tang Zian shook her head. You're wrong. As a company with tens of billions of dollars in assets, clouds and real estate, although Sister Guan is the founder. However, from the very beginning of the little-known small real estate company, to the current real estate predator, it has gone through several rounds of financing. In other words, the current Cloud Real Estate is not Sister Guan's one word. If you want to be the general director of the Cloud Real Estate building, you can't do it just by having outstanding abilities. You must enter with capital. Jian Chen's heart stirred. This capitalized entry requires $1 billion? Right. So for the other shareholders of Cloud Real Estate, you are not only a manager, but also an investor. Investor? Then where did this billion come from? Tang Zian asked back. What do you think? Chapter 51, This is the rhythm of deliberately messing things up. Seeing Jian Chen staring blankly at himself, Tang Zian smiled. Didn't you just say that as a member of the Tang clan, I have plenty of money? That's right, this 1 billion is from me. Don't get excited yet. This money is merely listed under your name. The real owner is still me. But if it's because of your wrong decision, leading to the loss of all the billion, not only like the cloud real estate and XIN real estate will be bankruptcy liquidation. Along with that, I will also lose all my money, and will even be kicked out of the Tang family's center of power completely. Jian Chen looked at the other party. Why? He was puzzled. Although Tang Zian and Guan Duanwan were seemingly on good terms, Jian Chen knew that it was hard for these rich people to have a true friendship with each other. In their minds, most of the purpose of everyone's interactions was for profit. The real estate industry's dwindling in the last 2 years had targeted not one or two real estate companies, but all. Real estate giants such as Hongtai, Baigui Yuan, XIN, etc. couldn't top at first due to their too high debt ratios, and although cloud real estate was a bit better, it was still struggling on the edge of the cliff. Coupled with the fact that the real estate market was not yet clear, any amount of money to enter would be very unwise. Therefore, even though Jian Chen and Guan Duan had a good relationship, he still thought that Tang Zian's behavior was extremely presumptuous. If he were himself, he definitely wouldn't have done so. Tang Zian faintly said, "It's simple, because I believe in Sister Guan's vision." Seeing that Jian Chen didn't believe it at all, Tang Zian added, "Well, it seems that nothing can be hidden from you. The form of real estate in Central State has currently reached a very grim point. Do you know that last year, there were a total of how many properties that were rotten? 106. It's not 106 houses or 106 residential buildings, but 106 neighborhoods. There are 600,000 residents in all of Zhengzhou, all of whom are unable to get the property that should be theirs because of non-force majeure delays in delivery. Or in other words, in the main city, out of every 100 people, there are 8 people who bought houses that are rotten." Jian Chen couldn't control his eyelids from jumping twice. That's serious? Isn't the official government strongly advocating for guaranteed delivery of buildings now? Tang Zian, that's right, but there is a policy at the top and a plan at the bottom. Under the official advocacy, those rotten buildings did start construction, but many buildings only have 2 or 3 workers, and they also work 1 day and rest for 3 days. How long do you think homeowners will have to wait until they can successfully get their own house? Jian Chen was silent. Tang Zian added, "In fact, the most important problem with the rotten buildings now is not that the property developers don't have any money on hand. If they don't have the money, they can find a way to get it together, or they can find a place to borrow it. As long as there's official policy support, there's not much of a problem with smooth delivery. It's just that they aren't willing to do so." Not willing to do so? Why? Jian Chen was puzzled. "You're silly. The handover to the owners who have already bought the house. They've already put up the money for the developer to build a set and deliver it. It's the same as them throwing in a large sum of money for nothing, without any gain. In your place, would you do that?" Jian Chen froze, and only after a long time did he mutter, "Crap, this is too shameless, isn't it?" Suddenly, he said, "What you mean is that the crux of the Zhengzhou property right now is not that it's rotten, but that it can't be sold?" Although real estate development was a large capital investment and relatively time-consuming, it was a very lucrative industry. If there was a good circulation, the major property developers would definitely not intentionally put up a rotten show for the sake of their own reputation. After all, compared to future prospects, building properties that had been delayed an unknown number of times was nothing at all. Thinking of this, Jian Chen instantly felt pressurized. Although the rotten buildings in Zhengzhou were serious, they didn't have much to do with him. Now with Tang Zian's $1 billion, ensuring the delivery of the building was also not a problem. In this case, Guan Duan also made a special trip to ask himself to be the general director of the construction of the cloud real estate, which is to sell the houses of the cloud real estate through his own hands. Sell the house. Think of the viaduct. Those real estate sales with loudspeakers, constantly shouting ***** neighborhood quasi-existing houses. Down payment of 50,000. Directly turnkey move-in. Still no one look even a glance. Chen Jian knows. In the end, he took a difficult how much work. Shaking his head, he put his attention to the Pingzhou Jadeite public disc. For others, if they wanted to earn money through the Pingzhou Jadeite fair, they would have to gamble on luck in addition to their eyesight. But for Jian Chen, this place was a standard ATM. Previously he did not feel anything. Money, enough to spend on the line. But now, especially after he became the cloud real estate construction director, Chen Jian understood that he very much need money. Very much need money. Real estate is now atrophied, but it will not be atrophied forever. On the contrary, as the saying goes, when the boom is over, the bust is over. The real estate industry has been in the doldrums for several years, and with the successive loosening of policies, don't look like it's still half dead at the moment, but it could take off again at any time, coupled with the successive minds of the old real estate giants. So this is a very good opportunity. Want to catch without money? Absolutely not. Otherwise, even if he can see the curve of property price changes in the next 3 years, and every step of the operation is extremely precise, he is still just a good professional manager, born with a working life. But with money it is different. At that time, he could attack and retreat, and was able to move across the board with ease, not having to look at other people's faces to do things at all. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jian began to take careful notes in his small notebook. If anything, before, he was still hesitant to deliberately hide his strength. Now, there is no need. The bidding at the Pingzhou Jadai Fair is a secret bidding system. The organizers of the material numbered placed there, and give a reserve price. Bidders who want to bid, you can write their own bid to the organizers to provide the bidding card. In the specified time into the bid box, the organizer will choose the highest bid from all the offers for this piece of wool as the final winner. This is a great test of the bidder's accurate assessment of the value of the material and the psychological game with other bidders, because if you bid low, the material will be auctioned off by other high bidders, but if the bid is too high, and is the standard wrongdoer. In fact, if purely from the interests of the open bidding, then dark bidding can auction more money, but open bidding on manpower, material consumption is too great. The public discs simply do not have the time and energy to engage in, so the relatively easy dark bid became the first choice of most jadeite public disc. Chen Jian recorded 20 minutes, looked up and looked at the densely packed material in the bidding field, felt a little wrong. Thinking about it, he looked to the side of Xiao Jinxiang. A heartbeat. Strong son, want to earn extra money? Xiao Jinxiang busily said. Of course I want to, Brother Chen. You have something to directly command. Chen Jian said. I need you to help me fill out the bidding cards for all the materials I have my eye on. After a pause, he added, I won't let you do it for nothing. No matter which piece of material I win the auction, cutting it down is on me. As long as it cuts up, you can get a 1% share of the cut up portion. How's that? Xiao Jinxiang instantly became excited. Really? Of course there's no problem. Previously, in the No. 1 stone cutting room, he had completely witnessed Chen Jian's style, especially that slab of wool, which was directly sold at a sky-high price of 20 million. 1% of 20 million was $200,000. In other words, Chen Jian only needed to cut out 2 or 3 pieces of emerald material similar to the slate wool, and he would be rich. Alright then, why don't you go get the bidding card? Good. Right. About how many do we need to get? Chen Jian asked. How many sheets can we take at most? This one doesn't say. It's usually random. Oh, then let's take 10,000 sheets first, and ask for more if it's not enough. Wait. Xiao Jinxiang's face went straight to green. How many sheets did you say? 10,000 sheets. Is there a problem? Brother, do you know what 10,000 sheets means? Xiao Jinxiang looked at Chen Jian extremely speechlessly. He felt that Chen Jian wasn't bidding at all, but was deliberately messing things up. This was because the 4 bidding grounds of the entire Pingzhou Jadite public market, the Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu, together had just a little over 10,000 pieces of material. Is Chen Jian trying to bid on all the material? Chapter 52, Cutting Off Bids. We're just so shameless. Chen Jian looked at Xiao Jinxiang suspiciously. What does 10,000 bidding cards mean? Xiao Jinxiang took out the official information provided by the Pingzhou Jadite public market. There are a total of 254 pieces of wool in this Pingzhou public market. 10,000 bidding cards is equal to bidding on all the materials once. Chen Jian froze. Wait, you're saying that there are 254 pieces of rough material in the Pingzhou Jadite Grand Prix? Right. Xiao Jinxiang saw that Chen Jian was puzzled and immediately understood that Chen Jian should not know about this. He hurriedly said, Brother Chen, let's take it easy. Who knew that he didn't even wait for him to finish speaking before hearing Chen Jian say, surprisingly, there's still a difference of $254. It's an oversight on my part. This way, you directly take 10,254 bidding cards. No, directly take 10,500. So many cards in case you lose 1 or 2. It will be troublesome if you don't have enough by then. Xiao Jinxiang, take 10,500 cards? Big brother, do you know what you're saying? Know what the concept of more than 10,000 bidding cards is? Even if I fill out 1 a second, it would still take almost 3 full hours to write, and 1 a second is absolutely impossible, and the bidding is now less than 6 hours away. Okay, 1 extra second. But in this case, was there a difference between 1 second and 2 seconds? He spoke his judgment to Chen Jian. Chen Jian also realized that something was wrong, which made him a bit depressed. This was all money. Know what the most painful thing in life is? It's when people die and the money isn't spent. No, it's people living, and looking at the money piled up in front of them as if it were a small mountain, but there is no time to pick it up. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jian immediately changed his strategy. How much material is there in the white tiger label field? 2,847 pieces. It had to be said that Xiao Jinshan's intelligence work was done well. Whatever Jian Chen asked, he was able to answer it first. Then go get 3,000 bidding cards. Let's shoot all the material in the white tiger bidding ground. Xiao Jinshan. Well, under his own persuasion, Jian Chen had finally normalized a bit, so one should be very relieved. So he ran to the organizer's service hall, and unsurprisingly, upon learning that someone actually wanted 3,000 bidding cards, the young lady in charge of handing out the cards looked at Xiao Jinshan as if she was looking at a fool. But Xiao Jinshan couldn't care less about this anymore. After he got the bidding cards, he rushed back to the white tiger area. At this time, Jian Chen was already waiting at the B0001 woolen material. Seeing Xiao Jinshan, Jian Chen directly quoted, "No, B0001, bidding at $230,000. Xiao Jinshan hurriedly took out his bidding card and wrote down what Jian Chen said with a pen. Who knew that he had just written half of it down when he heard Jian Chen say again, "No, B0002, bidding at $110,000. Xiao Jinshan managed to finish writing down bidding card number 1, and without waiting to breathe a sigh of relief, he started writing down bidding card number 2 again. In this way, the two men wrote one hand at a time, and soon, they wrote dozens of them. Pingzhou Jadeite public disc people come and go. Although most people are concentrating on looking at the material, but there are still people chatting. Brother, just now where did you go? Why can't you even get through to the phone? I'm sorry, my cell phone is on silent. I was in the first cutting room. No, one stone cutting room? You mean Master Zhang Fei Zhang's stone cutting room? Yes, that's Master Zhang. Brother, I'm not talking about you. Although Master Zhang's stone cutting skills are excellent, it's a waste of time for you to go there. Master Zhang only chooses 3 pieces of material to cut a day, and his idea of stone cutting is self-contained system. Ordinary people simply can't learn. If you have this kind of effort, you might as well come to the bidding site to look at a few more pieces of material. Who said I wasted my time? You don't know how wonderful and explosive what just happened in the know. One stone cutting room was wonderful? Explosive? Yeah, I'll give you that. Wait, you mean that person called Jian Chen is an expert in appraising jadeite wool? Why is your focus different from mine? Don't you think that the matter of Master Zhang Fei Zhang's previous high spirits being feigned sounds more appealing? You're wrong. Whether or not Master Zhang Fei Zhang was deliberately pretending to be high-strung has nothing to do with us. On the contrary, if this Jian Chen is really an expert in appraising jadeite wool, then it's a different story. What do you mean? Think about it. If Jian Chen is really an expert, if he went to the one cutting room on the first day of bidding to find Master Zhang to cut the stone, and then sold the jadeite that he cut out, he should be trying to raise as much money as possible to participate in today's bidding. Doesn't that mean that as long as it's a rough material that he's bidding on, there's a great probability that it will be cut up? Seems like it. I'm asking you, who do you think is more powerful in jadeite wool identification? You or that Jian Chen? It's definitely him who's better. Don't you know? The 2 pieces of material in his hands are worth more than one another, especially that piece of yellow fei. That's right. Since the other party is more powerful than us, we can totally find him and secretly follow him. See which piece of material he bids on, and we'll follow him. Isn't this much better than choosing blindly? Brother, great. Why didn't I think of this method? Wait, I remember that Jian Chen seems to have gone to the White Tiger district. Let's go find him right away. That's fine, but remember to stay away from him. Don't let him notice. In case he notices, and in order to prevent us from stealing the material he has his eye on, he will intentionally bid on a few more pieces, and we will be the ones who get screwed. Don't worry, I understand. Definitely won't let him find out, because I have this. Binoculars? You're quite the all-around guy, that's for sure. Besides Jian Chen, there are quite a few appraisal experts in the marking field. We just need to find a place with a good view and sneak a peek with the binoculars. We can definitely pick up a leak. Then what are you still waiting for? Let's go. The two of them hurriedly headed towards the White Tiger labeling field, and soon saw Jian Chen and Xiao Jinshan after entering. After observing the terrain for a few moments, the two found a high point and were about to watch. However, the next moment, they realized that something was wrong. This was because there were quite a few people standing near the two. These people were also holding binoculars, constantly looking left and right. When the two saw the binoculars in the hands of these people also saw the binoculars in the hands of the two. The scene was slightly awkward. Fortunately, people who could do such things generally had thicker skin, and everyone recovered quickly. Coming, watch it together, look together, ha, what do I see? Jian Chen has chosen the no. 1 material. It's indeed number 1. That assistant of his has already taken out his bidding card. Can you see clearly how much he wrote? There's a 2 on the left. I can't see it on the right. It seems to be $230,000, or maybe $280,000. No matter him. If we want to stop the bidding, let's write $300,000. Listen to you. Look, Jian Chen seems to have chosen wool material number 2 again. That assistant of his took out another bidding card. I didn't expect 2 consecutive pieces of material, number 1 and number 2, to have a lot of room to increase in value. He seems to have selected number 3, and number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Crap, what am I seeing? He's not going to go through the entire white tiger lot and price all of the wool, is he? Chapter 53, the opponent seems to have predicted my prediction. White tiger labeling ground. Somewhere on higher ground and out of sight. Several people with binoculars looked at each other. Brothers, let's not panic yet. Since we can think of using a peeping method to watch Jian Chen bid, Jian Chen can definitely think of it as well. That's why I think he should be attempting to use this method to muddy the waters. Makes sense. I suggest we wait for a while. In 5 minutes at most, he'll give up on this method and honestly choose the material. That's right. How can this kind of cleverness fool us? This is called the Taoist is 1 foot taller than the devil. Just wait. It's been 5 minutes already, and he's already chosen nearly 60 pieces of material. TSK, this speed, 1 in 5 seconds. I don't know who came up with this stupid anti-peeping method. It must be that assistant of his. That guy doesn't look very smart at first glance. It seems like 10 minutes have passed. Half an hour. An hour. My top. An hour is a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? And I noticed that they seem to be getting more and more skillful at working together. Originally a piece of material took 5 seconds. Now it takes at most 3 seconds. 2.5 seconds to be exact. So what the hell do they want? Brothers, it's been 2 hours. I'm a little hungry. I'd like to go to lunch. Come along. By the way, leave one person here to observe. Once Jian Chen slows down, immediately inform everyone. No problem. I'll stay here. You guys can just bring me a meal. White Tiger Tag Field. Jian Chen and Xiao Jinxian didn't realize that someone was spying on them from afar. Of course, even if the two knew, they wouldn't care. It wasn't that the two of them were forgiving and generous, but they simply didn't have the time. Jian Chen stared at one piece of material after another in front of him. He needed to concentrate on the price of each piece of material and then quote a reasonable price tag. This price tag was based on both the base price and the actual price of the piece of material. It was important to make sure that the price was not too outrageous, but also to make sure that he had money to make. And even more importantly, to beat the other competitors' offers as much as possible, so that he could win the bid. In fact, it is not particularly difficult to do this. After all, Jian Chen is not asking for 100% of the winning bid, as long as it is almost on the line. But the problem is, if you want to put the entire White Tiger bidding place have jadeite wool or cast once, each piece of material to leave him only 8 seconds of time. In addition to eating, going to the bathroom, and some key materials need to be carefully considered, the time is even less. So Jian Chen had to concentrate. At first, it was fine, but as time passed, Jian Chen's brain was already a bit foggy, and his eyes even had ghosting. He wanted to stop and rest for a while, but all of this wool in front of him was money to him. To have money and not earn it was completely disrespectful. Therefore, he was still persisting. Unlike Jian Chen, who was just burning his brain, Xiao Jinxian was much more bitter. Every time Jian Chen said a number, he had to write out the number and price of the material in the first place. It wouldn't be a big deal if he just wrote Arabic numbers, but the problem was that the organizer was trying to prevent scribbling, which would lead to disputes with the winning bidder. Surprisingly, bidders are required to fill in the content. Must be in the Arabic numerals next to the bidding price in capital letters and then write again. That's right, it is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 7, 8, 9, capitalized. So Xiao Jinxiang was going crazy. He was scribbling, writing faster and faster. Finally, after an hour, he had a hand cramp. Looking at the muscles at the palm of his hand involuntarily jumping, Xiao Jinxiang was on the verge of crying. Brother Chen, I can't do it. Look. Jian Chen looked at him. How can a man say he can't? I know, but, still want the commission? Of course I want it. Then continue. Your right hand cramps, not still have the left hand? I remember that your left hand writing doesn't seem to be any slower than your right hand. This was Xiao Jinxiang's best skill, which he had previously demonstrated in the Group 4 office, and now it came in handy. Xiao Jinxiang had no choice but to nod his head. That's fine. I'll hold on for a while. Another hour passed. Brother Chen, I can't. This hand of mine is cramping up too. Stupid. Change hands again. Come on. This piece of material is good. I think there is a 90% chance that it will rise by at least $800,000. How much is 1% of $800,000? And you only need to write a few words to earn it. I get it. I'll change hands now. In the distance, a certain high point. Brother, I've brought you your meal. Thanks. How's the situation? Is Jian Chen normal? Normal as a hammer. The two of them are getting faster and faster. No way? They seem to be shooting for 2024? According to this speed, doesn't it mean that in another hour, the material in the White Tiger lot will be finished by them? It shouldn't take more than an hour. I've just done some calculations. In another 48 minutes and 53 seconds, Jian Chen will be able to finish bidding on all the rough material in the White Tiger lot. In order to prevent us from intercepting in the middle, he even used this method. It's also absolute. Absolute hammer. 3 seconds a piece of material. Even the gods cannot see clearly up or down, right? Can't it be that this guy was pretending in the know? One cutting room before, and then teasing us? Whether it's true or not, I'm not going to look at it. Anyway, I wouldn't dare to follow the material selected with this method. I'm the same. Then don't stare. All disperse. Seeing the crowd leave, there were only 2 people left here. The very ones who had started discussing Jian Chen that. Brother, why don't you leave? Leave for what? Remember, if you want to make money, you must have enough patience. What do you mean? Are you stupid? There are still 2.5 hours until the bidding. It won't even take an hour for Jian Chen to finish selecting the entire White Tiger bidding site. What do you think he'll do with the extra time? Seriously selecting materials? That's right. I see. It's still you. Brother, who's great? Shu, keep a low profile. White Tiger labeling field. Xiao Jinxiang was writing with his feet. That's right. After continuously working at high intensity for more than 3 hours, and on the premise of eating 2 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of water in just 5 minutes at noon, he had been writing furiously. Now both of his hands were completely out of control. But this is not difficult to defeat him. Xiao Jinxiang's specialty was not only that he could write with both his right and left hands, but also with his feet. It was only that the speed was quite a bit slower, and the words that were written naturally came with a smell of their own. Finally, after writing the last piece of material in the White Tiger marker field, he let go of his toes and let the pen fall to the ground. Brother Chen, it's finally done. Jian Chen gave a thumbs up. Very good. Hurry up and put on your socks and follow me. Ah, where are we going now? Isn't the White Tiger tag field over? There's still more than an hour left now. Go to the Vermilion Bird tag field. Vermilion Bird. Xiao Jinxiang looked at his already swollen paws. Can't we take a break? I don't think Vermilion Bird is too good. Vermilion Bird is fire. Water represents wealth. And water and fire have been incompatible since ancient times. So, got it. Great. Thank you, Brother Chen. We can finally take a break. No, I'm saying let's go to the Xuanwu marker field. Didn't you say that water represents wealth? Xuanwu is water. Let's go bid on another wave. We'll definitely make a fortune. Xiao Jinxiang, not far away. Hidden high point. Ha ha, they've finally finished. My prophecy will soon come true. Wait, what do I see? They're gone. The direction seems to be Vermilion Bird. No, Xianwu marking the field. Plants. They both started filling out the bidding cards again. Ouch. My heart. Quickly help me. Not only the 2 of them, the entire bidders of the Pingzhou Jadeite public market, all knew about it. There were 2 sand sculptures in the White Tiger bidding ground, frantically filling out bidding cards. Chapter 54, the super sky-high price of wool at the Xuanwu bidding ground. Jian Chen and Xiao Jinxiang wasted no time in killing their way into the Xuanwu bidding ground. There was still an hour and a half until the bidding. But of course, this was only what other people thought. For Jian Chen, he had 3.5 hours, because the organizers of the Pingzhou Jadeite Fair, in order to give the bidders enough time, the bidding time from the beginning to the deadline, a total of 2 hours. The Xuanwu bidding site does not have a lot of material, only 2,200 pieces. According to the 5 seconds a piece, the same can all be voted once. After determining that there was enough time, Jian Chen continued to start looking at the first piece of wool. However, after looking at it for a while, he stopped, because Jian Chen realized that unlike the White Tiger field, where the quality of the wool was above par, many of the Xuanwu field's materials had problems. For example, this piece in front of him, although it is a cut semi-gambling material, the cut also has a good performance, but completely gold and jade outside of the defeat in the middle. Its bidding reserve price is 120,000, but the real price is only 508. That is to say, no matter how much Jian Chen bid, as long as it is auctioned, it is bound to be a blood loss. His purpose was to make money, not to give away money. Of course, Jian Chen could also bid 120,000, so that as long as someone raised the price a little bit, it wouldn't cause him any losses. But the problem was, what if no one bid? Without hesitation, he turned his head to Xiao Jinxiang and said, This one is abandoned. Xiao Jinxiang had already swollen his toes from writing bidding cards with his right foot, and now he switched to his left foot. As a result, the left foot with the flavor was hesitant and ready to exert its light and heat. Who knew that a pot of cold water was poured directly on it? Ah, give up? Fine. Let's just get the next piece. The next piece also give up. Well, I'll just fill in the next piece. The next piece is also abandoned. Xiao Jinxiang was bewildered. Not right. You have to know that in the White Tiger bidding ground, Jian Chen didn't spare any piece of material. Although the matter of bidding on every piece of material seemed a bit outrageous. But who is Jian Chen? He is the appraisal master of the ancient rhythm auction house, the jadeite wool appraisal legend with a discerning eye. To the legend, to each piece of wool material to mark a suitable price to bid, is not very normal? After thinking about it, Xiao Jinxiang said, Brother Chen, are you doing this because you are distressed about my feet? It's okay, although my feet look a bit whiter, they are very leathery and durable, so please don't pity it. Use your superior eyesight and experience to ravage it viciously. He could clearly remember that Jian Chen had previously said that in the Pingzhou jadeite open market, he could share 1% of the profits from all the material that was captured with himself. This was all money, if because of their own, resulting in Jian Chen less shot to a few pieces of particularly valuable wool, thus significantly reducing their own commission. Xiao Jinxiang absolutely cannot accept. It's just that he said it with conviction, but hearing it in Jian Chen's ears, his face instantly darkened. What do you mean? Let me ravage your feet? Dude, your words are easily ambiguous, okay? He didn't bother to pay attention to the other party, and instead continued to choose his materials. In fact, previously at the White Tiger marker, there were similar scraps that had a higher reserve price, but were actually marble. When he encountered this kind of situation, Jian Chen gave the reserve price for all of them at that time. He did so. One is the White Tiger bidding field of this material is not much, the price to give. Although he would lose some money if he accidentally shot it, he could play a good role in confusing the public. Jian Chen knew in his heart that his superb performance in the No. 1 stone cutting room had definitely been watched by many people. The probability was that these people would secretly observe the material he chose in secret and thus follow the bidding trend. So it was equally important to properly conceal his intentions. The Xuanwu bidding ground had originally been his intention to do the same, but he hadn't realized that there were simply too many scraps here. Jian Chen looked at more than 100 pieces and found that 70 to 80 were all scrap. Even if the rest had emeralds in them, their value was very worrying. There weren't many that were really sure to make money. Looking at it, Jian Chen was already too lazy to scrutinize it. He estimated that the Pingzhou jadeite fair should be all the material that is not favored, all thrown in this. After figuring this out, if Jian Chen went to the Green Dragon or Vermilion Bird bidding grounds right now, he might still be able to bid on another wave. However, after a little hesitation, he still chose to stay here. This was because Jian Chen suddenly realized a problem. As he had operated in the White Tiger bidding ground, the total amount of bids had amounted to several $billion, but he only had a total of 20 million or so in his hands. Even if most of the bids he had put in didn't win, even if only a small portion of them did, he didn't have enough money on hand, so it seemed like there was absolutely no need to rush himself. Thinking of this, Jian Chen's entire body instantly relaxed and began to walk around the Xuanwu bidding grounds. Ugh, another marble. This is the 1,000th or so broken stone in this bidding ground? I have to say, this place is a real pit. This piece of material is not bad. If it can be sold within $200,000, and then find Zhang Fei to cut it, the probability of earning $40,000 to $50,000 is not a problem, but it's better to forget about it. A little bit of fly is a complete waste of bidding cards. Of course, the most important thing is that with Zhang Fei's pissy nature, the odds are that he won't bid. As he walked and looked and thought, suddenly, Jian Chen's footsteps lurched and his eyes directly widened. The Xuanwu bidding field labeled D1544 wool, with a reserve price of $800,000 and a real value of $63 million. This is also too exaggerated, right? Jian Chen was sure that although the White Tiger bidding ground had more high-quality wool, the price was definitely not this high. If anyone could auction this piece of material, they wouldn't even need to strictly card the reserve price. As long as they could take it for less than 3 million, they would directly be a 60 millionaire. He stood in place for a long time without regaining his senses. Subconsciously swallowing his saliva, Jian Chen turned his head to Xiao Jinxiang and said, D1541 wool, offer 320,000. Xiao Jinxiang followed behind Jian Chen and had already raised his spirits. As a result, Jian Chen had looked at it for a full half hour without opening his mouth. This, coupled with the fact that he had been writing down the price for nearly 6 hours straight before, had caused his spirit to be in a very trance-like state. When he heard Jian Chen's words, he didn't react at all. Jian Chen had no choice but to say it again. Only then did Xiao Jinxiang realize that he had been remiss in his duties, and hurriedly took out his pen and bidding card with his hands and feet. When he finished filling it out, he looked at Jian Chen once again. Jian Chen's voice was calm. Woolen material D1542, bidding at $680,000. This time, Xiao Jinxiang's reaction was quick, and when he finished writing, Jian Chen continued to offer. No, D1543. That's right. In order to hide his true purpose, Jian Chen didn't directly quote D1544, but chose to start with D1541, and when it was time to report no, D1544, Jian Chen hesitated again. How much should he offer? The reserve price of this piece of material was $800,000, indicating that its performance was not only not bad, but very good. Knowing that he was coming to the Pingzhou Jadeite Fair, even if he had the eye ability, Jian Chen still made up a lot of knowledge related to the identification of jadeite wool, so he could see that this piece of material showed a very strong gamble, especially the color band exposed in the middle part, giving people unlimited space for imagination. If you meet people who like to bet on it, you may be able to quote a super high price, but this piece of material Jian Chen was determined to win, and could not afford to be negligent. After another moment of contemplation, he said to Xiao Jinxiang, no, D1544, offer $3,010,000. After saying that he never looked at this piece of material again, turned around and continued to walk forward. The material behind is again a watery marble, but with the D1544 just now, Chen Jian's attitude is obviously much more solemn. He looked over one piece after another, wanting to see if he could find a second piece of cost-effective good goods. However, Jian Chen is destined to be disappointed. Although the next material also has a few pieces of good performance, but with D1544, these cannot enter his eyes. Suddenly, the music sounded. The bidding time is here. A part of the people rushed towards the entrance of the bidding field, where 10 cardboard boxes had already been placed at this time. These cardboard boxes were lined up horizontally in a whole row, each about a meter square, with a slit opened on top like a donation box. The bidders only needed to put their bidding cards in along the slit, even if the bidding was completed. Of course, because there were still 2 hours before the bidding ended, the number of people who came to bid was actually not particularly large. However, this did not include Jian Chen and Xiao Jinxiang. The two stopped observing and went straight to the White Tiger bidding ground to line up. Due to the small number of people, it took less than 2 minutes for the two to take their turn. So Xiao Jinxiang said to the man behind him in line, I say brother, why don't you go line up in another line? The man froze and his face instantly looked bad. He looked at Xiao Jinxiang, his tone cold. What do you mean? Although the organizers of the Pingzhou Jadeite public market had done their best to maintain order at the scene, the people who came here were a mixed bag, and many of them had gray and black backgrounds. These people were brutal and unethical in their actions, often bullying others. Apparently the other party took Xiao Jinxiang to be one of these people, and looking at the other party's demeanor, he shouldn't be that easy to mess with either. Xiao Jinxiang was busy saying, brother, misunderstanding. I don't mean anything else, but I want to tell you that my bidding time should be a bit long. Instead of waiting here, why don't you go to another team? That might even be faster. The other party froze, then shook his head. No need. I'm a lazy person. Just wait here. Thinking to himself, even if you take longer, how long can you wait? Xiao Jinxiang helplessly spread his hands. His own words have been said, counting benevolence and righteousness. The other party does not listen to also have no way. Then he opened the cardboard box, only to see that it is densely filled with bidding cards. He took out a stack of them and started to stuff them in one by one. In order to ensure the safety of the bidding card in the cardboard box, the Pingzhou Jadeite public market official left for the delivery of the card slit is relatively small. Although 2 or 3 could be stuffed at a time, they could easily get stuck. So to be on the safe side, it is still more stable one at a time. The dude behind him looked at it for half a day, and his whole body was confused. How did you throw so many? Xiao Jinxiang wanted to tell the truth, but his words turned into, there are some of mine and some of my friends. They went to other bidding grounds, so they let me do it for them. The other party glanced at Xiao Jinxiang again, turned his head and silently went to the back of the other line. Kidding aside, this guy had so many bidding cards that it would take an hour at the earliest if he wanted to finish bidding. With such a long time, it was enough for himself to line up all the other 9 boxes, and the truth was just as the other party expected. Even if Jian Chen and Xiao Jinxiang did it at the same time, it took a full 40 minutes to get it done. It was only when all the cards had been cast in that the two of them breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to rush to the Xuanwu bidding ground. This time, since there were fewer cards to bid on, it was quite smooth. When everything was done, Jian Chen realized that there was still an hour left. Based on the principle of not wasting it, he continued to wander around the Xuanwu bidding ground. However, this time, Jian Chen was even more picky. and those materials that originally had quite a bit of room to increase in value were discarded by him. Just when Jin Chen thought that he shouldn't have any more gains to come, he realized that there were 3 layers of people surrounding him in front of him. What was the situation? Making a wink with Xiao Jinxiang, the two of them squeezed in at the same time. The next moment, Jin Chen froze, because in front of him, there was a super huge piece of wool that was 3 meters wide and 2 meters high, roughly estimated to be almost 40 tons, placed there like a small mountain. Very spectacular. However, if only this is not enough to attract so many people. After all, although the jadeite wool with a larger head is less, but it is not absent. It's just that this piece of material, for some reason, actually cracked in the middle. And in the crack, a faint green light transmits out, looking very conspicuous. Of course, through the cracks can be seen, although the inside sea green, but the seed water of the emerald is not good. Only up to glutinous seed, glutinous species of jadeite. In the jadeite quality can only be counted in the middle of the lower. Do out of the thing is not very valuable. For example, a peace button, hold up only $1,000. But the problem is that this piece of material is large enough, and the cracks from top to bottom is full of this kind of glutinous seed green. If the internal quality of this huge piece of material did not change, its value would also be incalculable. When Jin Chen looked at the reserve price of this piece of material, he once again froze. The reserve price of this piece of material was $30 million. $30 million. He finally understood why there were so many people gathered around. Everyone was not only curious about what was inside such a large and gigantic piece of material. More importantly, this piece of material should, unsurprisingly, be the king bidder of this year's Pingzhou Jadeite Fair. Jin Chen's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly as he wanted to take a look at the price fluctuation graph of this piece of jadeite wool. Like everyone else, he was equally curious in his heart. It was just that without looking, it was a shock. The true price of this giant piece of wool had actually reached $800 million. Jin Chen's mouth widened directly, and he didn't return to his senses for a long time. Many people face the performance of good wool, have more than once done fantasy, such as a piece of material inside if all the glass seed emperor green cutout can be sold how much money and so on. Jin Chen himself also thought so, but those are just fantasies, not to mention the real price of 800 million, 100 million Chen Jian have not seen. So now, his heartbeat accelerated again. If he could really auction it off, he would never need to worry about money again. Only, Jin Chen immediately realized another problem. The price tag for this giant piece of jadeite wool was $30 million, and he only had 20 million in his hand. Even if it was sold at the reserve price, Jin Chen couldn't get that much money. As a matter of fact, based on the outward appearance of this piece of jadeite wool, it was absolutely impossible to take it for $30 million. Not to mention $30 million. Jin Chen based on his own experience, even $100 million will not work. At least, the price must be increased to 150 million to have a little bit of hope. If you can bid up to 200 million, you should have 50% certainty, and if he wanted to take it down 100%, he would have to prepare $300 million in cash. 300 million, so much money, Jin Chen did not dare to think. So what should he do? Give up directly? However, he really wasn't willing to do so. Suddenly, Jin Chen spotted a very familiar figure in the crowd. Chapter 55, more abominable than eating and denying your accounts. Zhang Fei. That's right, Jin Chen saw Zhang Fei, as well as the pretty girl next to Zhang Fei who had once received him. Why were they here? Jin Chen wasn't surprised that Zhang Fei knew the pretty girl. Previously, he had always thought that the stone-cutting master in the know. One stone-cutting room was an old man whose age was comparable to that of Zhang Jingtian. It was normal for the other party to not be familiar with the pretty girl in this way, but this guy was a young guy around 20 years old, while the pretty girl was the best among women, regardless of her charm or temperament, both sides of a talented. Oh look, mutual attraction is very normal, coupled with the same place of work, is not familiar with the beginning, with the passage of time, will also be familiar with. On the contrary, it would be really strange if the two didn't know each other at all. While Jin Chen looked at Zhang Fei also saw him. Out of politeness, Jin Chen immediately greeted the other party. Zhang Fei obviously didn't expect Jin Chen to take the initiative to gesture with himself, and couldn't help but be a bit stunned, or perhaps scared. But next to him, Jiang Junyi secretly pinched his arm, and Zhang Fei instantly came to his senses before waving with Jin Chen. With a slight pause, Jin Chen walked over. Master Zhang, what a coincidence! Ah, oh, yes, what a coincidence! Jin Chen pointed to D1985, the supergiant piece of wool, and said, you also came to see this piece of material? In Jin Chen's eyes, Zhang Fei was both a master stonecutter and an expert gambler. Since this piece of material had such a stunning performance, it was very normal for Zhang Fei to look at it. Zhang Fei froze. He and Jiang Junyi had come, not to look at the wool, but for Jian Chen. The piece of slate wool in Jian Chen's hand unexpectedly cut out a piece of pure yellow fei with a unique shape, far beyond Zhang Fei's expectations. In the eyes of Zhang Fei and Zhang Junyi, Jian Chen's identity became more and more mysterious, or rather, it was highly likely that he would threaten their plans. Therefore, before the plan was unleashed, the two decided to feel out Jian Chen's bottom. So when Jian Chen left the No. 1 stone cutting room shortly after, the two discussed it and followed him from afar. The two had also seen Jian Chen's frantic bidding at the White Tiger bidding ground. However, unlike the others who felt that Jian Chen had a problem in his head, the two men's moods were even more grave. There must be a demon when things went wrong, and with Jian Chen's strength, he definitely wouldn't have done something so sandy. If he had done so, he must have had a purpose. Combined with the two men's purpose, could this be Jian Chen's hint to himself, signaling that he should stop at the right time and not be overly greedy? After all, the other party had proved with practical actions what it meant that greedy feet would swell and chew the cud. The two thought that Jian Chen would continue to hint, but did not expect him to take the initiative to come over. Not only was Zhang Fei's emotional intelligence lower, his reaction was also slower. When he heard Jian Chen's words, he actually didn't know how to take it. Seeing this, Zhang Junyi had to take the initiative to open her mouth. Yeah, this D1985 is performing well. Let us take a look at it for a couple of moments. Sure enough, Jian Chen gave a thumbs up towards the two. Worthy of being Master Zhang. I wonder how much you guys want to bid. Ha! This time, Zhang Junyi froze as well. She was just making a casual remark and didn't expect Jian Chen to ask that. So what was his purpose? $50 million. Zhang Junyi casually said a number. With a $30 million reserve price and a $20 million raise, this answer was considered moderate. Jian Chen, however, shook his head. $50 million? Master Zhang has been cutting material for so many years. This price isn't very competitive. Zhang Fei was still silent. Zhang Junyi had no choice but to continue. $50 million is already the limit of our ability. Any more would be over budget. Some things can only be done to the best of our ability. That's so. Jian Chen's heart stirred as he said, since Master Zhang is so enamored with this piece of material, how about we work together? Although the two had worked together once before, they were not familiar with each other. So it was somewhat presumptuous of Jian Chen to say this, but he said it anyway. Firstly, cooperating with Zhang Fei could lower his financial pressure. Secondly, and most importantly, Zhang Fei's skills and Jian Chen just happened to complement each other. If he could get on good terms with the other party, it would definitely be very beneficial to his future development. And there was nothing that could help the mutual friendship than the two of them getting rich together. Thirdly, although the total value of this piece of D1985 is high, the cost performance is not high. It's much worse than the D1544 piece of material that had a reserve price of $800,000 and an actual value of $63 million. Plus, as the most likely bidder, this piece of material attracts much more attention than D1544. Whoever wins the bidding is sure to be the first to be famous in the Pingzhou jadeite public market. Gambling stoned this kind of easy to get rich overnight industry. The most important thing is to be muffled. Too much fame will only become a burden in the future. So having Zhang Fei help draw some fire was equally necessary. Jian Chen was sincere in his cooperation, but it was different in the years of Zhang Fei and Zhang Junyi. Taking the initiative to open his mouth and ask himself to cooperate with him. Was this a threat? Zhang Junyi opened her mouth to test the waters. How do you want to cooperate? Jian Chen said, it's simple. Let's bid together. When the time comes to cut it up, then we'll split the money earned in proportion to our respective inputs. That way, Zhang Junyi was instantly relieved. Dividing the money earned according to the proportion of their respective inputs should be that the other party had spied on this operation of theirs and wanted to get a piece of the action as well. It was only that unlike those scoundrels who ate everything and left nothing behind, Jian Chen was reasonable. Zhang Fei followed suit and sighed in relief. He just wasn't good with words and wasn't mentally strong enough, but it didn't mean he was stupid. For Jian Chen to say this, it at least proved that he wasn't someone sent over by the Burmese Damakan pit to want his life. In that case, let's cooperate. If they rejected Jian Chen, not only would the two's plan be exposed, they might even be imprisoned. So as long as Jian Chen didn't go too far, the two could still accept it. Jian Chen slapped his palm. Great, then I wish us a happy cooperation. As for this piece of D1985, I think that if we want to take it 100%, we'd better directly quote $300 million. What do you guys think? Zhang Fei and Zhang Junyi instantly froze. Wait, do you mean that we have to spend $300 million to put D1985 up for auction? Yeah. Although it's possible to win the bid if we understate it by a few more tens of millions, but after all, it's not robust enough, and in case it's auctioned off by someone else at a higher price, it's the same as missing out on an opportunity for nothing. After saying that, Jian Chen took out two pieces of paper. which were the cooperation templates provided by the organizers of the Pingzhou Jadeite open market. Pingzhou public disc of jadeite wool. A lot of value is not expensive. So many people fancy a piece of material, but the cash on hand is not enough situation is very common. This is when people choose to cooperate. Generally speaking, the two sides will choose to cooperate with each other familiar people, but there are also some special circumstances. In the absence of sufficient trust in the premise, this kind of systematic contract becomes more important, coupled with the fact that this was an official product of the Pingzhou Jadeite public market. In order to prevent backtracking as well as disputes afterward, as long as it was filled out, it would immediately have a legal effect. Zhang Junyi and Zhang Fei once again looked at each other. The two realized that they were completely wrong. Jian hadn't been thinking of cooperating with the two since the beginning, opening $300 million and asking himself to take out $50 million to bid for D1985. The other party was clearly trying to completely swallow his $50 million. As for this piece of D1985, if I am not wrong, it should be Jian thing, right? He was even more detestable than those scoundrels who ate it up and didn't recognize it. Not only did he want to intervene in his own plans, but he also wanted to take away all of his savings for so many years in one wave as well. So, what should one do?